Calling all detectives. When I looked through a Dyma-Look telescope, I saw a way to solve a case I never knew existed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, solves a case that he doesn't even know he's got. Police Sergeant Klusky and I were driving on Summit Street, which is a business street leading to the river tunnel just below Summit Heights, where Thomas Granger had his apartment from which $20,000 in jewels had been stolen the day before. To get to Summit Heights, you had to leave your car on Summit Street and walk a flight of stairs up the bluff. It was a nuisance, but once you got upstairs, you did have a magnificent view of the river and the shore opposite. Klusky, look down the block. That guy on the corner with the Dyma-Look telescope.
Yeah? What about him?
Suppose that telescope wasn't pointed at the moon, but at the apartments up on the heights. Wouldn't that be a way of casing places to be robbed? Klusky's eyes lit up.
It sure is short and wood. Come on, I'm going to pull that monkey in.
The telescope man's name was Shep Latcher. At police headquarters, he vigorously protested his innocence, even though it developed that he had a previous criminal record. I kept in the background as Latcher insisted.
Who need a telescope to case a joint? You can tell just looking as the light's on a roof.
Well, that was true enough. So after some more questioning, he was released. But as he left, lugging the telescope over his shoulder, I had the feeling that Shep Latcher knew an awful lot that he wasn't telling. When a swank River Bluff apartment was burglarized, a Dyma-Look telescope man was arrested and released. Thereafter, the Granger burglary case settled down to routine. 2 days later, I got a break when I overheard a snatch of conversation in a tavern. That same day, Sergeant Klusky found some of the loot at a fencer's shop. Between the two leads, we cracked the case, made 3 arrests, recovered practically all the missing jewels. At no time after his initial questioning was Shep Latcher, the telescope man, involved. It was about 7:30 in the evening, and I was walking down Summit Street. There, on the corner, was Shep Latcher and his telescope. See the moon, 10 cents a look. There was a fair amount of passenger car and truck traffic leading to the river tunnel, but not many pedestrians at that hour. Here, I'll take a look. Latcher glanced at me indifferently, obviously didn't recognize me.
Okay, a dime for 1 minute.
I gave him the dime. How can I see the moon when all those clouds are in front of it?
What do you expect for a dime, an observatory? Point the thing at the houses up on a bluff and see how the swells live.
I did as he suggested, and the houses up on the bluff leaped into view. At one window, a young woman was looking out. As I watched, she raised her hand in a gesture, probably speaking to somebody in the room with her.
It's all, buddy. A minute's up. Another dime if you want to look some more.
No, thanks. I've seen enough. I strolled down to the corner, ducked into a doorway. The next couple of hours, Latcher had only 7 customers. None of them lingered more than the minute he permitted or stayed to talk with him afterwards. At 10 o'clock, he shouldered his telescope and shuffled off. Well, I'd spent an evening proving nothing, except that an ex-criminal now appeared to be satisfied to earn 40 cents an hour with a telescope that must have cost him $75 to $100. The more I considered that, the less I believed it. When you're working on something for curiosity's sake, you don't work at it very hard. The next day, I got a case from Consolidated Insurance, spent a week on it, then found myself once more with a few free days. That night, I was back watching Latcher, and with binoculars over my shoulder to help my watch. Latcher had shifted his position somewhat closer to the far corner, but otherwise the performance was the same. Few customers, and none of those solicited. But I noticed something else. Tonight, he looked through his telescope once. By now, I was positive that he was picking up signals from someplace up on the bluff. I swept the bluff with my binoculars, saw nothing. Not one single thing. I lowered the glasses, shook my head in disgust. Then I glanced at Latcher and realized that the telescope wasn't even pointed at the bluff. The guy was really looking at the moon, or at the dark hills across the river. How do you like that? I was so annoyed at myself for wasting all that time and suspecting a poor guy trying to go straight that I stayed away from that whole district for the next few days. Then one afternoon, an idea hit me like a rap over the knuckles. Suppose Shep Latcher wasn't receiving signals, but sending them. He could get mumbled information from one of those casual customers, then relay it across the river. Yeah. But how? And about what? When I walked up to Latcher that evening, he seemed surlier than usual.
Too cloudy. Can't see nothing, mister. Save your money.
It's only a dime. I got a pocket full of them. I searched the cloudy heavens. I peered up at the bluff. In fact, I spent more dimes than Latcher had probably taken in all the previous week. In between looks, I stalled, tried to make him talk. He kept getting more and more annoyed until...
Listen, buddy. Ain't you got no place else to go? Go on, beat it.
Long as I got dimes, you gotta let me look.
You're finished, buddy. There's another guy here who wants to take a look.
My money's as good as his. By then, the other customer, who looked like a truck driver, started walking off, but Latcher still seemed determined to get rid of me.
Beat it, mister, before I knock your teeth down your throat!
I bent over him, searched his pocket swiftly, found what I was looking for. A tiny flashlight. I blinked it several times at random. Whoever was waiting across the river for the light signals could chew on that for a while. Then I yanked Latcher to his feet. Okay, Latcher, let's go visit some cops. Sure, he broke down. Though by that time it didn't make much difference, because the cops waiting at the river tunnel entrance across the river had picked up the rest of the gang. The whole thing was a truck hijacking scheme. Latcher got the license numbers of trucks with valuable cargoes from men inside the truck depots. When the truck marked for hijacking rolled past on its way to the tunnel, Latcher blinked the last 3 numbers of its license to accomplices waiting across the river. They spotted the truck as it emerged from the tunnel, followed it sometimes for hundreds of miles before hijacking it. I got a $500 reward from the Truckers Association for solving a case I didn't even know about. And Latcher got 5 to 15 years in which to think up a new scheme. Like I said, it's okay to look through telescopes if you're sure you won't see prison bars at the other end. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling All Detectives is a Jerry Joss feature written by Ken Houston, directed by Alan M. Fishburne, with Paul Barnes in the role of Jerry Browning.
From Hollywood, it's time now for... Johnny Dollar.
This is Bill Chadwick, Northwest Surety Company.
Howdy, Bill. How are things in Seattle?
Oh, not bad, Johnny, not bad. You tell me, have you ever fallen for the spill of the Yukon?
What are you trying to do? Sell me some mining stock?
No, but there's a mine I'd like to have you take a look at.
Up in the Yukon?
Well, actually, it's across the border in Alaska. It's a gold mine, a big one, sitting on top of a rich vein. And why don't you fly on out here and let me tell you about it?
Why not? Shall I bring my own pick and shovel?
No, Johnny.
Huh?
Just be sure you bring your gun.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Northwest Surety Company, Seattle, Washington office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Midnight Sun matter. Item 1, $164.35, transportation to New York, then a main liner through Chicago to Seattle. The pilot gave us a beautiful view of Mount Rainier and Puget Sound before we set down, and at 4 p.m. I was in Bill Chadwick's office at 2nd Avenue and Yesler Way.
I'm glad to see you, Johnny. It's been a long time.
Yeah, hiya, Bill.
Yeah. Sit down.
Okay. Now, what was that crack over the phone about bringing along a gun?
Well, the men who moil for gold are a pretty tough bunch, Johnny. And sometimes it even goes for the management of a big mining operation.
Like what, for instance?
Like Universal Consolidated Mining Corporation.
Where's that?
It's north and east of Fairbanks.
Alaska.
Yes, even north of Fort Yukon. That means above the Arctic Circle.
And what's happened up there?
The whole thing sits at the foot of a big glacier.
Oh?
No problem until recently. Now, through some freak of nature, that glacier is changing its course.
No kidding.
And from the look of things, maybe a couple of months, maybe a couple of years, or even 10 years. Anyhow, they seem to think that glacier is going to sweep down over the mines, the town, everything.
I see.
In which case, our company would have to pay for the whole loss.
An all-coverage policy, huh?
Yeah. And it's occurred to me, Johnny, suppose they've suddenly run out of that rich vein they found up there.
You mean that somehow they deliberately caused that glacier to destroy the whole operation?
It's a possibility, isn't it?
Well, a pretty far-fetched one, if you ask me. Change the course of a glacier?
A few sticks of dynamite carefully placed.
Oh, come off it, Bill. Did you ever see a glacier?
Well, why should one that's been following the same path for thousands of years suddenly decide to head for a few $1 million worth of well-insured property? Look, go up there and take a look, will you?
Okay, how do I get there?
One of the company's planes is taking off from here tomorrow morning.
They have their own airplanes?
Oh, sure, a lot of them. Big two-engine speedcraft transports. How else do you think they'd get men and supplies up there? Anyway, you can go along with him. Okay?
Okay, why not? Who knows? Maybe I'll strike it rich, come back loaded with nuggets. Item 2, 31 bucks even for my room at the Benjamin Franklin and a night on the town. The following morning, well, I suppose I should have wondered why a big cargo plane should take off from a tiny airport far out of town with only the pilot and me on board. Yeah, I should have wondered.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Good morning, Mrs. Bellwether. Would my lady prefer to have her breakfast in bed this morning?
Oh, what a perfect husband. Thank you, darling.
Ah, here's the tray with the coffee, the toast, and the orange. Oh, fine. I forgot the orange juice. Hold the tray, honey. I'll be right back.
Oh, darling, what happened?
I stubbed my toe in the corner of the dresser.
Oh, the National Safety Council was right.
The what?
Last night I read something in a National Safety Council pamphlet.
Oh, Reba, how can you sit there talking about a pamphlet when I'm dying a slow, tortuous death?
Oh, come over here, darling. I'm sorry.
All right. Now, what's this about the National Safety Council? Did they predict I would stub my toe this morning?
No, silly. It's just a coincidence. Only last night I read the statistics that prove that more home accidents occur in the bedroom of all places.
Yeah?
Not the bathroom or the kitchen or the home workshop. The bedroom.
Okay, from now on, when I walk around the bedroom, I'm going to wear my combat boots instead of these open-toed huaraches.
Well, that might help, dear. But what everyone should be most careful of is taking medicine in the dark.
Okay, my living safety encyclopedia. I will now fetch your orange.
Aw, you're sweet. And it's just too bad that you nice men are so prone to accidents in the home. And the reason is because you brave men usually tackle the hazardous jobs around the house.
Hey, I'll remember those kind words as I slowly limp back to the kitchen.
One thing in your favor, though, Sarge. Married men stand a better chance of avoiding fatal accidents in the home.
Is that a fact?
Mm-hmm. You know, in one state, 75% of the men involved in home mishaps were unmarried.
Well, I'm sure glad I'm married.
Because the accident odds are better?
You know, because I like my wife. Even when she first wakes up in the morning.
That's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Midnight Sun Matter.
Within a few minutes after I met him at the airport far east of town the next morning, Cliff Murray had the big twin-engine Speedcraft airborne, and we were heading north to Alaska.
And in case you're interested, Dollar, you're the co-pilot on this run.
Oh, are you kidding? The only things I've steered around the sky since the war have been Piper Cubs, small jobs.
You know something? When you get onto them, these babies are not only just as easy to fly, but a whole lot safer. Want to take over for a while?
Well, maybe later. Hey, how come you didn't take this big ship off at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport?
Because of the cargo we have on board. Also, it was quicker and easier to get clearance. We're trying to make time on this trip. The boys up the mine are a pretty worried bunch these days.
Oh, why?
Now, there's a big glacier on one side of the property.
Oh.
Flows down to make the Kanekai River. When it gets warm enough, a couple of months in the year to melt.
That's so?
But there have been a couple of big ice quakes this spring. Just like earthquakes, only it's ice. And now that glacier's heading for the property.
No kidding.
That's going to wipe out the airport and everything. Unless they can do something about it.
Like what? Divert the course of a glacier?
The engineers up there say they can do it. And we've got the stuff for them right here. This cargo we're toting.
What do you mean?
Oh, didn't you know?
No what?
Well, we got enough TNT aboard to move a dozen glaciers.
Speaking of sitting on a powder keg, and this one had wings. But then after the first shock of realization wore off, well, I even took up Cliffy on his offer to handle the controls for a while. And he was right. The big plane behaved like a doll. By the time we reached Anchorage to pick up mainland food, why, I was all set to make the landing myself. However, with a cargo of TNT aboard, I was perfectly content to let Cliff set her down, which he did beautifully. Then within the hour, we headed north again over some of the wildest country I've ever seen.
Beautiful, oh, Johnny. Its own way.
Yeah, I never realized there were so many lakes and streams up in this country, Cliff.
Most of them are loaded with fish, too.
Ah?
Yes, sir. Stop. Ooh.
Oh, what is it?
I said, greatest fishing in this man's world is right down there below us.
Oh, what's your language, brother? I'm liable to strap on a chute and leave you to make the rest of the trip alone.
A fisherman, huh?
Yeah, you aren't kidding.
Yeah, one of my favorite spots, right? Ooh.
Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. Just a little twitch in my side, my belly. Doc said it was appendicitis last time, but I think didn't want to operate unless... Holy... Baby, that was a shark.
Well, Cliff, anything I can do?
No, it's going now.
I sure hope so.
Sure. Just came on kind of sudden, is all. Hey, it's time to call the lads at the mine to be ready for us.
How big is the airport up there?
11,000-foot runway.
Really?
Sure. It's the only way to get stuff in for mines 100 miles around. Speedcraft 231, calling consolidated. Go ahead, please.
Somebody on duty there at all times?
24 hours.
Roger, 231, go ahead.
We're over Fairbanks on the hour, Charlie.
Roger, Cliff, over Fairbanks at 1400 hours.
Then roll out the carpet. We'll set down between 14:45 and 50.
Roger, Cliff, we'll be ready for you.
Yeah, and that's that. In less than an hour, Johnny, Johnny, take over.
Sure, Cliff.
Never been this bad before.
Now, listen.
No, you listen. No matter what happens, take it easy. I'll tell you exactly what to... You can do it, Johnny. You can do it. Now listen.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
With your permission, there's something I'd like to talk about for a minute. You know, too many times people try to escape from their responsibilities by having someone else take them over. There was Miles Standish, for example. He was much too busy to ask Priscilla to marry him, so he sent John Alden to pop the question for him. You know what happened. John ended up marrying the girl himself. Of course, if John had had a face like a flat tire instead of being the handsome guy he was, maybe Miles Standish would have married Priscilla instead. Well, actually, I don't know what got me started on this subject, and unless it was my thinking about people who represent somebody else. Take our State Department, for example. Being a representative is one of its biggest jobs. Through the Foreign Service, it helps the Justice and Treasury Departments handle immigration, narcotic, and quarantine problems. And the Secretaries of Agriculture and Commerce look to the Secretary of State to help keep their fingers on the pulse of foreign markets so they can keep the business firms and farmers of America informed on matters of import and exports. I guess the only connection between these facts and the courtship of Miles Standish is that, like John Alden, our State Department speaks for itself.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Midnight Sun Matter.
The rest of this report will have to come to you from the records of the airport there at Universal Consolidated Mining Corporation, far above the Arctic Circle. Aboard the big cargo plane loaded with TNT, the pilot crippled with pain, I was a little too busy to make notes to scribble any fancy dialogue. Here, then, is the story as recorded at the tower of the airport.
The time is 2:35.
Well, there goes the boss's plane to pick up his daughter in Fairbanks, Charlie.
Hey, if all I can Cliff about due is 231, he said he'd set down at a...
Speedcraft 231, calling consolidated.
Hey, is that Cliff?
Speedcraft 231, calling consolidated.
It doesn't sound like him. Hello, Cliff?
No, this is Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
Yeah, it's his passenger. Go ahead, Johnny.
Cliff is... Well, look, I've had to take over for him. He's sick. Cliff will give me whatever instructions I need.
You sure you can make it, Johnny?
Johnny, this is Cliff.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Johnny can make it.
Well, what about that cargo, that TNT? Can you dump it?
I can't move to dump it, and Johnny can't leave the control.
Okay, then, Johnny, we'll give you all the help we can from here.
Thanks, Charlie.
Have you passed the Snake River marker?
In about 2 minutes, I think.
Okay, now just remember your letdown is on a heading of 035 degrees from that marker.
035 degrees from the Snake River marker, roger.
And, well, now just take it easy, Johnny, and we'll get you down here okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
Well, looks like we may have a problem on our hands.
Listen, if Cliff says Dollar can bring it down, he can. Just you take it easy when you talk with him.
Charlie, have you got an engineer down there?
Yeah, sure, Johnny. Stand by. Take it, Paul.
Johnny, this is Paul Foster. Go ahead.
Paul, we're having some trouble getting our landing gear down. So I'm going to make some steep banks and try to get it down by centrifugal force.
Yeah, good.
You might get the ground crew to stand by, though, because if we can't get the gear down that way, I guess we'll have to make a belly landing gear up.
Okay, Johnny, I got that. How much fuel have you got on board?
About 2,000 pounds.
Johnny, this is Charlie again. Now listen.
Easy.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, I saw you make your pass. It appears the landing gear door is partially open, which may indicate it's jammed.
Any suggestions?
Paul again, Johnny. The only thing I can think of is try to snap the gear out by a sharp pull-up to give it centrifugal force.
I've tried that, Paul. Results are negative.
All right. Then before we consider you coming in for a belly landing with all that TNT aboard, I'd like to use up some of that fuel. Maybe some of our brains down here can think of something that'll help you out.
Okay, we'll go ahead with the regular procedures and whatever else we can think of, and then we'll give you another call.
Okay, Johnny.
The time is 2:41.
Johnny, this is Paul again. Have you tried to shear the lock pin on that landing gear? Go ahead.
Negative. No, we haven't tried that yet. We wanted to make sure the doors were not jammed partially closed and perhaps make it impossible to get all the gear up again. You know, we do have to make a belly landing.
Yeah. Okay. Johnny, have you got full hydraulic pressure?
Yes, that's affirmative.
Okay. Now, the crew chief isn't up here at the moment, but I'll ask him to come up and he can discuss it with you.
Right.
Johnny, if it does become necessary to make a belly landing, because of the setup they have for handling accidents, you might be better off to do it at Fairbanks. Have you thought about that?
I talked to Cliff here. He doesn't think they'd want us to try it with this TNT we've got aboard.
Well, we'll radio to them and see. Meanwhile, if anybody comes up with any idea at all, we'll pass it on to you right away.
Okay. I'll give you a gas check in a few minutes.
Okay.
The time is 2:50.
Johnny, Don Wilkins, our chief engineer, would like to talk to you. I'll put him on the horn.
Johnny, this is Don Wilkins. Have you tried the landing gear handle up and down quite a few times to see if it extends any further at any time?
Yeah, we've tried it several times.
Well, I think I'd try it as many times as possible, Johnny. There could be something binding that may break loose. Now, there's something on it there. Well, it comes off the gear door latches, all right, so it isn't a latch.
I'll try it a few more times.
The time is 3 o'clock. Exactly.
Johnny, this is Paul. How's your fuel situation stacking up now?
Oh, we have about 950, about 960 pounds.
Well, for your information, Fairbanks have advised that they can't take your airplane there because they're jammed up and couldn't clear the field in time.
Well, yes, okay. It doesn't look like we have enough gas to go over there anyway.
Johnny, this is Don Wilkins again.
Go ahead, Don.
If you feather the number 2 engine, and then just as you unfeather it, slam the gear handle down, well, maybe the additional torsion that you get may free the gear.
Okay, Don, we've already tried that and we came up negative. I think we're stuck with that belly landing.
Johnny, this is Paul. We'll get everything ready for you. Are you BFR in this vicinity? You know, under visual flight rules?
Yes, affirmative.
Johnny, there's one more thing we'd like to have you try, and that is completely unload your hydraulic system, and then try free-falling your landing gear. Did you get that?
I did that twice, Don. No luck with it. But we'll try it again.
All right, Johnny, fine.
The time is 3:28.
Johnny, we're going ahead with preparations for a belly landing down here. I see you buzzed the field a couple of times, so you know how much room you've got.
You think it looks like much from up here?
Now listen, we're going to foam the runway for you. You hear me? Put foam on it. We're doing it now, and that'll kill some of the friction. And if we can get enough on, it'll help against fire if you have any trouble.
How's the wind down there?
It's south about 3 miles an hour, just light breeze.
Well, I want to know in case this thing slides off to one side or the other. I don't want to run down any of the other airplanes I can see down there. Not if we can help it.
Okay, Johnny, take a run directly over the runway and get the feel of it.
Will do.
The time is 3:31.
Johnny, we don't want to seem in the position here of telling you all your business, but I guess we've got to try everything anyone could think of.
Yeah, go ahead.
On this gear handle business, up and down, throw it in the up position, but just leave it there for a second, and then slam it down and leave it down for, say 30 seconds after you put it down. You get that?
Okay, we'll do that.
Now, we hate to be giving you all this intelligence all the time, but if anybody gets an idea, we pass it on to you for what it's worth. But you've got to be the judge.
We're glad you fellas are with us.
The time is 3:46.
Johnny, how's your fuel now?
I wouldn't bank on it much longer.
All right. They're laying foam on the runway like crazy, but that foam's only going to last about 25 minutes. Now, assuming they started laying the foam at 30, you should land not later than 55.
Yes, well, okay, you give us a word when it's completed. We're going to make one low pass and take a good look at everything. Then we'll come out and land. Okay?
Roger, I got your remarks.
The time is 3:51.
Hi, Johnny. I just wondered how you are and how things look to you.
Okay. You got a doctor standing by to take care of Cliff?
Sure. Everything's ready for you. One comment. Listen. Do not Repeat, do not feather the engines when you set down.
Got it. Will comply.
Okay, Johnny.
Okay, we're all set, Don. We're going to make a practice pass over the field prior to the final landing.
Okay, Johnny, I won't be talking to you anymore. Paul will take over on your approach and get you down. We're all set for you when you arrive. Good luck.
Yeah. Okay.
The time is 3:54.
One minute, 48 seconds later, we made a wheels-up landing. Cliff, the company doctor tells me his appendectomy was a complete success. A hard-bitten bunch of miners, did you say? Listen, those boys up in that lonely outpost are the salt of the earth. And as for trying to pull something on your insurance company, well, you should have seen how just one good load of TNT put that glacier back on its course. Yes, sir. I hope the vein of gold never runs out for those boys. Expense account total, including gifts for the lads who really brought that plane down, $600 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Gene Tatum, Frank Nelson, Russell Thorson, Barney Phillips, Harry Bartell, and Forrest Lewis. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Night beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a crash on the highway and ended with a whole city fighting for its life.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Joe's Diner is located about 10 miles out of town on the highway going north to St. Paul. Joe caters to the truck drivers who wrestle those big 20-ton diesel jobs. You know, the ones that scare the pants off you when you have to hedge over to the side of the road so that they can pass. It's strictly a man's spot. The steaks are juicy, and the conversation even juicier. I stop in there once in a while myself to take on a little of Joe's home cooking and improve my vocabulary, like tonight.
All right.
I'm going to get my truck rolling.
Oh, how many hands you think I got? Like an octopus?
I grabbed a stool at the counter and waited for Joe to catch up with me. Joe, scrambled eggs when you get to it.
I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Stone.
Fried and butter, Joe. Lots of butter.
How else?
Good. I'm starved.
9 o'clock, and you ain't had your supper yet?
No, that's breakfast. I'm just starting out.
Oh, you're as bad as one of these truck drivers. Here, this'll hold you.
Joe banged a cup of coffee on the counter in front of me, and then it happened. There was a desperate shriek of brakes and a terrific crash out on the highway. In 5 seconds, a dozen men were on their feet racing for the door. Holy mackerel, call the cops, Joe. Tell them to send an ambulance. It was almost a quarter of a mile away, but long before I got there, I could make out the shape of a big semi-trailer truck and jammed into its rear end a brand-new sedan. We still had about 100 yards to go when the truck roared up and started pulling itself loose from the wrecked car. Get his license number, somebody. But the guy on the truck hadn't put his lights on, and he pulled away before anyone could get close enough. The sedan was there over on one side, and it was a mess. The boys got the car right side up and dragged the driver out. He was soused to the gills. In a little while, the cops were there working him over. And then I saw this other guy over by the ditch across the road. Hey, you all right?
Run out.
Who ran out on you? Are you hurt?
Look, mister, I got to get away from here.
I see you were in the truck.
Yeah, I was in the truck. Look, I got to see a doctor, this hand of mine.
Cops will take care of it for you until the ambulance gets here.
I don't need no ambulance.
Here's another one over here, Sergeant.
Okay.
I tell you, I can make it okay.
Well, hello, Stone. How did you get here? Fly?
How are you, Sergeant?
This fellow in the wreck?
He was in the truck.
Yeah? What's your name?
Harry Waldo.
Driver's helper?
No, I just bummed a ride. The guy gave me a ride about 100 miles back.
Uh-huh. Where do you live?
Here, Chicago.
You get the license number of the truck?
No, I didn't pay no attention.
What was the driver's name, Waldo?
Well, I didn't ask him.
Well, who was he driving for? Was there a sign on the truck?
No, it was dark when he picked me up. I didn't notice.
What was he hauling?
What should I know? I just bummed a ride. Say, who is this guy, officer? Do I have to answer his questions?
It won't hurt any.
Was it a refrigerated truck?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first thing you seem sure of. How come?
Well, it was kind of all beat up, and... Well, it just didn't seem like no icebox, that's all.
This guy's trying to play hide-and-go-seek with you, Sergeant. That truck was a cooler, and he knows it.
How come you're so sure?
Ammonia gas. Can't you smell it? It's all over the place, including your overalls. Hose connection must have broken in the cracker.
Look, wise guy, whoever you are...
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
This officer wasn't
Come on. None of that now.
Okay. I'm in the truck. There's a crash, and I get out to see what hit us. And while I'm on the ground, a truck driver pulls out on me. So what does that make me? A suspect in a murder case? Or just paperboy just looking for a story?
Oh, sure. I'm always looking for a story. Brother, this sure has the makings of one. A fish story. The sergeant got a few more vital statistics on Harry Waldo and then let him go with the usual business about keeping in touch in case the police wanted him for further questioning. After the mob cleared, I went over the area again in the dark. There was nothing. In the ditch, I noticed a battered-up wooden box, the kind they ship butter in. There was nothing there. So I went back into Joe's and phoned the story into my paper. I told the city desk where I could be reached, and then I got busy on that much-delayed order of scrambled eggs. Oh, they're good, Joe.
The others got cold. I made them fresh. Lots of butter, the way you like.
Thanks, Joe.
You know, I can't get over that truck running out on the crash. What do you want to do that for? Must have known it wasn't his fault.
Well, who knows, Joe? Maybe he had a date.
Yeah. Hello? Joe's Diner. Joe's talking. Yeah. Hold on. It's for you, Mr. Stone. Take it in the booth.
Okay. Hello.
Andy, this is Mac on the desk.
Oh, well, that figures.
On that crash story you phoned in, is that all you can give us?
What else do you want?
How about the truck? What was it hauling?
I'm sorry, Mac. All I know is what I phoned in.
Did you ask around?
Well, of course I asked. Nobody knows. If you'd like to send out one of your better men for a follow-up.
Funny stuff, Randy. Could the truck have been hauling butter?
Butter? Why?
Something came in on the wires this afternoon. I thought we could tie it in with the truck running out.
Oh.
I'll read it to you. It's date line, Emerson, Manitoba, Canada. This city, hard hit by recent floods, reports theft of 21 tons of contaminated butter, which was being removed from the Ajax Creamery for disposal.
Contaminated?
The condemned butter, bearing the trade name of Dandy D, had been submerged for 3 weeks in stagnant sewage water because of recent flood conditions. Health authorities have expressed fears the butter may become the cause of a widespread typhoid epidemic.
Typhoid?
You think there could be any connection, Randy?
20 tons of typhoid fever in Chicago?
Makes sense, Randy. It's only a little over 900 miles from the border, 2 days by fast truck. And it's a cinch they'd have a tough time getting rid of it any closer. Randy, you still there?
Yeah. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm here.
What's the matter with you?
Just feeling that I'm on the verge of a story, one that I can do without. I ran back out to the ditch where I'd seen the wooden box. It was there all right. My heart sank when I lit a match and read the words, #1 Creamery Butter, Canada. Then I kicked the box over and saw a couple of greasy packages. There was some sort of a wrapping on them. When I read the words Dandy D, I began feeling bugs crawling down my throat. I went back to Joe's and got all the newspaper I could find and a pair of cotton gloves to boot. Then I picked up the box, put it in my car, and drove down to the Star. Mac's eyes popped through his glasses when he saw it. He got some Board of Health official out of bed and gave him the story over the phone. By the time we were through taking pictures, they had a crew of experts there to haul the stuff down to the lab for analysis. In the meantime, I helped Mac fix up a spread for the morning paper in the biggest, blackest type we had.
Well, does that make you feel any better, Randy?
That sure does. That warning ought to make a suspect out of every pound of butter in town. Nobody could possibly buy the stuff now. They'll have to ditch it.
Randy, there's over $10,000 worth of butter on that truck. Typhoid or no typhoid, those guys are going to try to sell it.
But how can they?
No trick to change the wrapper. Only one way to stop them. Find the truck.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them that down at police headquarters.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right.
Close that door. City desk. Yeah, Mac talking. Oh, you did? You sure? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do all we can. Yeah, thanks for calling.
Who was it?
On your way down to police headquarters, Randy, you can take a little time out to pray. That was the lab man from the Board of Health.
Well, what was the verdict?
That butter is crawling with pestilence and death.
Typhoid?
Pestilence and death. Those were his exact words.
NBC is bringing you Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are laughing, but they're not keeping the reason a secret. They want everyone to know they're laughing in anticipation of the mad and merry antics in store with 2 NBC fall favorites, Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air over most of these stations on Tuesday evening, October 3rd, just 1 week from tomorrow. Groucho Marx brings his laugh-filled quiz game, You Bet Your Life, to NBC beginning Wednesday, October 4th. Listen when you hear the 3 chimes for laughs and more laughs with Bob Hope on October 3rd and Groucho Marx on October 4th. And now back to Nightbeat, and Randy Stone.
At first, the police treated the typhoid butter story like it was a circulation builder for the Star. But bad news travels fast, and by the time I got in to see Police Chief Captain Sorensen, he'd heard all about it. He was a very worried man.
Hello, Randy. Come down to help me word my resignation?
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Haven't got a thing.
What about that Waldo fellow who was on the truck? Have you picked him up?
He forgot to arrive home after the accident.
Well, that truck's got a hold up someplace.
I've set up roadblocks. I've sent out patrols. There's not a back alley in this city that won't be searched tonight. But we still have no real description of the truck.
Well, have you checked all cold storages and creameries?
First thing, nothing's come in.
You know, Mac thinks they may change the wrappers on the butter. Maybe if you call the printers.
No good, Randy. You can buy wax butter wrappers in any paper supply house. This thing has been pretty well thought out.
Well, no use my adding to the confusion around here. I mind if I go down to this Waldo's place and have a look around?
Of course not. It's a boarding house over on St. Mary's Avenue. But look out for the old lady who runs the place. She'll talk you into a corner and keep you there.
Don't worry about me, Captain. With little old ladies, I come out fighting all the time. It was 11:30 when I pulled up in front of Harry Waldo's address. It was one of those sad-looking houses that seemed to be held together by memories of what they used to be 40 years ago. Now there was a sign in front that read, Furnished Rooms, Mrs. Angela Barr. I rang and waited. Someone had drawn the curtains apart a little and was giving me the once-over.
Yes?
Mrs. Barr?
Yes, what is it?
Can you open the door, please? It's urgent.
Goodness gracious, you police are the most persistent...
I'm not with the police, Mrs. Barr.
Not with the police. But you must be. They've been coming and going all night long.
No. I'm a newspaper reporter on the Star. My name is
A newspaper reporter. What a pleasant surprise. I declare I'm so excited. You must come in the kitchen and I'll make a cup of coffee.
No, thanks very much. You're very kind, but I really
What
must...
did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yes, of course. You sure you wouldn't like some coffee?
No, nothing, thank you.
Oh, goodness, she's awake. It's all right, Nancy. It's just a visitor. Go back to sleep, dear. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Your mother will be home in a little while. Just go back to sleep like a good girl. All right.
That's quite a cough.
Yes, the child has had such a cold. Poor Ellen is worried sick about her.
Ellen?
Her mother, Ellen Spencer. She's one of my tenants.
Oh, yes. Look, Mrs. Barr, I wanted to ask you some questions about another of your tenants.
Oh, yes. Mr. Waldo. The police have been bothering me all night. Whatever has he done? The police wouldn't tell me.
Well, he's done plenty. He's stolen a truckload of butter from the flood area up north.
Stolen?
Well, that's not all. That butter is contaminated with typhoid. If it ever gets into circulation, we'll...
Oh, how dreadful. How very dreadful.
Mrs. Barr, I have a favor to ask.
Now, how could I possibly do you a favor, Mr. Stone?
I'd like to have a look at Mr. Waldo's room.
But the police have already been through his room.
Yes, I know, but you know how it is when you've got to write a story. There's nothing like seeing it firsthand.
But at this time of night, do I have to let you in?
Well, legally, no.
Well, then,
You mean you refuse?
not exactly. Only surely a rich and powerful paper like the Star. Now that Mr. Waldo has disappeared, I'm sure I'll never get the rent he owes me.
Yes, I see. Now, how much?
Oh, dear. Money is so hard to come by when you're old and alone. Now, if I had the $50, Mr. Waldo...
It's worth 10.
So little.
Oh.
Oh, but then, you're such a nice young man. And I do enjoy your newspaper so much. I'll take it.
Her bright little eyes glistened as she took the 10 spot. Well, I guess it's like that when you're old. You can't eat too well. You can't sleep too well. You see life slipping by, but a 10 spot is something you can smooth out, put away, and look at again and again. Mrs. Barr followed me around as I went through Waldo's room. For a change, she had very little to say. I opened the drawers in his dresser. I looked under the bed. The kid in the next room was coughing again. I opened the closet door, and the smell that hit me was sharply familiar. Ammonia. In the corner, I picked up a pair of overalls that was saturated with the stuff. My friend Waldo had been home and changed. The phone downstairs started to ring.
Oh, dear, the telephone.
Want me to get down and answer?
No, it's probably Ellen. She's so worried about the child. Will you come down now?
Just another minute.
Oh, dear. You won't be long.
I'd like to borrow these overalls, if it's all right. Probably covered with germs.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
What are you doing in Mr. Waldo's room? Are you a burglar?
No, of course not. I'm one of Mr. Waldo's friends.
Then can you tell me when my Uncle Jim is coming back? He was going to bring me something from his trip.
Well, that's nice. Where did Uncle Jim go?
He went away with Mr. Waldo in the truck. But Mr. Waldo is back and not Uncle Jim.
Oh, does he drive a truck, your Uncle Jim?
He doesn't drive it. He owns it. And he gives me a ride in it, too.
Mm-hmm. Your Uncle Jim live here?
Oh, yes. Uncle Jim is my really real uncle. He and my mommy are brothers.
Oh, yes, I see.
Nancy, you naughty child.
Mrs. Barr.
The idea of getting out of bed.
I heard a noise.
Back to bed with you, child. That was your mother on the phone.
All right, Mrs. Barr. Good night, Mr. Burglar.
Good night, Nancy.
Imagine that child leaving her bed. Was she with you long, Mr. Stone?
Oh, no. She just told me she had an Uncle Jim.
Oh, yes. That's Ellen's brother. He's one of my other roomers.
I understand he owns a truck.
He's someplace in Ohio now, I believe. Been gone almost a month.
Couldn't have been Canada.
Christians. You'll simply have to excuse me. I must give that child her medicine. Good night, Mr. Stone.
I'd used up my $10 worth of welcome, so I drove over to police headquarters and filled in Captain Sorensen on Harry Waldo's overalls and little Nancy's Uncle Jim. It was his first lead. He called motor vehicles and ordered a fast check on the truck owned by Jim Spencer, and then he started briefing me on the more recent developments.
The city's in a panic, Randy. Warnings have been going out on the radio every 15 minutes. We've been flooded with calls from the mayor down. Anyone with a gut ache is sure it's typhoid and wants us to send down a doctor. Come in.
Here's the dope on the truck, Captain.
No, we're getting somewhere. All right. Broadcast this and keep repeating it every half hour. Get it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get him now.
Well, you might try and sound a little more convincing. I left Sorensen chewing his upper lip. Then I headed for the Blue Angel and a little talk with Jim Spencer's sister, Ellen. The Blue Angel wasn't meant to lure the better-class citizen away from his hearth and home. It smelled of stale beer and looked as if it were being lit by half a dozen fireflies.
Your fire, happiness lies right under your eyes. Back in your own backyard.
I found an empty booth and asked the waitress if Ellen Spencer worked there, and after a while a girl came over. She was attractive in a tired sort of way.
You asked for me?
Will you sit down, Ellen? I've got to talk to you.
I brought you some drinks. It's the rules here. If we sit with a customer, they got to buy us drinks.
That's okay.
What'd you want?
Talk.
What about?
Your brother Jim.
You a cop?
No.
What about Jim?
Where is he?
I don't know. What business is it of yours?
When did your brother and Harry Waldo leave on their last trip?
A week ago.
Mrs. Barr said Jim was in Ohio.
That old hag. She's in her second childhood.
Jim hasn't phoned you tonight?
No. What's all the noise about, anyway? The kid gets scared and runs out on a traffic accident, so they'll catch him and give him 30 days. He'll be back.
Who told you about it?
I heard it over the radio.
Really? How did you know it was Jim?
Well, I...
You spoke to Harry?
Yeah. He phoned me to tell me Jim was all right.
Did he tell you they were hauling a load of stolen butter? Did you listen to the warnings over the radio about that butter? It's loaded with typhoid, that stuff is.
Oh, that's a lie. Just a smart police gag to get the butter back.
Harry tell you that, too? We got some of that butter, Ellen. It's been soaked in sewer bilge for a month.
Jim wouldn't touch anything like that. He's a good kid.
Maybe Jim thinks it's a gag, too. Might even get to eat some of the stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, mister, I'd better go back to work.
Ellen, you want it on a...
I'll have to leave now.
If you hear from Jim, tell him what he's up against.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
And tell him to wash his hands. Good. I followed her to the phone booth or whatever the call was. It was brief. She hung right up, so I went outside, watched her through the door. In a few minutes, she came out wearing a coat. I slipped around the corner, watched her climb into a cab. I jumped into my car and followed. Cab stopped in front of her house. I parked my car half a block away, waited until all the lights went off, and then I got out and walked around to the back of the house. Somewhere inside were the directions to that missing butter. It was easy raising one of the kitchen windows. I climbed in. I stood for a minute, getting used to the dark. And then suddenly a switch flicked on, and the place was flooded with light. Randy Stone, Esquire, standing there, stupidly blinking his eyes. Ellen walked a few steps toward me. She didn't scream. She didn't holler.
This is carrying your job a little too far.
I knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so I turned the knob.
Well, turn it again and get out.
Somebody phoned you just before I left the Blue Angel. Was that Jim?
That's none of your business. Now get out.
If I go, Ellen, the place will be swarming with police in 15 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just this. You know where Jim is. If you won't tell me, you'll have to tell the cops. And when you do, you'll be involved. They'll make you an accessory.
Well, let him.
Where's the old lady?
Out for a drive.
At 1:30 in the morning?
She's the one who phoned me. She said she was going batty with cops hanging around. She had to get out of the house.
Ellen, for the last time, where's Jim?
I told you before, I don't know.
They're closing in on him. You'll be doing him a favor if they get him before he sold any of that stuff.
Oh, are you still working that typhoid gag?
It's no gag, believe me. You want the lab report on it?
No.
All right, then listen to it this way. Maybe you'll understand it. The kid sits down to eat, and his mother hands him a piece of bread and butter, only it's not butter. Something that's been lying around in the filthy sewer water for a long time. 10 or 11 days, the kid gets sick, like your kid. He's burning with fever one minute, and the next minute he's as cold as ice. His tongue is thick, and his guts feel like they're bursting. That's what typhoid is like.
Stop it, will you?
If a good doctor gets to him, the kid may live. Lots of kids may not be that lucky, Ellen. Also, you can keep your kid brother out of jail.
Look, I don't know where he is.
When did you talk to Waldo?
He phoned me at the club. He laughed about that typhoid
Where
stuff.
did he phone
I
from?
don't know. Someplace in town. Now, let me alone.
Would that be
I'll
it?
take that.
No, you won't. Ellen made a grab for the phone, but I beat her to it. She clawed at me. I had to get rough, but I got the receiver. Hello.
This is the long-distance operator.
Yes?
On your call to Elwood, we are unable to contact Mr. Jim Spencer. Shall we continue to try?
No, thank you. Was that Elwood?
Yes, sir. Elwood, Illinois. Thank you, sir.
That was it, so they'd gone on to Elwood. I called Captain Sorensen. He picked me up in a squad car with two of his best men. It was a 70-mile ride to Elwood, and we made it in a little over an hour. It was after 3 a.m. when the clerk at the only hotel in town showed us his register. There was no Waldo and no Spencer. Then Sorensen got a bright idea. He asked the clerk if there was a creamery in town. There wasn't. No cold storage plant either. Just old Mayor Hoskins' ice house down the road. We jumped into a car and drove over. That's nothing but an old barn.
Oh, there's a light around the back.
Randy, you come with me. You two cut around the other side of the building.
Right.
Oh, there's the truck. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, give me a lift, Captain. I'll see if I can get a look in through the window. It's Waldo.
They got the butter?
Yep. There's the other one. That must be Spencer.
Well, get down. We'll take them now. All right, Spencer, get him up.
Jim, the law.
Those hands up, Spencer. You're covered.
You too, Waldo. Don't try anything.
Who's trying anything?
Hold it, Captain. Hold it. Somebody else is coming.
Kill the lights. We'll make a sound, you two, if you want to live.
We pulled the big door shut, flicked off the lights, and waited in the dark. Guns pressed into Waldo and Spencer. A car had pulled up outside. Whoever it was seemed to be having a time with the door. And then finally it opened and the lights went on. Mrs. Barr.
Goodness, how you startled me. Why, it's Mr. Stone. Have you been waiting long? And here I thought my lazy boys had gone to sleep.
No, they haven't.
And I suppose Harry Waldo has told you all about me. I just know he did.
Well, not everything. That is, not yet he hasn't.
I just knew that boy had no character. And now I suppose you want to take me back to the city. But I hate Chicago in June. I don't think I'll go with you. Don't come any closer.
Drop it, lady. Okay, Mother. Randy, get the gun.
Yep.
Lady, Don't you know these things explode?
Now, wasn't that foolish of me? I was going to try to get away. But where could I have gone? Where could an old lady go and hide? I do believe I'm getting senile. Isn't that a horrible word, Mr. Stone?
Mrs. Barr, this is no joking matter. Don't you understand that butter could have caused an epidemic?
Why, of course. Isn't it terrible?
Yet you were willing to sell it?
You didn't think I was going to eat it myself, did you? It was all I could do to look at the horrible stuff. But $10,000. That's such a lot of money to a poor, poor old lady. Such a lot of money.
"10 a.m. and it's all buttoned up. Oh, brother, what a nightmare if a thing like that had ever happened. And all from ignorance and greed. What's that old wheeze about money being the root of all evil? Well, it's not just money. There's got to be a touch of insanity sprinkled in along with it. Like that poor old lady. Poor? When the cops ran a make on her, they uncovered a fascinating record of over 50 years of criminal history, not to mention a dozen bank accounts. Guess she didn't trust banks any too much. Such a sweet old doll. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up this morning while we were driving back, climbing up into the sky like a great big yellow ball of butter. Oh, no, what am I saying? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff and Russell Bender with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harry was played by Don Diamond. Jane Morgan was Mrs. Barr. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Nestor Paiva, Peter Leeds, Ann Whitfield, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. And now, here again is the star of our program, Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here's important news about Night Beat. Next week, we're moving to Friday evenings over most of these stations. That's beginning 1 week from this Friday. On October 6th, you'll hear Night Beat at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. So would you listen then to our next adventure 11 days from tonight? I'll see you on Friday, October 6th. Good night.
Listen on Friday, October 6th, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, October 6th means the return of Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, in the hilarious The Life of Riley. Mom, Babs, Junior, Digger Odell, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the fun. Saturday, October 7th is the day when Dennis Day and Judy Canova will be back on the air. Make a listening date now.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. There are two requirements essential to a good radio newscast: speed and flexibility. News of Tomorrow, ABC's nightly roundup, heard Monday through Thursday, ensures listeners of both. Editor John Daly can draw upon 30 overseas correspondents stationed at vital points around the globe, 6 news bureaus stretching across the United States, and over 290 ABC affiliates with their local news staffs. When News of Tomorrow hits the air, a complete to-the-moment picture of the world's happenings is on its way to ABC listeners. Tonight, for swift news awareness, listen to ABC for News of Tomorrow.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found.
I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
Trouble with being a cop in homicide is that by the time you get there, the damage has already been done. You just pick up the pieces and put them together, if you can. If the puzzle adds up to an answer, then a killer is stopped from doing further damage. If not, well, then you just wait till the next time. That's one thing you're pretty sure of about a killer. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. The picture boys and the lab boys were pretty well through by the time I got there.
Okay, boys, hurry it up, huh?
The corpse was male, white, about 45.
I'll be sure you get those color shots good, Eddie. They'll be important in this one.
Steve Morton had been shot full in the face at close range with a double-barrel shotgun.
Get a close-up in that color, Eddie.
2 12-gauge shells can make quite a change in a guy's features.
Well, the boys are through, Lou. What do you make of it?
Somebody didn't like him.
Yeah, sure proved it.
Anybody around?
The wife and a fellow named Thompson. He's, he was Morton's attorney.
Where?
Library.
There?
Yep.
Come on. You talked to him?
Not much. The wife was in pretty bad shape. She found him, called homicide, then this attorney. She's, pretty hysterical.
She is, huh?
Well, maybe she loved him.
It happens, I hear.
Here we are. Yeah, that's her.
I didn't think it was the guy.
This is Lou Dana, Mrs. Morton.
I'm homicide, Mrs. Morton. Been assigned to cover this.
Oh, please, no more questions. I can't.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton. You want us to catch whoever murdered your husband, don't you?
I can't talk about it. I tell you, I can't.
Lieutenant Dana, I'm Everett Thompson. I'm Mrs. Morton's attorney.
That sounds nice.
Couldn't you possibly postpone any further interrogation of Mrs. Morton until she's had time to compose herself?
Sorry, first impressions are the most important. 10 minutes from now, she may not remember as clearly. Mrs. Morton, I'm sorry, but there are a few things I have to know.
Very well, I'll try.
Do you know who shot your husband?
No.
Do you suspect anyone?
No.
Where were you when it happened?
I told the other officers I'd been to a bridge party.
Witnesses?
Of course.
And when you came back,
I opened the door, stepped in the room, there, lying there on the floor. No, I can't. I can't.
She's terribly upset. I'll try and quiet her.
Yeah, try. You get the time she got home?
About 40 minutes ago.
How long has he been dead?
A good 2 hours.
Well, doesn't look as though we get much from her.
No. And she called Thompson. He got here after the first of the boys.
What you got there?
Oh, Miss Morton dropped her handkerchief when she ran out.
Oh, let me have it. I'll give it to her when I question her again.
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Hey. That's funny.
What?
Oh, wouldn't you say Mrs. Morton seemed pretty shaken?
Never saw anybody cry any harder. Why?
Her handkerchief, Dave. Feel it.
It's dry.
It sure is, Pappy. Sometimes the leads come fast. It looked like this was the time we'd stumbled onto something right off. I went back in the living room for another look at Morton. Nothing. He was just 10 minutes deader. The room was large, luxuriantly furnished. It was an exclusive neighborhood. It'd take dough. Morton had dough. But what's a corpse going to do with dough? A more pertinent question might be, what's a widow going to do with dough?
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
When did you get on speaking terms with Shakespeare?
Oh, I read a book.
Ever read one entitled The Care and Feeding of Rich Widows?
Oh, I could write that one.
Yeah. With your figure, writing it is about all you could do.
All right. You gonna try and break her with that dry hanky, I mean?
No, let's pretend we didn't find it. That way she may not have her guard up.
All right. You through with the leading man here?
Yeah, tell the boys to clean it up. I'm going to have a talk with the missus.
Right. Okay, boys. Take the morgue there, customer. Then get back to the lab and stop sifting.
Back at headquarters, I started putting the pieces together. There were 3 of them. A dead rich man, a young beautiful widow who cried dry tears, and a suave attorney. Put the pieces together, and they added up to homicide. There was only one thing wrong with the idea, and that was that that's all it was. Just an idea. I started out after information that would turn it into a fact. Dave.
Yes, Lou?
Have a check made on this guy, Everett Thompson.
Sure, Lou.
I want everything. Background, financial interests, friends.
Check.
Same thing on the deceased.
Background of financial interests, okay, but it's going to be a little hard to check on his friends. I don't know which place he went.
You got the build for a comedian, but not the brain. Past friends.
Okay, Lou, just kidding.
You got the names of the people Mrs. Morton says she was playing bridge with at the time of the killing?
Yeah, sure. Right here.
Leave them.
Am I going someplace?
You are.
Where?
Justice Court, Division 3. Ask the clerk if Everett Thompson was there yesterday at the time he said he was.
Anything else?
Just get back here as quick as you can. Then you can go with me to make a pinch.
Oh, you seem pretty sure.
I got a nose for these things. It's so pat. Motive, Thompson and the missus are in love. She inherits, and then they get married and live happily ever after. Only I'm afraid they're going to find it a little crowded in the electric chair.
Yeah, but, Lou, they both claim alibis.
I got a hunch that's where we'll find the hole in their plan. Now get going.
Right.
Now, let's see. Spangler, Edith, Mrs. George, Moody, Peters, Sandler, Simpson, Spangler, George, Hillbrook 716. Hello, Mrs. Spangler. Lou Dana, homicide. Do you know Mrs. Steve Morton? Yes, it is too bad. You know her then? Oh, I see. Was she at your home playing bridge yesterday? Oh? Well, what time did she leave? I see. There were other witnesses? I see. Thank you very much, Mrs. Spangler. Oh, yes, you've been a big help. You just helped my best idea into oblivion.
Oh, Lou, glad I caught you. Afraid you sent me on a wild goose chase, son.
I've been on one myself, Pappy. The season's open on wild goose chases.
Well, we've been where he goes before. Sorry to disappoint you, Lou, but Thompson was in court yesterday at the time he says.
And Mrs. Morton was playing bridge.
Well, looks like we maybe convicted those two a little premature.
It looks to me like we didn't convict him at all. Dana here. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, shoot. Oh, I see. Thanks a lot.
Anything?
The lab with the autopsy report?
Yeah.
Time of death, 3 p.m. Thompson was in court till 3:20, and Mrs. Morton was playing bridge till 4.
So we cross them off the list.
We tear up the list. They're the only ones on it.
And they're apparently as clean as Las Vegas tourists.
As the actual killers may be.
Meaning?
Sometimes the hand that points a gun is a long way from the finger that pulls the trigger, Pappy.
Now,
if
Lou...
those two didn't have something to do with that guy's death, then I've lost my instincts.
Cop and homicide without instinct?
I said if, Dave. And I haven't lost him. I've still got him. And I'll bet you my pension against Mrs. Morton's dry hanky that they're right. There's always something fishy about a killer's story. I had only a hunch, but it kept prodding me. I couldn't prove how, when, or why she and Thompson had wanted her husband dead, but I was sure they had. I decided to go ask her.
Well, Lieutenant, I hardly expected to see you again so soon.
It isn't a social call, Mrs. Morton.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Stick of gum, Mrs. Morton?
Gum? Certainly not, Lieutenant.
No, you wouldn't. Mind if I do?
If you must be gauche, go ahead.
I will. Helps me think.
What flavor do you chew, Lieutenant? Cyanide?
What's that mean?
I was just thinking. The kind of thoughts you think
come from the people I have to associate with.
I see.
A cop in homicide doesn't write poetry about birds and flowers, Mrs. Morton. He thinks more in terms of guns and blood, knives and wounds, rigor mortis, bodies on slabs in the morgue, and faces blasted from 2 barrels of a shotgun.
Please, stop it.
Why did you and Thompson kill your husband, Mrs. Morton?
Oh, you're despicable.
Thanks. Why, Mrs. Morton?
Lieutenant Dana, I didn't kill my husband. Neither did Everett. I loved my husband. I'm sorry you don't believe me.
I don't.
But I'm sure of one thing, Lieutenant. I don't have to submit to this sort of torture from you. Unless and until you're ready to charge me with murder. I don't have to see you again.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, okay. You'll see me again. She was right. She could refuse to answer any questions. She could deny any implication. She could mourn and weep for her dead husband. And she could insist that neither she nor Thompson were involved. But she couldn't make me believe it. The trouble was, I didn't have any way of making anybody believe me either.
Lou?
Yes, Dave, what?
Got something. Routine report on Morton.
Oh? What is it?
He was in trouble, Lou.
What kind of trouble?
Money.
Morton? Oh, I thought he was one of the idle rich.
Might have been idle, but not rich. Not anymore.
Explain.
Yeah. Income tax boys breathing down his neck. They were about to make a formal charge. Evasion. $600,000. Seems he'd been phonying up his returns for years.
And they were going to collect?
And not only that. According to this report, they were going to ask a stiff prison sentence as well.
How long?
10 years, anyway. And they'd have made it stick, too. Except somebody beat him to the punch.
600,000 and 10 years, huh?
Yeah. You know, maybe he wasn't so unlucky after all. Guy in that spot'd be better off dead.
Yeah.
Lou, you thought about the other angle?
Suicide? Oh, could be a motive, all right. But what about the gun? The guy doesn't shoot himself in the face with both barrels of a shotgun and then get rid of the gun before he dies. If Morton killed himself, which I doubt, somebody had to help him. No, Dane. I don't think Steve Morton wanted to die. I think... Wait a minute.
Idea, son?
Could be, Pappy. Could be. How long has Steve Morton been buried?
About 2 weeks. Why? Oh, what's on your mind, son?
Murder, Pappy. Murder. Hello, Dana. Give me the lab. Casey? Dana. Now listen, Casey. Could you still get prints off a 2-week-old corpse? You could? Good. Thanks.
Lou, you aren't thinking of...
I am. Get an order out to have Steve Morton's body exhumed. Get the lab boys to make prints. Then I want to have a look at him myself.
You're welcome.
You don't expect pleasant work in homicide. We only had Mrs. Morton's word for identification. I got a hunch that's not enough. Now get on it.
Okay, son, if you say so.
I say so. And Dave.
Yeah?
Don't let the boys from the press in on this. Let's keep it strictly inside the department, huh? The boys got busy with their grave digging, and I got busy on a fresh pack of gum and some more heavy thinking. I still had that hunch. I still felt Mrs. Morton was mixed up somehow. I went out to see her again. I got the kind of a fishy stare only an unwelcome guest can get from a well-trained butler who likes his job. I wore my nastiest disposition and discouraged him. Mrs. Morton came right down.
Lieutenant Dana, I thought you understood that I didn't wish to see you again.
I know, I'm a pest, huh?
If you've come to make more accusations, especially unfounded ones...
Did your husband drive a car, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly.
I want his driver's license.
What makes you think I'd have it, Lieutenant?
The way you apparently felt about him, I thought you'd probably keep his personal effects.
Yes, of course. But I don't believe I remember seeing his driver's license. I don't have it.
You don't have it, or you don't want me to see it?
Why shouldn't I want you to see it, Lieutenant?
Maybe because it'd have his fingerprints on it. Goodbye, Mrs. Morton. I went back to headquarters. The driver's license didn't worry me too much. There'd be prints somewheres of a guy as important as Steve Morton. Dave had the boys do a real fast job bringing in the body. They had it now on a slab in the morgue, and Dave and I went together for a look. Which one, Dave?
Right here.
Pull him out.
Yeah. Well?
The boys get his prints?
Yeah, that's all you wanted. Can I put him back now?
Wait a second. Dave.
Yeah.
Look. His hair.
Well,
Notice the color, Dave?
Yeah. Same as it was, black.
Look close.
Gray. Close to the scalp, it's gray.
It sure is.
Well, what does it mean?
It means we check his prints against every source, and most of all, we compare them with Steve Morton's. Steve Morton, it turned out, had a government job during the war. The federal boys cooperated, and we got a copy of his prints in a hurry. The guy in the morgue was wearing a different set. The hunch was becoming a reality. At first, I was sure Cynthia Morton had murdered her husband. Now I was sure she hadn't. Matter of fact, I was beginning to think nobody had. We'd need some more routine to be sure. Give me the lab. Dana here. Listen. I want you guys to sketch a reconstructed face for the guy we got in the morgue. Yeah. And then a physical description. Weight, height, eyes, and so on. Yeah, as near as you can come to what he looked like alive, except for one thing. Give him gray hair. Thanks. Dave. Dave.
Yeah, Lou?
In here quick, huh?
Okay.
Good old routine, the cop's best friend. It always pays dividends. Sometimes you gotta have a hunch to get it rolling, but in the end, it's the routine that pays off.
What's up, Lou?
I'm having the boys make a sketch of a face to go on the guy in the morgue. As soon as it's finished, run a check with the missing persons.
What am I supposed to be looking for?
A name to fit the body we got on the slab. And the boys ran off the sketch. He's a pretty good-looking guy, maybe in his 50s, strong chin, large nose, iron gray hair. Of course, anything, even a sketch, would look better than he did after taking that blast in the face. I went to show Mrs. Morton my sketch.
Well, Lieutenant Dana, how unpleasant meeting you again.
You're pretty rude.
Don't you like competition?
I don't mind. You don't win friends in homicide, but then you don't particularly care for the people you meet.
Something special on your mind, Lieutenant.
Your age.
Well...
You heard me, your age.
34.
Ah, you look older.
Now listen,
Nervous strain, maybe. Do you dye your hair, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly not.
How about your late husband? Did he dye his?
No.
Mind taking a look at this? It's a pencil sketch of a guy. Know him?
No. Why?
You should. He's using your old man's coffin. That is, he was, till we dug him up. Where is he, Mrs. Morton?
I haven't anything further to say to you.
Rather say it to the DA?
You can't bring any charge against me. I've done nothing.
Ever hear of an accomplice or concealing a criminal, obstructing justice? Stiff sentences with all of them. Maybe even the chair for the first. And that's real hard on a beautiful woman. Like to tell me where he is? The best you can get now is a light rap for turning state's evidence. And the worst? The chair. Just tell me where he is. Make it easier. We'll find him anyhow, and this'll be quicker and easier for you, too. Well, Mrs. Morton?
Suffolk. It's an apartment hotel. 2200 block out on Canyon Road.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, get your hat. I'll drop you off at the jail on my way. Steve Morton had dyed his hair all right, red. He'd be wearing glasses, too, and he'd have a mustache and be going by the name of Fred Carter. I found out about these things on the way to headquarters from his wife. I booked her on suspicion of murder and then drove out looking for the guy we thought we'd already buried. It was one of those small places in a residential district that tries hard to look like a home. But business wins in the end, and the neon sign spoils the approach. There was a guy on duty behind the desk. Mr. Carter in?
Oh, you startled me. Mr. Carter, yes. Whom shall I say?
Don't. What room?
I'm sorry, unless I can announce you. I'm afraid that
Dana, homicide. Murder.
Yes.
What room?
214. The elevator... you run it yourself.
I can manage. Just keep quiet. The hall was dimly lit. I would have liked more light, but I didn't have a choice. 214 was close to the elevator. That part I did like. Mr. Carter wouldn't be expecting company.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Carter. Last time I met you, you were dead.
I don't believe I understand.
Maybe you'd understand better if I said Morton. Steve Morton.
Who are you?
Lou Dana.
I never heard of you.
You'll wish you never had. I'm homicide. I overplayed my hand. Morton slammed the door in my face. The night latch was on. I gave it the shoulder. It didn't splinter like they do in the movies. I thought, if I was a trapped killer, what would I do? I figured the fire escape. There was an alcove 20 feet down the hall. I took a chance. The window at the end opened onto the fire escape. I looked out. I was right. He was on it. It didn't seem like a good idea to stick my head out again. I peeked. He was still there. I'm coming out, Morton. That means you'll have first shot. But if you miss, I'll have the second shot. I think you'll miss. But you know I won't miss, don't you, Morton? Cops learn to shoot. We go to school, go to the pistol range to practice. We shoot straight, Morton. Remember, if you take first shot, I take second. Okay? I'm coming. Real smart, Morton. You'd have come out second best. Okay. Let's go to headquarters. How they doing, Dave?
The dame won't talk, and the guy is screaming for his lawyer.
72 hours before we have to book him. Get him in my office, Dave.
Okay, Lou.
I could have written my report without them, but it looked better on the record if I had their stories on it. I was thinking. It was funny. First time I ever had to track down a corpse for his own murder. Dave brought in the corpse, alive and kicking.
You can't do this. I demand to see my attorney.
Relax, Morton. Killers don't demand things here.
You have no proof. It's only guessing. Wild guessing.
Want to hear how wild?
Yeah, Lou, tell him.
It's too easy. It wouldn't have been. You might have made it except for that dry hanky.
Dry hanky?
Yeah. Your wife was real broken up about your death. She really threw the weeps. Trouble was, there weren't any tears. She dropped her handkerchief. It was dry. From then on, I knew it was a phony. Just a matter then of proving how and why.
And you think you have?
Sure. Here's a report from missing persons. Man by the name of William Forbes disappeared from his home and job about 4 weeks ago. It's a funny thing. He was about your size, height, and weight. Of course, his hair was gray, but that was easy to fix. And you know something, Morton? His fingerprints fit the guy you picked for your stand-in.
And I suppose this person just agreed to all this?
Well, I got a theory about that. You got an attractive wife, Morton. After you'd picked him for size and shape, it'd be easy for her to lure him to your house.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant.
I don't know how you got him to dye his hair, but when we exhumed his body, we found it was gray at the roots.
Is that all?
No. One more thing. You're in deep on an income tax rap. Straightening it up would break you as well as get you 10 years. So you get this guy Forbes in your house, shoot him full in the face with a shotgun. That fixes it so nobody can tell it isn't you. You take the gun and hide out. That makes catching the killer tough. On account of we're looking for the same guy that's supposed to be dead.
And just why do I do all this?
Because you carry a real nice insurance policy. Mrs. Morton's the beneficiary. When things simmer down, you and she can live nicely as Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Well, Morton, like to tell us where the gun is?
I'm not talking until I see my attorney.
Okay, Dave. Take them both down and book them on a charge of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
Feeling bad, Mrs. Morton? Well, what do you know? This time the tears are wet. Attention to detail. That's what catches killers. And lack of it, that's what trips them up. Morton and his wife had fixed up a real cute plan. The trouble was, neither one of them had thought about a dry hanky. Funny how a little game of drop the handkerchief can make the difference between freedom and a chair. Of course, no killer gives the cops credit for being smarter than he is. That's because a killer has an incurable conceit. Yeah, a guy has to think an awful lot of himself to kill another man, especially to shoot him in the face with a shotgun. It'd be a long time before I'd get rid of that memory. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was written and directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective.
The people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton Motor Oil Union Oil Company present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. As the great clouds of fog roll in, the tall buildings of the San Francisco skyline gradually become giant bulwarks in the mist. Most businessmen are at dinner now in the world-famous restaurants of the city. But the light shining in a window of the Russ building shows that Private Detective Michael Shayne is an exception. As he struggles with the necktie he's going to wear this evening, he munches a sandwich brought to him by lovely Phyllis Knight.
Hey, Phil.
Yes?
Here, help me with this tie, Angel, will you? I can't do a thing with it.
Why do I have to work for a detective? If you were anybody else in San Francisco, your tie would be tied, and we'd be at dinner at Jack's or Vanessi's or Lupo's or... Oh, let me at that tie.
Now, Angel, you know very well I said I'd take you to dinner, but you want to make the first act at the Geary, and... Hey, just a minute, honey, just a minute. Make the knot a little tighter, will you, please?
Glad to. This, my uncultured employer, is the fashionable way to tie a tie. It's known as the Windsor knot.
Oh, yeah? Well, make mine smaller anyhow.
Oh.
I'm not a member of your artist colony yet.
All right. How's that? Better?
Oh, that's perfect, Angel. Like you.
Oh. Do you know how long it is since you said something nice like that?
Well, not to change the subject, but that letter on your desk. Who's it from?
Which one?
Oh, the one written with the very fancy hand.
Oh, that. It's from some poet who wants my opinion of his work. I've never heard of him before.
So you're still the uncrowned queen of the artist, aren't you? How is his poetry?
Well, confidentially, it's... No, don't answer it, Mike, please.
It might be important, Angel.
Well, that's just it. We'll miss the play, Mike, and you promised
I'm
me.
sorry, Angel. Hello?
That's you, Mike?
Oh, yeah. What's new, Inspector?
Oh, no, the inspector.
What do you know about a guy named Van Allen Haven?
Oh, nothing. Why?
I'm out on a case. He's a murder suspect.
I see. So you just naturally assumed that I knew him.
No, not quite. There's a note on his desk. It says Phyllis Knight, Russ Building, San Francisco.
Oh? What did you say his name was?
Van Allen Haven.
Oh, that's quite a name. Just a minute. Say, honey, did you ever hear of a guy called Van Allen Haven?
Yeah, certainly. He's the poet that wrote that letter.
Oh, that accounts for it. Inspector, we don't know him, but he wrote to Phil for a criticism of his poems. Say, maybe we'd better drop over.
Oh, my.
You're sure you don't know more than you're telling me, Mike?
Well, sure, I'm sure. We never met the guy, but he wrote to Phil. You know, she's got a rep in those poetry circles.
Okay. Come on over. It's that apartment house at Leavenworth and Jewel. It's on Russian Hill.
I'll be right there. Well, come on, Angel. Let's go see how the other half kill. Well, here we are, right on top of Russian Hill.
Yeah, the view's almost as good as from your apartment, Mike.
But different, Angel. Well, come on. Let's see what the fuss is all about.
3 guesses which building it is.
Yeah. Gee, looks like the whole police force is out.
Hi there, Mike.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
Hi. Go right in.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. The inspector inside?
Yes, sir. He's expecting you. And Miss Knight.
Hello, Sergeant.
Okay, Doc, you can have the body removed anytime. I'm through with it now. Oh, there you are, kids. What kept you?
Well, Mike had trouble with his necktie, Inspector. You know, as far as ties are concerned, he's still living in the Middle Ages.
Oh, don't mind her. She's prejudiced.
Well, come on, kids. We got a lot to do.
Okay, Inspector, okay. Give us a quick rundown.
Look over there at the foot of the stairs. The corpse you see all huddled up is what's left of Robert Freeman. Know him?
No.
I didn't think you would.
What happened to him, Inspector?
Coroner says he was shot in the back while coming down these stairs. He died instantly and fell to the bottom.
Any suspects?
It's an apartment house, Mike. Theoretically, everybody in the building is a suspect. We sent them all back to their own apartments, and we'll question them there.
How about the gun?
So far, we haven't found a thing.
Well, anyone here report the incident?
Yeah, one of the tenants, Miss Rambo, phoned us. I got right over.
Well, what's your opinion, Inspector?
Well, Phil, from the angle at which the bullet entered the body, the killer must have been standing at the head of the stairs. I assume he or she then stepped back into an apartment after firing.
Probably into a front apartment.
Look at the top of the staircase now. You see those 2 doors?
Yeah?
The occupants of both those apartments would have had a better chance to get out of sight after the killing.
I see.
Who lives in them, Inspector?
Well, Phil, here's the list. The one on the right is listed to the deceased and his wife. The left one, let's see. Joseph Bauer, pianist.
May I see that list, Inspector?
Yeah, here, Mike.
Where did the gal live who reported the killing, Mike?
It shows Elaine Rambo on the first floor.
That's right.
Jones, Schmidt, Haven. Oh, here's Van Allen Haven. Lives on the main floor, too.
Yeah, right across from the base of the stairs where we found the body.
And it was in his apartment that you found the note with my name on it.
Yeah, and he's really a poet, all right. Never stops reciting his stuff.
Really? Is he any good?
You can't prove it by me, Phil.
Oh.
Well, come on, let's have a look at these apartments upstairs, Inspector.
Okay, come on, fellas.
Let's try the two at the head of the stairs first.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind, Mike.
Not much of an apartment house, is it?
No.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, look at these dirty stairs. Dust, sawdust, everything.
Yeah. Hey, where's the piano music coming from?
Seems to be the one on the left.
Yeah, that's listed to a pianist, isn't it?
Yeah, Joseph Bauer. And here it is. Pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, and pretty excited, too.
What do you mean, Phil?
Well, I'm no expert, but even I can play Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C-sharp minor without missing that G-sharp note every time, you know.
You must be a callous sort of guy. Anybody who'd play piano right after a murder.
I guess he didn't hear us, Mike.
Mike, look at the crack under the door. There's no light.
Well, he must have cat's eyes to play in the dark.
Well, he's apparently going to ignore us. Let's try the door, Mike.
Hide. It's pitch black.
Can't seem to find the light switch.
You won't find it over there.
Who are you?
Do not reach for your gun. I've taken the precaution of having my own cover the three of you.
You can't get away with this.
I appear to be at present, do I not? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bauer, Joseph Bauer. And you are...
Inspector of Homicide.
Your credentials, please?
Look, you. Aren't you a little silly playing games in the dark? You couldn't see my badge if I showed it to you.
Try it and see, Inspector.
Here it is, Owl Eyes.
Yes, I can see it plainly. Thank you. I'll turn on the lights.
All right. Let me have that gun.
I have no gun, my friend. But I must take every precaution, especially when I hold such information as I do about the Freeman murder.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. The body of Robert Freeman was discovered at the foot of a staircase in his apartment house. He was shot in the back, apparently from the second-floor landing. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have started interviewing the tenants on the second floor, and we find them now with an eccentric pianist called Joseph Bauer.
All right. Out with it, Bauer. What information do you have about the killing?
I will tell you, but you must promise to protect me from any revenge on the part of the murderer.
No harm will come to you.
You can trust the inspector, Mr. Bauer.
You understand that a man in my position has to be careful. There are many who are envious of my great talent.
Yes, Bauer. The information.
When I saw Robert Freeman lying dead, I knew he had been killed by Mrs. Freeman.
By Mrs. Freeman? Why?
The deceased and his widow had been arguing.
Is that all?
Is this not a revelation to you?
Oh, for heaven.
How do you know, Bauer?
I was practicing this afternoon, and I heard them talking. You know, I sometimes practice for many hours in one day.
You were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, I was playing the piano, and I heard their voices, quietly at first, and then they became louder and more violent.
Could you make out what they were saying?
Not at first, but as they grew louder, I heard Mrs. Freeman say, "If you don't stop, I'll kill you both."
Kill you both? Do you know who she meant by both?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Bauer, where were you when Freeman was killed?
I was a block or so away. I'd gone out to buy some cigarettes. When I entered the building, I saw everyone gathered around the body.
Anyone see you come in the building?
There was quite a crowd when I arrived. I don't know if I was noticed or not.
All right, Bauer. I want you to remain in your apartment. We may want to question you again later.
Say, Phil, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, I'm just looking at Mr. Bauer's telephone pad. What do these represent, Mr. Bauer?
Nothing. I often scribble when I'm on the telephone.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the initials E.R.
It is nothing of the kind. I'm what you call a doodler. Nothing more.
Okay, Inspector. You ready?
Yeah, Mike.
And now, if you do not object, I'll go on with my music.
That's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, do not stop, my goodly friend.
Play your music to the end.
Ah, Mr. Haven, I'm delighted to see you. Permit me to introduce one of the foremost poets in the country, Mr. Van Allen Haven, Inspector of Homicide, and I assume his assistant.
Miss Knight and Mr. Shayne.
How do you do?
Hello.
Have I the honor of addressing Miss Phyllis Knight, who has assisted so many an artist in his plight?
Oh, that's charming. I did receive a letter from you, Mr. Haven.
What a happy happenstance meeting you this way. You read my poem?
Not yet, Mr. Haven, I'm sorry.
Mr. Haven, you live on the first floor?
Yes. Right over there you will find my lair.
The first apartment across the stair?
Oh, quite, Inspector, quite.
Where were you when the murder occurred?
Composing verse in my abode. I always say, for every man some troubles lurk, unless he's busy in his work.
Did you hear the shot?
Ah, yes, I did. The fatal shot.
You went into the hall at once?
Sir, I write poetry. I do not have the heart of lions like my heroes. I but opened the door barely ajar and peeked out. When the crowd gathered, I walked boldly forward.
Yes, Mr. Haven, you knew the deceased?
No. Some months ago, however, I permitted him to read some of my poetry. He didn't like it.
I see.
I wonder if you'd let us use your apartment as a sort of headquarters while we're here. We have to conduct a little investigation, and your apartment would be handy, you see.
My good Inspector, say no more. My place is yours, however poor.
Well, thank you.
Here's the key. And since Mr. Bauer's music brought me to this room, I think I'll stay for a while, if you will play.
Certainly, Mr. Haven.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Well, Inspector, what do you think of our two geniuses?
Yes, me, they're crazy as loons.
That Haven character. I've never heard such poetry in my life.
Well, I think we'd better see Mrs. Freeman now and get her story.
Say, Inspector, why don't you have this Miss Rambo here at the same time?
Not while we're questioning Mrs. Freeman, Mike.
Well, I have a reason. Look, Inspector, since the deceased was shot in the back as he was going downstairs, the murderer must have been standing behind him on the stairs or at the head of the staircase.
Well?
I see. With Mrs. Freeman at the top and Miss Rambo at the bottom, one of them must have seen the murderer.
Right.
Unless one of them is lying.
Well, that's why I think it would be interesting to have them both here to check each other's stories.
All right, Mike. We'll try it. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring down Mrs. Freeman and Miss Rambo.
Right.
Hey, what are you two up to over there?
Say, did you see these?
What are they?
Well, they're miniatures, Inspector.
Huh?
Look at them. Handmade carvings of all sorts of things.
No end to Van Allen Haven's talents, huh? What do you make them out of?
Well, some of it's balsa. Some is heavier. Looks like teak.
Yeah. Here's one of Fisherman's Wharf, complete with boats, sidewalk vendors, and everything.
And look at these tools. Everything from a brace and bit
Say, wait a minute, Inspector. Huh? You notice anything unusual about this?
No, except they're small tools, neatly arranged.
Yeah, all but the brace and bit.
That's just what I mean. Each tool is in its place in that wall bracket except this one brace and bit.
Yes, Haven is too neat and precise to leave a tool like that lying carelessly about. You know, it could fall and break the bit.
Unless he'd used it and was in a rush. Oh, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Not necessarily, no, but I just...
Come in.
Miss Rambo and Mrs. Freeman, Inspector.
All right, Sergeant. Please sit down, ladies. This is Mr. Shayne and Miss Knight. Mrs. Freeman, Miss Rambo.
How do you do?
Hi.
Now, Mrs. Freeman, we'll start with you. Will you please tell us just what happened?
Well, I'll try. It's been a terrible shock.
I understand.
Well, Bob came home late, as usual. I was reading in bed. He sat on the bed, and we talked for a while. Then the doorbell rang, and Bob went down to answer it.
Mrs. Freeman, you mean your husband left the apartment?
Yes. At this time of night, the door downstairs is locked, and you have to go right down to admit anyone.
I see. And then?
Then I heard the shot. I ran out to the head of the stairs and saw Bob lying at the bottom. He was all in a heap.
And then what happened?
And the others started coming out of their apartments.
Whom do you mean by the others, Mrs. Freeman? Just exactly who did you see first?
What? Miss Rambo appeared at the bottom first, I believe.
That's right. I saw you at the top right after the shot was fired.
Then who came out?
Well, I think Mr. Haven came out of his apartment next.
How about the pianist, Mr. Bauer? Did you see him?
Yes. Yes, he was there, too, I believe.
Did he enter the building?
Well, he may have. I didn't notice.
Now, look, Mrs. Freeman, this is important. You saw all these people on the first floor?
Yes.
None of them came from the second floor and passed you?
No. It was several minutes later before anyone came out of their apartments upstairs.
Now, Miss Rambo, I believe you were the one who called the police.
Yeah, I seen nobody else was going to do nothing, so I took over. I just dialed O and said, give me the cops.
When did you do this? As soon as you heard the shot?
No, when I heard the shot, I hot-footed out of my joint as fast as I could. Then I seen Freeman lying there and Mrs. Freeman standing upstairs.
Did you see anyone else? Anyone at all?
No.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, the next guy to show was Haven, who come running out of his apartment.
And then?
Well, then a lot of people started showing up from all the apartments.
Did you see anyone upstairs except Mrs. Freeman?
No, not at first.
Was there anyone else on the staircase or inside at all when you first ran out?
No.
Mrs. Freeman, we have testimony that you and your husband had been arguing. The fact that you threatened to kill him. Is that true?
Well, I may have said something like that, Inspector. But I didn't mean it. I loved Bob.
Then will you tell us why you were arguing?
Bob had been staying away from home often.
Uh-huh.
He said he was working, but I knew it wasn't true.
Do you know whom he was seeing, Mrs. Freeman?
Yes.
It'll be better if you tell us.
No, I can't.
She's a showgirl, Mrs. Freeman, isn't she?
But
She lives in this building. As a matter of fact, she's in this room right now. It's Elaine Rambo, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Well, kids, it's just too simple.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Well, if the bullet was fired from upstairs and all the suspects except Mrs. Freeman were downstairs, it leaves only her, doesn't it?
Yeah. And her husband being in love with Elaine Rambo supplies the motive.
But you don't believe she did it, Inspector, do you?
No, Mike? I don't think she did.
Neither do I.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you two. You know, we aren't getting anyplace. If everybody but Mrs. Freeman is in the clear, and you don't believe she did it, well, we're up against a stone wall.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, maybe not. Now, look. Here are two women. One at the head of the staircase and one at the bottom. Between them, a man is shot as he comes down the stairs. Now, if Mrs. Freeman had done it, Miss Rambo would have seen the gun. And Rambo couldn't have done it, or the bullet would have entered the body from the front.
So?
So the bullet must have been fired from some other point.
Mike, you're right. Come on, kids. This calls for an examination of the staircase.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in a few moments. Robert Freeman has been murdered on the interior stairway of his apartment house. As we rejoin Mike, Phil, and the inspector, they're examining the staircase, with Mike and Phil on one end and the inspector on the other.
You find anything up at your end, Inspector?
Not yet, Mike. You?
No.
You two certainly look cute, bending over and tapping those stairs.
Well, you look kind of cute yourself, Angel.
Mike, Phil, I'll come up here.
What'd you find?
What is it? Would you find anything?
Look at this step.
Huh?
Right there.
Two holes. Both plugged up.
Yeah. Here, wait a minute. I've got long fingernails. Let me try to get them out.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Yeah. It's no use. They're in too solid.
Well, here, let me try to push them in.
Here's my penknife. Use it, Mike.
Okay. There. Well, I guess we know where they landed.
In the closet under the staircase. Come on.
Yeah. That's where all the sawdust you noticed came from, Phil.
Yeah?
Be careful, be careful. Here, I'll open it.
There are the plugs and two shafts of light made by those two holes.
Yeah. They were bored in the riser of the step, about halfway between the two floors.
Yeah, but why two holes?
One to see through and one to shoot through when the victim was in range.
So the murderer rang Freeman's doorbell from downstairs, as Mrs. Freeman said, then waited in the closet for him to come down. When he got about halfway down the stairs, he was in range of this hole, and he got it in the back. Then the killer plugged the holes and waited for a crowd to gather. When it did, he slipped quietly out of the closet.
And joined the crowd. Well, that's the way it happened, all right.
Okay, Mike. Now we know how it was done, but we're not sure who did it.
No, and our picture has changed completely, too. Before, we thought that everyone on the main floor was innocent, and now...
Now they're the ones who could have done it, and Mrs. Freeman is the only one who couldn't possibly have done it.
Right. All right. Now, who have we got? Joseph Bauer, Van Allen Haven, and Elaine Rambo.
No, I think we can eliminate Elaine Rambo, Inspector. If she and Freeman were seeing each other, she'd have no reason to kill him. Besides, I can't see any woman boring holes in the staircase to kill a man.
No, but you could see a man doing it, couldn't you?
Yeah. A man handy with tools. And that would account for his leaving the brace and bit around.
Yes, but you'd never get a conviction on that little evidence.
No, you're right, Mike. It's not enough. We're stymied.
Sounds like Mr. Bauer is stymied, too. And by Mr. Rachmaninoff.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, he can't be deliberately trying to miss that G-sharp note. No, it doesn't make sense. He plays too well.
Huh? Say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look, Inspector.
What?
Let's try this, huh? We'll switch off all the lights. Have Mrs. Freeman stand where she did at the top of the stairs. Have Elaine Rambo stand at the bottom. Have Bauer at his piano. And have Haven bring his brace and bit. I've got a hunch we'll get ourselves a nice little confession. Oh, that's beautiful, Mr. Bowers. Beautiful. But right now, I would like to hear you play the C-sharp minor.
See? The Rachmaninoff?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Oh, but
Play it, Mr. Bauer, or Miss Knight will.
Very well.
Often play the piano in the dark, don't you, Mr. Bauer? Like you were when we first interrupted you.
I need no light to see music.
That's right. But you do need light to see sawdust. Switch on the lights, Inspector. You see, Mr. Bauer? After killing Freeman and leaving the crowd that gathered around his body, you returned here and began playing in the dark. But you didn't notice the sawdust fall from your sleeve into the keyboard. Most of it right under this G-sharp, which doesn't play, as Phil pointed out.
That's not true.
When Phyllis found the scribbling on your phone pad, your hand had been tipped already, Mr. Bauer. This just clinches it.
It's not true. I tell you, it's not true.
Bauer, you're a dead duck. Would you like to go down to headquarters and have the sawdust under your fingernails analyzed? We both know they'd match the sawdust on Haven's brace and bit over there. Why don't you give up?
All right, I did it.
Well, Inspector, I guess there won't be any problem about satisfying the DA, will there?
Michael. You think we could still catch the last act of the Geary?
Oh, could be. But it would take a couple of detectives to figure out what we've missed.
What's the matter with us? Seriously, Mike, there are just two things I can't figure out. First, why didn't Bauer fix that key on the piano?
Well, he didn't have time, Angel. You get sawdust underneath a key, and you've got to practically tear the keyboard apart to get at it.
Well, that's right. Secondly, why did Bauer kill Freeman?
Well, Angel, Bauer was in love with Elaine Rambo. He knew she was seeing Freeman, so in his distorted imagination, he figured that getting rid of Freeman would give him a better chance.
Oh, so when I found the initials ER on his telephone pad, you realized that they stood for Elaine Rambo.
Yep. You see, darling, he just couldn't get her off his mind.
just like you can't get me off your mind. Huh?
Yes, Angel. Just like.
For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Michael Shayne, private detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. The sergeant was played by Charlie Lund. Tonight's story was written by Robert Webster Light and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. And this is Ben Alexander saying good night for the people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients, and always by the same route: unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with on the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round, and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess. And Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Brogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames. Here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue?
No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talked too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse parlay and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Well, honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it. I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remembered that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. But you hurry back.
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue. Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You got to come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever, because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, Homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this. What are you doing here, Rogue?
Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me.
Who's paying you?
The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. We're going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue. You might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the Alibi Master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but you can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance, for no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I had a little dough riding on Prevaricator 7th today when I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? Oh. This is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Rogue?
Yes, I'm afraid you made two of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there, shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rogue?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. You know, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis, I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life for his business, it amounts to a victory.
which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person. You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road, and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smashed watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit. Turn that wheel. Give me that wheel, Curtis.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then... then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Hello, Chief. You had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. Than me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Igor? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Urban. He killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like you might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot, put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer, like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later, which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve. So I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying, a fool and his money is some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time Rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, transcribed with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
It's October's passing on Broadway, the time that drifts down into winter. And now there's the wind, the searching wind, the one that puffs around corners and gathers itself into squalls, rushes into doorways and down alleys looking for what the world has left behind. And it fingers its way against the buildings, drifts again, wraps newspapers around hurrying feet, and collars are turned up against it, and the season for stray hats spinning across Times Square is at hand. Autumn song. Wind and beauty on a Manhattan corner. It's yours. And where I was, in Detective Muggavan, ground floor apartment on 9th Avenue, the wind had spilled in from the street through open door and window, had spilled in, had carried away death, had caused a flurry.
And this is what big men like you do for a living.
Sometimes bigger fellas than us. Why don't you just try to take it easy, Mrs. Holland? Just lie there.
Take it easy.
That's right.
Want to run it down for me, Muggavan?
Sure. Old story. Lady stuck her head in the oven. Didn't you, lady?
Got a suggestion for you.
Or did someone beat you up and put your head in the oven for you?
Suggestion's got your head in it. And the oven. And the gas.
How'd you get these bruises, Mrs. Holland?
Oh,
Someone tried to kill you, like Detective Muggavan said? Or did you try to kill yourself? Okay, Muggavan.
Well, lady across the hall came banging on the door to return a pot. Kept banging, knew Mrs. Holland was home. Put her eye to the keyhole, smelled gas, her nose not being far away.
How'd you get in?
A little fellow lives upstairs, couldn't kick in the door, so he took it off the hinges. Lady across the hall got the fire department, called us. Little fellow upstairs put the door back on the hinges. You try to kill yourself, lady?
in France they say, "Ce n'est la mort." Among other things, that's the very words they use when wishing that one should drop dead.
Now, think of the advantages you've had, lady. All this education and all, someone comes along and bruises you up and turns on the gas. Who did all that?
The gist of the conversation is you should drop...
Who let you in, mister?
Ruth.
Who are you?
The cop outside said to go in. Ruth, you
Hi,
have...
Glenn. Hi. Hi-ho, and a big locomotive.
Why did the officer tell you to come in here?
Ruth,
you... Come on. Who are you, mister? Glenn who?
Gilbert. Glenn Gilbert.
It was a great big firecracker for Glenn Gilbert. Remember, sweetie?
Where's your husband? Why isn't he here?
Remember, sweetie?
This husband business is another one she won't answer, Danny.
Sweetie. Sweetie, Glenn.
Doctors?
Come and gone.
Will you listen to me?
What?
Don't worry about anything.
What would he have to worry about?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Attaboy.
You're okay then, huh?
Attaboy.
You ready, Mr. Gilbert?
What for?
Talk.
What for?
You're a real doll, aren't you, Mr. Gilbert?
What do you mean, talk? What do you want me to talk for?
As far as we know, this has been attempted murder.
You attempt anything like that, Mr. Gilbert?
Glenn.
What?
I'm okay.
You're sure now?
I'm okay. Just tell them...
I know what to tell them. Which one of you? Come on.
Stay here with her, Marilyn.
Mm-hmm.
Outside. You don't mind, do you?
Don't like always, huh?
I'm not dressed for it.
Yeah. Okay. Outside.
Listen.
Yeah?
I don't want to be a snob. I just don't like hallways. They're cheapening. Know what I mean? No? Doesn't matter.
Listen, Ruth and I went to college together. All that college talk in there, boola stuff, the locomotive.
Okay. You went to college together. Now she's married and...
And I break in very concerned.
That's right.
We went to college together. Convertibles, frats, sororities, smart places to hide the cribs, all the rah-rah things. Boyfriend, girlfriend.
You're going to get married?
Let me tell you something.
Okay. A cigarette? Light? Let you tell me what?
She's not that dame you saw in that crummy apartment.
Oh?
Cashmere sweaters and tweed skirts and the fanciest gowns on the campus. That used to be Ruthie. Not that dame you saw in that crummy apartment.
What happened?
She married a bum.
Oh, you know him?
I just heard.
And what are you doing here?
I'm up from Pittsburgh. Make my home there now. Yesterday I looked up Ruth. We spent an hour or so remembering.
That's not the question. I asked you what you're doing here tonight.
I am going back to Pittsburgh. That's all.
And you dropped in to say goodbye.
That's all.
All right, let's go back. What did Mrs. Holland mean when she said you'd nothing to worry about?
How do I know?
Kill yourself.
I didn't say that.
Now, close the door, will you? Oh, hello, Danny.
Who's this?
Look, Buster.
You drifted in while you were outside.
Look, Buster.
Yeah?
You sober, Paul?
Sure I'm sober.
Gentlemen, this is my sober husband, Paul.
Margavan.
Yeah?
Get Mr. Gilbert's address, huh?
Ruxton Plaza.
Mm-hmm. Out of towner?
I told your friend.
Don't go back to Pittsburgh, Mr. Gilbert. Stick around your hotel.
Good night, Mr. Gilbert.
Okay. Look, now, what is this?
My sober husband. Husband,
I'll handle it, honey.
how'd your deal make out, honey? Honey, how'd your deal make out? I'm interested in knowing. Tres, muy, mucho.
I've been getting that foreign talk, Danny. Hey, tell Lieutenant what you told me in Spanish, Mrs. Holland.
Husband, honey, the deal
Oh,
fell through, huh?
look, you see...
Oh, that Officer Adler, he's a good man to leave on the door, isn't he, Danny? Let's everybody...
Open it.
Just tell me one thing. That's all I want to know.
Ma'am?
Ruth, are you all right? That's all I want to know.
There have been days, boys, but this is the day. Hi, Mom.
Are you all right?
Mom, I want you to meet my husband. Paul, this is your new mother, Mrs. Stella Wallace. As a ma, you've had her for 6 years, Paul, but you've never met her before, and... Well, there she is.
Hi.
Say hello to your son-in-law, Ma. And tell us how come you're here.
At one time or another, you must have told one of your neighbors who you were. Who you used to be. I got a phone call.
And you came running?
What happened?
What difference does it make? 6 years.
We don't know whether your
finally...
daughter tried to commit suicide or someone tried to murder her. You're not paying attention.
Police is just what we don't need. Myron. Listen, Myron, get down here. My daughter's in trouble. Yes, my daughter. Trouble a big lawyer like you can earn his retainer on. Now get down here. 1212 9th Avenue. Right away, Myron. No talk.
And Mrs. Wallace took over.
Dr. Bigley, this is Stella Wallace, and don't ask me any questions. Just write down 1212 9th Avenue and get down here right away.
Doctors and lawyers, and names prominent on rosters of people to know. And in a little while, the filled room, and instructions received that Ruth Holland was released in the custody of her mother, very socially and civically prominent, pending further questioning. So leave there, home now, and sleep, and be glad. And the alarm clock always rings 2 minutes of the dream. And new day, and headquarters, office, detail, routine. New day becomes half a day old, grows older, is late afternoon, then evening. And detail keeps you past then, is after 10.
Danny?
Come on in. Sit down.
Yeah. Going home soon?
Soon.
You know what I think?
About what?
About yesterday, about Ruth Holland.
Huh?
You know what I think? I think somebody laced her up good in a bar brawl. Her husband, Paul, maybe. She went home, tried to kill herself. Loaded, probably. That's what I think. What do you think?
I think I'd like to talk to her. I think as soon as the court order says so...
I'll get it. Lieutenant Clover's office, Detective Mugman speaking. Yeah? Who? I'll say that again. Yeah. Okay. Danny?
What's the matter?
I told you what I think. Now tell me what you think.
I said, what's the matter?
Homicide in Central Park, Paul Holland.
What?
Paul Holland. Found shot to death in Central Park. Murdered, Danny. Now you know what's the matter.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. In about a week's time, 6 new plays opened along Broadway. And this Friday night, Stage Struck rounds them all up in one big broadcast. You'll meet Janet Blair, the star, and F. Hugh Herbert, the author of A Girl Can Tell. You'll get the inside stories on Gently Sea Does, Sherlock Holmes, The Trip to Bountiful, and the Solid Gold Cadillac. All on this Friday night, when your host Mike Wallace gives you the chance to be stage struck on most of these same CBS radio stations.
The light of the morning touches Broadway's shoulder softly and with chill, breaks the clinch that held it together in the night. And this is the waking and the wonder, the search and category of night memories. Time to rise, to shine, to pace the chill room, to hold the head in the hands. And morning mist to dissolve the stains of autumn nighttime. And from a place from across the river, the last cry of night, first shriek of morning, claw of whistle, percussion of bell, steel hammer electrically tripped. A million clocks sounding the alarm. So kick the regret into a corner and turn out the lights. A new day has dawned. And at headquarters from Sergeant Gino Tartaglia, the greeting.
Good morning, Danny.
And the offering.
A pot java, Danny, from the commissary. A paper cup. A wooden spoon. 1 lump or 2.
Well, I'll do it myself, Gino, thanks.
No trouble, gladly.
Gino,
Very well. In one of these mornings, I'm going to say a thing or two to that Officer Kobransky. The remarks he passes.
Oh? Officer Kobransky passes remarks?
Just because I insist the pot java for Danny Clover be fresh and to a boil, and if he don't mind, I'll wait, thank you. Kobransky comes up with witticisms.
Oh.
On second thought, I think my strategy with Officer Kobransky should be to ignore.
I would if I were you, Gino.
Thank you. That Kobransky needs
Gino,
a lesson. In the words of my uncle on Mrs. T's side, Uncle Bernard, a tight lip is worth 2 in the...
Gino, you got something for me?
No. Simply to keep you company.
You're sure? Nothing on Ruth Holland, for instance?
Simply a verbal report from Detective Muggovan on the phone, which I thought could wait until after you...
Tell me now, Gino.
Simply that Detective Muggovan early this morning went to where Ruth Holland is now with her mother to question her about her husband's murder. And there was met at mother's door by a battery of high-type lawyer fellas who turned the cold shoulder on him.
You didn't get to talk to her?
He was told Ruth Holland was in a state of shock from the news of her husband's death, that she was under a doctor's care, and they would inform us when she could be talked to, in their opinion.
Anything else?
Anything else is, one of the lawyers imported overnight for the occasion from Philadelphia said to Detective Muggovan, "You want to bring charges against Ruth Holland? Bring charges. Otherwise, don't come to the front doors. There is a sign which says, 'No peddlers allowed.'" I thought since Detective Muggovan got nowhere, Danny, his report could wait until... I'm sorry, Danny.
Forget it, Gino. The bowed shoulders, the slow walk, the sorrows of Gino Tartaglia. And in a little while, get up, go to his desk, pat his back, reassure him that he had not been remiss in the matter of the report of Detective Muggovan, that you understood that what he could do for you now was order a squad car, which put the marvelous world of Sergeant Gino Tartaglia back together again. Legwork now. Inquiry into the life and times of Ruth Holland, who had been near death, who was a new widow, whose grief was now in the care and custody of mother, whose shock was being handled by lawyers. Inquiry to be made of neighbors. Woman, for instance, who had been a girl when Ruth's mother was a girl, and shared governesses and French tutors and girlish confidences with her, and later notes on the care and feeding and behavior of husbands, and later, notes on the care and feeding and behavior of daughters. Woman whose own daughter was exemplary from the year one and had only a shrug and a meaningful smile for mothers who let a silly daughter get out of hand. Inquiry of neighbor, a young chap in tattersall vest and tasseled shoes who had gone to school with Ruth Holland and to football games and to squash tournaments and to Harlem places, and it was a real shame about Ruth. A girl who could have married in grade and station, and all this sordid stuff would never have happened. However, he knew well a girlfriend of Ruth's, and he had her phone number, and only too pleased to pass it on. An inquiry, then, of girlfriend of Ruth Holland.
Discreet will be our code word. Mr. Clover?
Oh, tell me about her any way you want, Miss Rundle. Just
Discreetly, then. It's the code word I've lived by all my life, and it's paid off.
Oh, look,
You'd be surprised. A girl shows a little restraint, the correct choice of phrase. My, the prize showered down upon her.
About Ruth Holland.
Girl who tried to kill herself. Girl with dead husband. Girl with forgiving mom. Unhappy girl. I must remember to call the unhappy girl, or send a happiness basket, or... What does one send a girl who has everything? Do you know, Mr. Clover?
You don't like her, is that it?
Let's put it another way. Let's put it... Well, you're talking to a girl who doesn't mess around with the customs of the tribe.
What are you talking about?
The tribe, Mr. Clover. Ruth's. Mine. It's got ritual in it, and voodoos, and blood ceremonies, and money, and... Well, Ruth flipped, that's all. She broke with tribal custom. Got herself into the category untouchable.
How?
Strayed from the herd one night, prayed at the moon, ended up marrying what is known in our corner of the jungle as a rotter, which, according to our rule book, unleashes a chain of events as follows.
Go on, Miss Rundle.
Well, as follows. Mom disowns of her own flesh and blood. A few Tiffany-type cauldrons are boiled. Curses are hurled into the night, and a new untouchable goes the way of all untouchables.
Which is what, Miss Rundle?
The rule book reads, marry a rotter, live the rotter's life, pay his way, do the rotter's bidding.
Which was what, Miss Rundle?
I told you. Me and discreet. Close. Like that.
Then, Ruth and her husband...
Me and discreet. Like that.
Look.
This much I'll give you. I visited them once, Ruth and her husband. The place they were living in then, the way they were living. Oh, it made me glad I'm a life member. Not like Ruth. I like it in the tribe. Warm. Fuzzy. Easy.
Where was the place?
I'll break it to you on your way out. That much I'll give you. No more. I've been practically no help at all, have I, Mr. Clover? Aren't I good?
So start now the track of the marriage of Ruth and Paul Holland. Their first home, Side Street Hotel, place of transients, and of the weekly rate flashed in green neon above the sign that read, car parties arranged, share expenses, Miami, New Orleans, L.A. Inquire at desk, place of jukebox, centered in lobby bar and casting the autumn songs and the many-colored lights on this day's transients, sipping one more for the road. Place of desk clerk who grins a lot and remembers a lot. Anyone you can mention, he remembers. Mr. and Mrs. Holland, for instance. Had to be thrown out because one night they beat up on each other and were lax about the door, left it open, and this infringement of house rules made them to be thrown out. And a couple of days later, a card was received with a forwarding address for Ruth and Mr. Holland in case mail came, which never did. And, care for the card, mister? And another place, then, where Ruth Holland had lived with her husband. Tenement, near river, and be told the only reason they stayed on so long was their rent was paid a couple of months in advance once by a fella, Mooney. Everett Moon, called Mooney. Runs a place corner 12th and 3rd, Mooney's place. Then go there.
Jolly, Robert. Come back 2 hours from here. The room, the world will come to life for you.
You Everett Moon?
That's right, Robert.
Police. Danny Clover.
I'll just call you Robert, huh?
I understand you know Ruth Holland.
You really a cop, Robert? Sometimes boys put on men's clothes and play.
Yeah. Real cop. Look.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, a couple of years ago, Ruthie worked for me. Camera girl, arranged the customers, took pictures of them the way they was arranged.
She didn't make out so good, huh?
Come again, Robert?
I understand you paid 2 months' rent for her and her husband.
One night, Ruthie ran out of negatives, and my best client was sobbing for a 3/4 profile. It was him or her, he said. I picked Ruthie to let go. Paul, that was her husband. He screamed at me when I did that.
Still, you paid the rent for 2 months. Why?
Liked her, hated him.
Why?
There's a fellow that screams in your ear when his wife is dropped from a job like Ruthie was. Fellow whose wife's paycheck each week goes for him to get out of hock. A fellow who cradles his wife to sleep with the big deal he's got cooking tomorrow morning, which never happens. That's a fellow to like. You tell me, Robert.
You got a phone here?
Back at his drapes. Another thing.
What?
I read Ruthie's husband, Paul, is dead since yesterday. You see her. You tell her she can have the old work back, huh? Anytime? Now there isn't Paul anymore. Do that for me, huh, Robert?
Sergeant Tartaglia speaking.
Danny, Gino. Tell Muggerman to bring in Glenn Gilbert.
That's the fellow.
The fellow I want to question again. Glenn Gilbert, Ruxton Arms Hotel. Tell Muggerman, Gino.
Got the fellow outside, Danny. You want...
Yeah, I'll bring him in.
Inside, Glenn. Over there. Sit down.
Thanks, Muggerman.
Anytime, Danny. My pleasure.
You know why you're here, Glenn?
I'm a boy with a college education. Remember?
Then it's easy for you to figure why you're here.
Three-way cinch. Once I loved Ruth Holland. Once Ruth married someone else. Yesterday you found that someone else dead in Central Park.
You kill him, Glenn?
I found a home in Pittsburgh. I found respect in Pittsburgh. Killing a woman's husband would louse the things I've got. It's the way they are in Pittsburgh.
Why did you leave it, Glenn?
What?
Why did you leave Pittsburgh? Come here.
All the fellas in my group do it from time to time. Change of perspective, we college chums call it. Fresh outlook, fresh material.
That's why you came here?
The time has come, the tortoise said.
Yeah.
I came to find Ruth. I found her.
Old flame, old memories. For that, huh?
A girl like Ruth, they never died. You'll forgive the cliché?
Go on.
Never died. It was the approach I was going to use with her to get her back. Lovers' rock, the night football games, the gravel against a sorority window when there was a moon. That was the approach I was going to use. When I saw her, I figured I didn't need to.
Tell me about it.
I lied to you. I saw Ruth a couple of times before the time I told you about, and once after. I saw what she'd become. I figured, who needs an approach? Why waste an approach?
Go on.
I spelled it out for her. She just stared at me. And that's when I hit her. That's how she got those bruises where I hit her. Then, after
She tried to kill herself.
I'll tell you something. I wish she had. I just wish she had. She had no right to spoil something sacred.
All right, Glenn. You're under arrest.
Assault?
For now.
By what right? By what right? That stinking little piece of paper?
That's right. That's his warrant. That your lawyer shrugged his shoulders about. Now I want to see your daughter.
She's in a coma. She's in shock.
Look, Mrs. Wallace, when I first came into this house, I spoke to a lawyer. I showed him this warrant. That's when he shrugged. Then I spoke to your Dr. Macklin. He said his patient was doing fine. His patient happens to be your daughter, Ruth.
This way. Ruth.
What do you want?
This man brought...
Which man? Oh. Hello, Mr. Clover. Come into my parlor. Oh, my sitting room. What did we used to call this room, Ma?
Thanks.
Thanks for saving my life, Danny. How about those people out there? You too, Ma.
That's all past, Ruth. It's over. It's done. You've made your mistakes. I've made mine. Now you're a widow. I'm a widow,
How cozy you make it. Let me hug myself to me. Oh, it's good to be home.
Sneer at it, but you'll get used to it.
What about it, Mr. Clover? Think I ought to get used to it?
No.
Neither do I. I don't approve of the joint.
Ruth, that's all past. I told you.
Now you tell me, Danny.
We've been spending a lot of time finding out about you.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a comic strip, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it, Mother?
Oh, stop it.
All I asked was an opinion of my life. Tragic, comic, tragicomic. An appraisal, that's what I want.
Once.
Now, there's a word. Once. That's the story of my life.
I know.
What is this? What is this? What are you talking about?
About once. For instance, when, Danny?
College.
And Glenn Gilbert?
Such a nice boy.
He really was.
He told me what happened. How he came here a few days ago. How we
remembered together?
Yes.
He wanted to remember too hard. That was his approach. But it didn't turn out any different. Poor boy.
So he beat you up.
He didn't even do that well.
Beat you up?
Yeah, Mom.
Glenn?
Yeah, Mom.
Beat you up?
Yeah, Mom.
I don't believe it.
She doesn't believe it.
But why?
She believes it. Ma, he forgot I was a married woman and tried to romance me. I said no. He slugged me. Then you know what I did?
Ruth,
Suddenly I realized what's happened to me. 6 years.
I warned you.
Oh, Ma, you're always right. Gee, Ma. Golly, Ma.
You see?
6 years. When I went through for that husband I had. From chrysanthemums in college to winking at the butcher for a quarter of a pound of meat. 6 short years. Could have made it more quickly.
Now, that's all past.
Yeah, Ma. Then my college beau slugged me. And I felt very bad. I tried to kill myself, and I didn't make it. And, Ma, you got me and brought me here. And last night I sneaked out to see a fellow. And I shot him. The fellow happened to be my husband. The fellow happened to have made me what I am today. Why should I kill me when killing him would be more clever?
Ruth.
More adult, more collegiate. You know, savoir-faire. That's French, Danny.
Let's go.
Ma. Goodbye. Au revoir. Arrivederci. Auf Wiedersehen. Adios. Various languages, Ma. Let's go, Danny.
Twilight touches Broadway now. It's quitting time. The subway hour of tired faces. Blue plate special time. But soon will be the instant when a man will dart from a doorway, beckon over his shoulder to another. Then the mob will gather and scream its heart out at the night. It's Broadway. The gaudiest. The most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's transcribed story, Jane Webb was heard as Ruth Holland, and James McCallion as Glenn Gilbert. Featured in the cast were Paul Frees, Betty Lou Gerson, and Jean Howell. Broadway's My Beat moves to a new time starting next week. Join Danny Clover Friday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. Consult your local newspaper for the time. Bill Anders speaking. Tomorrow night, Professor McNutley, played by Ray Milland, gets a mysterious offering of romantic poetry in the mail. When the well-intentioned prof takes steps to cure the secret admirer of her crush, he gets into a comedy of errors up to his surprised eyebrows. Meet Mr. McNutley tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. It's a Thursday night riot. You meet comedy when you meet Millie, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
We present Andrew Cruikshank as Dr. Cameron, Barbara Mullen as Janet, and Bill Simpson as Dr. Finlay, in another story about the characters created by A.J. Cronin. This week, The Brody Affair, written by John Graham.
All right, I heard you.
Good evening, Miss Macpherson.
Mr. Johnson, you're not delivering letters at this time of night, surely?
No, Miss Macpherson. I've got an urgent message for the doctor from Mrs. Brody.
Mrs. Brody, up at Loch End Farm?
Aye, it's her husband, Joe Brody. He's very ill. He's got a fever, she says, and she asked me to call here as soon as I could. She wants the doctor to go up there.
Thank you. I'll tell him then.
She was in a terrible state. I've never seen anyone so upset. If you ask me, she's needing the doctor, not her husband.
Dr. Cameron has not had his tea yet, but he'll go up there as soon as he can.
Mrs. Brody did say it was Dr. Finlay she wanted to see.
Indeed. Well, the Brodies are Dr. Cameron's patients, so it's Dr. Cameron who will go.
Well, I thought I'd mention it. She was most pressing, but then she's an odd body, is Mrs. Brody.
I'm not one to gossip, but so is her husband.
Oh, they certainly keep themselves to themselves. You'd think they resented me going up there to deliver the letters. Many's the time I've cycled up the glen to Loch End, in snow and rain, and never once have I been offered so much as a cup of tea.
Oh, that does not surprise me at all.
In all these years, not one cup of tea. Not like some places.
Well, I'll tell the doctor.
Oh, my, that's a grand smell, Miss Macpherson. Making oat cakes, are you?
And they'll be burdening Mr. Johnston, so if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll not be keeping you.
Oh, and there's Dr. Finlay. He's home, wanting to be fed. Goodbye, Mr. Johnston, and thank you for bringing the message.
Yeah, and may I say, Miss Macpherson, you're looking real bonny today. Is that a new frock?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Johnston. Yes, well, I'll save a note cake or two for you for tomorrow morning.
I'll look forward to that. Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Janet. Oat cakes, eh? Oh, that'll put new life into me.
Good evening, Dr. Finlay. No, they're not burnt just in time. I was interrupted by Posty Johnston.
Scrounging a cup of tea, was he? Your generosity cost us a fortune in tea, Janet.
Dr. Finlay, Posty Johnston means well.
Mrs. Gillespie's safely delivered of a pair of twins.
My, 4 babies.
Eh?
You said a pair of twins, Dr. Finlay. That would make the 4, would it not?
Janet, you're so sharp you'll cut yourself. Where's Dr. Cameron?
He's reading. I'll be through in a minute to set the table. And I've got a message for him. It's a call.
Evening, Dr. Cameron. Sorry, I didn't realize you were sleeping.
I was not sleeping, Dr. Finlay. I was musing, not dozing.
Quite so.
A moment's thinking is an hour in words, Dr. Finlay.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me. Isaiah? Or Shakespeare?
Thomas Hood.
Is that so?
From his poem...
Kippers and oatcakes.
Who was at the back door, Janet? I heard a knock. Or was I dreaming?
Thinking, Dr. Cameron.
Joe Brody up at Loch End Farms got a very high fever, and Mrs. Brody's in a terrible state about it.
The Brodies?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had hint nor hair of them for years.
Oh, they're a queer pair, and that farm is a creepy place. There are some simple folk who say it is haunted.
Superstitious nonsense, Janet.
Just so, Dr. Cameron. But rather you than me going up there at this time of night.
Before I go and take a look at Joe Brody, I'd like to take a closer look at these kippers.
Who is it?
Mrs. Brody, it's the doctor.
Oh, Dr. Cameron.
It's only me, Mrs. Brody. I understand your husband's ill.
Yes, Joe is very ill, but...
But what? Aren't you going to let me in?
No. I want Dr. Finlay to see him.
It's got to be Dr. Finlay.
But I'm your doctor, Mrs. Brodie. You know that.
It's got to be Dr. Finlay.
If your husband's ill, he needs medical attention.
Could you not just leave some medicine for him?
Without seeing the patient? Come along now, Mrs. Brodie. I know you're upset, but you've got to be sensible about this.
No, you can't see him. I'll not let you. You can't.
Mrs. Brodie, don't be absurd. I can help your husband.
Go away, Dr. Cameron. Go away, please. Just go away.
Good night, Mrs. Brodie. In a lifetime of general practice, such a thing has never happened to me before.
Very odd business.
She slammed that door in my face.
But they say the Brodies are unhinged.
Who's they, Janet?
Everyone in the district, it's common knowledge.
If she behaves to other people as she did to me, she has only herself to blame for being unpopular.
But the fact remains Joe Brodie's ill.
You better go up there and see if you've more success with her than I've had.
Aye, well, I'll see you later then.
And I'd strongly advise you, Dr. Finlay.
Yes?
To put your foot in the door when she opens it. If she opens it.
Oh, she's upset you, Dr. Cameron, and I am not surprised. It's most insulting. You going all that way up the glen only to be turned away by that woman?
Perhaps she wanted Dr. Finlay to see her husband because she thinks I'm too old.
Oh, Dr. Cameron.
It's a young man's world. Youth is knocking at the door, Janet. If I may quote Henry Gibson.
Well, I don't know anything about Mr. Gibson, whoever he may be. But for her to think you're too old and past it, Dr. Cameron, well, it's dreadful.
I was not being altogether serious, Janet. But I wonder what her real reason was.
I cannot imagine, but there is something decidedly odd going on at that farm. Mark my words.
Well, Dr. Finlay?
He's sleeping now. I'm afraid it's serious. He's got pneumonia.
Pneumonia? Oh, no. Oh, I thought it was just a touch of fever. He's had it for 4 days now. I thought he'd have shaken it off.
No, fever isn't a disease, Mrs. Brodie. It's a symptom. I want you to give him 3 of these every 4 hours. It's aspirin. Sponge him to keep him cool. And make sure he's kept propped up with plenty of pillows.
I'll do what you say, Doctor. Well, I needn't bother you again.
I'll be back first thing in the morning. He was quite delirious when I arrived.
Oh, well, he's been rambling in his mind all day, talking nonsense. Well, you mustn't heed what he was saying. It's all nonsense, you know.
That's not uncommon with a high fever. Mrs. Brodie?
Yes?
Why did you not let Dr. Cameron see him? He's your doctor. You didn't even know me.
Good night, Dr. Finlay.
I'll be here tomorrow, then. I'll say this, Miss Macpherson, you make a grand cup of tea. And your oat cakes are manna from heaven.
You'll have tasted manna from heaven then, Mr. Johnston?
Oh, you know what I mean.
Now, don't let me be keeping you. I'm sure you have got a busy morning ahead of you. I know I have.
And so is Dr. Finlay. I saw him driving off just now as if the deal himself was at his tail.
He's away up to see Joe Brodie again.
What ails him? Did the doctor find out?
I cannot discuss the doctor's patients, Mr. Johnston. You know that. Pneumonia is very serious.
Pneumonia? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Not after what Jock Dalgleish told me.
Oh, Jock Dalgleish, he's an old gossip. He's got a tongue like a sweetie wife. Another cup of tea? There's some left in the pot.
Oh, thanks. Just a half.
So what did he tell you?
Well, Jock said he once saw Joe Brodie ploughing a field at night.
No.
Yes. Mind you, it couldn't have been a very straight furrow, eh? And Jessie Morrison, who worked for the Brodies years back, told me that fields of hay were cut and the byre cleaned out mysteriously overnight.
And no wonder they say the place is haunted.
No wonder Joe's got pneumonia. If he does all his work these cold nights.
Most mysterious, Mr. Johnston.
Most, Miss Macpherson. Yeah, I'll just take that last oatcake.
Mrs. Brodie, your husband's not at all well. He'd better be taken into hospital.
No, Doctor, I'll not allow it.
I'm afraid there's no choice, Mrs. Brodie.
But the tablets, you said they'd help him. Give him a few more days at home, please.
Mrs. Brodie, your husband is very ill. He needs constant medical attention.
Well, then I'll give it to him. Just tell me what to do.
I'm sorry, but I insist he goes to the hospital. If not...
He's as bad as that, is he?
I'll drive him down there now and make the arrangements. Don't distress yourself. We'll do everything we can. Now, where did I leave my coat?
Get out!
Mrs. Brodie...
Get out! Gone! And don't come back! Just stay in here!
I'll see you later, Mrs. Brodie.
If you show your face in here again, I'll set the dogs on you! Gone! Get out!
Janet, if you'd wash out these dishes and bottles, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, Dr. Cameron.
I was worried enough about Joe Brodie, but I'm even more worried about her. I don't fancy having those dogs set on me.
She's always been nervous and on edge. The few times I've seen her.
This morning she's gone over the edge, I tell you.
And the sooner Brodie gets into hospital, the better.
And one thing's sure and certain. She's in no state to nurse. I doubt if anyone could in that poky wee room crammed with books.
What's that? What did you say, Dr. Finlay?
She's a hysteric. No condition to look after anyone.
No. What's that you said about books?
Well, the bedroom's full of books.
What kind of books?
Dr. Cameron, I was examining the patient, not the bookshelves.
Very odd. Very odd indeed. You sure?
I've got two perfectly good eyes. Oh, there were novels and a lot of textbooks.
Textbooks?
Yes, somebody's bed. Textbooks on botany and natural history. Piles of notebooks, too, all over the place.
Dr. Finlay, this is most perplexing. I can hardly believe it.
I promise you, it's a fact. Don't see what's perplexing about it. Probably used the bedroom as a kind of study.
It may interest you to learn, Dr. Finlay, that Joe Brodie can barely read or write.
What? Are you sure?
That's true enough. It's a well-known fact.
I have not seen Brodie for years, but it's hardly likely he's gone to school or university in the interim.
Well, I promise you, Joe Brodie's lying in that bedroom surrounded by books and papers.
If it is Joe Brodie lying there?
Eh?
What do you mean, Janet?
Are you sure it was her husband, Dr. Finlay?
Who else could it be? She said it was her husband.
Oh, she said it was. But you'd never seen him before, had you, Dr. Finlay?
Oh, that's true enough.
Describe the man lying in that bedroom, Dr. Finlay.
In his early 30s. Tall, dark hair, and an aquiline nose.
That description fits Joe Brodie.
Did he speak to you, Dr. Finlay?
He spoke. Not to me. He was delirious. He was well away talking about the hills of Greenland or something.
Oh, I'm sure Joe Brodie's never been there, and I'm sure there are no hills in Greenland. Nothing but snow and Eskimos and things, if I remember my geography at school.
Thank you, Janet. If you can just deal with these bottles and dishes by the medicine cupboard.
I'll just go and wash them now, Dr. Cameron.
Right then, Dr. Finlay. We'd better go.
Go where?
Up to the Brodies. It sounds as if you'll need some help persuading Mrs. Brodie to get her husband into hospital.
Well, the ambulance is going up there at midday.
Get your coat, then. And I'd better take a walking stick.
Ah, the hill's not that steep. We can get the car almost to the gate.
I am not as old as that, Dr. Finlay. A walking stick might come in handy as you set some dogs on us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see.
I'll deal with the dogs. You can cope with Mrs. Brodie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cameron.
No answer?
Doesn't look as if she's here. Oh, the door's not locked. We'd better go in, I suppose. All right. Not a dog in sight. Are you not coming, Dr. Cameron?
Just a moment.
What are you staring at?
Over there, Dr. Finlay, by the wall.
Good grief. Couple of dead pigs.
Covered in straw. No, stay where you are. Let's have a look at the patient.
He's in the room at the top of the stairs. Those pigs. What's all that about?
First things first, Dr. Finlay. We've come to see Joe Brodie.
Right. Well, he's in here. Mrs. Brodie, are you in there?
In you go.
Mr. Brody, it's me, Doctor.
He's in poor shape.
Mr. Brody.
Don't
take me. We're going to get you into hospital. You'll be well looked after there.
I'm not.
No, don't try to talk. Just rest yourself.
I'm not a coward. Don't take... Sorry. We're too late. I'm afraid he's gone, Dr. Finlay.
I saw him this morning. I thought he might have pulled through.
You did all you could, in the circumstances.
Oh, Mrs. Brody had only sent for us sooner. Even a day earlier.
Janet's suspicions would seem to be unfounded. He's much thinner than when I last saw him. The illness has taken its toll. But he's got the Brody features.
We'd better go and find his wife.
Indeed. I see what you mean about the books.
Oh, it's like a library in here. And all those notebooks.
I still can't fathom that out. But this is not the time to ask questions.
Who's up there?
It's only us, Mrs. Brody.
Dare you? It's the two of you this time, is it? I told you not to show your face here again. You forced your way in, did you?
The door was open. You weren't around.
I was in the bar. Matthias the vet wanted to see me.
Mrs. Brody.
I tell you this, Joe's not going to that hospital. He's not leaving this house.
No, Mrs. Brody.
You've changed your tune, have you?
Joe's passed away.
He's died.
I'm sorry. Yes. A few moments ago.
Sit down, Mrs. Brody.
Thank God. Thank God. I'd never have let them take him away. I promised him. Oh, I'd like to have been with him when he... Did he say anything?
He said, I'm sorry.
He had nothing to be sorry about. They were to blame. He always said that.
And there's someone at the back door.
Oh, it'll be the vet, Mr. Mackay. Oh, that doesn't seem to matter now.
Are you there, Mrs. Brody?
I'll go and see what he wants.
We'll be needing more straw.
Hello, Mr. Mackay.
Oh, I didn't know you were there, Dr. Finlay. I didn't hear the car.
Well, Mr. Brody has died, Mr. Mackay.
Has he now? Oh, I didn't know he was as ill as all that. I wonder if there was a connection.
Connection?
Yes, I was going to get in touch with you right away. You, know what's happened, I take it?
No, what?
Mrs. Brody sent for me about a couple of her pigs.
We noticed the carcasses.
Well, I've diagnosed anthrax, I'm afraid.
Anthrax? My good God, man.
Aye, her other pigs will have to be destroyed and burnt as soon as possible. And all the outbuildings and area disinfected. Mr. Stewart from the Department of Agriculture is coming up this afternoon.
Oh, poor woman. Her husband didn't know this.
Aye, a double tragedy. There's one thing to be thankful for. This God-forsaken place is so isolated there's not much chance of it spreading.
And with any luck, Joe Brody had pneumonia, but of course, it could have been.
Aye, he could have contracted anthrax.
Oh, there'll be a post-mortem. We'll soon find out.
And yet, come to think of it, I saw Joe Brody at the post office 4 days ago. He was fit enough then.
4 days ago? Are you sure?
Aye, on Monday last. He was as dour as always, but he at least said good morning to me.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mackay. I'll let you know what the pathologist said in his report. That's that then, Dr. Cameron. They're sending the vaccine from Glasgow for us to hold in reserve.
Good. If Mrs. Brody shows any signs of succumbing to the disease, we'll be ready.
I'll have to keep a close eye on her.
One visit a day at least.
Only she'd sent for us sooner. We might have saved him. I can't get him out of my mind. It's like a nagging headache.
I, too, have had that nagging headache, I must confess. I've been thinking... Not so much about those books in the bedroom, for which I'm sure there's some logical explanation, but about Mrs. Brodie's words. As I recall when we told her Joe's last words were, "I'm sorry," she said...
I remember. He had nothing to be sorry about. They were to blame. He always said that.
Just so. It doesn't make sense to me. Does it to you?
No, not at all. And Mackay the vet was sure he'd seen Brodie in the post office 4 days before his death. Yet Mrs. Brodie said he'd been in bed for 4 days with a fever.
It was an anxious time for Mrs. Brodie, and at times of anxiety, the brain can become confused. She'd probably got her time scale wrong.
Do you believe that?
No, I don't. Let's have a nightcap.
Well, the bottle's in the usual place.
No, I feel I need the malt whiskey. It's on the sideboard.
Hello, Mr. Johnston. Any letters for us?
Sorry, nothing.
Oh, don't be sorry. It's usually a bundle of bills at the end of the month, anyway.
I've got a message from Mrs. Brodie.
Oh?
She wants Dr. Finlay to go up to Loch End as soon as he can.
But he's been up there already today. Is she ill? I know the doctors were worried in case...
She seems all right, as right as she ever is. Very jumpy and upset, though, but small wonder. The funeral's tomorrow and all her livestock's destroyed.
I'll tell the doctor right away.
Oh, I see your kettle's boiling, Miss Macpherson.
And you'll not say no to a cup of tea?
No, I'll no say no.
Come in, Dr. Finlay.
Thank you. What's the trouble, Mrs. Brodie?
Dr. Finlay, it's Joe. My husband's ill.
Mrs. Brodie, your husband. Joe died, Mrs. Brodie.
No, he's upstairs. He's ill.
I think we'd better have a talk. Come on now. Sit yourself down.
No, you'll have to know everything now. Come upstairs and see for yourself, please.
Very well, then.
You see, Doctor?
Who is this, Mrs. Brodie?
I told you, it's Joe, my husband.
Then who was the man who died? The man I saw in the other bedroom?
That was Joe's younger brother, Henry. And you would have to tell somebody in the end.
Who's that? Who's there?
It's Dr. Finlay, Joe.
Oh, I'm not so well, Doctor. A bit of a fever.
Oh, Doctor, it's all over, and I'm glad. Whatever happens to us, nobody can harm him now. Henry's safe.
He was my only brother, Doctor. The brainy one of the family. He went to the war and did his duty.
They gave him a medal in 1916, Doctor.
Aye, he wasn't a coward. They gave him a medal.
And it was in all the papers, and a photograph.
Aye.
It was a year later at the Battle of Greenland Hill, they called it, in France, 1917. That's when he...
Greenland Hill? So that's what he was trying to say to me.
It was there that he saw his friend, Jamie McDowell, blown to pieces beside him. And after that, he couldn't take any more. He was sent to a field hospital, and then they wanted to send him back into the trenches, but he couldn't take it. He deserted, found his way home here.
My father gave him some money, and he went into hiding. When Dad died, Henry came back to us.
So what else could a brother do?
My own flesh and blood.
We hid him here, all those years. He worked at night, did his share on the farm, and by day
he slept, and read and wrote.
All those notebooks, I see.
No one knew.
You'll be getting the police to us now, I suppose.
No, Mrs. Brodie. I've come here to attend to the patient.
It's the anthrax, isn't it, Doctor? It's got me too.
Don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Brodie. But I'm going to have a look at you. I've had the results of the test, Dr. Cameron. It's not anthrax. By a strange quirk, it is pneumonia this time. Our real Joe Brodie is going to pull through.
An incredible affair. That man hidden up there all these years.
There's only one thing to be done now.
I've been looking through Henry Brodie's notebooks she lent you. Listen to this. We were told a lot about the cause. But the cause was to escape the monotony of life. And if the other volunteers spoke the truth, they'd agree with me. They were all out there dying, not for king and country as our superiors kept telling us, but dying because they had the rotten luck to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. More men would have been cowards if they had the courage. Well, that's one point of view, Dr. Finlay.
A horrific war.
Horrific. But there will never be another.
I was saying there's only one thing to be done now. The name on the death certificate will have to be changed.
Yes. We've some explaining to do.
His full name's on this newspaper cutting she gave me. Lance Corporal Henry John Brodie, 4th Battalion Gordon Highlanders, awarded the military medal for bravery in the field.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jeff Chandler in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Case Against Lou Doc, a factual document concerning the San Francisco Tong Wars, starring Mr. Jeff Chandler.
Hello, Harlow.
Hi, Hap. How's it going?
Oh, horrible, if you mean my car. It wastes gas. It's tough to start.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go straight, Hap?
Straight,
Sure,
Harlow?
sure. Straight to your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer for a spark plug checkup. You see, Hap, the spark plugs are the heart of your car's ignition system, and they've got to be right. Now, he's got the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator that tells in an instant whether your spark plugs are right for your style of driving.
Well, suppose my plugs only need cleaning.
Why, Hap, your Autolite spark plug dealer has the specialized equipment to do the job properly. And if replacements are needed, he'll recommend ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, resistor or standard type, to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Case Against Lou Doc and the performance of Mr. Jeff Chandler, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant Sunjack, you take your men, go up to the other end of the alleyway. Plant them back in the doorways. It's plenty dark, they won't be seen. I'll do the same down at this end. The signal to move will be a sharp blast of the whistle. You got that?
Right. All right, man, you heard the captain.
Where's the DA?
Over there.
Oh, yeah.
Thompson, let's get this thing back.
Well, looks like I'm right on time.
Oh, Glasgow. I'm glad you got here.
Hey, this must be an important one. Looks like the whole San Francisco police force is here.
It's a big one, believe me. Oh, you know Captain of Detectives Wilburn?
Yeah, we've met.
And this Lieutenant Sonjak.
I'm glad to meet you.
Glasgow?
The men all have their instructions, DA.
Good. Then take your positions.
Okay, men, let's go.
All right, Thompson.
You want to come along with me, Glasgow? Our stakeout's down about midway in the alley.
All right, with you.
It's a laundry. There's a vacant storeroom upstairs. We can watch it from up there.
The message you left for me back at the newspaper office wasn't too explicit, Mr. D.A.
Well, tonight's the night we've been waiting for.
More murder and mayhem.
Perhaps.
Look, you've arrested hundreds of Chinese before, all members of some Tong. What good did it do?
Well, none. Just arresting the hatchet men isn't the answer. No, sir. Well, this is it.
Smells empty.
The Chinese laundryman who ran this shop was hacked to death in the last Tong battle they held along here. Come along. It's up those stairs.
Who's having it out tonight?
The Hop Ying Tong and the On Sings. Well?
Kum Ji Ho and Lou Doc.
Yeah. The two most popular and powerful Tong leaders.
I agree with you as far as Kum Ji Ho is concerned, but as for Lou Doc...
I'm more determined than ever to get him. This man lives a double life, Glasgow. By day, a sweet, smiling, and innocent silk merchant. And by night, a ruthless murderer of his countrymen.
You won't stop the tongues by convicting Lou Doc.
Well, we'll be able to see everything from this window. Clear night.
Yeah. 1,000,000 stars in the sky. We stood next to the open window above the laundry shop, fearless District Attorney Red Muccia and I, and we waited. From the window, we could see down into the dimly lit street called Sporefoot Alley. A narrow street lined on either side with butcher markets, curio shops, tea parlors, and more laundries. And some of those shops, fronts for hidden gambling dens. Sultry, air-oppressed opium dens. Lou Doc, the man the DA accused of being the most notorious tongue leader in San Francisco, was all of that. But he was more. Lou Doc was my friend. He was a man of principles. Born in San Francisco and wanting to adapt himself to the ways of his Western brothers, he'd learned to speak, read, and write a pronounced English. He'd educated himself in the thoughts and ideas of the Western world. I knew Lou Doc, and I had my doubts that he was going to show up in Sporefoot Alley tonight.
Cigarette, Glasgow?
Yeah, thanks. What makes you so sure Lou Doc and Kum Ji Ho are going to show tonight?
They're bitter enemies. When Kum Ji Ho learned that Lou Doc's brother was in love with one of his favorite sing-song girls, he challenged the Hop Yings.
What's the girl's name?
Ah Toy. She's a dancer at the Golden Lamp.
Oh?
On surface, the incident is just a spark to ignite the flame, Glasgow. You know that as well as I do. The real battle is being fought for supremacy. Yeah, almost 12. Any minute now.
We didn't have long to wait. Because at exactly 12 o'clock, a loud, shrill cry rang out at one end of Sporefoot Alley. And at the other end of the alleyway, the reply. And another full-scale tongue war began. There were at least 50 black-suited Chinese with their plates shoved under dark slouched hats that met head-on in the alley. Their hatches reflected the moonlight as they crashed open enemy heads, and long, gleaming daggers found their marks in soft, easy flesh. And as the police moved in, they scattered in every direction, stumbling over the dead and wounded. But the police were efficient. They'd holed up both ends of the alley, and it looked like they'd rounded up every one of the boo-how doi that was alive. The district attorney paced the floor of the storeroom, his hands nervously twisting behind him as he waited for his captain of detectives to report to him. And then we heard heavy steps coming up the stairs. In a few moments, 3 men appeared at the head of the landing. Captain Wilburn, his Lieutenant Sanjak, and a smiling, dark-haired Chinese with his hands tied behind him.
DA.
Oh, where's the other one?
He disappeared.
What do you mean he disappeared?
I don't know, DA. He was in mixing it up with the rest of them. I know, I saw him. But after we had the rest of them rounded up, I couldn't find him.
How did you know it was Lou Doc, Captain?
The big head. I recognize his big head.
You can't accuse a
Bring
man
that other one over here.
Okay. You, move. This is the one they call Kum Ji Ho.
I know why you started this one, Kum Ji Ho.
Oh, yes.
How did Lou Doc manage to escape?
Oh, yes. Lou Doc. Very fine silk merchant. Yes.
Don't stall with me. It'll go a lot easier on you.
You know you're not going to get this man to talk.
We'll see about that. Now, I want the names of every boo-how doi that fought in the alley tonight.
Chang, Talo, Diayin.
What was that?
I think he said he wants his lawyer before he speaks another word.
Correct.
A lawyer?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, I never heard of
Looks like tonight wasn't the night you thought it was going to be, D.A. I'm afraid your net results are 0. District Attorney Muccia wasn't going to get Kum Ji Ho to inform on Lou Doc, no matter how hard he tried. For a Tong member to testify or inform on another, even your most hated enemy, which was a rival Tong, was certain death. And in most cases, members of your own tongue would carry out the death sentence. In the wild confusion of that battle, it would have been impossible to tell whether Lou Doc had taken part in it. Captain of detectives sworn he'd seen him. I wanted to know for sure, so the following morning I went to his house of business. The little old Chinese sitting behind the counter didn't even glance up at me as I entered. I walked over to the door of Lou's office and knocked. A voice yelled enter in Chinese, and I did. I opened the door. Seated behind a bleached rattan desk sat the man with his big head, rocking back and forth. Lou Doc.
Hello, Dan. It is nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
Please to sit. I was just about to serve tea.
Thanks.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This Dan is my beloved brother, Tommy. Mr. Dan Glasgow of San Francisco Tribune.
How do you do, Mr. Glasgow?
Hello, Tommy.
You take tea with lemon, I believe.
Right.
I am most happy of this surprise visit, Dan. Here you are.
Thanks.
Most delicious.
There were 7 men killed in last night's Tong War, Lou Doc.
Tell me, Dan, do you prefer the Chinese or Indian tea?
I said 7 men were killed in last night's Tong battle.
Tommy.
What's the matter? My words too strong for your brother's sensitive ears?
Dan, if you were not a true friend, I would easily kill you with my own hand for such remark.
I'm sorry, Lou Doc.
You, as I, believe in righteous principles. It was upon this discovery that I grow very fond of you.
I've honored our friendship.
In the ways of your Western world are many things that my people do not understand. Among my people are certain things which the Occidental does not understand.
But cold-blooded murder is not a way that either world should have to understand.
True. But I have read in the Western world books, I read of organization called California Vigilance Committee.
Oh, look, that committee
is to protect the innocent from the guilty.
Yes, no argument. But for the protection.
In Hop Ying Tong is protection for my people. Now comes time when most beloved brother falls in love with sing-song girl named Atoy. He wishes to marry with her. She returns his love. It must be so.
And so, in order to bring about this marriage, hundreds of men may lose their lives.
If it is as the gods design, yes.
There's nothing that I can say that can convince you to settle the whole thing peaceably?
In China, perhaps by tribunal, but in San Francisco, then, it is not probable. We must settle this difference by other means.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Lou Doc. I'm sorry for your people.
There is no one upon whose heart this sorrow hangs heavier than mine.
And with that, Lou Doc rose up from his chair. Stood staring at me for a moment through tear-filled eyes. Then he turned and strode majestically out of the room, his large head bent as if in prayer. In the weeks that followed, for some unknown reason or other, the Tong Wars slowed down to practically a standstill. There'd been only a couple of hatchet murders in 2 months. Oh, it seemed almost too good to be true. And then, on January 4th, I received a phone call from the DA's office about 4 in the afternoon. His voice had a smile in it.
Well, it took someone else to do it, Glasgow, but it was done.
What was done?
About an hour ago in Ross Alley, 2 Tong men shot a man and then hacked his face to ribbons with their hatchets. When Captain Wilburn got down there, he identified the man.
Who was it?
The man we've been after. Your good friend, Lou Doc.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Case Against Lou Doc. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, just what does ignition engineered mean?
Well, Hap, it means that Autolite spark plugs are tops in quality and performance. That's because they're designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that make up complete ignition systems, used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Well, that's a pretty good reason to use them, Harlow.
It's the best, Hap. So have your Autolite spark plug dealer replace worn-out spark plugs with either standard or resistor-type Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. They just don't come any better than Autolite.
Autolite spark plug dealers offer the best spark plug service money can buy, too, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, to quickly learn his address, call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jeff Chandler in Elliot Lewis's production of The Case Against Lou Doc, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Lou Doc had been my friend, and the realization of what an impact his death would have on his following hit me. It was to be a great loss for them. I hung up the phone and decided to go down to the police station. When I got there, the desk sergeant lifted a tired finger and told me that Captain Wilburn was back in the morgue with Lieutenant Sonjak.
Come in, Glasgow. The DA said you might be down.
So you finally got Lou Doc.
Yeah, we didn't. It was a couple of rival tongmen that did the job.
Did you pick him up?
Nope. He got away. Want to take a look at him? Is he bloody?
Yeah.
Over here. All right, Sonjak. Turn down the sheet.
No.
See what I mean when I say bloody?
His face.
His own mother wouldn't recognize him.
How do you know it's Lou Doc?
By the head. Take a look at the head, what's left of it. Doc had a big head, almost out of proportion to the rest of his body. That's how I know it's him.
But still,
Look, Glasgow, the DA's told me how you feel about this guy. I don't want any trouble from you. This man is Lou Doc. I positively identify him as the notorious tongue leader of the Hop Yings. Do you care to challenge that statement?
No. No, of course not.
Then you will admit this is Lou Doc.
Sure, Captain, I admit it. That's Lou Doc. I admitted it because the thought suddenly occurred to me that here was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. The dead man lying on the slab in the police morgue was not Lou Doc. The police had no positive identification as to who the man was, but it looked like a perfect way to ease the pressure that was being brought to bear on them. Captain Wilburn knew that faceless man was not Lou Doc as well as I did. The following morning, I went to the business house of Lou Doc, the silk merchant. Just as I'd expected, the name on the door had been changed. Next door was a gambling parlor. I gave the password at the door and was admitted. I sat down at one of the fantan tables and began playing. I hadn't been playing long when I suddenly felt the presence of someone familiar standing next to me. 3.
Sheep.
Hello, Lou Doc.
Hello, Dan. Happy to meet with you.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Come. Owner of this establishment is a good friend of mine. We shall use his office.
All right, you lead the way.
Come. In here. Now, we are alone.
You're still hale and hearty, even though you're dead.
That is not good joke.
I take it you read the morning papers.
Oh, yes.
In time to change the name on your place of business.
You were pleased to see elimination of Lou Doc, weren't you, my friend?
You want the truth?
Our most precious bond, Dan.
Yes, Lou Doc, I was, because now it's no longer necessary for you to work with any tongue.
It surprises me that you, of all persons I respect, should think that way. There's great work yet to be done among my people.
Forget the work, Lou. It's a battle that won't be won until every tongue is disbanded.
And if I leave, what then? Kum Ji-ho and his Tong take over leadership in San Francisco, the terror that exists now will seem, my friend, a mere particle.
What about the police?
The police are satisfied, you know that. The notoriety and publicity that have gone before will no longer continue to follow me.
The Hop Yings will continue to exist and you still behind them.
Yes, my friend, to make decisions. I will set up puppet leader, but their rival, Kum Ji-ho, will always know that still sitting on the throne of the Hop Yings is Lu Dak, the man he fears.
I'm a newspaper man. I have to print the truth. You know that.
Yes, my friend, I know. I also know something else.
Yeah?
I also know, Dan Glasgow, you are a true friend of Lu Dak.
And he was right. I knew the fight within myself had begun. To know that he was still alive, and yet never to print that fact. Because in doing so, I'd have to betray his friendship. A windy night in February, I was working late in the office. It was about 8 o'clock when one of the reporters came in and told me that Tommy Yu Shu, Lu Dak's brother, had been trapped in the cafe of his dancer girlfriend, Ah Toy. I rushed down to Dagger Alley. There wasn't a soul in sight. I started to walk. It was cold and heavy wind was blowing, but my hands were soaking wet with perspiration as I made my way up the cobblestone walk to the Golden Lamp. I imagined 100 eyes staring at me from dark doorways. Then I was in front of the cafe. I walked up to the door. It was bolted. Tommy Yu Shu. It's me, the newspaper man, Dan Glasgow. Let me in. Let me in, Tommy.
Hurry.
Thanks.
What are you doing here?
Word leaked out the Onsings had you holed up here.
They sure do. You took an awful chance coming up that alleyway.
Well, what'd you risk your neck here for coming here?
Our toy, Mr. Glasgow.
Oh, I see.
We planned to leave tonight, secretly. Somehow they learned of our plans. It was our toy's father who betrayed us.
Her father?
Please, Tommy. My father was threatened. There was nothing he could do. I'm willing to die with Tommy.
Does Lu Dak know you're here?
No.
Then call him. Tell him to call the police.
You have talked with my brother, Mr. Glasgow. You know he would never do that.
But you'll never get out of here alive.
Then it must be so.
Oh, I don't understand it. You'd be willing to commit suicide because of some silly, superstitious, and clannish idea that the only way to deal out justice is through force. Well, you and your brother and everybody who thinks that way, Tommy, are wrong. Maybe the idea of tongues originally were good ideas, but the goodness has gone out of them. I'm going to call the police.
One moment, Mr. Glasgow. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to do that.
All right, Tommy, you can put away the gun. I won't call him. Can I call your brother?
Perhaps that is best.
Thanks. Tommy gave me a number to call. Lu Dak answered the phone himself. His voice remained strangely calm when I told him what the situation was. He told me he was coming right down, warned me to stay in the cafe. Then I hung up. The three of us, Tommy Yu Shu, the sing-song girl Ah Toy, and myself, sat down and waited. 20 minutes later, I heard a car screech to a halt down at the end of Dagger Alley. I opened one of the small windows, stuck my head out, and looked down the narrow street. A long black car was parked at the curb. Then the car door opened, and Lu Dak stepped out, alone, and he began his long walk up the cobblestones to the cafe. He walked slowly, staring straight ahead, his body firm, rigid, in one position. It was just the movement of his legs. Wearing a long black coat, he looked like a giant as he took long strides, holding his oversized head high. Lou!
Hello, Don.
You better get inside. There must be at least 25 of them out there.
I'm all right. Tell Tommy to come out.
But,
Don.
Lou, you don't have a chance.
They won't attack me. They haven't the nerve. Tell Tommy to come up.
Tommy, he wants you to go with him.
I've got to go, Artoy, but I'll be back for you. Do not fear, my
Tell
beloved
him to
one.
hurry, Dan.
Tommy!
I'm going. Hello, my brother. It is
And
good
you.
to see you.
Goodbye, Dan. I see you soon again.
Soon, Ludoc. The two of them began their long walk back to the end of Dagger Alley. Ludoc's hand closed tightly around his brother's arm, walking slowly but steadily toward the black car. They weren't 10 feet from it when, from out of one of the dark doorways, a figure jumped into view. It was Kum Ji Ho. Kum Ji Ho let go with 4 wild shots. Ludoc whirled, covering his brother, at the same time whipping out a gun and firing. Tommy opened the door of the car, got in, and started it up. Then Ludoc fell to his knees, still firing. Tommy gunned the car away. Ludoc pitched forward on his face, emptying his gun. Kum Ji Ho dropped to the pavement, clawing at his bloody face. He twitched for just a moment. And then he lay still. When I got to Ludoc, he was still alive, but bleeding badly. He looked up at me.
Much pain, my friend. Much pain.
There'll be an ambulance any minute now, Lou. Just hold on.
This is not death I prayed my ancestor to give me, Dan. I die lying on wet pavement in dark alley at night. My wounds bleed freely.
Oh, Lou, you're not gonna die, Lou.
Our most precious bond, truth in our friendship. Promise me, promise as you hold me in your arms, my friend, that in stories that will be written, in one of them, someone will write. Someone will write that beneath
Beneath the cloak of the legend of his notorious reputation, there existed a man who believed in the principles of righteousness for all his fellow men. Who is there who can sit in judgment and proclaim that there was any case but goodness against the man named Ludoc?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jeff Chandler.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. During the early months of 1952, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment right on their assembly lines. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast, and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. The Autolite family will have the privilege of saluting the Plymouth division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you won't miss this program. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, our star will be the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead, as Lizzie Borden, in a dramatization of the most famous unsolved American murder mystery, a true story we call The Fall River Tragedy. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Clifton Webb, Mr. Charles Boyer, and Mr. J. Carroll Nash. All on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case Against Lou Doc was written for Suspense by Richard George Pedicini. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Lou Doc and Joseph Kearns as Muccio. Featured in the cast were Lillian Baeff, Sam Edwards, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, and Jack Crucian.
Jeff Chandler can now be seen in The Flame of Araby, a Universal International Technicolor production co-starring Maureen O'Hara.
And remember, next week, the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead, as Lizzie Borden in The Fall River Tragedy.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, the Lion's Eye, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Gambler and His Lady.
You find it in Hollywood, on Taft Avenue. 4-story apartment building, the color of a rainy afternoon. They call it the Havenwood. It sags in the middle like a tired Frankfurter. That's where I live. Apartment 3K. 2 rooms with a pull-down bed and a pair of windows that stick when it's hot. Oh, the view isn't much. 6 strands of telephone wire and the head of a shaved-off palm tree. Beyond is the city, L.A., spread out on the map like a raw egg with a broken yolk. Oh, the town's all right, I guess, if you can afford the sedatives. The Lion likes it. He set himself up as a receiving clerk for trouble, and I work for him. It was about 11:15 Tuesday night when my phone began making itself felt. Turned out to be the Lion breathing hard. It figured he was running his fingers over a greenback.
Regan, want to hear the sound of a brand new $50 bill?
Send me a record.
What's the matter? You sound like you're flat on your back.
How do you sleep?
Who's sleeping? I'm working, and that's what you're going to be doing.
Try me tomorrow.
Throw on some clothes. You're going down to Venice Boulevard to see a lady. She's got daughter trouble.
Well, marry her off.
She didn't pay us $50 for that. The problem goes deeper.
How much?
She'll tell you.
I want it from you.
I don't know it all for sure.
Don't you ever check into things?
I do the general work. You get the details.
Yeah, you drag a wet rag over the 50, and if the ink stays on, we got a client.
That's insulting.
How would you know?
Regan, you don't want to keep a lady waiting. Now get a move on.
Give me the name.
This is Eleanor Bascom, Pierpont Hotel.
Yeah?
And phone me after you talk to her.
What for?
I want to be sure it's legit.
Do you care?
Better make that call to me tomorrow after 10. I'm sort of going to be tied up till then.
Doing what?
Sleeping.
Well, I put on some clothes, picked up my car, and moved out to Venice Boulevard. The good humor men were all gone, and I had the street to myself. 20 minutes later, I came to a stop beside a garbage can near San Pedro. Behind it stood the Pierpont Hotel, a 2-deck pile of wood left over from the sinking of the Spanish Armada. There was a black and dirty white sign outside, said rooms 50 cents, weekly and monthly rates. The names Eleanor and Georgia Bascom showed in the mailbox and gave a room 210. I climbed a flight of stairs and walked down a hall that looked like a passageway in a pyramid. It was dark, and it took my cigarette lighter to turn up the numbers. 210 finally showed, and I rapped on the door. A bush of black and gray hair pulled it open. It was wearing a red kimono and an impatient look, like a tax collector in January. She was pushing 50 and looked tired.
Yes?
I'm Regan, international detective.
Oh, yes, the Lion's Eye. I've been waiting for you. Come in. I'm Mrs. Bascom.
Eleanor or Georgia?
Georgia's my daughter. I want to apologize for getting you out here this time of night, Mr. Regan, but it's urgent.
The lion said that the girl's the problem. Huh?
Yes,
How old is she?
22.
Who's the man?
How'd you know there was a man?
Well, what other kind of trouble would she go after?
She's a good girl, Mr. Regan. She always has been.
Until now. Huh?
That's what I want to know.
Well, she's old enough to call her plays.
That's not the advice I'm paying for.
Where'd you get the 50?
It took a lot of saving.
All right, give me his name.
Louis Desmond.
Gambler, card sharp, bookie, all-around con man.
He's got a card room out toward Gardena someplace, the Five Aces Club.
What does your daughter see in him?
Oh, it's this place. The way we have to live. She's tired of having nothing. I've tried, but she's looking for a change.
And taking a wrong turn.
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, other girls have it real tough. They go to work.
Well, we had a little trouble in the family once. It shows up if someone starts looking.
When can I talk to Georgia?
Well, you'll have to work that out yourself, Mr. Regan.
What does that mean?
She put some clothes in a suitcase and left earlier this evening. That's why I had to call you so suddenly.
Where'd she go?
Louis is a real bum, Mr. Regan.
You talk like you know him.
We've met. I want to know just what's going on. If Louis is forcing her into anything crooked.
She force easy?
A fur coat makes a young girl do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a picture of her. You may need it. It's not very good, but only one I've got.
I'll make it work.
That's about all, Mr. Regan. Get in touch with me as soon as you get something.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm the kind of person who sometimes gets hysterical over things, but I'm also the kind who demands results.
You sound like a radio commercial. It was after midnight when I followed the fog out Vermont toward Gardena. The yellow lights were pressing, but they were doing about as much good as a pint of bourbon at a Shriners convention. I wandered around the flatland for a while before the Five Aces Club turned up by a bend in the road. It looked like a blue wart with a neon sign. There was a front door and a back one, and a couple of pairs of shoulders standing at each. A little guy in a pinstriped gray was figuring the size of the wallets going in. Louis Desmond's office showed at the top of the stairway, and I moved for it. But a muscle looking down on 6 feet was playing frontman. He put a knotted hand on my arm, and when he spoke, it sounded like a gear factory doing double time.
Slow down, Pilgrim. The room you're looking for is the other way.
Yeah, well, this one says office.
That's the trouble with you guys who read. Can't take hints.
Spell it out.
Beat it.
Not until I see Louis Desmond.
What's your business?
I'll tell it to him.
You owe him some dough?
No, I don't.
Then he ain't interested.
He will be.
Listen, Junior,
Come on, get him off of me, punk.
What's all the noise, Patsy?
Sightseer without a ticket.
My name's Regan.
Cup?
Maybe.
You want me to bounce him down the stairs, boss?
Maybe. What do you want?
Talk.
That's always a waste of time.
Not if it's about Georgia Bascom.
Come on in. Never saw you around here before, Regan.
No, I can't afford it.
Oh, don't say that. Some people go out of here with more than they come in with.
Yeah, you.
Guess you're right at that. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, what about Georgia, Regan?
You tell me.
That doesn't add. You came to see me.
She's got a worried mother.
They're all like that.
Now, this one figures you're doing a little forcing.
Oh.
You'd know more about that.
Give me a clue.
Blackmail, maybe?
You're a kick. Arthur Godfrey'd love to get a hold of you.
I come too high.
Let me give you some good advice. Go home and pull a blanket over your head and say it's all a bad dream.
You know, you talk a lot, mister, but you don't say much. What's the hold on Georgia?
All right, wise guy. Honey. Come over here, baby. Regan, you know this girl?
I've seen a picture.
Georgia, this is a peeper named Regan. He come to rescue you.
But what for, Mr. Regan?
$50.
My mother gave you that to come and take me back?
Something like that.
But I can't go.
Why not?
Well,
Go ahead. Show him, baby.
look, Regan. 3 carats.
With a wedding band to match.
On what dice table did you pick those up?
Stop the noise, Regan.
Congratulate the lady.
Not on a bad mistake.
Listen, Shamus.
Oh, never mind him, Louis. He doesn't matter.
When did the furs come?
Louis said soon. Tell Mama we're married and not to worry. We're going away for a few days.
Ensenada for some gambling and fishing.
You won't enjoy it.
Sure I will. You'll be in L.A.
The alley behind the Five Aces Club hadn't been dusted in a week. My brown flannel suit fixed that. Well, I picked myself up and made it for the car. Moving north on Vermont, I tried to add a couple of things. There was a funny smell in Louis's office when I first walked in, like rope on fire. Somebody'd been there before me who smoked cubebs. Desmond worked on cigars. Georgia held a king-size Pall Mall. Well, whoever it was still played it coy. About 1 o'clock, I started raising a small campaign with the Lion's door knocker. His dream must have been a real good one because it took him 10 minutes to get to the door. He was wearing a nightgown, and he looked like a poor imitation of the Fisk tire ad. All that was missing was the candle.
Regan, I told you not to bother me until after 10 a.m.
It's no bother.
Get out of here, let a man sleep.
Your dreams will be bad.
What do you mean?
You just lost a client.
What's the matter? The money phony?
Georgia Bascom married Desmond. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, think of something. Say you married her first.
You're out of your mind.
So it's a bad idea. Get a good one.
Yeah, I already have.
What is it?
You give Mrs. Bascom her case back.
Well, you can't do that.
Try me.
Think a minute, Regan. She's come to us for help. A lonely woman with no place to turn entrusts her trouble to International.
You got that 50 spent?
It's not the money. It's the moral obligation.
Oh, stop it, will you? You don't give blood anymore since you found out somebody'd pay for it.
You're getting out of line.
You're the only guy in town who can turn a shaving cut into a bankroll.
That's enough. Well, let's do it this way. You go over to Mrs. Bascom and give her the lowdown. Let her decide if she wants you to carry on or not.
You sure go to a lot of trouble for a 50.
I need a lot of new stuff around the place.
Well, it's close to Christmas, right to Santa Claus. Well, I left the Lion looking for a fountain pen, and I drove out to Venice Boulevard in the Pierpont Hotel. The place still looked the same. A black Nash was parked up the block, the motor going. A couple of cats were doing a duet on a garbage can. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, and I started down the hall for 210, walking real easy to keep the boards from creaking, but somebody else didn't care about the noise. There was a gun with a silencer working in Mrs. Bascom's room. I pushed the door in, but by then all I could hear was silence. The light showed an open window with a fire escape, and the wind was blowing the curtains. Mrs. Bascom lay face down on the bed, real still, and the holes in her blanket were turning wet. The Lion really lost a client that time. Well, it didn't take Sanducci and the boys long to get there. The fingerprint man and the photographers went to work in the room. Sanducci picked me. He had a grouch on like a fat lady in an upper berth.
What's the matter, Regan? You get lost?
What do you mean?
You're pretty far from home.
Well, I get around.
Who is she?
Name's Eleanor Bascom.
I know that. What'd she do? Where'd she come from?
I don't know.
What were you doing out here?
She called in the Lion. Her daughter ran off with Louis Desmond.
Oh, he in it? How far?
Ask him.
Mrs. Bascom wants you to bring her daughter back?
She wanted to know if the girl was moving into a racket.
Was she?
I haven't found out.
I should have known better than to ask a detective. Why didn't she call us?
She was behind on her taxes.
What do you do, Private? Sit up nights figuring ways to make my job harder?
You through with me?
No. Who killed her, Regan?
I don't know.
Bad choice of words.
Go check a black Nash parked up the street.
Got a license number?
No, I haven't.
Thanks a lot.
Look, I'm no medium. I didn't know she was marked.
Any other big ideas?
A few.
Well, keep them to yourself. They're all wrong. Now get out of here.
Yeah. Say, Santucci.
Yeah?
The Lion can handle another client now.
So what?
Want to sign up? Well, I went home and slept. Coffee and warmed-over biscuits at the drugstore took care of breakfast the next morning. Then I checked the phone book. Louis Desmond's home address turned up on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, and so I drove out there. It was on a corner. A 2-story colonial place with white pillars and green shutters. The doorbell sounded like a second chorus of the Hollywood Bowl. The Japanese maid let me in, and I waited in the anteroom. That's when I caught that peculiar smell again. Somebody had just been there who smoked those Cubeb cigarettes. Well, a couple of minutes later, a tall blonde fighting 30 stepped up to me. She smelled like she just crawled out of a bottle of Platine. It was a bright morning, but she had the kind of look that had you wishing for an eclipse.
Well, what do you want?
Louis Desmond.
Census taker?
No,
What's he done?
I don't know yet. Where is he?
I don't know where he is. He didn't come home last night.
Lots of work at the office?
Card room out in Gardena.
Lots of work out there?
He didn't say. He doesn't tell me everything.
Should he?
Depends on what you think of your marriage vows.
Who are you?
His wife. Want a drink, mister?
Sure.
What'll it be?
Yours?
Bourbon. You pour. I don't know when to stop.
All right. Here you go.
To marriage. It's a mess.
Cigarette?
Never touch him. Interferes with my drinking.
Who smokes the cubebs?
Is that what that stuff is?
Yeah.
The little guy walked in here looking for Louis and smelled up the place.
Hiya, Stella.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Just in time for a drink.
Company?
Yeah. What's your name, fella?
He knows.
You learn hard, don't you, Regan?
What's going on?
He's an eye.
So what?
So he gets a bounce.
He's my friend.
Beat it, Seamus, or I'll split you.
Stay right where you are. This is my house, and I'll entertain who I want.
With the boss's liquor?
I've got some rights.
Well, figure out what they are and try 'em on the boss.
I don't like you, Patsy.
Beat it, Peeper.
Get your paws off of me. Come on, get him off.
Stop it, Patsy. Stop it, I said.
Well, you hit him pretty hard, lady.
No, I didn't. His head's soft.
Well, I left her picking up pieces of glass, and I drove back toward Hollywood. I was moving east on Sunset, trying to make some sense out of Desmond's domestic life, when I spotted that black sedan again. It was doing a real bad tag job on me. I pushed the pedal closer to the floor, but the sedan had better gas. It caught me going around a bend past Beverly Glen and started pushing me. Oh, it was a great place for a boulevard stop, but none showed. All it did was a reflection in my rearview mirror of the driver in the black sedan. It was feminine, and the voice spelled out Georgia Bascom. That's when she moved in for a closer look.
You are listening to the story of the gambler and his ladies. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Listen, this is good news. Good news for you if you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half, married or single, a high school graduate, and want to fly for the United States Air Force. Yes, the Air Force Aviation Cadet Program is offering you the opportunity to become a pilot officer in the mightiest Air Force in history. You can be one of the Air Force's men of renown. And there's more offered than the pride you feel in being a member of America's flying team. Or after your 52 weeks of training, you'll graduate as a second lieutenant in the Air Force with an income of more than $300 per month. Remember, the Air Force offers you what it offered General Jimmy Doolittle, General Carl Spaatz, and General Hoyt Vandenberg, now at 42, the Air Force Chief of Staff. Call at your local Army and Air Force recruiting station tomorrow. Apply to become an aviation cadet. And now, back to the story of the gambler and his ladies and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, things were moving as fast as the last reel in a Western movie. The Lion sent me out to see a lady who was having daughter trouble. Georgia Bascom had done a tie-in with a gambler named Louis Desmond. Only it looked real permanent. She was wearing his wedding ring, and the mother ended up carrying a couple of bullets, and homicide moved in. That's when I met a blonde at Desmond's house who said she was Louis's wife. Well, I was working on the mess when a black sedan with Georgia at the wheel ran me off the road, and the slugs began to fly. I peeled myself off the side of the hill, and I got in touch with the police. Sanducci took over and invited me to headquarters for some more talk. He put me in a little room with pale green walls and sat behind a big desk chewing a dead cigar. He was taking me all in like a Hoover vacuum cleaner on a dirty rug.
Well, how do you feel, Regan?
All right.
You shouldn't.
Why not?
Looks to me like from here on in you're a marked man.
I'll get along.
It'll be real interesting to see how.
All right, now look, have you got something to say?
Maybe.
Well, let's hear it.
Relax, Regan. You're not going anyplace.
You can't hold me. I was the one who got shot at.
Well, that's enough. I'll work out a way to hold you for creating a disturbance.
It won't work.
Listen, you. The bullets we pulled out of your upholstery match the ones in Mrs. Bascom's.
So what?
So we figure she was knocked off because she knew something somebody didn't want said. We also figure that applies to you.
Yeah, well, that gets you nothing.
All right, Regan. Play it your way this time. You'll come running back when the heaters close in.
Don't make book on it.
Well, if you got to get yourself knocked off, don't mess up our city streets.
Yeah, I'll be real careful.
Oh, and wear a dark suit that save our morticians a little trouble.
That all?
Yeah, go on, beat it, sure. Oh, Regan.
Yeah.
E buffi de tuo padre.
What's that mean?
Your father's mustache.
Well, it was late afternoon by the time I walked out of headquarters. The sun was still working, but it was cold. The cab driver, with a lot of conversation, drove me to my place over on Taft. When I opened my front door, I smelled it again, those cubebs. A small face was sitting on my sofa, sucking on them. It belonged to a guy who had to stand on a box to see over a fox terrier. When I shut the door behind me, he ground a cigarette into an ashtray and turned on a nervous look like a pig in a football factory.
Your landlady let me in, Mr. Regan. I hope you don't mind. I have to talk to you.
We met before.
We did? I don't remember.
Just me and your cigarettes.
Huh? Oh, you mind if I smoke?
You just finished one.
Oh, yes, so I did. May I have a drink, then? Just a small one.
All right.
Thank you. I generally don't drink, but tonight Yeah, thank you. Now, I barely know where to begin.
Well, you better figure it out. You haven't got much time.
Yes. Well...
Start with a name.
Is that necessary?
Yeah, it is.
Loper, Max Loper. I'm a businessman.
What kind?
What kind? Furrier. Yeah, I'm a furrier, Mr. Regan. All sorts of furs. Ermine's nice. Generally, I prefer sable, but it depends on the woman, you know.
What does Georgia get?
Beg pardon?
Let it go.
I'm not the man I used to be, Mr. Regan. My fortunes have changed. Yeah, it changed. I think I better have that cigarette.
Save it for later and start making sense.
Well, I need help.
Why come to me?
Well, Mrs. Bascom thought enough of you to ask you to help her. You see, I know Mrs. Bascom. That is, I knew Mrs. Bascom. Her death was so sudden.
It was forced.
Yeah, so the papers say. But, Mr. Regan, I want you to know I didn't do it.
Who said you did?
Well, nobody yet. But I didn't do it.
Look, why tell me?
There's nobody else I can tell.
Try the police.
No, that's what I can't do. I want you to prove to them that I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Loper, what's your tie-in with Desmond?
Desmond? Why? There is no tie-in.
You were at his card room. I smelled your cigarettes there. You got nothing, I guess, and you went to his house.
Mr. Regan, that's got nothing to do with it.
I think different.
But you're wrong, all wrong.
Convince me.
I didn't do the murder. That's what I want you to tell the police.
Who did?
I don't know.
Well, now I think you do. Come on. Who killed George's mother?
It was her stepmother who was killed.
Give me some more.
Oh, you got me all confused. I guess coming to you for help was a bad idea.
Something was.
I'll find somebody else who doesn't ask so many questions. I better go.
No, not yet, little man. You got too many answers.
Take your hands off me. Now, Mr. Regan, I never used one of these, but the theory is simple. Just pull the trigger.
If you can find it.
Don't urge me. Open the door. Go on.
Sure.
Now step away. See you later, Mr. Regan.
Hey, Loper. He made it to the staircase, and then the noise came. A couple of bullets flew up the spiral and caught him in the chest. He stopped in midair for a second like a yo-yo on a string, and then he toppled over and rolled down. By the time I got to him, he was all used up. Well, I called into homicide, brought some of the boys out, and they took care of him. A fat guy with a head like a plunger took him pictures for a paper, and a girl with a leaky fountain pen got the story. It took about an hour and a half to clear my place. But the minute the crowd moved out, the lion moved in. He had a sheet of paper in one hand, and his face was lit up like an old maid at a cocktail party.
This concerns Louis Desmond and Georgia Bascom. You interested?
Yeah?
Desmond's got a wife, and her name's not Georgia.
No, it's Stella, and she's a ripe candidate for a drunk tank.
What else do you know about her?
She's jealous.
Well, there's no record any place of a divorce or of a marriage between Georgia and Desmond. That whole setup's a phony.
Tell me why.
Georgia's father, named Peter Bascom, was a furrier. And he was once in on a fur job with the same Louis Desmond.
Go on.
The old Bascom ended up with a bullet in him, and Louis with a pile of dough.
How did it work?
I can't find out everything. You got to do something.
You know a Max Loper?
Never heard of him.
You got an address on this Georgia.
The Arena Hotel, room 406, in Catalina, off Wilshire.
All right.
The way I figured, an insurance company might be real interested to get hold of her.
No, the gas chamber's got priority.
We figured to swindle first, collect the fat bonus, then let the city handle her any way it wants. Call me when you get it all sewed up.
What are you going to be doing?
Resting at home. I'm all worn out.
Yeah, well, that figures. You've been doing a little thinking. The Lorena Hotel, 6 stories of plush carpet and gold paint. It was night when I got there and the neon was on. The buzzer brought the door open and Georgia Bascom stood there carrying an overcoat. She had her purse under her arm and it figured she was leaving. When she saw me, she turned on a surprised look.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Moving out?
Just a little errand.
It'll keep. Shut the door.
Now, see here.
Shut up.
Well, that's a lot of nerve.
Don't let it bother you. There are bigger things.
Like what?
A fur job you and Louie are working on.
What are you talking about?
And a little murder. Throw your purse on the sofa.
I will not.
Come on, lady. It's getting heavy. Now open the closet door. Come on.
There. I hope you're satisfied.
I'm not much on fashions. Read them to me.
3 airmen, 3 sable.
10,000 apiece.
More.
Max Lopers.
Yeah.
Well, you can't wear them all. You got a friend?
I don't need one.
All right, sis. What is it?
Nothing.
That's your version.
You could be wrong.
When'd you marry Desmond?
Last week.
Bad answer. He's got a wife named Stella. Bigamy will get him in trouble.
Well, that's his problem.
No, it's yours, too, if the courts can prove you knew.
All right, I didn't marry him.
Then why the wedding ring?
Hey, you ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, I do.
Why don't you get out of here?
Louie's not new on fur jobs. He knows how much work it is to palm him off.
You're talking to yourself.
Loper never got to outlive a double cross.
What are you going to do with that?
Nothing. Homicide will work it out.
I didn't kill anybody.
You'll work up a sweat proving it.
Louis did it, honest. He killed my stepmother because she knew how the job worked. He gave it to Loper, too. He would...
Hiya, friends.
It must be raining. The worms are coming to the top.
Hello, Louis. Regan's got it figured. I was just stalling him till you got here.
Sure, Georgia. I know.
Honest, Louis, honest. I didn't mean to say you did the knockoffs.
We'll talk about it later.
You better finish it now. You're not going to be around.
We'll see.
They got a spot all staked out for you up north.
Isn't that interesting? Regan, I got a set of instructions for you. I want you to be real nice and follow them.
What's in it for me?
You kill me, Seamus. I'm holding all the cards. You want to rake in the pot.
I better get going, Louis. We shouldn't be seen together right now.
Slow down, baby. I got something for you, too.
But, Louis,
Big mouth. Big mouth.
Look, you didn't have to hit her more than once.
She got off easy. Everybody's got 32 teeth.
Desmond moved us out of the apartment and down the hall. Georgia was beginning to sob, but Desmond wasn't impressed. He held the gun under his coat and walked behind us careful, like an elephant on a crate of eggs. The button brought the elevator, and the 3 of us went in, and then it started down. When the door swung open on the first floor, a whiff of bourbon came floating in, packing a .32. Louis turned white.
Stella! Stella!
I told him if he kept messing around, he was going to have trouble at home.
You want to give me the gun?
No. What's your name, girlie?
Georgia.
Were you in love with Louis?
I don't know.
Well, go find out. You want it now, Regan? It's empty.
You know, lady, you fixed nothing.
What do you mean?
Where you're going, you'll all be together again. Well, it was all over fast, like a $1 dinner. The coroner's office sent out some boys for Georgia and Louis, and Sanducci picked up Stella. Desmond had himself a pretty good thing. Do a tie-in with a furrier and move the furs across the border with nobody making a fuss. Oh, it was slow work, but $10,000 a week's pretty good pay, and it was real safe. Loper wasn't going to say the furs were even stolen until they were turned into money. Of course, he never got to say it at all. Everything would have been all right if Stella didn't see green every time Louis saw blonde. Well, the insurance company thanked us for what we did to expose the fraud. The Lion was unhappy. He said they should have shown their gratitude with something more lasting. They gave it to him, a 1949 pocket calendar.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Larry Roman, produced by Sterling Tracy. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Lansing, Marvin Miller, Pat McGeehan, Lorette Philbrandt, Jack Petruzzi, Yvonne Patey, and Sidney Miller. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. A man whose mind contained 1,000,000 facts walked out on a stage and could barely remember his own name. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. People lose all sorts of things, and when they do, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, sometimes gets the case. There's something about the way people in show business carry themselves that identifies them every time. That's how I knew the man who entered my office was showfolk even before he handed me his card. I glanced at it, then, sit down, Mr. MYSTO. You're a magician, eh?
I, MYSTO, a magician? Certainly not. I, Mr. Browning, am a memory marvel. My brain is the repository of 1,000,000 interesting facts. Ask me anything, anything.
I grinned. Okay. What's the population of Nome, Alaska? MYSTO wrinkled his brow.
Nome, Alaska? Childishly simple, but I don't know the answer.
I stared at him. Well, how about this one, then? What's the area of Texas?
The area of Texas is... I'm afraid I don't know. Mr. Browning, I can't remember anything. With my memory gone, my living is gone. You're a detective. Help me find my memory.
When Mr. MYSTO, the memory marvel, lost his memory, he asked me to help him find it again. I was driving MYSTO back to the Casablanca Club, where he was the headliner of the floor show.
My memory deserted me as I went on for the second show last night. I just blanked out, Mr. Browning. I pretended to be sick, got off somehow, but I don't know what I'll do tonight. If this gets out, I'm finished, washed up.
What's your real name? Where do you come from?
George Peabody, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Why? Just a test to see whether you had a complete amnesia, but you haven't. I shook my head. I understand. Well, I'll do what I can. There was a swarthy, heavy-set man waiting in MYSTO's dressing room.
Mr. Damati, Mr. Browning, Jerry here is a friend of mine.
Damati glowered at MYSTO.
Don't care who he is. All I want to know is, you in shape to go on tonight or not?
MYSTO looked at me helplessly. I twisted my face into a leer. He'll go on tonight, but first he pays me the money he owes me, see? MYSTO's mouth sagged open in surprise, but Damati got it. Or, thought he did.
Oh-ho. So that's what made you sick. Okay, MYSTO, if you got yourself on a hook to gamblers, you get yourself off the best way you can. But remember, you work tonight or you're through.
Poor MYSTO looked ready to collapse. I helped him to a chair. I hated to do that, MYSTO, but it's the only kind of alibi a man like Damati understands. MYSTO nodded weakly.
Yes, but what happens tonight? I can't go on. I don't even remember the capital of Maine.
It's Augusta, and we'll worry about tonight when we come to it. Now, what happened here last night? MYSTO looked around, shrugged.
Nothing.
You're not even trying. Did you have a visitor, Damati, somebody in the show, or a stranger?
I'm trying to think. Visitor. Oh, it's no use. I can't remember.
What's your name?
George Peabody.
Where you from?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Who was here last night?
Janie Morland. Janie Morland? Yes. She's the singer.
Okay. Now we're getting someplace. Why did Janie visit you?
Just to talk. She's a nice kid, young enough to be my daughter. Oh, I wouldn't want that to get around. She comes from Crawford, PA, which practically makes us hometown neighbors.
What did you two talk about last night?
Just hometown stuff.
Let it go for now. You'd better start dressing for your act. I'll go try to find Janie Moreland.
But I tell you, I can't go on.
Don't worry about it. Just get dressed. Nobody answered my knock at Janie's dressing room. I tried the doorknob, was just about to go in when...
Just a minute, Bob. Where do you think you're going?
I turned to face Damati. Well, I wanted to talk to Miss Moreland. Figured she could give me a line on this Welsh MYSTO.
Now, look, pal. If MYSTO is your dog, get it, but don't bother the rest of my people. Anyway, you won't find Jenny. She quit last night, walked out.
Walked out or was carried out?
I don't care whose mob you're tied up with. Get out of here and stay out.
I got, but not out. Instead, I went back to MYSTO's dressing room, opened the door. MYSTO, I apologize in advance for what I'm going to do. Slugging MYSTO was a dirty trick, but it was the only positive reason I could give him for not going on with his act. I went out to my car, drove back to my office, and really went to work with the telephone. What I wanted was to locate Janie Moreland, if she was alive. At the fourth booking agent I phoned...
Sure, Jenny quit the Casablanca Club. Who are you and what's it to you?
I explained who I was and how urgent it was for me to get in touch with her. Finally, I learned that Janie was working at another club way out on Green Oaks Road. I had a long talk with Janie after she'd finished the first show. Then I got back into my car, drove to the hotel where MYSTO told me he was staying. I found MYSTO in bed, nursing the biggest shiner I'd ever seen.
Oh, you didn't restore my memory, and you almost killed me.
Relax, MYSTO, your memory will come back. And as for that wallop, I didn't know it at the time, but you had it coming. I pulled up a chair, sat down at his bedside. MYSTO, you told me yourself you're old enough to be Janie Moreland's father. Well, you didn't remember that last night. You mistook her homesickness for love, asked her to marry her. And when she refused, you got nasty about it. She finally slapped you, said she'd tell Damati. MYSTO's stricken face told me that memory was flooding back. You know you've been slipping. Your kind of act isn't as popular as it used to be. If you got fired for bothering a performer, you'd be washed up. But Janie knew that, too. She's a trooper, so she said nothing. Just walked out on the show. Now, what's the area of Texas?
267,339 square miles.
Okay. Your memory block is cured. You owe me $250 and Janie Moreland a formal apology. In writing. And that's all there was to finding a missing memory. Like I said, if you search your mind for the things you've forgotten, you'll generally find, if you find at all, that they're the things you're ashamed to remember. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Do you remember way back in the 30s how the blowhards went around with the spiel, a car in every garage, a chicken in every pot? Do you know why they didn't have more success? They left something out. A Valentine in every closet. Think of all the trouble he'd have saved you. Like the time Junior ran Rover through the lawnmower, as he figured he'd look better in a crew cut. Now don't take it out on the little rascal just because he has aspirations to be a barber. Let George do it. He'll give it to him once over light, like he never got. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun to George Valentine. He gets all kinds of mail. Take the letter he's about to get from this old tumbleweed character.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star,
sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Well, anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us...
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a Fuller Brush man, only with music, you see. He pointed her out. The little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors, you know.
With a head to match. I know.
Who cares if she's smart? I don't. Anyway, I find this little girl lives all alone, way up in the Imperial Crest Apartments.
Uh-oh, I take it back.
Daphne does all right, doesn't she?
Oh, she has money, but she's nervous, if you know what I mean. So nervous she'll hardly talk. And afraid? Oh, yeah, I think somebody's watching her up there.
Well, I'm not surprised. A big bad wolf, maybe.
Me? No, this is different. No. It is. She didn't even want to meet me, and most women do.
Oh, now look, cowboy.
Yeah, and today when I tried to talk to her on the street, even after I'd been properly introduced, she just walked away.
So am I.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. Now, she wanted to talk, and she would have, if the man she walked away with hadn't been carrying a gun.
Oh. So maybe it is a case, huh? What man?
Big. Bigger than both of us. Black hair and sour face.
Her husband, maybe.
No, she told me she wasn't married. I don't know who he is, but she's afraid of him, all right.
Uh-huh. And what do you want me to do, scare him away?
No, figure it out, Mr. Valentine. Go meet her. Protect her before something worse happens. And then let me know before it does.
Oh, I see. That's it. I do the dirty work, hand you the answers, and then you step in to scare away the rustlers.
And win the girl, of course.
Well, that's right, honey. And having keep my public name intact, my fans and all, you know, I'm a beautiful patsy.
Okay, partner. But don't think you got a corner on the market.
Well, you better get out your earplugs, kiddies, 'cause methinks there's going to be plenty of shooting in this here Opry. Oh, but don't put them in for just a minute, because first I want you to hear this. You know something? That did this old heart good. Now let's see if George is doing any good for Daphne. Uh-oh. Hey, George, someone is trying real hard to bump you off. Hey, George, duck!
Hey, what the...
I put your cigarette out, didn't I?
Well...
One shot at 30 feet, that's pretty good. Oh, but I missed the sandbag again. Look at them holes in my wall.
Hey, lady, you got holes in your head.
Oh, now don't be angry. I'm practicing here on my roof garden. See that clay pipe down there? I never miss.
Oh, fine. You must make a big hit with lots of people.
Well, my landlord and neighbors do complain once in a while. See the other pipe?
Hey, you...
But I talk them out of it.
Well, now, look, I don't talk so easy.
Don't you?
No, he doesn't.
Not when you're around, you mean?
No,
all right, Annie Oakley, so you're nice to look at.
Daphne Crockett, girl type Davy.
Crockett? Oh, of course. The Club Paris.
Mm-hmm. I've been there 5 years, longest run of any act in nightclubs. Everybody likes my shooting.
Oh, so that's it. Little Red Riding Hood turns out to be Two-Gun Nellie, professional bullseye artist.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To see the bull about some black eyes. No, wait a minute. I'm here now. I might as well speak my piece, even if it's only for laughs.
Speak your piece? Like Miles Standish?
In a way. Only John Alden's name this time is Rafe Disbrow.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's funny, all right. He thinks you're in danger. The cowboy says you're being watched up here.
He says what?
Well, there's the building next door. I guess from that one apartment over there you could probably...
Oh, no. No, Of course not.
All right, lady. But the rest of my recitation says you're afraid of a big man, black hair, sour face. How about that one?
Mr. Disbrow has quite an imagination, hasn't he?
Maybe. And maybe not.
I suppose he sent you over here to protect me.
That was a general idea. And think twice before you say no.
I'll show you what I think of Mr. Disbrow in spite of that lovely Texas accent. You see those 3 little dolls in a row?
Lady, I said think twice.
And there are 3 bullets left in this gun.
Oh, now look, if you are in trouble,
3
Daphne...
answers you can take back.
Okay, lady, never mind. We get the idea. This is where we came at, Angel. Hey, that was 4.
Miss Crockett, Daphne!
No, I'm all right.
Oh, God.
It missed me.
What missed you? Where'd that extra shot come from?
No, there wasn't one. Get out of here, won't you? Please leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Don't waste your breath, lady. We've already gone.
George, shall I telephone Lieutenant Riley?
No, he's on vacation. Ask for Clary and tell him to get up there fast.
Yeah, but George...
I got a date next door, Angel. See you in the second reel. There's a card outside this apartment. Says R. Seaver. You him?
I don't know. You?
Now look, Bright Eyes, I want
What's
some...
to look? A guy comes busting in, upsets my equilibrium. I'm teaching myself canasta. Now go away.
All right, don't mind me. I won't tell if you cheat.
Your manners get worse. The door's back that way. Remember?
Yeah, just call me a building inspector. Come to take a look at your window, that's all.
Don't fall out.
Yeah, this is it, all right. The only apartment from which you can see the roof garden.
You don't say.
The only apartment from which you could take a pot shot at a woman across the way there.
Sit down. Maybe we could both learn canasta.
You always wear a hat when you play cards?
Sure. What woman?
What's it cover up? Black hair to match your sour face?
I said what? We don't like each other much, do we?
Daphne Crockett. I was there when it happened. Now we like each other less, huh?
I don't know. Friendship begins slow sometimes. Sit down, will you? I'll deal out a few.
What do you use for chips? The bag there?
Huh?
The black bag there by your foot. The one you're trying to keep me from seeing.
A real observant boy, aren't you?
Oh, wait a minute. I can see a hand when it starts to move, so stop moving it.
I'm dealing this, Inspector.
Oh, no, you're not. You're...
Too bad nobody can argue with a blackjack, Inspector. We might have had a nice little game.
Shall I tell you what hit you, Valentine?
No. But don't tell me that's Lieutenant Clary's voice, not at last.
At last. Valentine, if you'd wait for the police once in a while, or better yet, if you wouldn't get mixed up in cases like this.
All right. You sound just like Riley. My headache's bad enough.
His name was Curly. Curly Blackson, the strong boy, wanted for ducking out of prison back east.
What was he in for?
He was serving time for shakedowns. He was a blackmail artist.
Blackmail? Hey, is there a little black bag still around here anyway? Never mind, of course not.
No, there isn't, George. And this Curly may have been the man Rafe saw once with Daphne, but I don't think he took the shot at her across the way.
He didn't talk like he did.
Not to mention the small fact he had a gun, but it was still loaded and hadn't been fired for some time.
Say, you know an awful lot, don't you, Lieutenant?
Come on, wake up. Open your baby blue eyes wide.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Curly's dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I didn't do it.
No. You just slept through it, that's all. First you get mixed up in it, but then when you might be useful, you take a rain check while Curly takes a bullet.
Bullet?
One shot, clean as a whistle, right through the heart, from a short distance.
Yeah. And he was armed. Somebody outdrew him or surprised him. And a marksman, too, huh?
Or a markswoman.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Where do you think she is? Gone, of course. And while we look for her, there was all the time in the world for this to happen. All the time for...
Listen, take it easy.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. And remember, Lieutenant, the girl didn't shoot it herself out there on the roof. And if Curly had... Shh, wait a minute.
Keys.
Sure, it's the guy who lives here, R.C.V. You want to bet?
All right, friend, that's enough music. You can notice us now. Grab him now. That's it.
Okay, put down that stick, Buster. That's better.
Well, a little surprised, that's all. You can let me go. I'm all right.
You're all right.
Sure. Da-da-da-da-bum, you're breaking my heart. Never leave a tune unfinished. Had to finish it, that's all. Hey, didn't expect a room full of roses. Sit down. Roses are in 7th place this week, you know that?
My name's Clary, homicide.
All right. Sit down.
Sit. Listen, my friend.
Hold it, Lieutenant, just a minute. Roses are number 7, huh? How's Jealous Heart?
A little raise on records, down in sheet sales, though. Oh, but you ought to hear the blues number I've got.
Song plugger, huh? Maybe even the same song plugger who once introduced a cowboy to a girl.
Maybe. I don't know. Play piano down at the Club Paris, too.
The Club Oh, all begins to tie together, doesn't it?
My friend, we're going to pull up our chairs for a nice long talk.
Be careful, don't stub your toe.
What?
Chairs are all nailed down. Keeps the maids from moving them around.
Keeps them in. Look, Looney, Daphne Crockett was being watched from here, and I doubt if Curly did it. She was shot at from here, but he didn't do it.
Did it, do it, did it. My name's Seaver, Lieutenant, not Looney. Seaver. Dick Seaver. Dead-Eye Dick, they call me.
Dead-Eye? And Curly was murdered by a Well, brother, if you're crazy enough to
Wait a
admit
minute,
it...
Lieutenant, wait a minute. Chairs nailed down, that stick you carry. You haven't even noticed the body yet. You haven't been watching Daphne, have you, Dead-Eye?
Of course not. I couldn't. I'm blind.
George, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Don't jump at conclusions. You tell me how a poor old blind guy goes around filling people full of lead. It just can't happen. Unless maybe he uses seeing-eye bullets. Hey, you know, that's all right. And for that matter, so is this. Say, before the shooting starts again, I think we should pause briefly for story identification, don't you? It seems that a self-styled cowboy named Rafe Disborough, who got himself fired from Monogram because he could only ride side saddle, hired Valentine to keep his beady brown eye on a doll named Daphne. He figures that only one eye will be necessary, as he will have to keep the other one peeled for a guy named Curly, a black-haired character who was very repulsive. On further investigation, Daphne turns out to be an up-to-date Annie Oakley, who's been knocking him dead at the Club Paris with her fur-lined six-shooter. However, some patron who doesn't like the cover charge takes it out on Daphne and starts shooting back, only he misses and plugs Curly. Meantime, George has been sleeping it off in Dead-Eye Dick's apartment, a song plugger around town, as he has become very drowsy from a hit on the head. George immediately points the finger at Dead-Eye, only Dead-Eye is blind and can't point back. Still, George figures that if he can plug songs, he can also plug people. However, this sets well with nobody, so he goes back to see Rafe Disborough, who was no help either, because all he can say is...
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, that's all I can say. Gosh.
Well, you should try harder, Mr. Disborough.
Usually there's just good men, the bad men.
And the little school teacher in between, I know. Well, this isn't the plot of a Western. But why you really wanted us to meet Daphne, you didn't say. So suppose you start saying, Buster, right now.
Why? I told you she was in distress.
Are you being blackmailed, cowboy?
Uh-huh.
That was Curly's business, you know. And I saw a little black bag once. Blackmailed, I said.
No, not me.
Not you?
Well, I'm always cautious about those things, but... Well, Daphne, she has another suitor besides me, is Mr. Michael J. Martin.
Martin?
Yeah, one of those millionaire fellas. This is strictly confidential, you understand.
And you figure Martin's a better sucker than you are, huh?
Oh, well, he is a married man, and I have never taken that step.
Uh-huh. And you really hired us to look into Daphne because you were afraid she was going to knock you over, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. You totally misrepresent me. No, I mean nothing of the kind. The little lady is always innocent.
Okay, Disborough. When you decide to tell me the truth, let me know, will you?
But I am. I'm just a bystander who...
Or better yet, let the police know. This is still a murder case, Rafe. And they tell me cowboys are pretty good shots.
What? Oh, I'm just a singing cowboy.
That's the last straw.
No, I'm not proficient except with a guitar. I don't shoot guns. Well, my fans wouldn't like it. Well, listen, I'll show you.
Come on, Angel, let's get out of here.
Here we are, George. Dressing room number 4, 3, 2...
Sure. She's number 1 with a star on the door.
Just a moment, please. I'm very sorry, but no one's allowed inside.
Well, I'm sorry too, Shorty, but we want to
Miss
see...
Crockett isn't receiving any callers this evening. She hopes you understand.
Well, now, that's real thoughtful of her. Just step to one side.
You needn't raise your voice, but if I haven't made myself clear...
Oh, George, just pick him up and throw
And
him.
I really don't feel like arguing about
Shorty,
it.
get out of the...
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye.
Oh, no, you don't. Stand still, sister.
Well, I've really got nothing to say. Come along, Mike.
Okay, get out of my way. Shorty, wait a minute, you.
Please don't be difficult, Mr. Valentine. Mac, Fred, Joe.
Slow down, I said. Would you... Hey,
Oh,
let
George.
go. Let go, will you?
Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Will you... All right, Mac, Fred, Joe, she's gone. You can let go.
Sure, don't get sore. Let me brush your coat.
The boys, huh?
Stagehands, that's all. Don't want to see you getting in trouble.
Buster, I'm not the one who's going to be in trouble.
Oh, yes, you are. Little guy's important, tough, too.
The what?
Little guy went with her, the Michael J. Martin.
Martin? You mean that little shrimp was Martin?
Lucky we saved you, huh? Lion hunter, you know. Toughest little guy in the world. Best marksman, too.
No, Miss Crockett isn't here. Of course she's not here. Don't expect her to show up. I even had one of our own men tailing her, and Martin shook him off, too.
All right, so she's not here. You said that, Lieutenant.
Little schoolteacher type, caught in the middle.
Martin's not much to look at, only 5 feet tall.
$2 million you could look at.
Maybe blackmail does make sense.
I told you that a long time ago. But nothing else means sense. Why did Curly come out here? Why did he get killed?
Oh, stop asking questions.
All right, you want an answer? Curly was Daphne's husband.
What?
It's in the record. They used to be married.
Sure. Now she was afraid of him.
Sure. Does it tie together a cowboy, lion hunter, Annie Oakley? Does it tell which one of those marksmen put a bullet through a man's heart with one shot?
Let's not leave out Seaver.
All right, so he's tied in. He's a friend of Curly's, too. But
Angel,
let me tell you something.
When we were at the Club Paris, who was playing the piano?
Huh? Well, it was... Oh, George, it wasn't Dixie.
Uh-huh. See what I mean? He's missing, too. And you know, Lieutenant, a blind guy who's a heel could get into trouble easily. Now his heart's beating. Now he's just unconscious, I think. Come on, Seaver. Come on, snap out of it now.
His door's still open. Somebody must have slugged him when he was running out before he could get away.
Oh, Daddy beat me. My head.
Oh, he's okay. Take a look inside.
That's what I'm doing. It's quite a mess.
It's been ransacked. All the drawers, only thing still in place are the furniture. Michael J. Martin. Dead.
Would you look at that? Another one-shot victim. Sharpshooting. Even about the same distance.
Yeah. Got Martin a little higher up, though. Yeah, look here. Hit him right in the neck.
So what? He's as dead as Curly, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'm just...
What is it, George?
The window. Lights just went on there, opposite.
What? Yeah, so they did.
The roof garden.
Little Nell has finally come back home, huh?
And, Lieutenant, if you work a process of elimination...
Come on, let's get over there.
I'll stay here.
But, George...
Go on. I'll take care of Seaver here. Now, I'll take you 5 minutes to make it from building to building anyway.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open, but you watch from here.
Don't worry. I've been wrong before. I'm not going to be wrong this time. Get going.
Oh, Daddy, what a head. What's happening? What's happening, Mr. Valentine?
Here. Come here now. I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. That's my chair, by the poker table.
Okay, careful now.
There she is. Whew. Sit down yourself, Valentine. It's good for the rocks in your head. From the chair opposite me, the wing chair there, you can see out the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Already there, aren't you? I tell by your voice. What you doing now?
Nothing. Taking off a coat.
Take off your coat. Take off your hat. Cigarette? Got some right here on the table.
No, thanks. Go on into the kitchen now.
I bet you can't cook.
You've never seen her, huh?
Nope, blind since I was 21. Lost him in a stick-up I got messed up in.
Stick-up? Nice guy.
I've been around, but I'm straight now.
She's back on the roof now. Why do you say you're straight, Seaver, when you were all mixed up with Curly?
I didn't know he'd taken a hop from prison.
He was up here all the time watching his wife, wasn't he?
Sure. It's a cinch I wasn't.
You were in on the blackmail with Curly, too, weren't you? Somebody must have tipped him off that there was a good touch going, that Martin here was a pushover.
All right, so what? What have I got to lose?
Conspiracy to blackmail, but everybody's dead. You're right, we can't prove it.
I've been around.
You're not.
What's that?
Oh, she's just practicing, that's all. Funny, isn't it? Everybody's a marksman. You know, poor Martin there has a gun in his pocket, too, but he was outdrawn, just like Curly.
That cowboy can shoot, too, Mr. Valentine. I don't believe that stuff he says, do you?
No, I'm not talking about murder anyway. I was thinking about when Daphne over there was practicing early and somebody took a pot shot and missed.
What about it?
Well, that couldn't have been a marksman, could it? So it must have been somebody who just stuck a gun out the window and shot to attract attention.
You've been around, too, haven't you?
You knew somebody'd come running over like I did and find Curly and lock him up. He was a fugitive. Good way to get rid of a partner, huh, Seaver? Well, she's going to work on the clay pigeons now. Good shot.
Never mind her. Then what happened?
Well, it didn't work, obviously. Curly knocked me out instead, so when you ducked back into the room to pick up the dough in the black bag, you found Curly alive and plenty suspicious. So you had to kill him, I guess.
Oh, is that it? Now, how could a blind man do that?
Then maybe later Michael J. Martin figured out who'd been in on the blackmail and came up for a little talk. So you had to kill him.
Well, I guess you can't be blamed. Lots of people think I'm not really blind, but I am, see? Look at the match in front of my eye.
Never mind, skip it. It's because you are blind that I know you killed both of them. Who else but a blind man would shoot two men at the same height? A big man in the heart and a 5-footer like Martin in the neck.
You're crazy, Mr. Valentine. I'm blind. I don't even know where people are.
You can tell by the sound of a voice, can't you?
What? But not close enough to...
Tell what chair they're sitting in? The chair that's always in the same place because it's nailed down? Well, come on now, tell me the rest, Buster. What happens?
You'd like to know how it works, wouldn't you? You'd like to know which chair. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll show you. It's the chair you're sitting in.
Ain't I an old meanie, though? You know, a situation like this could set Cliff hanging back 10 years, which might be a good idea. For that matter, so is this. Now let's see how the little game of blind man's bluff is turning out. It can't be good for George, because old Deadeye is getting his jollies over something.
Simple, isn't it? The blind man can fool them all. A little heavy on the downbeat, maybe. It won't look like a marksman this time. But the coroner won't care. I'll just move him out of the chair and... Valentine! Valentine, where are you? Where are you?
Just where I was, Seaver.
Huh?
Standing by the side of this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I can't tell you how grateful I am for apprehending that barman.
Yeah. He was a little twisted, I guess.
George, we've got to be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I asked you out here to explain about her. Oh, boy, he's really nice. She was afraid of her husband, she was, afraid of what he might be up to. And she wasn't really mixed up much with that rich man, Mr. Martin.
Oh, we know, Rafe. You told us. She's a school teacher type. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Mr. Valentine.
Well, this is the last reel, Angel. So look out for the cactus while we mount up and ride off into the sunset, leaving the little ranch house behind.
Huh? Well, George, At this point, doesn't the hero usually kiss the girl?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Huh?
He always kisses the horse.
Oh.
You know, after a crack like that, I'm not going to even try and defend that boy anymore. I'm just going to say that Robert Bailey played George Valentine with the story by David Victor and Jackson Gillis. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I sure wish you could listen to this story with a glass of Petri California port right at your elbow. Petri port. That's the wine that's perfect after dinner when you're just taking things easy. And say, if you've never tried Petri port, if you've never tasted that wonderful, rich red wine, well, this is the week to do it. I'll tell you why. This is National Wine Week. Sort of a celebration we're having to mark the return to good living. Your wine merchant is kind of rolling out the red plush carpet this week, and among other things, he wants to prove to you that you just couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri wine. Why don't you take him up on it? And begin by becoming acquainted with Petri Port. You'll really love it, and so will your guests. And say, you can serve Petri Port proudly, because after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. That's a fact. Well, here's the patio of Dr. Watson's Northern California bungalow, but where's the doctor?
Here I am, Mr. Bartow, out in the garden.
Okay, I'll be right there. Oh, sitting by the fish pond, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, it's rather pleasant out here for a change. Has it ever occurred to you how stupid the expression of a goldfish is, Mr. Bartow?
Well, I can't say I've ever given it much thought, Doctor. Why?
You see this foolish little fellow here with his silly little mouth opening and closing as though he were constantly astonished?
Oh, what is this? I thought you were a fish lover.
Yes, I am. But as I was brooding over tonight's story, that goldfish seemed to be making faces at me as though it were trying to remind me of how my face must have looked on a certain June evening in 1890.
It sounds to me as if you're going to tell a story against yourself, Doctor.
I am, young fellow, my lad.
What happened?
One Sunday morning in 1890, I dropped round to visit my friend in Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson told me that he was out, but suggested that I wait in our old rooms for his return, and promised me a pot of strong tea and some buttered scones as an inducement. As I walked into the sitting room, I was astonished to see Holmes standing there, a bag in one hand and a coat in the other.
My dear chap, how are you?
I'm fine, Holmes. I'm surprised to see you, though. Mrs. Hudson told me that you were out.
I have been, Watson, on a case. I just returned by my private entrance for some necessary apparatus.
Oh, can I come with you? My wife's away, you know, but my practice is quite slack at the moment.
Not even my trusty old friend Watson can accompany me on this case. It's a ticklish business. The fate of 2 nations hangs in the balance. I must work alone. Sorry to leave you like this, old fellow. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. Mrs. Hudson's making me some tea and some buttered scones. Can't you wait and share them with me?
Huh? Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. Empires are tottering, and you talk of tea and buttered scones.
Oh, I'm sorry I must be off. Goodbye, old fellow.
Oh, don't look so sad, old fellow. When the time is ripe, I'll tell you all about the case, and you can write it up in your memoirs. Goodbye, old boy.
Buttered scones. I haven't got any appetite for them now.
Did you enjoy the scones, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I'm afraid my appetite disappeared when Mr. Holmes left.
It did it? I see you've eaten them all just the same.
What? Oh, yes, so I did.
I've got a surprise for you, Doctor. Inspector Lestrade is downstairs.
Oh, he?
He came to see Mr. Holmes, but when I told him he was out, the inspector said he'd like to see you.
Oh, he did? Oh, splendid. I'll ask him to come up, please, will you, Mrs. Hudson?
Aye, sir. Will you come up, please, Inspector?
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Can I butter you up a few more scones?
No, thank you. I really couldn't eat them.
I'll just go and make some more the same. You'll eat them if I fix them, Doctor.
No, really, thank you. There you are, Lestrade.
Hello, Dr. Watson. Here's a pretty kettle of fish and no mistake.
Huh? What's the trouble?
Well, I want Mr. Holmes' help on a most important case. Where's he gone?
Well, he's out on a very, secret matter.
You know where he is, Doctor?
Well, naturally I know where he is, Lestrade. My old friend never keeps me in the dark, but I'm not at liberty to tell you. Perhaps I could help you a bit. After all, I'm not exactly unfamiliar with my friend's methods.
That's true, but just the same... oh, well, Doctor, 2 heads are always better than one, even if one is a sheep's head, as my old mother used to say.
Are you suggesting that I'm a sheep's head?
No, I'm not suggesting anything, Doctor. I'm just telling you what my old mother used to say.
I'm really not very interested in what your old mother used to say. And now, Lestrade, your problem, please.
Well, it's simple enough, Doctor. A German diplomat, Graf Otto von Eldenstein is his name, is in England on a very secret mission.
Graf Otto von Heldenstein? Yes, I've heard of him. Pray continue.
Well, this von Eldenstein staying at the Manor House at Hampton Wick, not far out of London. Now, this morning, somebody slipped past his guards and threw a bomb into his study. His secretary was killed, and he would have been too, if it hadn't been that he'd left the room a few minutes earlier.
Well, these second-hand investigations are very little use, Lestrade. We must both go down to the Manor House at Hampton Wick and examine the situation on the spot.
All right.
Get out the timetable and look up the next train, will you?
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'll go and tell Mrs. Hudson where I'm going.
All right, you are, Doctor.
Here are the scones, Doctor. I was just bringing them up to you.
Scones? Who can think of scones when an empire's tottering?
Are you sure you're feeling quite well, Doctor?
Of course I am. Now, listen to me, Mrs. Hudson. If Mr. Holmes should return, please tell him that I've gone to Hampton Wick with Inspector Lestrade to investigate the von Heldenstein business.
The von Heldenstein business. Aye, Doctor, I'll tell him that.
Mr. Holmes didn't tell you where he was going, did he?
No, Doctor, he didn't.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Thank
Are you sure you don't want the scones, Doctor?
Well, I might as well take him along. I dare say Lestrade could eat him.
Ah, you're the one, Doctor.
Yes, I suppose this is rather exciting. Just the same, I wish I knew what Holmes was doing at this moment.
You are Herr Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, I presume Graf Otto von Heldenstein is expecting me?
Ja, Herr Holmes. He was so anxious that you would come here to the Manor House.
I left immediately after I got his summons.
He's very weak. He has lost much blood from the injuries he received this morning.
Injuries that no one knows about, eh?
Nein, Herr Holmes. Only I, his old and faithful servant, knows. Follow me, please. I will take you to him.
Franz? Franz, is that you, Franz?
Ja, Herr Graf. And with me is Herr Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. Thank heaven you are here, Holmes. I hope I can be of service to you, sir.
You can. You can be of great service. Sit close to my bed, Holmes. I have not much strength to speak.
I'm listening, Herr Graf.
You must impersonate me.
Yes, so I gathered when I received your message.
I am in England on a most delicate and important mission for the German government. Within a few weeks, your government and mine will conclude a treaty outlining the German and British spheres of interest in Africa.
I see. Obviously, that bomb was thrown this morning by someone who does not wish the treaty to be concluded.
Yeah, exactly, Herr Holmes. That is why you must impersonate me. In 24 hours' time, I shall be well enough to resume my work. In the meanwhile, you can keep the secret of my injuries and also have the opportunity of finding the assassin.
I'm quite prepared to undertake the impersonation, sir, but how can I possibly hope to deceive the members of your personal staff?
With the exception of Franz here, and poor Fräulein Ullmeyer, who was killed in the explosion that injured me, my staff is new. They have joined me here from the German consulate in London. They will believe that you are me.
Very well, sir. I'll try it.
I have heard of your skill in the art of disguises, and also it seems to me we are not so unlike each other.
I was about to comment on that fact myself, sir. Yes, I think that a moustache and side whiskers will work wonders. If I can make the accent reasonably convincing...
I will coach you, my friend.
Splendid. Help me off with my coat, will you, Franz? Get me towels and a mirror.
Jawohl, Herr Holmes.
And while I'm applying my makeup, Herr Graf, perhaps you will be so good as to give me the complete circumstances regarding this morning's attempt on your life. If I'm to impersonate you successfully, I must have all the facts at my fingertips.
Wunderbar. It is amazing, Herr Holmes. Even I can hardly tell you from my master.
Yes, I think it's the wig that puts the finishing touch to my disguise. How did it look to you, Herr Graf?
Colossal. I feel as if I were looking into a mirror.
And my accent, you find it reasonably convincing?
Oh, yeah, extremely so. Try it once again, Herr Holmes.
Ja, Herr Graf. It gives me the greatest pleasure to do what you ask of me.
Prächtig, splendid, Herr Holmes, splendid.
A cab is drawn up at the gate. 2 men are getting out. You can see them from the window here.
Oh, it's the police, possibly, or... Great Scott! It's Watson and Lestrade.
Friends of yours, Herr Holmes?
One of them is my close colleague, and the other is a detective inspector from Scotland Yard.
Oh, you must keep up the deception, even with your friends.
As a matter of fact, my friend's investigations will prove an excellent mask for my own search for the assassin. But, well, this is a delicious situation. I hope they won't recognize me. I am Graf Otto von Heldenstein, gentlemen. You wish to see me?
How do you do, sir? My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and this is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
How do you do, sir? Inspector. Dr. Watson, may I ask if I have the great distinction of addressing the Dr. Watson, friend of Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, I'm very flattered that you know me, Herr Graf.
But who does not know the great Dr. Watson? In my country, many people think that you are the real brains of the combination. Tell me, Herr Doctor, is that true?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that, sir.
Of course, you have both come here to investigate what occurred this morning.
Yes, we have, sir.
Please sit down. If you can find any furniture that is unbroken.
Oh, thank you, sir. I must say the place is in a bit of a mess. And now, Herr Graf, please tell us exactly what happened.
Yeah, I will tell you everything, Herr Doctor. This morning I was working in here with my secretary, poor Fräulein Ullmeyer. I had occasion to go upstairs to my room to get some necessary papers. As I came down the staircase to return here, I heard a scream from Fräulein Ullmeyer. A moment later, there was a most frightful explosion. The concussion stunned me. When I came to, my poor secretary was dead.
What people were inside the house at the time of the explosion?
The servants were all at the church. The only people here was my secretary who was killed. My servant, Franz. I can vouch for him because he was upstairs when I went for my documents. There were 3 other people in the house, however. Madame Lisa Varona, my hostess, and the owner of this house. A young Englishman from the Home Office. His name is Hilary Adams, and the 3rd person in the house was a member of the German embassy, Colonel Schweiger.
Oh, then it's just a matter of cross-questioning the 3 of them as to their alibis at the time of the explosion. I'll take them one at a time, Lestrade. Ring for that servant fellow. What was his name?
Franz.
Franz, that's the name.
At least it's a rare privilege to watch a master detective at work.
Yes, Herr Graf. I shouldn't be surprised if my methods teach you quite a bit about the art of detection.
Herr Dr. Watson, this is Colonel Schweiger of the German Embassy.
Where were you, Colonel Schweiger, when the explosion occurred this morning?
I was discussing the military tactics of Clausewitz with one of the guards near the front gates.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the guard, sir?
Carter. Mr. Arthur Carter.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
Thank you, Colonel Schweiger. Please ask Madame Lissa Verona to come in with us.
Questions, nothing but questions. Leave me alone.
Sorry, madam. All I want to know is where were you when the explosion occurred this morning?
Where was I? In my boudoir, listening to that stupid babblings of the young Englishman, Hilary Adam. Herr Graf, when I offered you my house, I did not know that I would have to put up with the love-making of your staff. Everywhere he followed.
No. Please don't get so excited, Madame Verona.
Questions. Stupid young English puppies making calf eyes at me. My beautiful house blown to pieces. Lord, you do it.
Mr. Adams, where were you when the explosion occurred?
In Madame Verona's suite.
You swear to that?
Of course I do. You may ask her.
I've already done so, sir. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you. That's all. You may go. Well, Lestrade, did you check on Colonel Schweiger's alibi?
Yes, Doctor. He was telling the truth. He was talking to the colonel when the explosion happened.
Dear me, Herr Doctor, your examination has not been very successful, has it, sir? Everyone has an alibi.
Yes, but the alibis of Madame Verona and the young Englishman, Hilary Adams, depend on each other's words. They might be lying. And you've been dealing with criminals as long as I have, Herr Graf. You learn to look far deeper than the obvious. Yes, Lestrade and I shall return to London now and make some inquiries. You will hear from me, sir, before the day is over.
Yes. Well, I'm much obliged to you, Doctor, for a very nice meal. Although we've been talking in circles.
Not entirely. Anyway, I have come to one important decision.
Oh, and what's that, Doctor?
Madame Verona is addicted to the use of drugs. The pupils of her eyes were contracted to pinpoints. It's an invariable indication of drug addiction. Lestrade, you go to Scotland Yard and see what you can find out about her, and I'll go back to my house. You can meet me there later. I wish Mary wasn't away. It's the cook's side out, confounded. I can't see a thing. I'll strike a match. That's better. Hello? Who's that in the drawing room? Who is it?
Watson! I thought you'd never come.
Holmes, where on earth do you spring from?
Never mind that, old chap. I've come to warn you. Keep out of the von Hildenstein business if you value your life.
Well, how did you know that I was working on the case?
I haven't time to tell you now, but I implore you. Keep out of it. There are dangerous forces at work. Forces that would snuff out your life without a thought. Please believe me, old chap. And do as I... Quick, Watson! Under the dining room! What on earth's about?
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. All the time, I need to remind you that, what with this being National Wine Week, if you want to take a gift to a young lady, why not take her a bottle of Petri California Muscatel? Petri Muscatel is the kind of wine you'd serve a queen. That Petri Muscatel has a flavor of plump, sun-ripened Muscat grapes, and is it ever good? You couldn't ask for a more delicious after-dinner wine, or a more delicious wine to serve when company comes. Remember, it's Muscatel, but the important thing is, it's Petri. Petri Muscatel. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's adventure, the Manor House case. Well, that was a fine place to break off your story, Doctor, I must say.
Mr. Belgill, I thought I'd keep you in as much suspense as possible.
Well, what happened next? Were you and Holmes injured when that bomb exploded?
No, my boy. Though the concussion of the explosion knocked me out for a few minutes. When I came to, Holmes had disappeared.
And I can imagine where he'd gone. Go on, Doctor.
Soon after that, Lestrade arrived on the scene, and after a quick and fruitless examination of the premises, we decided to return once more to the manor house. And so, an hour later, I was telling my story to the man I still thought to be the Graf Otto von Heldenstein.
What? This is dreadful, Herr Doctor. The bomb might easily have killed you.
Oh, I was ready for it, sir. Quick thinking and presence of mind are my stock in trade, you know. When I heard the ghastly crash, I flung myself under the dining room table.
I'm most distressed that you yourself should be exposed to such danger.
Not at all, Herr Graf. As a matter of fact, I exposed myself deliberately to the attack. It's an old army trick, you know, what we call drawing the enemy's fire.
Calm now, Doctor. You don't mean to tell us that you expected to have that bomb chucked through the window at you?
Of course I did, Lestrade. The assassin knew that I was working on the case. He followed me to London and fell into my trap, just as I intended him to, by showing his hand.
Well, I don't see what has got you, Doctor.
I myself must admit I cannot see that you are any nearer to finding the murderer.
On the contrary, sir, the case is nearly solved.
Well, I don't see how you figured that one out, Doctor.
Elementary, my dear Lestrade, elementary. One of the 3 people under suspicion followed me to my house tonight. The second bomb was thrown at approximately 7 o'clock. Now, it's only a question of finding which one of the 3 cannot account for his movements at that time. Then we shall know the murderer.
You want to cross-examine them again, Doctor?
Yes, Lestrade, bring them in, please. One at a time. Colonel Schweiger, where were you at 7 o'clock tonight?
Discussing the military tactics of Clausewitz with Mr. Carter of the Home Office Guards.
Great Scott, that's what you were doing at 11 o'clock this morning, too.
It would take many days of discussion for 2 students to appreciate all the subtleties of Clausewitz.
Yeah, I'll check on that again, Doctor.
Thank you, Lestrade. And please ask Madame Verona to come in, will you?
Questions, and still more questions. Where was I 7 tonight, you ask me? I was listening to more babblings from that stupid young Englishman. Ask him for yourself.
Mr. Adams, where were you at 7 tonight?
With Madame Verona in her boudoir.
There is a curious sameness about the pattern of life in this house, is there not, Herr Doctor?
Well, I checked on Colonel Schweiger's statement. It was true. He was talking to Carter at 7 o'clock, all right. Well, could the other 2 account for themselves, Doctor?
Well, once again, they alibied for each other, but this time I begin to doubt them.
Oh, why do you say that, Herr Doctor?
Oh, I would accept Madame Verona's alibi for young Adams. Obviously, she loathes the boy and wouldn't perjure herself for him. On the other hand, he worships her, and I'm certain that he wouldn't have any scruples about lying to provide an alibi for her.
Well, you got a point there, Doctor.
Yes, I regard her with great suspicion. Yeah, come in. Yes, Mr. Adams?
Dr. Watson, I've been worrying about Madame Verona. I was afraid you wouldn't believe my alibi for her.
Indeed?
I have another, an unbiased witness who can testify that Madame Verona was in this house at 7 tonight. Come in, Franz.
Jawohl, gnädiger Herr.
Franz, did you see Madame Verona at 7 tonight?
Ja. I take up 2 glasses of sherry to her. It was a few minutes before 7.
Thank you, Franz. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I appreciate your concern. You may go.
Yeah. Seems to me we're still traveling in circles, Doctor.
On the contrary, my dear Lestrade, the case is solved.
Indeed. You astonish me, Herr Doctor. Who is the guilty party?
You will know in a minute, sir. Lestrade, bring the 3 suspects in here, please.
Right, sir.
When they are assembled, I will give you the solution to the mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the mystery is solved, and I must apologize for any little inconvenience that you've undergone. You, Madame Verona, you, Colonel Schweiger, and you, Mr. Adams, have all unshakable alibis. Therefore, the solution's obvious. As my dear friend Sherlock Holmes has often said, eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth. Therefore, the only person that could have thrown both bombs is yourself, Graf Otto von Heldenstein.
Oh, George, I believe you're right, Doctor.
What have you got to say for yourself, sir?
That I too, Herr Doctor, have an unshakable alibi.
Oh, what is it?
I was with you, Herr Doctor, when the second bomb was thrown.
What on earth are you talking about? I was alone, sir.
Oh, come now, old fellow, that's not true.
Holmes. What? Holmes, how could you?
Mr. Holmes. Well, strike me.
Don't be angry with me, old chap.
Oh, you made a complete
No,
fool
not
of me,
at all, my
Holmes.
dear fellow, not at all.
I've never
I
seen
suppose
you.
you got the real solution to the case, as usual, Mr. Ray.
Yes, Mr. Starr, I have.
Well, let's hear it. Might as well show me up.
Oh,
for the
my dear
acid
Watson,
I'll
stop
be, huh?
berating yourself. You really handled the case very well. You made only one mistake.
Huh?
May I revise that dictum of mine which you just quoted? Eliminate the possible, and then, if nothing remains, some part of the impossible must be possible.
Which part?
Colonel Schmeicher's alibi was valid. So was Madame Verona's, since it was corroborated by the trusty France. But what does your alibi rest on, Mr. Adams?
Madame Verona's told you I was here at 7.
Yes, but Madame Verona is addicted to the use of drugs. I'm sure that you spotted that back, Watson.
Yes, matter of fact, I did.
Your mistake, old chap, was in not drawing the correct conclusion. Mr. Adams' alibi depends on the unsupported word of a drug addict. Now, the use of drugs notoriously destroys, first of all, the sense of time. Any trick such as the resetting of clocks could be worked on her without her noticing. Her word on a time alibi is completely valueless.
Then Adams is the man.
Fools, meddlers, why don't you... He's a murderer and a traitor. Well, now that we're back in Baker Street, Watson, I may as well tell you that I had my suspicions of Adams from the first.
You did? Why?
Well, my brother Mycroft had told me that he was suspected of being a traitor at heart. He's been under observation for some years. He was purposely given this assignment as a definite test of his integrity.
Well, I understand it all now, Holmes. It's the same. I did make an ass of myself in front of Lestrade,
Oh,
too.
don't worry about it, old chap. Please don't worry. You always can correct that impression, you know. Yours will be the last word.
Huh? How do you mean?
Well, when you come to write this story in your memoirs, my dear fellow, you can always do a little, what should we say, re-editing of your own part. Posterity never need know.
Doctor, that was really a swell story.
I'm glad you liked it. Sort of made me out of a bit of a fool, though.
Oh, nothing of the kind, Doctor. I agree with Holmes. You did a splendid job.
Oh, you really think I did?
After all, you did line up his suspects for him, didn't you?
Well, come to think of it, yes, of course I did.
And you did make the point that Madame Verona was a drug addict.
Yes, by Jove, so I did.
And you did say that Mr. Adams' alibi could be a lie.
By Jove, you're right. I did solve that case for Holmes after all. Mr. Bartell, did anyone ever tell you that you're really a very smart young man? I wish you and I could work on a case together.
We can, starting tonight.
No. Really?
Sure. In celebration of National Wine Week, I brought you a case of Petri wine. And I suggest we start on it right now with a glass of port.
What a fellow.
What a wine. Petri wine. We know that's really good because the Petri family has been making fine wine since the 1800s. For generations, ever since they started the Petri business, the Petri family has been turning luscious California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And during all that time, they've been handing on down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. The Petri wine you buy today is the result of all that skill and knowledge and experience. That's why you can't go wrong when you choose a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what's the prescription for next week's story?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I think I can promise you a most entertaining adventure. It concerns a famous magician, a female spy of unusual beauty, and a man even more brilliant than Holmes himself. His older brother, Mycroft.
Sounds terrific, Doctor. And before we say goodnight to our friends, I want to remind them that our men overseas need the Merchant Marine to bring them back home. The Merchant Marine got them there, and it'll bring them back if you help. Right now, the Merchant Marine needs experienced mates, engineers, ABs, firemen, oiler water tenders, and chief cooks. If you qualify, write or wire collect at once to Merchant Marine, Washington 25, D.C. Bring the boys home. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Greek Interpreter. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Violence. True stories of why crimes are committed. Presented in the hope that these factual cases will help you, the citizens, to understand the forces that motivate crime and to aid in its prevention. This is the story of violence. Practically every modern law enforcement agency today employs the services of a consultant whose job it is to discover the true motives behind the prisoner's act against society. One of these consultants is Dr. Richard Morley. This is his report on the case of Arthur Bowman, who committed murder.
May 5th. The district attorney presented to me details of the murder and subsequent confession by the prisoner Arthur Bowman. It was a particularly brutal crime, strangulation and beating. The accused man was highly emotional during police questioning. He freely admitted to the crime but denied a motive. Bowman had no previous record, and neighbors testified to his excellent character. I had my first interview with the murderer that afternoon in the prison. Hello, Mr. Bowman. I'm Dr. Morley. I've come here to help you find out why this happened.
I don't know. I don't know. I've told them.
That's all right. Cigarette?
No.
You sure? It's all right if you want to.
Thanks.
I'd like to ask you one or two things.
I don't know.
How old are you, Mr. Bowman?
44.
I understand you have a couple of children.
Yes.
Boys?
Boy, a girl. Look, I don't want to answer any more questions. Why don't you go away?
Tell me about them.
I love them. Sure I do. They're good kids. What's going to happen to them? I must have been crazy. I must...
What about your wife? Were you happy before this happened?
I don't know. I don't... Listen, you're a doctor. I know why you're here. Will you help me? Please.
We'll see.
So that you can put me in an electric chair. That's why you're here, isn't it?
No. That's not the reason.
I'd tell you why, if I could.
I know. Tell me, Mr. Bowman, what about when you were a kid? Big family?
4. I was the oldest. Jack was the baby and the 2 girls.
Mm-hmm. Did you have fun?
I guess so, sometimes. My mother was pretty strict. I had to help her take care of the others. It was rough on my mother. She had the baby when I was 10. You know how it is.
Yes.
I didn't want it to be that way with my kids. I wanted them to have fun. I guess she couldn't understand the way I felt.
Your wife, May?
Yeah, May. Like the time I wanted to take them all on a boat ride up the river for a day. I planned it for a surprise on Sunday. I told her about it Saturday night after the kids.
Get another dishcloth, Arthur. That one's getting wet.
Sure. May?
What?
I got an idea. We doing anything tomorrow?
No.
Good. What do you say if we take the kids up the river tomorrow? You know, a picnic? Did you have a fine time on the boat? The Henrys are going.
Oh, fine. That's just fine. I suppose you made the date just like that. You didn't ask me, of course. You don't stop to think that I got the kids every day, day in and day out.
No, I didn't say...
You don't think maybe I'd like to go out on Sunday? Do something that I want to do.
I thought you'd like it.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? You and Doug Henry go off and talk about fishing. I'm stuck with the kids and Nancy. That'd be fun for me.
I wouldn't go with Doug.
I bet you wouldn't. Like the last time you went bowling. What time was it you got in?
Do we have to go through that again?
That's just the way you are. Just nothing but selfish. You're not thinking of me or the kids. It's just you. Well, I'm tired, too. You can think of me for once.
I think of you.
Oh, get out of my kitchen. I'm sick of it.
Did you go on the boat?
Yeah, we went. Guess she wanted to show me what a great sacrifice she was making.
What about this fellow, Henry? Doug, you said? A friend?
Yeah, Doug's all right. We go bowling together every week. We used to.
You said something about coming home late one night.
Yeah. We got through bowling early, and Doug wanted a beer. I don't drink much. I guess I never liked it. But I said, okay, we...
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, everything's great, honey, great. Another beer for me and my friend.
No more for me.
Don't listen to him, honey. He thinks he's getting old. 2 beers.
Sure, right away.
Yeah. Artie, I saw you. Nice-looking kid, huh?
Doug, do you have any fun at home?
Huh?
You know what I mean. How do you get along with Nancy?
Boy, she gets along with me. That's the way it is in my house. She gets along with me or else.
But do you have any fun?
Sure we do. I'm Tom Rover, the fun-loving Rover boy.
I guess it would be nice.
Huh?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that beer's kind of strong, you know, and I'm not used to it.
Makes a man of you. A couple of more and you don't feel any pain, you know what I mean?
That's it. Well. Oh. Shh. Hey. Huh. Hello, May.
Do you know what time it is?
No.
It's after 1. Nearly 2. Where have you been?
With Doug. Gee, I didn't realize it was so late. You've been waiting up?
You're drunk.
Oh, I had a couple of beers with Doug, that's all.
Doug?
Sure, we got through bowling early.
Did you?
Oh, May, I'm sorry. Listen.
No, you listen. I'm fed up. Coming home in the middle of the night, drunk. Disgusting. I'm ashamed for the neighbors. For kids.
Oh, May, don't. I'm just sorry. I didn't do anything.
Get away from me.
But I only want to kiss you.
Kiss? You. I wish you were...
What? You wish I was what?
Keep your voice down.
Maybe I wish sometimes, too. Maybe I do.
Stop it. You'll wake up the kids.
Well, let them wake up. Do them good. Dirty little spoiled brats. Let them wake. May, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. May, please, I'm sorry. May.
That was the conclusion of the first questioning of Arthur Bowman. There was no doubt that he was aware of the magnitude of his crime. He'd shown a marked hostility to his wife in his statements. There'd been no attempt to hide that, or his feeling of guilt concerning the night when he'd arrived home from his bowling party with Douglas Henry. On May 7th, Bowman spoke of his job, his employer, and the employer's secretary. His position with the company was minor, and he felt a great frustration in that fact. Other younger men came into the business and were promoted. He was not. Here, Bowman returned to his feeling of remorse over his wife and children. He wanted to talk about the puppy, which was brought into the home 2 weeks before the murder.
She brought it for the kids. They all made a big fuss about it. I never liked dogs much. One night I came home, I was tired.
Hi, Boy. Hey, look at Pinky. He tied it under his chin.
That's my fishing hat.
He didn't do anything, Paul. Why did you hit him? He didn't do anything. Come on, Pinky. It's all right. Come on. What's the matter? Oh. Hello, Arthur.
Look what that dog did to my hat. Look.
You've had it ever since I can remember. Now you can get a new one. It was filthy anyway. Daddy hit Pinky, Mama. He's under the couch and he won't come out.
Got to get rid of that dog. I won't have my things destroyed. We got to get rid of it.
You're acting like a child. Hitting a baby puppy. It's all right, Pinky. It's all right. Let me hold him. He's mine. All right, children. Take him in the kitchen. It's time for his supper. Come on. We'll go out to the kitchen. You better get washed up, Arthur. As soon as the puppy's fed, we'll eat.
Do you know why you didn't like the dog, Mr. Bowman?
Oh, I don't know. My mother had one when I was a kid. It was a big dog. I remember it bit me and I was scared of it, but she kept it anyway.
Did you get rid of him? I mean, your children's puppy.
Well, I wanted to, but they wouldn't let me. Always babying, and it made me sick. Then one morning I was on my way to work. I was a couple of minutes late. And Mr. Heston, he's my boss, like I told you. He's always giving me a funny look when I'm late. While the car was parked in the driveway, I hadn't put it away the night.
Arthur?
Yes?
Have you seen Pinky?
No.
We got out of the backyard. See if he's in the garage.
I haven't got time. I'm late. Tell Terry to.
All right, but look under the car, though, before you drive out. He might be there.
Okay. Boy, I hope there isn't much traffic. I'm going to be late. Oh, I forgot to look. I didn't look. I did it. I killed it.
Heart disease is one of America's first causes of disability and death. Your gifts have greatly helped our scientists and doctors in gaining new knowledge about this disease. Let's keep on helping them until every heart in America is protected. Please mail a generous gift to Heart, care of your local post office. And now, back to violence.
The motive behind Arthur Bowman's act of murder was becoming increasingly evident. The effect upon him by the domineering and strict mother was aggravated in later life by his unhappy and frustrated wife. The killing of the dog functioned only as a detonator. The total explosion was yet to come. On May the 9th, we held our fourth interview.
I've been thinking about what we were talking of last time. The dog.
Yes.
Well, why didn't I look under the car when May told me to? I was late, but I didn't want to run over it. I never do a thing like that.
Do you think it's possible that you did want to get rid of it, and not looking was an easy way? Your excuse?
No, no. I didn't even know it was there under the car.
You didn't look. It might have been. What happened at home after the dog was run over?
Well, they wouldn't talk to me. May, the kids, they thought it was my fault. I felt like I did when I was a kid. And one day I hit the baby, and my mother made a big fuss about it. She didn't talk to me for a week.
Did you feel that May was behaving the way your mother did?
I guess so.
Did you resent it?
Well, I was sorry about the dog, but it was only a dog. They didn't have any right to treat me like that.
Did you feel that they'd given to the dog the affection that you wanted?
Sure, that's what they did. Man comes home tired from work, and all he hears is what the dog did. Nobody cared what I did.
You were telling me a little about your job the other day, Mr. Bowman. Now, your employer's name is Heston, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been there for 9 years.
You said you were in the accounting department?
Yeah. I should have been the head of it a long time ago, but it's all politics.
Was Mr. Heston unfair to you?
I don't know. He didn't like me much, always making cracks. Like the time I was getting ready to quit for the day a couple of weeks ago.
Was that before the dog was run over?
No, after 7 or 8 days.
All through, Arthur?
Just about.
Boss wants to see you before you go.
Oh?
Take it easy, Arthur. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes? Oh. Hello, Arthur. Say, I wonder if you'd like to take on some extra work. Shouldn't take you more than a week or so. You can do it at home.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Heston. Couldn't one of the other boys...
Well, yes, they could. But I thought it might be a good thing for you. It's an important account. We want it done right. You're our best man, you know, Arthur.
I guess I could try it, Mr. Heston, if you think it's all right. I mean, if it's that important, maybe the chief ought to handle it.
Oh. You know, Arthur, the trouble with you is you're afraid of yourself. You ought to do something about that.
Well, sure, Mr. Heston, if you think
No,
that
it's all right. I'll give it to the chief. See you in the morning, Arthur. Thanks for dropping in.
Can I have some more potatoes, Ma?
Ellen, pass your brother the potatoes.
He'll get fat if he eats too many, won't he? Oh, you shut up.
Say shut up to your sister, Terry.
May,
Yes?
boss wanted me to do some extra work this week.
Oh?
Know what I told him? I said, no, Mr. Heston, that's what I said. Can you imagine? Now he's trying to get me to do everybody else's job as well. It's not good enough for promotion.
Maybe it'd have been smart to take it.
For what? I know Heston. He's waiting for me to make a mistake so he can ease me out. Well, I'm smart. I'm not making any mistakes.
Oh, you're smart, all right. Get your hand out of the butter, Terry. Oh, yes, you're so smart. Everybody's wrong, and you're right. Don't stay on the right side of the boss. You tell him how smart you are. You know everything.
You think I should have done it?
All I know is you've had the same job for 9 years. 4 raises. I noticed Doug Henry's the head of his department at the store.
You're siding with Heston, too, huh? Everything I do stinks. Everything anybody else does...
Don't use that language in front of the children.
Shut up! Shut up! And that dog...
Arthur Bowman's pressures were reaching a highly dangerous stage. Had there been an outlet, a release from his frustrations and fears? Had he been able to voice these thoughts, a murder might never have taken place. But the boiling point had been reached. Having killed once, it was only a question of time before he lost complete control of his hostile feelings. On the 10th of May, he began to tell me about the day which ended in death.
I guess I didn't eat much for breakfast that morning.
What were you thinking about when you left home to go to work?
I don't know.
Well, what was your attitude toward your wife, then? I mean, did you want to make up?
No. No, I didn't.
Had your children annoyed you that morning, or the night before?
They were siding with her. It was like with the dog, only maybe worse. I had a lot of work to do that afternoon. Must have been about 5 when Mr. Heston came out of his office.
Arthur. Would you take a look at this for a minute?
Well, sure, Mr. Heston.
There seems to be a discrepancy in the figures to the Southern Metals April accounts. You took care of these, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, they've been checked twice now, their boys and the chief. I'm afraid you made a slip.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston.
No, it's all right. Just be more careful, will you? We can't fool around with $50,000 that belongs to someone else, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston. It won't happen again.
Oh, sure. It's okay.
You all right, Arthur?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Don't let it get you. You're entitled to one mistake.
Oh, yes.
That reminds me, could you do me a favor?
Oh, I guess so.
My car's in the garage. Won't be ready until tomorrow. Would you drop me off on your way home? Unless you're...
Oh, no, that's okay. Sure, be glad to.
Thanks. Penny for your thoughts, Arthur.
They're not worth it, really.
You're not unhappy about Mr. Heston calling you down this afternoon, are you?
No.
He likes you. He does. Trouble with you, Arthur, is you don't let people like you, you know?
I guess so.
Listen, I want to talk to you. I've been meaning to for quite a while. There's a bar on the next block. I usually stop by for a drink on the way. I'll let you buy me a martini. How's that?
Well...
Come on, I won't tell your wife. You're safe with me.
All right. I don't drink, though. Well, maybe a beer.
Oh, I would have bet it was a beer. You can park in the back, over there. Here's to you, Arthur. Don't you ever drink anything except beer?
No, I don't drink much.
I can see that. This is my second. You're still nursing your first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop being sorry. That's the first thing. Why are you always sorry?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something. You know what Mr. Heston thinks about you?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and it's for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He thinks you're wishy-washy. He thinks you've got what it takes, but you're wishy-washy.
I don't...
You know Heston. He's a nice guy, but he wants a man to say what he thinks. But you've been sitting behind that adding machine for 9 years. You could have been head of department by now, even Heston's assistant, but you're wishy-washy.
I guess that's the way I am.
There you go again. You don't even fight. Don't you ever fight? I'm telling you this for your own good, Arthur.
I know.
What does your wife say?
Well, she says the same thing, I suppose.
There you are. Don't you ever get mad? Don't you want to hit somebody, make them listen to you?
No, I don't get mad.
That's the trouble. You're a good-looking man, Arthur. You're not so old. You could do big things. You've got to stop being wishy-washy.
If I hadn't got married when I did, I was very young then, you know. Maybe I'd be different. Maybe that's it.
Don't you love your wife?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You ought to go out on a binge. That's what you need. And I'm the girl who can take care of it. Call the waiter, Arthur. A nice, loud voice now. You call him.
Yeah, sure. Waiter!
I'm 33, Arthur. Next month I'll be 34, and you don't see me worrying, do you?
No, you're all right, Ellen.
Yeah. Listen, my drinking alone. What's the matter with you? That's still your first.
I'll have another in a while.
Now, like that puppy dog you were telling me about. You should have told him it's too bad. I did it. We'll get another. Forget it. You shouldn't brood.
I know. You're right.
I guess it's tough. And you got a wife like May.
But you don't know her, Eileen. You might think differently.
Yeah, I'll bet. Nag, nag, nag. No wonder. I feel sorry for you. Oh, well, I guess we better be going, huh? What's the time?
11.
Hey, we better. You're gonna get it. Come on. You turn right at the block after next. That's my street, Arthur.
Yes.
You mad because of the way I talk tonight?
No.
It's for your own good. I hate to see you sitting in the office like you do, a nice-looking fellow like you.
It's all right.
Listen, you can come up for a nightcap if you want. I haven't got any beer, but I'll be glad...
I'd like to, Eileen, but...
Well, then, if you'd like to, come on up.
Well,
It's on the right, beyond the empty lot there.
All right.
You know, if I was a man, next time your wife made any kind of a crack, stand up for yourself. Tell her what you think. Oh, this is it, Arthur. Home, sweet home. You coming up?
I don't think I'd better. Thanks, anyway.
Arthur. Arthur. Oh, you kill me. You really do. You're even afraid of me. You're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of your wife. I know what's the matter with you.
It's late, Eileen.
You're
I'd better...
wishy-washy. That's what you are.
Please don't say that anymore.
Just a little thing like having a nightcap in a girl's apartment and you act like a scared kid. Oh, boy, what a husband you'd make.
Please don't say anymore.
Maybe I'm wrong about your wife. Maybe she's the one I should feel sorry for.
Shut up.
She's got to put up with you every day.
Shut up. Stop it.
Arthur, you're wishy-washy. That's what you are, wishy-washy.
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, you are. You're afraid of me and you're afraid of...
I'll kill you.
What did you do after that?
I knew she was dead. I just opened the door. She fell out on the sidewalk. I went home.
Do you know that it was wrong to kill her?
Yes. Yes, I know.
How did you feel toward your wife then?
I was sorry, I guess. I mean, the trouble it's going to mean. But why, Doctor? Why did I kill? Why did I kill Eileen? Why?
Why did Arthur Bowman kill a comparative stranger? It might have been any woman, any stranger. It happened to be Eileen. She had treated him as had all the others in his life who had dominated and frustrated him. And although his semi-conscious resentment was directed toward his wife, he could no more kill her than he could have killed his own mother. His repressed angers had reached the point of explosion. Had he, throughout his life, been able to voice these emotions, he would not have resorted to violence.
Arthur Bowman was brought to trial in August. More than 24 witnesses, including his employer, John Heston, appeared in his behalf. The defense based their case on the fact that the defendant was not conscious of the wrongful nature of the act at the time he committed the crime. In a moment, we will tell you the outcome of this case.
Science is now undertaking one of the most intensive research programs in history as it battles the menace of cancer. To continue this vital research, we must all join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Strike back at cancer. Give generously to your unit of the American Cancer Society. Now for the outcome of the trial of Arthur Bowman.
The attempt on the part of the defense to prove Bowman legally insane was unsuccessful, and the jury found him guilty. He was convicted of murder.
Violence. The story of a true crime is written by Anthony Ellis. Harry Bartell is Dr. Richard Morley. Supporting Mr. Bartell were Ted Osborne as Arthur Bowman, Jeanette Nolan as May, and Virginia Gregg as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Lou Merrill, Bill Boucher, Richard Beals, Janine Ann Roos, and John Stevenson and David Light. Violence is directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Charles Boyer in the case of Henri VIBARD, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, Filbert's taking me to the junior prom tonight. Isn't that exciting?
Why, Dora, my tempestuous teenage neighbor, it's almost as exciting as that exemplary exponent of extra starting dependability, the Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Gee whiz, Mr. Wilcox, I want to talk about the dance.
Well, so do I, Dora. The dance of delight you devotees of driving will do when you find out how much more you get with an Autolite Stay Full battery. You see, tests show this famous battery gives 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And those tests were based on SAE life cycle standards.
Filbert's kept every dance in reserve.
Reserve? That reminds me, Dora. The Autolite Stay Full battery has 3 times as much liquid reserve as batteries without the Stay Full features. That's why it needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Mr. Wilcox, you ought to see.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer tomorrow. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the case of Henri VIBARD and the performance of Charles Boyer, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I watched the taxicab enter the gate and roll slowly up the driveway toward the entrance. Gladstone Memorial Rest Home is a big, busy place. Dozens of cars come and go every day, and yet somehow this cab caught my attention and held it. It seemed to fascinate me. As it approached, yes, I got a definite feeling of menace from it. These warnings, these premonitions, they come to me whenever I'm in danger. Danger? What danger? The cab stopped just below my window, and a man got out. Sergeant Jack Freeman of the London Bureau of Missing Persons. He came here often, checking on new arrivals. Nothing to fear from Freeman. He's just a big, good-natured moron. But now he was assisting a woman from the cab. The sight of her made something snap inside my head. The woman was Mary, my wife. Mary, the sudden sight of her made me furious. I would have enjoyed striking her dead then and there. But how was it possible? Mary, free, walking around like a decent woman? She'd been convicted of murder, sentenced to life in prison. Now, was it possible she was out on parole? No, English justice is harsh with killers. And Mary's crime had been cold-blooded murder. Suddenly I understood. Mary was being brought here to Gladstone Rest Home to identify me. Such simple people. Trap Henri VIBARD. It was amusing. I might have a few unpleasant moments, but that would be all. I would make a fool of her. I'd always made a fool of her. I remained by the window for some time, planning just what to say and how to act. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Oh, this would be Dr. Sampson, the chap who runs this place. Nice fellow, Sampson. Not too smart, but... Come in.
Good afternoon, Monsieur Leclerc.
Oh, Dr. Sampson, come in.
You have a visitor. Sergeant Freeman again. He'd like another chat with you in my office.
Oh, Freeman, the bloodhound. Tell me truly, Doctor, does he ever find any of the people he looks for?
Oh, indeed he does. Hundreds of them every year.
Well, he has failed utterly in my case.
With you, monsieur, he has a good excuse. Most victims of amnesia have people searching for them, friends or relations who can identify them. I'm beginning to think you'll just have to recover your own memory.
Recover my memory? I wish I could forget. A few minutes later, I was sitting across the desk from Sergeant Freeman. I had the upper hand, of course, because I knew what was coming. As usual, he was humble, apologetic, and yet, for the first time since I'd known him, I got a definite feeling that he was deliberately trying to trap me, catch me in some trifling mistake. Yes, I have an instinct that warns me.
Just a few more questions, Monsieur Leclerc.
Well, as many as you like, Sergeant. You're looking very well.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, think hard, sir. Does the name VIBARD mean anything to you? Henri VIBARD?
VIBARD? VIBARD. No, I can't say it does.
How about Falmouth? Ever spend a summer at Falmouth down in Cornwall?
Never heard of the place, Sergeant.
Very well. How about the name Willard, an American, retired sea captain? Sickly old fellow in a wheelchair.
Oh, tell me more about him, Sergeant.
Well, sir, unless we're wrong again, you married his daughter.
Oh, a wife and a father-in-law. You're very generous, Sergeant. Did you bring them along?
Captain Willard was an invalid. He committed suicide. Felt he stood in the way of his daughter's happiness. Left a bit of money, though, about 10,000 pounds.
I could hardly keep from laughing at Freeman. He went on telling how Mary and her father came to England on a visit, how I met her at Falmouth, how her father objected to our romance. Freeman had most of the facts straight, except that Captain Willard did not commit suicide. No, I arranged that little matter. It was quite easy. He suffered from a bad heart condition, took strychnine for it, so I managed to contrive an overdose for him. I put it in his pot of tea. He had bitter tea, I imagine, but then he liked it strong. When Mary and I returned from the beach, he was dead. But he didn't leave 10,000 pounds, more like 5,000. Freeman went on with the story, on and on.
I'm, completely wrong. You and Mary Willard were married, settled up Captain Willard's estate, which was practically all cash, then went up to London to live. Now, Monsieur Leclerc, does none of that strike a familiar note?
You seem to think it should. Why, Sergeant Freeman?
Because you've been identified from those pictures we took of you when you first came here.
Really? Who? Oh, the woman, of course.
Yes, sir. Mrs. VIBARD says you are her husband.
Well, she probably discovered that I have money, and...
How? How could she possibly know that, sir?
Well, you could have told her, Sergeant Freeman. Innocently, of course. It's no secret. Oh, I don't mind, but it makes me a perfect target for designing women.
One moment, Monsieur Leclerc. Let's talk about your money for a while. Doesn't it strike you as strange that a man could walk into this rest home, as you did 3 years ago, carrying $200,000 in American money?
Why, of course it's strange.
Suppose you had committed a crime. Wouldn't it have been a perfect way to elude the police?
Yes, but if I were a criminal, you would have my fingerprints. You said so yourself 3 years ago. Remember?
You came here carrying nothing but money. No extra clothing, no papers, nothing by which you could be identified.
Now, Sergeant, what sort of crime are we discussing?
Murder?
It would have to be murder. You detectives. And who did I kill?
Well, to be honest about it, we don't know.
Oh, just anyone. To be this woman's husband, I must have murdered somebody. Well, that makes her very attractive, I'm sure. Tell me, did she help me with a job?
She was tried for the murder, convicted, and sentenced to spend the rest of her life in prison. Would you care to hear about it?
Well, not particularly, but it's part of your job, and we've rather taken over Dr. Sampson's office.
That's quite all right. I find this very interesting.
Well, it's not interesting to me, because Freeman had the story all wrong. He just knew Mary's side of it, and there was so much she didn't know. We buried the old man, got married, collected the old man's insurance, then went up to London to live. It was very nice for a few months, but the money didn't last long. Very soon I was broke. Nasty feeling, being broke. Makes me nervous, uncertain of myself. Fortunately, just as things were getting really bad, I met an American friend, a chap I had met in New York a few years before, named Nate Blackburn. He had a lot of American bonds, hot bonds he called them, but he didn't know how to dispose of them. It was a simple matter for me with my connections on the continent. Blackburn stipulated one thing. He wanted to be paid in American dollars. That delayed matters for a few days, and finally, when I received the money, I decided not to share it with Blackburn. So, instead of keeping my appointment with him, I went to my hotel, sent Mary out on a fool's errand, and packed my grips for a quick disappearance. I'm very clever at quick disappearances. I was all packed, ready to leave, when there was a knock on the door. That startled me. If Blackburn didn't know where I was living, and Mary couldn't get home for an hour. Who could it be? Again the knock. My nerves steadied down. They never fail me in a tight spot. Hello? What is it?
Sergeant Randall, Scotland Yard.
Well, what do you want?
Some information, that's all, sir. Did you attend the Palladium last night with a man named Nate Blackburn?
Why, yes. Yes, I did. What about it?
We're trying to find Mr. Blackburn. Do you have his address?
Now, look here. I'm trying to catch a train. I know very little about Nate Blackburn, except that he is a thoroughly respectable businessman.
You've been misled, Mr. VIBARD. Nate Blackburn's a bad one. Tell me, did he talk to you about bonds?
Bonds? What sort of bonds?
Stolen bonds, Mr. VIBARD. They're part of an American post office robbery during which 2 policemen were killed. Well, only today we traced the bonds to Nate Blackburn. But he seems to have disappeared.
Now, all this is too silly. Please, clear out. See me some other day.
Oh, too bad, sir. I can't. We must get Nate Blackburn's address.
Well, suppose I say I don't know it.
Oh, I can't accept that, Mr. VIBARD. Perhaps you better come along with me to the yard. If you can convince Captain Nichols...
Now, one moment, please. Blackburn did give me his address. Well, if I remember it and give it to you, will you go away and stop bothering me?
Mr. VIBARD, I asked you a simple question. All I want is an honest answer.
All right. I'll give it to you. Blackburn lives at the Afton Hotel, Suite 618.
You dirty, rotten, scurvy rat.
No. I mean it. He's probably there right now. Here, I'll get him on the telephone.
Never mind the phone. Of course he's there. Waiting for you to show up with our money. Where is it?
What became of your English accent?
Come up with that dough and quick.
Well, I don't have it. I put the money in the mail.
I've been tailing you all day. I saw you sell the stuff an hour ago. Come on, VIBARD. I want the money.
That gun doesn't frighten me. You wouldn't dare kill me.
No, but I can put a couple of slugs in your legs. How about that? Want to be a cripple the rest of your life?
No, wait. Wait. I intended to deliver the money to Nate personally, but, well, since he doesn't trust me... Now, please, put that gun away. There, that's better. I have an aversion to firearms.
Where's the money?
There, in that grape on the table.
Huh?
The small one.
Huh. Good. Old bills. Not in sequence. Can't see any marks.
Drop that money.
Huh? Hey, what's that thing? A gun?
Put that money on the table.
Let's see that gadget.
Stand still. Don't move.
Don't tell me it shoots real bullets.
Stop. Stay where you are. Stay away from me.
Give me that thing.
Stop, I said. I'll shoot.
Come on, hand it over.
No.
You jerk. You silly...
He fell dead right at my feet.
Autolite is bringing you Charles Boyer in the case of Henri VIBARD, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Dora, what's the matter? You look blue.
Filbert just called. His car wouldn't start because the battery's dry, and now we can't go to the dance.
Dry your eyes, my pretty neighbor. I'll lend Filbert my car.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Wilcox. You're wonderful.
Oh, not half as wonderful as the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
If Filbert knew that, he wouldn't be stuck.
Oh, now, don't be hard on poor Filbert. He just hasn't heard that the Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate to keep the power-producing material in place for longer battery life. Why, in recent tests, based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
I can hardly wait to get started.
Well, you don't have to wait to get started with an Autolite Stay Full battery. It's a demon for starting stamina and needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I'll tell Filbert to remember.
You're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Charles Boyer, in the case of Henri VIBARD, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's a terrible thing to kill a man like that. To see him go limp and pitch forward on his face. Just the memory of it made me sick. I must have betrayed my feelings because Sergeant Freeman stopped whatever he was saying.
Anything wrong, sir?
Oh, pardon me, Sergeant Freeman. My mind strayed for a moment from what you were saying.
But you look ill, monsieur.
What?
Are you sure you feel all
Oh,
right?
I'm quite all right, Dr. Sampson. Sergeant Freeman, please continue with your story. I found it quite interesting.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, when Madame Vibard returned, her husband had a fantastic story to tell her. Only a woman in love could have believed such an
Fantastic tale. There you have an example of Sergeant Freeman's intelligence. Fantastic? It was a masterpiece. Far above anything his meager brain could understand. I think I told you how my mind works best in a crisis. Well, it worked now, like a well-oiled machine. I had nothing to fear from the police. I could explain this dead man as a thief or a burglar. But what about Nate Blackburn? After this, it never stopped looking for me. Nate is a killer. Human life means nothing to him. No, I'd have to disappear. Make it absolutely convincing. Well, I could do just that. No one, not even my adoring wife, would ever hear of me again. I would dissolve into thin air and take $200,000 with me. The sight of the dead man sickened me. So I dragged him into the bedroom and closed the door. Then I sat down and planned out every detail of the wonderful scheme. Of course, I wiped my fingerprints from the little gun I had used and left it on the table where my wife would be sure to handle it. Funny thing, Nate and I had talked about fingerprints. He had bragged that none of his men had ever been fingerprinted. Neither had I. Maybe that's what gave me the inspiration. By the time Mary came home, I had every detail of my plan.
Hello, dear. Your man didn't show up, maybe. Henry, what's the matter?
Mary, I'm in trouble.
Trouble, dear? What?
I killed a man.
Henry, don't fool about such things.
I'm not fooling, Mary. Look, here.
Oh.
No, don't go in.
Henry, who is it? How did it happen?
Good girl. I was afraid you'd go to pieces.
Never mind me. What about you?
Well, I'm in for it, I guess.
No, it couldn't have been your fault. You wouldn't hurt anyone. Please, Henry, how did it happen?
Well, this man in there, he gave me some bonds, asked me to sell them for him. I lost them. Don't ask me how. Some thief must have picked my pocket. Anyway, this man came up here today and demanded the bonds or the money from them. I tried to explain, to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. He got rough, and I managed to get that little gun of yours. We struggled for it. It went off, and...
No, but it was self-defense.
Oh, what English jury would believe that? The man did give me the bonds before witnesses who would believe I didn't sell them and keep the money and then kill that man to keep him from talking. We've got to be practical, Mary.
Did you call the police?
No. I waited for you.
Why, Henry, why?
Because there is a possible way out if you'll stand by me.
Stand by you? Why, I'll do anything you say.
Mary, it will take nerve. If you weaken...
Henry, you're my husband. I love you. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
If all life's problems were as simple as women. I told her my plan. The dead man looked like me in a general way. My size, black hair, eyeglasses. And after he dropped 20 floors to the street, he wouldn't have any features. Mary would simply hurry downstairs, perhaps a bit hysterical, which shouldn't be difficult in the circumstances, identify my broken body, and allow herself to be consoled. Could be suicide or an accident, whichever suited her. Only she forgot. She forgot about the bullet in the man's body. Yes, the bullet that would convict her of killing her own husband. My plan was a great inspiration, but it had one terrifying angle. To make identification complete, I had to change clothes with a dead man. That was a fearful ordeal, a nightmare, but it had to be done. It was almost too much for me, but I think I told you. I'm equal to anything if I put my mind to it. But I'll take to my grave the horrible memory of dragging that body to the bedroom window and pushing it through. I walked down the back stairs, 20 flights of them. I saw the crowd in the street around the body. I took a bus, the first one I saw. I changed to another and another, destroying everything that might identify me, but keeping the little bag filled with money.
It's quite a coincidence, Monsieur Leclerc.
What? What? I didn't get that.
I say it's quite a coincidence that you came to this rest home the day following the murder of Henri VIBARD.
Well, very well. Make the most of it. Dr. Sampson, do you consider that coincident? I had to come here sometime.
Yes, Sergeant Freeman. Since he's here, he had to come sometime.
Well, apparently you've brought this woman with you. Bring her in. Let's get through with this farce.
Thank you. Perhaps that would be best. Madame VIBARD, will you come in, please?
The big moment. And I wasn't even excited. I'm like that. Little things may bother me, but big things, really important things, and my nerves are like steel. Mary walked into the room. I looked at her without a flicker of an eye. She was a changed girl now, so different from the girl I married. Prison does that, I suppose. She was looking at me. Our eyes met and held. For a moment, there seemed a shadow of doubt in her face. Then she took a step toward me.
Hello, Henry.
Now, young woman, please. Don't try to involve me in your troubles. I have plenty of my own.
Henry, it won't do. You can't get away with it.
Now, Dr. Sampson, this woman is either crooked or crazy.
Let's take this calmly. Madame VIBARD, you're positive this man is your husband?
Oh, yes. This is Henri VIBARD. He pronounces it Henri.
Never mind the pronunciation. Is he the man?
Yes, sir. He's changed a little. It's only 3 years. But he looks older. His hair has turned gray, and he isn't wearing his glasses, but he's the same man.
Glasses? One moment, please. I never wore glasses in my life. My vision is perfect.
Monsieur Leclerc, that is your name. Suppose you try to read this newspaper without glasses.
Oh, no. Look, I'm in no mood to give demonstrations just to please.
There, you see, he doesn't dare. Make him try. Can't read a word, I tell you, not a word.
Monsieur Leclerc, it might be expedient. It would certainly settle the issue once and for all.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Since you suggest it. Give me the paper. I pretended to be nervous, just to give them a thrill. Then I opened the paper to the want ads and read them off glibly. The small print. Glasses? I've got eyes like a hawk. Mary didn't know that because the summer I met her, I was avoiding the police, and part of my disguise included glasses and touching up my prematurely gray hair. I never told Mary. I didn't know how far I could trust her. When I finished reading the paper, Mary just stared at me, unable to believe the evidence of her own eyes. Silence for a moment, then...
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, perhaps this young woman can think up some other difficult trick she'd like me to perform.
Trick? It was a trick. He can't read.
Madame VIBARD.
We've had quite enough.
No, this is my husband. He's fooled you. That's all that paper. It's a trick.
Of course, a trick. I did it with mirrors. Young woman, you're not clever. You've got plenty of nerve, all right, but you're not clever.
No.
Why didn't you say I have a mole on my right shoulder, a small scar on my hip, and very flat feet? Almost anyone could have told you these things. I use a swimming pool every day. Sergeant Freeman, I can't applaud your part in this. For 3 years, I've done my best to help you. Because I thought you were trying to help me regain my memory and take my rightful place in society. Well, I must tell you, sir, I no longer feel that way. Not after you tried to connect me with this jailbird.
Jailbird. That's right. Henry, I'm a jailbird, and I deserve to be. I helped you, and that was wrong. But don't think you're safe. I'll rot and die in prison, but you won't know about it. You'll be dead.
For heaven's sake, take this woman away. Yes, Sergeant.
Come along, Madame Vibard.
No! Let me tell him something. Have you forgotten Nate Blackburn, Henry? Well, he hasn't forgotten you.
Blackburn?
Nate Blackburn came to me in prison, and I told him the whole thing. By tomorrow, he'll know right where to find you.
He knows. Now.
I saw there, in the doorway, stood Nate Blackburn, a gun in his hand. He was smiling. Dr. Sampson and Freeman started forward, but he waved them back with a gun. No one spoke as he walked across the room and stopped in front of me.
Hello, Frenchy.
Well, there's some mistake.
Yeah, but you made it, Frenchy. I had a hunch you'd get together with your wife, sooner or later. I spent a lot of time and money keeping an eye on her. Look here, my man, put away that gun. That sort of thing doesn't go in this country. You're right, Copper, I know. Only this is a special occasion. You won't get a mile away. I know that, too.
No, Blackburn, I'll give you the money.
What money? Will that bring back Jack Randall? Will it put this girl back in circulation?
Ned, listen to me. I can explain if you let me. It wasn't like you think at all. Nate, we used to be pals. Remember? New York, San Francisco, Paris. We had lots of fun. I bail you out in Rio. I'll make good, Nate. I swear I will. Only... No, don't. I can square it. So, I lasted, after all. You didn't think I could, did you, Doctor? You don't know me? Anytime I really try, I can.
Dr. Sampson, can you sign this confession?
I doubt it, Sergeant. He's too badly off.
Yes, I can.
No, I didn't think he could.
Is he gone?
That's all. Strange fellow. Not at all the criminal type.
Hmm? What is the criminal type, Doctor? I've never found it.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
Mr. Wilcox, why do you always say you're always right with Autolite?
Because, little jitterbug, it's true. Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Mr. Broderick Crawford. The play is called Deadline, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case of Henri Vibard is an original play written for radio by Bradbury Foote. Charles Boyer may soon be seen in the Douglas Sirk production, The First Legion.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man in the Church.
You'll find the Cosmopolitan building on 7th Street near Olive. A pile of white granite holding up a brass clock that hasn't kept time since 1932. That's the year Anthony J. Lyon, the guy I work for, took out a 30-year lease on Suite 308. You can't miss it. Right after you get off the elevator, the International Detective Bureau. Good bargain counter if you want to buy your trouble wholesale. Right after the SC game last Saturday, I walked in. The Lion was at his desk. He had a sparkle in one eye and a jeweler's glass in the other. And even though he tried to cover up, I could tell he was looking at a $50 bill.
You, Regan. I was just noticing the engraving on this bill. Intricate, fascinating, work of art, really.
Grant took a good picture.
Yeah, didn't he, though? Ulysses Simpson Grant was one of our greatest presidents, Regan.
So you're starting a collection?
I've already started one. This is my first showing.
All right. Who's the new client?
Client? I didn't get this from a client, really. Rather an old friend. Just a little errand. Yes, I called you in because I want you to do a favor for a friend.
Last time we did a favor for a friend, he turned out to have a record as long as a rolled-up kite string.
Oh, Pencole's not like that. Not at all.
Pencole?
Yes, Charles Pencole, my friend. He wants a bonded, licensed operator at his place at 6 o'clock tonight. Capitol Hotel on Aliso Street.
And just what does Charles Pencole, Capitol Hotel, Aliso Street, want this bonded, licensed operator to do at 6 o'clock?
Now, see here, Jeffrey, there's no need to take that attitude. All Pencole wants is someone to deliver a cash amount of $5,000.
You took another job without asking any questions, didn't you?
What do you mean, ask questions?
When a man who lives in a two-bit hotel on Aliso Street needs a licensed operator to deliver $5,000, there's questions to be asked.
Well, I ask questions.
Well, then give me some answers.
All right. So I lied to you a little about his being an old friend. He isn't that, really, but the man asked for help. I couldn't turn him down. He touched me in some way, Jeffrey. Here. There was a look about him. Gentle. Soft.
A $50 look.
I tell you, Mr. Pencole was a distressed soul when he came in to see me. If you could have seen him so disturbed, so helpless. It was our opportunity to help a brother in distress. Charles Pencole is our brother, Regan.
Come on, answers. Start talking.
All right. I'll tell you what I can. Pencole has a problem, but it's in strictest confidence. I told him I'd give him our best operator, you, Jeffrey, but I had to swear I wouldn't divulge details even to you. But I promise it's nothing illegal, just a simple little job. My word, Jeffrey.
If you're lying to me again.
I'm not. Go see this man, Jeffrey. Take one look at him. You'll see I'm telling the truth. Now, I told him you'd be there. The reputation of the agency's at stake.
You took his $50.
Yes, I took his $50.
And we're on the hook.
Yes, we're on the hook.
Okay, Fatso, I'll see him. Just see him. But you stay right here.
Stay here? Why?
Because if this ball has a curve on it, I'm coming back here to ram that $50 right down your throat. Well, the Lion had put on a good act, and I went for it again. Maybe it was because I figured he lied so much he'd accidentally have to tell the truth once in a while. Or maybe it was because he looked different when he was describing Charlie Pencole. Anyhow, it was dark on Aliso Street, and it was trying to rain when I found a white blister over the sidewalk that blinked out Capitol Hotel, rooms $1 and up. I walked through a lobby that smelled like last year's laundry. Nobody was behind the desk, but I spun the register around and picked up a Charles A. Pencole in room H. It was upstairs, in between a broom closet and a fire escape. But I didn't have to knock. A tall, big-boned man with a lot of gray hair had the shorter one by the lapels.
Right, you shouldn't do things this way. You've been out of touch.
Yeah, Johnny, I've been out of touch, but I know how to handle a punk like you. Now listen to me. Get in my way once again, and I'll break you in half.
Look, I'm warning you, kid.
Shut up!
All right, big shut up.
Don't try a gun, you
Drop
crazy
the heater, Buster.
What?
I said drop it.
Got a lot of friends, Charlie. They always show up just in time. remember you too, mister. I remember you
Get
too.
out of here. Go on, get out.
I remember this. I remember all of this.
You're a pretty good soldier. What's your name?
Regan.
Oh, you some thanks. Thanks, Regan. Might have used that thing, you know.
We try to keep our clients alive until we've earned our fees.
Clients?
I'm from International.
Oh.
And if you're Charlie Pencoll, you're a client until $50 is used up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on in, Regan. Here, make yourself at home. It isn't much. Wire bed and a neon sign outside. I've had better, Regan.
Yeah.
Hey, you want a drink?
Why not?
Probably got a lot of questions to ask, Regan. I'll answer them fast. Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Suppose you start with the punk.
Johnny Largo?
Mm-hmm.
Look, he hasn't got anything to do with you and me. He's a separate feud.
Sure? He's used that 38 before.
You know him?
I've seen him in the mug files.
Well, I can handle him. I want you to handle something else. What's the look for?
I've seen that kind of suit before. Did $10 come with it?
Yeah. Just got out of San Quentin. Did 18 years. It's over. Time served.
It shows.
You don't do that much vacation standing on your rear, Regan. It's hard to get any exercise in a 10-by-8 room. And the nights, too, are always a couple of million years long. You got somebody to worry about.
Somebody like Largo?
No, I tell you, he's nothing. On 29, he was a truck driver who had big ideas. He's still got them, but he's got nothing to back them up with.
All right. You got somebody else to worry about?
Yeah. Guy's name is Sidney Chambers. Owe him some money.
You sure you want a detective?
I can pay Chambers, but I can't see him. I'm going to be busy. You're bonded. I can trust you to carry the money.
Messenger boys are bonded,
It's
too.
a simple job, Regan. That's why I'd only pay the lion $50 to have it done. There you are. 5,000 right there. Go ahead, count it.
I'll take your word. Where do I find your man?
Sidney Chambers will be at the planetarium in front of the entrance. He'll be in a black suit wearing a white carnation in the briefcase.
And just like that, I walk up and hand him $5,000.
Just like that?
How do you know I won't feel like taking a trip?
I don't. But then I still haven't got anything to worry about.
You got that much money?
No, Regan, I got me. And Charlie Pencoll never let anybody put anything over on him.
What about the state of California?
It was a bum rap.
Oh, sure it was. Good night. I left him sitting there. He looked as happy as a Ubangi with a fever blister. Maybe the lion was telling the truth. So I put the $5,000 in my pocket, but it felt hot, like a dynamite stick with a short fuse. It was 10 minutes to 8 when I parked in front of the planetarium. A little guy in a black suit was standing at the entrance looking at his watch. I was afraid he was going to get trampled, but the briefcase and white carnation saved him.
Doors will be closed at 8 o'clock. All those wishing to listen to tonight's lecture
Going to the lecture? It's all about a trip to the moon tonight.
Oh, is it? Well, I don't think I'll go in. I'm expecting a friend.
Friend named Charlie Pencoll?
What?
Pencoll. You going to meet him here?
Yes, but you can't be Pencoll. You're much too young.
That's right, I'm not Pencoll.
I don't understand, Mr.
Regan.
Oh. Mr. Pencoll promised me faithfully he'd meet me here tonight.
You had parents, didn't you? Name?
No. I'm Sidney Chambers, but
You got the briefcase to collect some money in?
Did you bring it? Did you really bring it?
How much expecting?
Why, $5,000 and not a penny less.
All right. There you are.
Well, say now. Say
it's
now.
It's all there.
It certainly is. It certainly is. It most certainly is. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Regan.
If I hadn't seen him pat his bulged pocket, I'd have gone on home and played canasta with my landlady. But when I saw him drive away, I began to get a slow feeling. Like all my troubles were already started. So I crawled in my car and followed him. I was still following when he pulled up in Palos Verdes and parked in front of a little house stuck up on a hill all by itself. I had that same feeling when I cut my engine, coasted to a stop, and sat there thinking about nothing. I watched a light go on somewhere in the back of the house. I was just putting my cigarette out when the place lit up like a cop. I pulled my gun and started for the door. But I wasn't fast enough to stop that black hoop that was in the alley. I found Chambers wrapped around the dining room table. He was holding on to that briefcase, and the $5,000 was still there. But he'd never get a chance to spend it. He was all used up.
Anthony J. Lyon speaking.
You better have something good to say, Fatso.
Regan, where you been? I've been looking all over.
You know where I've been.
I called the Capitol Hotel, but no one answered. Listen, Regan, I don't want you to take this job.
I took it 3 hours ago, and now I need those answers.
Answers?
You told me Pencold had filled you in on the background of this thing. Well, it's time you shared secrets with me.
Regan, I can't tell you anything.
You'd better.
But I didn't get anything from him, Regan. I made up that stuff about a personal problem just to get you to take the job.
All for $50?
There's no time for that now.
You said it.
After you left, I got worried, so I looked up Pencold. He's really good-time Charlie Pencold, an old-time racketeer.
And he just got out of San Quentin. And somebody's already dead.
What?
Now get this. I'm calling you from a house in Palos Verdes. It belongs to a little guy named Sidney Chambers. I made the delivery and decided to follow him home. Just as I got here, somebody blew his fuse.
What happened to the 5,000? The killer steal it?
It's still here.
Still there? Good.
I thought that'd get action.
Now, hold on to it. International will keep it safely until the police go ahead. Regan. Regan. Hello, are you still there?
I was still there, but I wasn't listening to the Lion. I was looking at the traffic cop standing in the doorway. He was looking at what was left of Chambers, at the money spread all around, and then at me. I began to feel helpless, like a fiddler without a chin.
I'll take your gun. Go ahead, finish your call. I won't listen.
It isn't important.
Dead, huh? You, got anything to say, mister? Huh? Nice gun. Yours?
Yeah, it's my gun, but I...
Yeah, sure. Just been fired.
Those bullets won't match up with the ones in him. You got this all
wrong? Money, too. Well. Weapon, motive. I'll be in plain clothes this time tomorrow.
Look, the guy who did it's making time right now.
You'll be surprised the kind of drivers we have around Los Angeles. I'm working Palos Verdes. I stop a minute, I hear noises like guns. And I just cruise around on my bike where I think I hear the noise. And I find you. All right, killer, move. My turn to make a call.
I leaned into his gun, spun around, and knocked his wrist down. The bullets went wild, and I hit the light switch.
Come back here, come back!
That gave me time enough to get through the door. He lost me when I ran up the hill and back of the house toward the oil derricks. But I knew he'd keep right on looking. And so would every cop in Los Angeles. I had as much chance as a snowball in a Turkish bath. None of it made sense. I delivered Penco's $5,000 to a little guy named Sidney Chambers. And before I knew it, a question mark in a black coupe blew out Chambers' life. But he left that $5,000 scattered all over the place. And an eager cop who likes double-breasted suits tagged me for the job. When I broke away from that cop, I knew I'd have to get some answers. I made my way back downtown and dropped into the Capitol Hotel. Any key fitted room H. It was as clean as a bookie's stall when a long shot comes in. No Charlie Pencold, nothing. The newspaper clipping on the dresser with an ad on how to handle your muscles on one side and part of a society column on the other meant nothing. But the knock on the door had possibilities.
Oh. Charles, are you in there? Are you asleep? Charles,
She was a tall, gray-haired woman in a fur coat. She didn't look like Pencold's kind of company.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought this was Mr. Pencold's room.
He's left town. Maybe I can be of help.
No, I'm sure you can't. I just made a mistake, that's all. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me.
Well, just a minute.
Relax. You can see her later. Inside. Come on in, boys. Come in. I wanted Charlie, but you'll do for now.
You got a parade permit, Largo?
I don't need one. This is going to be a quiet little party. You and me and my friends this time.
Don't they talk?
Sure they talk. Boys, there's a friend of Charlie Pencold.
Hello. Hi.
You see? All right, friend of Charlie Pencold's. We had all the introductions. Now let's have a party. You took my gun away tonight. I told you I'd remember you. This is going to be fun. Hold on. Now, here we go with feeling.
Boy, she's getting heavy.
Nah, don't let it fall, Sam. We're just getting a good start.
Well, it was almost morning when I started to come around. I was still in room H. Some cold water and a trip to the drugstore didn't make me feel any better, but I had some answers to find. The morning papers were full of the brutal murder of city employee Sidney Chambers. They'd run on to tell how he worked in the Hall of Records. My name was in the article. They'd matched the bullets, and my gun didn't figure. But Homicide had wanted some answers, and I didn't have any to give them. I started with that clipping I'd found in Penco's room. It wasn't much, but it had names. Something about a Meredith Gibbons and a Donald Townsend getting married. There was an address in the phone book, Sherman Oaks. Nice house on a nice street.
Good morning, darling. I didn't expect you so... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Donald.
My name's Regan. I'd like to see Meredith Gibbons.
Why, I'm Meredith Gibbons. Oh, please come in, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
I'll have to apologize for the appearance of the house. I'm packing and all. I'm being married this afternoon.
Yeah, I read about that.
Oh. Mr. Regan, I'll have to apologize again. I don't believe I know you.
No, you don't. Look, I won't take a lot of your time. I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask some questions.
Private investigator? Well, certainly, Mr. Regan, but I don't know...
Hey, darling, I'd like
to... Donald, you're here.
Oh, morning, sweet.
Donald, this is Mr. Regan. He's a private detective. He wants to ask me some questions.
Oh? Well, glad to meet you, Regan. What's this all about?
Probably nothing. Just a lead. Look, do you people know a man named Penco?
Penco?
Oh, no.
It's important. His name's Charles Penco.
No, Mr. Regan, I don't.
I'm sorry. Neither do I.
All right. Does the name Sidney Chambers mean anything to you?
No. Sorry again, Regan. Nothing again. I can't think so well. I'm marrying her today.
Oh, Donald. No, Mr. Regan, I've never heard that name before. You're looking for these men?
One of them's dead.
Oh? Which one?
Chambers. He was shot last night.
Oh, dear.
I've got to find Penco.
Well, sure wish we could help you more, but... tell me, Regan, why did you come here?
I found this clipping about your marriage in Penco's room.
Well, that's funny. Truly, Mr. Regan, I never heard the name before.
Donald, you have so many things to do today.
Oh, Mother, I want you to meet Mr. Regan. He's a detective. This is my mother.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
It was the same gray-haired woman I'd met the night before in Charlie's room. Had to hand it to her. She didn't raise an eyelash. She looked right through me like she was meeting me for the first time. I didn't give her away. There was something in her eyes that said, don't.
Mr. Regan, I know you'll excuse us. We have so many things to do. Well, perhaps Mother can help you.
Sure.
Bye, Regan.
I hope you find your man, Mr. Regan.
They look like a real nice pair, Mrs. Gibbons.
They're wonderful children, Mr. Regan. Wonderful.
You know what I have to ask you.
Yes, I know.
Man's been killed.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, please.
Thanks.
That lovely girl who just walked out of the door is Charles Penco's daughter.
Oh.
Yes. Charles married my younger sister in 1929. She never knew what Charles did for a living. She was in the hospital, Mr. Regan, dying while Charles was in court. And when his sentence was pronounced, his daughter was born at a hospital in Glendale.
That'd be Meredith.
Yes.
Go on.
Before Charles began his life sentence, he took what money he had left and established an irrevocable trust fund for her and for me. It was his plan. I adopted her legally. He promised that he'd never write or bother in any way, and he hasn't. Oh, after so much heartache for a real mother, he was trying to do one decent thing.
It worked out?
Oh, yes. Yes, he kept his word. He was paroled last week. I read it in the papers.
And you went to see him at his hotel. I met you there.
Yes. Yes, I went to see him last night. The parole officer gave me his address. A little man had been here last week on some pretext or another, and I was worried. I thought he was a friend of Charles who might want to make trouble.
Nobody else knows about this adoption?
No one, Mr. Regan. No one at all. Just Charles and I. My sister, well, she had the baby under my name.
I see.
I read the morning papers. The little man, the one who called on me last week and acted strangely, was murdered last night. His name was Chambers. I read about it in the paper.
Yeah, that's right.
And the police are looking for you, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please, I can't ask you to continue being a fugitive. I know you didn't kill him, but if there's any way at all, Mr. Regan. Oh, listen to me. Meredith can't become involved in something like this.
If there's any way to keep her out of it, Mrs. Gibbons, I'll do it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Regan. Thank you.
When I left there, I had a pretty good picture of the whole thing. A check with the Civil Service Commission did the rest as far as Chambers' part fitted in. Besides working at the Hall of Records from 1932 on, he'd worked at the city morgue before. And before that, the county hospital as an orderly. And before that, a private hospital in Glendale. But that still left Johnny Largo on stage. The Lion had part of it when I found him at the office.
Regan.
Who'd you expect?
Never mind. Anybody see you? You're hot, boy.
You know how I got that way.
I know, but those things will happen. Where's that $5,000?
A cop on the Palos Verdes division is looking at it.
Huh?
Don't you read the papers? They're looking for me. They want to talk to me about a murder.
Oh, and I wanted to see how that much money looked all at once.
What have you been telling Homicide?
That I don't know anything about it.
Well, maybe I better make a call.
Now, look, Jeffrey. We've got to find out who tagged Chambers. It's the only way we can square ourselves with Homicide.
You afraid of that jailhouse coffee?
Oh, please. I had another one of my attacks today. Oh, knowing you were out there somewhere in this vast city, hunted, because of my indiscreetness. Jeffrey, I've done you wrong.
You're going to drown in those tears.
Oh, now, please, find out who killed that poor man Chambers. Square yourself with the police. Make a clean breast of everything.
Well, then you start giving me more answers.
I'll help you in every way I can, Jeffrey.
All right, where does Johnny Largo tie in with Charlie Penco?
Largo? Oh, it's an old-time feud. I went through the 1929 morgue files. Largo tried to kill Penco over some money or something. He claimed Penco held out on him.
Nothing else?
Nothing else. Why? You got a lead?
What does Largo do now?
He runs a joint in Gardena that fronts for a roulette wheel. Hey, where you going?
To try my luck.
By the way, what happened to your face?
It got stepped on.
Somebody had big feet.
Yeah, 6 of them. Bye. I knew I was coming into the home stretch. I made Largo's place about 3 o'clock that afternoon, but I was too late. 3 squad cars were piled up in front, and the morgue wagon was there. I checked with the driver, looked inside, and saw that their customer was Largo. He was extremely dead. It was easy to see Penco was making the rounds. First, Chambers. Second, Largo. He figured to have one more stop, and I found it. That black coupe was in front of St. Anne's Church in Sherman Oaks. Inside, Meredith Gibbons and Townsend were kneeling at the altar. There were a lot of people watching. But the one I was interested in was the guy in the dark suit. He was standing in the back.
Hello, Regan.
I came to get you, Charlie.
Yeah, I figured you would.
They don't like murder in this state, no matter what it's for.
The state doesn't know Chambers was trying to buy that kid up there out of her life.
So to keep your daughter from knowing who her old man was, you hired me. So you could get a line on Chambers, follow him, kill him.
He was just a name on a phone to me. You had to tag him for me. It's the only way to treat him. Somehow he knew she was my kid. He had all the facts for blackmail. He waited 18 years to trap me.
Largo was just a sideline.
He was until he found out I'd killed Chambers. You see, he was following me that night in Palos Verdes.
So you traded one blackmail for another?
Yeah.
And no way out. We'd better go, Penco.
No, just a minute, Regan. I want to see her walk. She looks just like her mother. Regan.
What's the matter? What?
Largo threw some that connected here. Put your arm in back of me. Hold me up, Regan. At least till she gets by. I don't want to ruin anything. Please.
Donald, there's Mr. Regan. He came to our wedding. How nice.
Yes. Hello, Regan. Thanks for coming.
Oh, we're so happy. Did you ever find the man you were looking for?
Yeah. I found him.
I'm glad. We're so very happy today.
We sure are.
Mr. Regan, do I know your friend? He looks familiar.
No, you don't know me. Not at all. Good luck.
Well, thank you
very much. Come on, darling.
All right, dear.
Okay, Penco.
Thanks, Regan. Oh, get me out of here, quick.
There were 4 of Largo's slugs in him. He died in the ambulance. Homicide knew about the old feud, and that satisfied them why Penco killed Johnny Largo and those 2 hoods. But they were bending their eyebrows trying to figure out why Penco killed Chambers. I didn't figure it was up to me to explain it. The next morning when I came into the office, somebody was just leaving. The Lion had one arm around her shoulder.
No, just part of our service. Glad to be of help, but... Oh, Regan.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Hello, Mrs. Gibbons.
Oh, I just came by to thank you. To thank you for everything. I didn't know that people could be so understanding. I didn't know. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fine figure of a woman, Regan. Fine figure of a woman.
And what else does she want?
Well, she just came to thank us, that's all.
Yeah.
Regan, you don't think that after all that's happened...
Yes, I do.
Well, that certainly doesn't show a very good opinion of me.
How'd she get the address?
Well, I gave her a call.
Give me.
Now, you don't really think...
I said give me.
It's just a small check. A gesture of her appreciation.
Oh.
Regan, that's dough.
You got paid for this once?
Yes, but this was a bonus for the rest of it. After all, International has expenses. This is a legitimate... Oh, well, maybe this time you're right.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by E. Jack Newman, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
Calling all detectives. All kinds of objects can tick, and I once heard a ticking that was the sound of death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Every private detective knows what I, Jerry Browning, tell you, that there's a time for everything, even murder. It was about 1 a.m. I'd had a hard day, gone home early, and was sound asleep when the persistent ringing of my phone yanked me awake.
Mr. Browning, you don't know me, but you've got to help me. My life is in danger. There's someone in my piano factory who...
Hello? Who is this? What's that ticking? I got no answer to my questions, but that strangling noise through the telephone earpiece spoke for itself. It sounded like only one thing: murder. I didn't waste time trying to trace the call. Instead, I dressed and headed for police headquarters. I didn't have to go all the way to headquarters. The fire engines and police cars streaking through the streets toward the Olympus Piano Factory told me which way to head. The piano factory was an inferno of flames. I worked my way through the fire lines, found Police Lieutenant Dawson. Jerry, what are you doing here? There's somebody in the factory. He phoned me just a few minutes ago. It was almost an hour before the flames were brought under control. And by then, the piano factory was a mass of debris. Lieutenant, there's a body over here. Dawson and I picked our way over the still smoldering timbers. It's the watchman, Jerry. The poor guy must have suspected something. Dawson, I can't prove it yet, but I'd stake my life he was dead before the fire started.
Mr. Browning, your suspicions were right. This man had no smoke in his lungs. He was dead before the fire at the piano factory started.
I nodded, turned to Dawson. Have you any dope on how the fire started? Not too much, Jerry.
Place had vats of resin for waxing the piano strings and lacquers for wood finishing. Both are highly inflammable.
Who's in charge of the place, Dawson? Dawson frowned.
Well, it's kind of complicated. Come on into my office, Jerry.
The man waiting in Dawson's office was Raymond Grant.
I hurried down as soon as I heard the radio broadcast about the fire.
Are you the owner, Mr. Grant?
Oh, dear me, no, indeed. The Olympus Piano Company is a corporation with stockholders in all parts of the country. I was formerly executive secretary to Mr. Lawler, chairman of the board.
Yeah? Why did you get fired? Grant blushed.
I'm still with the company, sir. I meant that Mr. Lawler is no longer connected with it. He resigned a few days ago.
Dawson spoke up.
Where's Lawler now? Well, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know.
About then, a uniformed man brought in a report from the fire marshal. No trace of arson at the factory had been found yet, but they discovered something else. The company's safe, wide open and empty. Grant's face turned a sick green.
There was $38,000 in that safe. 38 grand. We don't know how the fire started, but at least we know why.
I nodded. Mr. Grant, was the safe manually operated or on a time device?
Manually, Mr. Browning. Why?
Just wondering about that ticking I heard. The police search for Clark Lawler, the piano company's chairman of the board, started that same night. By morning, it was evident that he'd disappeared, walked out of his apartment the night before, and simply vanished.
Lawler's our man, Jerry. Got fired from a soft job, decided to clean out the company. Night watchman must have caught Lawler at the safe, so Lawler had to kill him.
That makes sense, Dawson. But what was the ticking I heard?
You were half asleep. You probably heard the clock on your own table.
Maybe. Except that there is no clock on my table.
Mr. Browning, the Acme Night Patrol Service manufactures most of the clocks night watchmen use on their rounds. Our clocks record as well as tell time. No watchman worth his job would be found dead without an Acme recording clock.
You don't say. Well, we found a night watchman without one, and he was dead.
Yes, Mr. Browning, the Western Employment Agency provided the night watchman for the Olympus Piano Factory. He was Angus McDowell, 62, bachelor. I understand he lived at the factory during the day.
You haven't told me anything I don't already know.
Such foolish question. You ask me what ticks, Mr. Browning. Everything ticks. Clocks, watches, gears, motors, steam pipes, keys, radios, teeth, metronomes, water faucets, firecrackers, and the braze rattling a window shutter. In my opinion, Mr. Browning, the entire universe ticks.
Thanks, Mr. Vanderwaag. You told me exactly what I need to know. I listened to the sound in a music shop, and that was it. A metronome, a small, precise time interval measuring instrument that most pianists use. That afternoon, I poked around in the ruins of Lawler's office at the burned factory, found bits of just such an instrument. Okay, so now I knew what had caused the ticking, and it wasn't the spinning of the universe. When Raymond Grant walked into Dawson's office, he acted like a bored, busy man.
You gentlemen wish to see me?
Yeah. Mr. Grant, we haven't located Mr. Lawler yet. In fact, we don't have much hope of locating him alive. But we have found the night watchman, Angus McDowell. He's in the next room. Let's go talk to him. Grant did a foolish thing. He tried to run and ran square into a husky cop guarding the door. We didn't need to produce the night watchman to make Grant confess. And a good thing, too, since we didn't have the watchman then. Grant confessed that he'd got rid of the watchman the day of the fire by getting him a job in Savannah, Georgia, at a friend's factory down there. Then Grant lured Lawler to the factory. Lawler got suspicious, called me, but too late. Grant killed him, dressed the body in the night watchman's old clothes, set the fire that reached the chemical vats, and set off the explosion. Well, we got the night watchman back to testify once we found out where he was, and that's all there was to it. I'd always suspected Grant, because I remembered Lawler's words just as clearly as the ticking. He'd said, my piano factory. And he said it like a man who really thought it was his factory. Like I said, there's a time for everything. including the moment when a killer gets his first and last look at the chair. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, you all set for another visit with Valentine? You know George. He's the boy whose motto in life is let George do it. Nothing too small, nothing too big. Better still, nothing too dangerous. He runs an ad in the personal column, but some of his clients are sent by friends. That is, if you can call Lieutenant Riley a friend.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am without doubt the ugliest man in the world.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this?
However, I need your help or the man standing beside me will go crazy. Because, Mr. Valentine, I'm
Riley.
dying.
It's you, isn't it? Lieutenant Riley.
Yes, it's me, and I'm the one going crazy.
All right, have it your own way. Only what are you talking about?
Valentine, I've got a client for you. A little ugly stumblebum wants your help. A slot machine repairman, no less. He needs help, or at least he won't help me unless somebody helps him. Only he won't trust the police
I
department.
don't blame him. You make so much sense.
Okay, then, let's say I need your help. Sure, this little guy isn't much, but the idea
Riley,
is...
hold it, will you? You said this guy's dying?
Yeah, police hospital.
The doctor gives him a day or two at the best. Can't operate, can't stop the infection.
From what, Lieutenant?
Oh, gunshot wounds, Miss Brooks. One gun, but all 6 shells. Happened in a dark alley. Whoever it was didn't want to miss him, I guess.
That little man must be tough.
Maybe. Or lucky or unlucky. He's one of those guys who's born to end up at the bottom of the pile, Valentine.
Then why are you so interested in him?
It's just possible that he can steer us all the way to the top of the pile. His name's Trailer. I told you he was the littlest shrimp in the slot machine racket. The repairman. Well, we've never found out who the big shrimp is.
I see. I worm my way into the man's confidence, and then maybe he spills. Is that it? Blows the whole racket apart.
No. You just help the little guy find his girl.
Betty, that's her name. I was going to see her tonight.
Betty who, Trailer? What's the rest of her name?
She's beautiful. I'm not, but she is. I'm just her bill, she said. But you don't believe it either, do you?
Trailer, can you understand me?
There's nobody in the world to believe it. You gotta be careful. You can't trust people. You gotta test them and test them and test them. And then you can't trust them because they're all the same.
What are you talking about, friend? The racket?
I won't tell you anything. I won't. Why should I?
All right, take it easy. Who shot you?
Ants. You can test people to see if they're ants, you know. Put honey in front of them. See if they choke themselves. Why did you ask me? Betty.
Hey, Trailer.
Find Betty.
Hey, look, Trailer. Nurse?
Betty.
Guess you can have him back for a while.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Riley, I'm willing to bet he doesn't know anything that'll ever help you pry open the big time.
Is that so? Well, just let me show you. Look in here.
Oh, you mean the tall, skinny man over there?
Yeah, Wilson, the highest-priced legal beagle in the state.
Waiting to see if anybody off stage needs defending, huh?
That's it. The watchdog. Ever alert. Just in case the police have a squealer who might stop worrying about the girlfriend and climb out of his delirium long enough to sing.
Sing? What's this? What's all this, Lieutenant? Somebody singing?
That's right, Mr. Wilton. Trailer in there tells me you own all the slot machines in this state.
Yes, of course. It's just a sideline, though. Rather a bother, particularly when I don't live in this town.
Here on business, Mr. Wilton?
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
Charmed. No, I've been retained by a client, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, who's that?
The Black Company. Riley here knows about it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Out-of-town corporation. Manufactures will-o'-the-wisps.
Well, I'm only a lawyer. I'm not familiar
Oh, the Black Company's quite an outfit, Valentine. Perfectly legal. Only nobody knows who runs it. But do they own the slot machines?
Of course not. No
Do
more than I
they
do.
know who they make bank deposits for? Does this bird trailer even know who he works for? Does anybody?
The basis of all good organization, Lieutenant, is the pyramid.
Like a spy system, huh? No one man knows enough to incriminate any of the others.
Then why are you here, Mr. Wilton? Why are you worried about this trailer person?
I haven't really said I even know the man, have I? Or that the company I represent is interested in anything more than employees' indemnity, his accident, and so on.
Spoken like a lawyer. Riley, maybe it is possible that the best of pyramids get a little wobbly once in a while.
Huh?
Maybe it is possible that the reason Trailer in there got shot was that he found out too much about the higher-ups in the...
Yeah, hold it. Wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, I wanted to speak to the nurse about Bill Trailer.
Well, all right. Who's calling?
Well, just the nurse, please. The nurse on duty there.
Well, just a second. Valentine, it's a girl. Now take it, will you? You're the intern on duty, or anybody.
What's this? Misrepresentation, Lieutenant?
Here, let me have it. Hello?
Nurse?
Well, she'll be here in a second, honey. I'm the receptionist.
Well, I just wanted to find out about a patient. His name is Trailer.
Trailer. Well, wait till I get my cards here. Trailer.
Hurry up, please. Somebody said he was there, but I want to know what happened to him.
Well, we had an appendix case come in this morning.
Oh, just tell me what happened to him. What? You don't handle cases like that in the police ward.
I meant in the other ward. She hung up.
It's all right. We got the number. Call came from a phone in a bar at 1612 Commercial Lane.
The old Durfee Hill section, huh?
Yeah. It's quite a district. A 50-cent flop house or a $5,000 penthouse. It's what the harness boys call the Anthill, Valentine.
The Anthill, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Brooksy.
A million people a day use that phone, my friend. Every third one tries a slug.
But, bartender, all we wanted to know
Besides,
was
if you whistle at a dame, where's it get you? Maybe your boyfriend's a prize fighter. Me, I'll take television any day.
The girl used the phone only a few minutes ago. Who was she?
Should I know? Should I watch the cash register and be a bulldog for the phone company at the same time?
All right. You don't know. Or maybe you don't want to know. I suppose you never heard of a guy named Trailer around here, either.
Trailer? No, not until the fight last night.
What fight?
Him and Louis. Who'd you think? Nice guy, that Trailer, I guess. But he'll never amount to much, mixing it up with a guy
Hey,
like
slow
Louis.
down, will you? Slow down. Who's Louis? And what was this fight about?
About a dame, natural, classy blonde, lives up the street, name's Betty. Fight ended quick. We threw them both out.
Betty.
Sure. See what I mean about whistling at dames?
You mean this guy, Louis Tough? Go on. More about Louis.
Not a price fighter, no, but a real sharp boy, just the same. Working his way up for a good outfit. Makes collections for the Black Company. That's slot machines to you.
Oh, fellow employee, huh? Only Louis's higher up in the pile. He makes collections from guys like you.
From me? You're crazy.
Sure. What's the rest of his name? Louis what?
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. Good day, friend.
Brooksy, this is where your job begins.
I said I'm sorry, sister. Wrong place. No Betty here. Now beat it, will you?
Hi, lady.
Find your party?
Well, no, this gentleman
Look, what
said
is this, a census bureau? Backs of flowers, Mac. Sign here.
What? Oh, look, all of you go someplace.
I haven't got all day. Sign here and don't keep the pence.
All right, all right. Yeah, now clear out.
A dime.
People send you flowers?
Come on in. I don't know where Betty is. What do you want?
Well, just to see her. Betty sings down at the nightclub, I found out. She mentioned to me once about a job, and I thought maybe dancing or selling cigarettes might...
the great unemployed, huh? Look, you gotta be a jerk not to get along in this world, sister. What's the matter? No angles?
Oh, I'm just new in town. Gee, that's a pretty box, isn't it? You gonna open them?
How do you like that? Dated yesterday. Now, there's a florist who's gonna fall right out of business. Betty gets him like that all the time, sister. She knows her way around. Nothing better than the best.
Gee, I met Betty's boyfriend, too, once. Trailer or something.
That's what he told you? Boyfriend. There's a laugh.
Well, sure he wasn't dressed so good. But
hopeful, Harry. She can do better than him any day.
I didn't know. You mean you're the one she... Say, roses.
Look, I'm Betty's brother. My name is Louis.
Oh.
Now, where did you say you met Betty?
Gee, has a girl got to relieve all of her privacy? We was only in the beauty shop. I was seeing about a tent. Well, don't look at me that way. She spoke to me because I complimented her on a corsage she said her boyfriend gave her.
Boyfriend? Look at that, sister. Those aren't just roses. A wristwatch wrapped around him, you see?
Holy smoke.
From an admirer, see? Guy she hasn't even met. Told you she was good looking. You ought to hear what they say about her singing. We're gone places, her and me.
You don't have to hate my wrist about it.
So go be unemployed. Beat it, will you?
Dear Betty, I look forward to meeting
What?
you.
What's that?
I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes when I say I'm not a masher, and won't you please telephone me at Durfee Hill?
Hey, give me that.
Hey, let go. It's just a card with the roses, that's all.
Come on, get out of here.
Gosh, I'm not going to try to beat Betty's time or anything.
I'll say you're not.
I never heard that name anyway, Mr. Black or... Black!
Valentine, of course, she's all right. You talked to her yourself, did you?
Sure, Brooksy read me the note she'd seen on the flowers, but
We
Riley...
had a man watching him. After Miss Brooks left that place, this Louis fella took off in the opposite direction like a flying duck. But my man lost him. Now, will you please clear up what you've been doing?
That Durfee Hill number in the flower note. It's a new number, Riley. Private listing and installed only a couple of days ago from somebody from out of town who just rented this place.
What place?
The fanciest penthouse in the whole section. Hey, Riley, people really look like ants from up here.
You mean...
Sure, I'm in the place. There was a loose hinge on the service door and nobody inside.
You've got the loose hinge, my friend. Don't you realize it was a Mr. Black who sent those flowers?
Oh, Riley, add 2 and 2, will you? Nobody knows who owns the slot machines, who runs the Black Company. And yet a mysterious Mr. Black shows up in town, a man nobody's seen, not even the janitor downstairs.
Trailer's girl, Betty, she must have seen him.
No, remember? He just wanted to meet her. Probably had seen her at the nightclub or something. But that was Black's mistake if he wanted to stay incognito, giving a girl his telephone number. Because now here I am with $10,000 in my pocket.
But what? What'd you say?
Sure. Must be collection time in the 3 Lemon business. About 2 seconds ago, a delivery boy hands me an envelope at the door. Inside was an accounting sheet for all the slot machines on the south side and proceeds for the past month.
Well, I'll...
Riley, I figured out who's the man at the top of the anthill. Don't ask me how long it'll last or why it works this way. But right now, Riley, that man seems to be me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to help Lieutenant Riley
because there's a man dying in the police hospital who might tell what he knows about the slot machine racket, provided somebody helps him find his girl, Betty. Well, so far you haven't found Betty, though you have discovered that there's someone else in her life. Someone a little more successful than Trailer, a man who calls himself Mr. Black, who owns the slot machines, whose identity is a secret even from his own employees. Only if your name is George Valentine, now it's you who occupy Mr. Black's apartment. It's a dangerous game, and no one realizes that better than Claire Brooks. Down at the police hospital now, she seems unable to help.
I don't know anything. I tell you, I don't know.
If you could just remember why you and Louis had that fight last night in the bar. Was it over Betty?
Betty?
Or is something wrong in the business? In the Black Company?
Find Betty. Just find Betty.
No, of course not, Brooksy. We've gone way past Trailer now. We're in the middle of the ants, the scramblers.
The police have the apartment surrounded now,
Well,
George.
tell them to keep out and lay low unless I whistle for help.
But, George...
Angel will never find out who fired those shots in the trailer or who runs this racket unless we ride right along with the gag.
You'll ride yourself right into a funeral notice. Sooner or later, the person who rented that apartment will come back
I
and
said,
then...
don't worry, will you, Brooksy, as long as I can...
What? Go on, George.
What do you people wash those shirts in anyway? A cement mixer? The collars come back with ground glass on the edge.
George, what's the matter?
Well, just don't use so much starch, that's all. Hello.
I didn't mean to interrupt. The door was open.
All right, then shut it and come in. Now, what is it? What do you want?
Don't get sore, boss. Now, take it easy.
Your name's Louis, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Sure it is. How'd you know?
You fit the description.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I should have just sent the stuff up by messenger the way we always do, wherever the point is each month.
Oh, so that's it, huh? You're a collector.
Durfee Hill and East Side, sir.
You brought some money. All right, let's have it.
Here. The accounting sheet's right on top. I had all those figures in my head. It's a trick, I taught myself.
Right, boy.
I know it's not healthy to come up here and find out who you are like this,
Relax, will you? Wow.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't mind when you saw that. It's almost double last month.
$23,500. What did you do? Fix the machine so they pay in bubble gum instead of jackpots?
Oh, no, sir. No, I didn't touch them. But I've been in there giving them the old boost. You know, talking it up with the bartender.
A real climber in the business, aren't you, Louis? Now, what's this really about, Buster? How did you make so much money this month?
Well, the truth of the
What
matter
happened
is...
to Trailer, the repairman?
I don't know what you mean, happened.
Who shot him?
Boss, listen, he was cheating you. Did you know that? Did you? I can prove he was.
He was what?
Holding out. Jack up the setting on the machines and then split the rake off with bartenders. That's how he did it. You must have heard the same thing from other districts. He floated around all of them, didn't he?
You know, it's getting too complicated for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, that's how I build up my total for the month, by catching him at it and stopping it.
Yeah, you earned the Silver Star, all right.
Look, who you going to call? Listen to the rest of what I got.
Buster, I'm going to see a man about pinning a medal on you.
But I didn't do it. I didn't empty any gun into him.
Well, everything happens at once.
You want me to get it for you, boss?
No, I'll get it. Go mix yourself a drink or something.
Don't mind if I do. I know who it is anyway.
Huh? This is great. Oh.
Hello. I guess you're the man, huh?
Are you the girl?
Don't be funny. I mean, well, after all the notes you've been sending me with the flowers.
Oh, sure. Come in, Betty.
Thanks. Say, you live all right, don't you?
I hope to. You know, you're not so easy to find, Betty. I've been wanting to meet you for some time now.
Yeah, I got the idea. Do you always use that whirlwind stuff, flowers and presents on a girl, Mr. whatever your name is, Black?
Hey, slow down. Take your coat off.
Sure. Well, you wanted to meet me. You saw me in the nightclub and you heard my singing and you wanted to meet me.
Well, now, who wouldn't? You're very beautiful.
Do a girl good to be known she associates with you?
No comment.
Any girl would break her neck to get up here. She'd give her eye teeth to walk up close to you like this.
Hey, what's the matter?
You dirty...
Hey, sis, cut it out. Cut it out, sis. You said you'd be nice. Now stop it. Will you cut it out? I don't know what's the matter with the boss. Honest.
Suppose you both be quiet.
She said she was coming up here to see you. She promised you would, you know. I told her what a great guy you
are. I said shut up, killer.
What?
Now, look, boss, this is my sister. Say, one of the greatest kids in the world.
I know. A guy could go places if his sister associated with a big shot like me.
What was it you said?
You call Louie...
Betty, you came up here to find out about Trailer, didn't you? To slap my face and ask the big shot which one of his hired hands was responsible for your boyfriend being down there in the hospital. Wasn't that it?
He's not a boyfriend. She's 10 times as good as him. He's only been hanging around a couple of months.
Sure, he's not an eager beaver like you, Buster. He wouldn't try to use his own sister to get him ahead in the world.
No, they just thought about it.
In that bar the other night?
Oh, yeah, but that was all.
I told him to stay away, and he got mean and took
Hey,
a
one at a time, will you?
Honestly.
You live with the
Louie
ants.
wouldn't-
Don't you know what they're like yet? Or was that what you saw in Trailer? That he was a little different from the scramblers?
It was a dope. He was stealing, holding out.
You want to bet it was you who was holding out from collections, Louie, and he caught you at it?
Boss,
So
no,
long
no.
came a chance to get rid of two birds with one stone. Get in the boss's good graces and cover your own
Louie.
tracks by being the guy.
You said you didn't see Trailer after that fight.
All I know, Buddy, is that your brother said something to me a minute ago about a gun being emptied into Trailer. Well, it so happens he was shot 6 times. Only how could you know about that little specific thing, Louie, unless you were
Boss,
the guy?
look, everything I've done is for you. It's for the good of the company. I'm looking ahead all the time. See, I want to...
He did it if you like.
What? Hey, who's that bird? Got a gun.
Shut up. Hello, Mr. Wilton. Party's over, huh?
Yes. Yes, the party's over, I'm afraid, and besides, it's making too much noise.
Next door?
No, I've been in the back of a wardrobe you overlooked.
Oh, sure. Well, I didn't think it could last. It never did make sense that such a careful setup as this apartment wouldn't have...
Wouldn't have me. Yes, me. Surprise.
Yeah. So's Louie. So's Betty.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, who is this guy?
Now, if the three of you will
I'll
just...
take care of
Put
him,
down
boss.
that gun, Buster.
Don't worry, he can't get away with
Stand
anything.
still.
Louie, stop it. You're making a mistake.
Ambitious to the end. Couldn't resist trying to make one last impression on you, could he, Mr. Valentine?
Mr. What?
Yes, Betty. I'm afraid I'm the Mr. Black who's been so anxious to meet you. Yeah, it's too bad. Things couldn't have worked out better for us.
But if you're Mr. Black...
The great organizer.
The best of pyramids totter once in a while. I was here to make my own collections this time. I thought it was about time for a visit to South America. So if you'll just hand over my money...
Why don't you come and get it?
You've caused enough trouble already, Valentine.
Sure. Come on. Shoot some more people.
I'm warning you.
No!
It's the only way you're going to get out of here.
Valentine,
Stop that gun!
Well, thanks, Riley. Mr. Slot Machine King, see what the sound of those shots brought you? 3 lemons.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
And that was it, Trailer. A gun test proved that Louis shot you.
Yeah?
Why? Well, ambition, I guess. Cover his own mistakes, get in good with the big boss. Can you understand me, Trailer? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ants. All scrambling around. That's all Louis was.
Sure. That's all Wilton is, too. But the girl's different.
I think she'd like to see you, Trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, we found Betty. She's a nice girl.
Yes, I know.
Since when?
What?
I said, since when did you know? I mean, that she was the kind of a girl who's a little different. Who might have really meant it when she said she liked an ugly little guy like you.
Mr. Valentine, I'm very tired. I'm very...
Wilton isn't kidding anybody. I just want you to know that I know that, Trailer.
I've begun to guess that
His biggest mistake was trying to take over the slot machine empire tonight. Like the rest, he couldn't resist the opportunity.
George.
Think back, Angel. Wilton's tall and skinny. Would he have ever written a note to Betty, just an ordinary-sized girl, saying, I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes?
No, of course he didn't.
he's only a lawyer. A rat trying to grab what he can off a sinking ship. But Valentine, I had no idea.
I'll say it for you, Trailer. Wilton didn't ever own the slot machines like he claimed he did at the last minute. And he wasn't the Mr. Black in the notes. No, they'd have to be a short man, probably. A little guy.
Yeah. A little guy.
Like maybe a man who'd made such a success out of not trusting anybody that he couldn't believe a girl liked him. He had to test her by making her think a big shot was after her, to see if she'd drop him and run for the honey. He was in town for the collections anyway, and to nose around the way he always did, inspecting the anthill he'd built while looking like a repairman.
You mean Trailer here is really Mr. Black?
Yeah, Brooksy. What would you have done, Trailer, if Betty had dropped you and chased after you, Mr. Black, the way her brother wanted her to?
I would have killed her. No, I wouldn't have. I don't.
I know, Buster. It's pretty ironic. You kept your identity so secret. You did so well. That what happened? You got shot by a guy whose only ambition was to get in good with the boss, make a big, fine impression on you. Now you still want to talk to Betty while you can, Mr. Black?
No. She's... Leave her out of our anthill.
You have just heard The Anthill, another adventure with George Valentine. Robert Bailey stars as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Hastings Manufacturing Company and the Cayside Corporation present Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. If you were to ask Michael Shayne, he'd tell you that Phyllis Knight is the perfect secretary. First of all, she's very attractive. That's definitely first of all with Shayne. She's intelligent, conscientious, an excellent typist, and good at dictation. There's only one catch. She's just as likely to give dictation as to take it. For instance, Shayne is at his desk, feet upon it, and Phyllis is saying,
"Now, Michael, remember you're the guest of honor tonight, so please try to act like a gentleman."
Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll be on my best behavior.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Huh? What do you mean?
I've seen your best.
Oh, baby, you wrong me. I'm a perfect gentleman. Why, I never struck a dame in my life, unless she asked for it. And I always tip my hat.
You might try taking it off sometime, especially indoors.
Oh, I do.
You do?
Always.
Mm-hmm. How about now?
Huh? Oh. Well, honey, this is the office. It makes me look more businesslike, the executive touch.
Okay, J.P.
Now, don't worry, Phil. You'll be proud of me. I swear it on a stack of Emily posts.
I hope so, Michael, because I understand the professor and his wife are very, very proper. And Amy does so want to impress them.
Well, I still don't see why she picked me, honey. I'm just an ordinary dick.
Well, you've built up a reputation, Mr. Shayne. And Amy's been thrilled to death ever since she met you. Wants to show you off to all her friends. She thinks you're glamorous.
Ah, if I could play the piano or do card tricks.
She'll be satisfied if you just tell them how you outwit desperate criminals.
Outwit them? All I do is hang around until they pull a boner and then I pull a gun.
Oh, well, you can make it sound glamorous for Amy's sake.
Okay, shall I recount in some detail how I deduced that a man was 6 feet tall, blond, and blue-eyed simply by looking at his footprints?
Oh, now you don't have to overdo it, Mr. Mastermind.
Well, that's a fact.
You mean you could tell all that just by looking at his footprints?
Mm-hmm. He was standing in them.
Marvelous.
Here we are.
Ring the bell, George.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, it's so wonderful that you could come with us tonight. Positively a feather in my cap, believe me.
Yes, Shane. Amy couldn't be more impressed with you if you had two heads. Everywhere we go, it's my dear. Who do you think I met the other night? Michael Shayne.
There, you see, Michael, you're a celebrity.
Yeah. First thing you know, Phil, people are going to be wanting my autograph.
Mm-hmm. You better learn to write.
Hello.
Oh, how do you do, young man? Professor and Mrs. Watkins are expecting you.
Oh, you must be...
I'm Amy Vickers, and this is my husband, George. And these are our friends, Miss Knight and Mr. Shayne.
How do you do?
Michael Shayne, the detective.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Shayne is a man who single-handedly captured the 6 murderous Holloway killers.
Is that a fact? Yeah. I surrounded them.
Michael. And then there was the time...
Amy, pet, this young man is trying to tell us something.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Herschel Tolliver, a friend of the professor.
Herschel Tolliver? Well, of course. I've heard oodles about you, but oodles, just believe me. The professor tells me you're practically a protege or something.
Yes. Now, won't you come in, and I'll tell Mrs. Watkins you're here.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Go on in the living room. I'll be right back.
Oh, isn't he a nice boy? The professor says he's here most of the time. Practically lives here. They're that fond of him. One of the professor's students, I think.
Well, what does this professor teach, anyway?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
Mm-mm.
Oh, criminology. That's why I especially wanted you to meet him. You'll have so much in common. And besides, you can... Oh, good heavens.
Michael, that was a shot.
Yeah, stay here. I'll go see.
Michael, I want to
Stay
come.
here, all of you. I'll go see what's wrong.
Well, that's okay by me when people are playing with fire.
What's going on in there?
Oh, Mr. Shayne, just a minute.
I'm sorry. When I hear a gun, I don't wait. Now, what's going on here?
I tell you, I'll kill her. I'll kill her, the little busybody.
Stop it, for heaven's sake. What's she talking about? Who will she kill?
Nobody.
It's nothing.
Get out of here, you detective. I won't have you spying on me.
I'm not spying on anybody. I don't like gunplay anyway, that's all. Say, you better put that revolver away, Mr. Tolliver. Yeah, sure. It went off by accident. No harm done. The bullet just went in the floor. See? Yeah, I see.
Oh, you see, do you? He was trying to get the gun away from me because I was going to kill that little busybody.
Helen, please. What little busybody?
Now, really, Mr. Shayne, don't play innocent.
Huh?
I know why you're here. I know why she had you come. She wants you to spy on me and Herschel.
Helen.
Well, it's none of her business what I do. And it's none of yours. So if you
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up. You're right. It's none of my business what you do. But the way you're yapping, you're making it everybody's business. If you have any sense, you'll keep your mouth shut.
Why, you can't...
I came here as a guest. I'm not spying on anybody. I'm not interested in your private affairs, and I don't want to know anything about them. They don't sound appetizing.
Then you didn't come here to...
No, I didn't. Now, come on. Let's go in with the others. We'll tell them there was just a little accident. And if you're smart, you'll play the perfect hostess you're supposed to be.
Yes, I guess you're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Shayne.
Forget it. And I mean forget it. If I was rude, I apologize. But you were getting ready to do and say things you'd be sorry for later. Now, come on. Let's go.
I ate too much. Oh, good dinner.
That was a delicious dinner, Mrs. Watkins.
Thank you, Miss Knight. Now, if you'll all just go in the living room, I'll serve coffee in there.
Oh, fine, certainly.
Just make yourselves comfortable. I'll be right here.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, tell the professor how you broke up the Stilson gang.
Well, I didn't do it alone, Amy.
Oh, practically alone. Except for a little help from, who was it?
The San Francisco Police Department.
Sit down. Now, Mr. Shayne, you've had some very interesting exploits in tracking down criminals. But did you ever consider the reverse problem?
What do you mean, Professor?
The aspect of crime I find most fascinating is the problem confronting the would-be criminal.
Oh, the perfect crime, huh?
Precisely.
Well, there's no such thing. There's always some little slip, you know.
I wonder. If someone with your or my knowledge and experience with the subject were to apply himself...
No, he'd trip up somewhere, Professor.
Oh, good. Here comes Helen with the most tempting-smelling coffee.
Would you care for some coffee, Miss Knight?
Oh, yes, thank you. No sugar or cream, thank you. I always take it black.
Here you are, Miss
Thanks.
Knight.
Well, Mr. Shayne, let's see. Now, just for the sake of argument, let's concoct a perfect crime. You and I.
And I, Professor.
All right, Herschel. Now, first of all, we ought to consider the choice of weapon.
Well, I disagree, Professor. I should think the first consideration should be choice of victim.
Quite right, Mr. Shayne. I accept the correction.
Victim? Well, how about me? I think that would be jolly.
Coffee, Amy?
Oh, thank you, Helen. I'll take 3 lumps, thank you. Well, Mr. Shayne, how about it? How would you go about killing me?
Oh, must I? I'm rather fond of you, Amy.
Oh, you're a dear. But really, how would you?
Well, cyanide in your coffee would do the trick.
But how would you get it in the coffee without anyone knowing?
Well, that, of course, would be the problem.
An insurmountable one, I hope. Because I simply adore a good cup of coffee, believe me. And so saying, she downs her cup of hemlock. Oh!
Amy, what is it?
She's just acting the part.
She doesn't look like she's acting. She fell on the floor.
Amy, what is it, Shayne?
What's the matter with her?
Just a second. Well, the matter with her is she's dead.
And now, for a moment, let's not worry about our detective friend. After all, there are too many worried people these days, anxious about their automobiles. New cars are still hard to get, and some of the old ones are in a sorry state. Many, for example, burn up oil almost as fast as it's poured in the crankcase. Now, you've seen them going down the street, laying a smoke screen from curb to curb. Well, this oil pumping usually means worn-out piston rings. And your serviceman, your motor specialist, has the remedy for that. In just a short time, and at a nominal cost, he can install a set of Hastings piston rings that will stop oil pumping, check cylinder wear, and restore your engine's pep and power. When you need new rings, it will pay you to get Hastings piston rings. They're tough, but oh so gentle. Tough on oil pumping, gentle on cylinder walls. Now remember that name, Hastings piston rings. The best money you can spend on your car.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return with Wally Mayer as Michael Shayne, detective, right after these messages.
Stan Freeberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
And now let's rejoin Wally Mayer, starring as Michael Shayne, detective.
The guests at Professor Watkins were discussing murder. Michael Shayne offered poisoned coffee as a possible method. A moment later, Amy Vickers dropped dead. She had just taken a drink of coffee. Now Shayne is at the phone talking to the inspector of the homicide squad.
Okay, Inspector. Send a man right over here, will you? I don't like the setup. What? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, a couple of angles. Right. So long. The police will be right over.
Mr. Shayne, you shouldn't have talked about poisoning coffee just when she was about to drink some. You know, an idea planted in the mind.
That's right. Scared her into a heart attack. This was no heart attack, Mr. Tolliver.
What do you mean? Good Lord, you're not suggesting that...
Yes, I am. Oh, I'm no doctor, but I've seen poison deaths before.
Poison?
What?
You mean there actually was poison in that coffee, Michael?
Looks like it.
But who could have done it?
I don't know. Yet.
Surely you couldn't have gone to such lengths simply to illustrate your point.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Professor.
Mr. Shayne.
Yes, Mr. Tolliver?
Will you come in the other room, please? I want to tell you something.
Tell me here.
I can't. Please.
What's going on?
Please, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, okay. Come on. Phil, keep those big blue eyes open while I'm gone. See that nobody touches anything.
Yes, I will, Michael.
Right in here, Mr. Shayne.
All right, Mr. Tolliver, now what is it?
Mr. Shayne, how much will it cost for you to forget what you heard Helen say earlier this evening?
Oh. Sorry, no sale.
I can make it worthwhile.
Not interested?
But you said you didn't care about our private lives.
Murder makes them public. But good Lord, neither Helen nor I committed the murder.
We'll let the police decide that.
But you know what they'll think.
I have a rough idea.
I won't let you submit her to it. I won't.
Now, listen, Sir Galahad, we aren't playing patty cake. This is murder. There are rules about that.
And I'm asking what you'll take to break the rules.
Now, listen, punk. Amy was a friend of mine. All right, she was kind of a screwball, but she was harmless. She meant well, and I liked her.
Oh, well, if that's the way it is.
That's the way it is. Now I'm going back to the others.
All right, Mr. Shayne. Looks like you win.
Yeah.
Except for this.
Ooh. Oh, my head.
Hello, Mr. Shayne. You're coming out of it?
Oh, hello, Tolliver. What happened to you when the roof fell in?
That was no roof. That was a candlestick.
Oh. Bright boy, this Shayne. Brilliant detective. Letting you get behind me.
Well, you wouldn't listen to reason. I had to do something.
So you dent my skull with a candelabra and tie me up.
I had to do something.
Yeah, so you said. Well, the way you got me tied, Fossil Post would accept me.
I'm not taking any chances on your getting away.
Where are you taking me?
My apartment.
The others are going to be missing us.
I'll go back and tell them I gave you a lead and you're following it up.
How long do you think that's going to satisfy them?
Long enough to give me time to crack the case, I hope.
You've been reading too many stories.
I've got to clear Helen.
Even if she's guilty?
Don't say that. She didn't do it, I know it.
Who else could?
What do you mean?
Murderers don't just kill anybody. Whoever killed Amy must have intended to kill her. It wasn't an accident that she got the poisoned coffee.
Okay, but that doesn't mean...
Well, who gave her the coffee? Your dear Helen.
Maybe she didn't get the poison in the coffee. Maybe it was in something she ate earlier that just started to take effect when she drank the coffee.
No, I don't think so. It hit too suddenly. Looked to me like a fast-acting poison.
Well, capsules, then. She could have been given a capsule of poison. The poison wouldn't work until the capsule dissolved.
Yeah, I was right. You do read books.
So, you see, it didn't have to be Helen. And I'm going to find out who really committed the murder before you get the chance to put the police on her. I know what they do to her. I know their methods.
Now, look. Just because the nice young man always beats the police to the killer in stories...
I'm not a child, Mr. Shayne. I'm not basing my plans on fiction.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You took a course in criminology with the professor, and you probably have a junior G-Man badge, too. But while you're playing mastermind, do you expect everyone else to just sit back and wait?
Well, of course not.
And among other things, Phyllis is going to be wondering about me, and sooner or later they'll find me.
Oh. Are you suggesting that I kill you so it doesn't matter if they do find you?
Maybe I talk too much.
Maybe you do.
What are they doing out there? They've been gone a long time.
I don't know.
Mr. Tolliver told Mike he had something to tell him, but they've been gone so long.
Yes.
Good Lord. What do you suppose has happened?
Well, there's one way to find out, Mr. Vickers. Let's go see.
All right, Professor.
You don't suppose that...
I don't know. But whatever it is, Mrs. Watkins, I don't like it.
Now, look here, Tolliver. You're only making things harder for yourself and Mrs. Watkins by kidnapping me. Why don't you take me back and...
I told you. I've got to crack this case.
Oh, youth. Youth in love.
You don't need to make fun of me.
Yeah, in love with a married woman at that.
Listen, mister. Another crack like that...
Yeah?
Now?
Well, anyhow, I can see where we stand. From here on out, we play rough.
Not you, Mr. Shayne. You won't do much with your arms and legs tied. And as a further precaution, I made a point of taking Helen's gun with me when I left.
Oh, good for you.
You like the idea?
Yeah. Because even though my hands and feet are tied, I can still do this.
Hey, what are you doing? Take your feet off that accelerator.
No.
We'll hit something.
Yeah, it could be.
Shayne! Shayne, for the love of heaven. Well, I'll get it out of gear. There.
Yeah? That won't help coasting down this hill.
Hey, you're stepping on my foot.
Yeah.
I can't get it on the brake. Shane, stop it. We'll be killed.
That could be in the cards for me anyway. Just watch where you're going and steer.
Shane, please.
Okay, you can stop now, pal.
Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah.
What was the idea, Shane? Did you figure to attract the attention of a traffic cop?
No, but while you were so busy wrestling with the steering wheel and gear shift, I managed to get my hands into your coat pocket.
Oh.
Yes, Junior. And now I've got the gun, and even with my hands tied, there's nothing to stop my finger from pulling the trigger. So now for a change, I'll call the shots.
I don't know where they can be, Sergeant Leslie, and I'm worried.
You say Tolliver asked Shane to go in the other room with him?
Yes, Sergeant, and when they didn't come back, the professor went to look for them.
Yes, I went all over the place, Sergeant. They must have gone out the back entrance.
Oh, dear, you'd think they'd at least have said something.
I couldn't, Phil.
Michael!
I don't talk in my sleep.
Oh.
Hello, Sergeant. Your man at the door let us in.
Where have you been, Michael?
Well, Junior here took me for a ride, but it turned out to be a round trip.
I suppose this ties in with the murder, Shane.
Well, I'll let you figure that out, Sarge. I'm tired. All I want to do is get out of here, so I'll tell you what I know and leave the masterminding to you.
That's not like a detective. I should think you'd want to see this through.
When my head gets back to normal size, I'll try seeing things through. Right now, all I want is a place to lie down.
Oh, darling, you've been hurt.
Oh, no, baby, I'm all right. It's the room that keeps spinning. Oh, make it stop, will you?
Well, Mr. Shane, is your head better this morning?
Yeah. The little men who were running around inside of it have stopped. Now they're just jumping up and down.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad to see you're not going to allow it to interfere with your thinking.
Huh? Well, I have a hunch Junior was right.
About what?
Amy didn't get the poison in the coffee.
Why?
Because none of us could be sure which cup Amy would take, and that would... I'll take it. Hello, Shane speaking. Oh, morning, Sergeant. Huh? Are you sure? Well, there was, huh? How about the rest? Oh, I see. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Well, thanks for telling me. If I get any ideas, I'll let you know. Right. So long. Well, leave us face it, baby. I am undoubtedly a great brain.
What now? Have you solved the case?
Didn't I just get through telling you why Amy couldn't have got the poison in the coffee?
You did.
Uh-huh. Well, that was Sergeant Leslie. He says they found out how she was given the poison.
How?
In the coffee.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they sure?
Yes. They analyzed what was left in the cup, and it was full of the stuff. But it doesn't make sense.
Michael, maybe the sugar. The poison could have been in the sugar.
Yeah, I thought about that. So did Sergeant Leslie, but he examined the sugar in the bowl. None of the other lumps were poisoned.
Oh. Well, if it was a strong poison, one lump would do it.
Yes, but how could the murderer be sure that Amy would get the poison lump?
Well, if she were served first...
But she wasn't, honey. And Helen Watkins didn't know that you don't use sugar. Say, I wonder if she could have added a poison lump to the bowl after she served you.
No. No, I'd have seen her. Besides, she was using both hands to hold the tray. Yeah, but at least we know she wanted to kill Amy. I wonder if anyone else wanted... Let's see. There was you and me and George and the professor and that young Mr. Tolliver.
Baby, that's it.
What's it?
What you just said. That's how somebody could have been sure Amy would get the poison.
What?
Sure. And now I know who killed her.
You do?
Unless there was a mistake. Unless the poison wasn't meant for Amy.
Well, but who else could it have been meant for?
You, sweetheart. You.
It's a tough case we have here, folks, but have you heard the case of the stubborn motor? The villain was Old Man Winter, and the victim, an innocent automobile. One dark night, while the car was parked at the curb, Winter came along and tied up the motor so it couldn't start. Next morning, the owner of the car was baffled. He blamed the motor for not starting, called it stubborn, and several other things. And then a neighbor came to the rescue, told him about CASEBOOK, and now he always gets quick, sure starts no matter how cold the weather.
Now, don't laugh, friends. That's a true case. It's happened millions of times. Even in sub-zero weather, cars start quickly and easily with Casite in the crankcase oil. Casite retards congealing of oil, lets your motor spin over faster, saves your battery, saves your engine, saves your temper. Casite guarantees quick starting in winter weather or double your money back. Get Casite from your garage, service station, or car dealer. Only 65 cents a pint. Use it two ways, a pint through the air intake to tune up your motor, a pint in the crankcase to give you quick, sure starting. Remember this, no matter what motor oil you're using, you'll get better and smoother motor performance when you add Casite.
We'll return to Wally Mayer as Michael Shayne, detective, right after these messages.
Dimension X.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now let's rejoin Wally Mayer, starring as Michael Shayne, detective, and the conclusion of The Party.
Michael Shayne thinks he knows who poisoned Amy. Unless the poison wasn't meant for Amy, it might have been meant for Phyllis. At least Shayne considers that a possibility that Phyllis doesn't quite like. Now, in Shayne's office, she asks him,
Oh, but Michael, why would anyone want to kill me?
Oh, I don't think anyone would.
Oh, well, thank you for those kind sentiments. But then why did you say that...
I was just trying to cover every possibility.
Well, after all, I'd never met the professor or his wife or Mr. Tolliver before, and... Well, I don't think Amy or George would have...
So you're right. Amy was the intended victim, and that means only one person could have killed her. Come on.
Where are we going?
To that one person. Oh, wait a minute, honey, wait a minute. I want to make a phone call. You get the car, will you? And I'll be right down.
Yeah, all right, Michael, but don't you think...
Yes, baby, sometimes I do. Sometimes. Well, here we are.
But Michael... Why, this is Amy and George's apartment.
Mm-hmm, yeah, I'll ring.
But do you mean George? Do you mean that he...
We'll see, honey.
Oh, Michael, quit trying to keep me in suspense. You're not the type for dramatics.
Oh, you should hear me quote Shakespeare. I don't hear anyone coming.
Well, maybe he isn't home.
Say, wait a minute. Look.
What?
The door is open.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Don't you ever listen to the radio?
What do you mean?
Well, whenever anyone finds a door open, there's always a corpse inside.
Well, let's go see.
You go first.
Okay.
Well, is there?
Corpse? Well, I don't see any.
Oh, good. Well, maybe in one of the other rooms.
Oh, I don't think so. Hello, George. Oh, no answer.
It's funny that he went out and left the door open.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, sit down and wait. He'll probably be back soon.
All right. Strange.
What is?
This place, without Amy.
Yeah.
Remember the time when we were here and she was fluttering all over the place? Now it's so quiet.
She was a sweet little nitwit.
It's hard to think she's gone. How could anyone... Michael, was it George?
Well, look, honey, we're agreed that the murderer's problem was to see that it was Amy who got the poison, right?
All right. How could he be sure? After all, Helen offered me the tray first, and I could have picked any cup on... Good heavens. Suppose I'd... Oh, Michael.
No, sweetheart, no, you wouldn't have. That's just the point. The poison wasn't in the coffee. It was in the sugar. The murderer simply dropped a poison lump in the bowl sometime during the evening, right on top.
Yeah, but even so, how would he know Amy would get it? You said before that...
Because, baby, you and Amy were the only two women guests.
Oh. So we'd be served first, of course.
Why, sure. You said yourself Helen Watkins is very proper.
And since I don't use sugar, no matter which of us she served first, that would leave the poison lump for Amy.
Right, honey. But that means the murderer had to be someone who knows you don't use sugar, and that leaves George. Because you never met any of the others before.
Then it was George.
Well, it looks like.
Yes, it was George.
George.
Now, don't move. I have a gun.
Yes, so I see.
I saw you drive up, so I left the door open and hid in the next room. I wondered how much you knew. I thought I might overhear something.
I guess we gave you an earful.
You certainly did.
Now what? What are you going to do?
I don't know. This is very awkward.
Especially for us.
However, I can't let you go, knowing what you do. I'm afraid I'll have to...
You're doing nothing, Vickers. Drop that gun.
Sergeant.
Hello, Sergeant. I've been waiting for you, and am I glad I asked you to meet me here. Well, it's all wrapped up, baby. It seems he and Amy were insured in each other's names, and he felt like cashing in.
Oh, I see. Tell me something, Mr. Shayne.
All right, what?
Did you know George was in the other room when you told me he was the murderer?
Well, I thought he might be. I knew the sergeant was coming because I phoned him. And I figured it might be a chance to get George to tip his hand.
I see.
Clever, huh?
Mm-hmm. Michael, you're brilliant.
Oh, it was nothing. Really had nothing at all.
Oh, yes, it was. You figured the whole thing out and trapped the killer. You're really amazing. Absolutely a genius.
Well, if you insist, thank you, my pet.
There's only one little thing you overlooked.
Oh? What's that?
Suppose the sergeant had been late.
Uh-oh.
Michael Shayne, Private Detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Jerome Epstein and directed by Michael Raffetto, and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and played by Len Salvo. This is Charles Arlington speaking. Your car ever sputter and cough like that? If so, you need K-Site. For K-Site cleans motors and keeps them clean. Guarantees better and smoother performance or double your money back. Only 65 cents a pint. K-Site makes a big difference you can notice immediately. And that's why we say, no matter what kind of motor oil you're using, you'll get better and smoother motor performance when you add K-Site. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Transcribe. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
If it's for me, I'm not here.
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell him no.
I will not.
Then find you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Wolfe's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble. Could I see you, please, immediately?
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello?
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
May I see you right away?
Well,
I'll pay you $1,000 with a retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolfe. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
I am staying at the Paul Hotel, room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We've usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolfe, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolfe.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Paul Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolfe. Please phone me from time to time.
And 301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
You seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolfe?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolfe's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. An automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. The fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolfe. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am?
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolfe?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once and bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye. That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's Nero Wolfe, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolfe?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Wolfe, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolfe?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolfe, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, he's so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolfe?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolfe. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolfe.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolfe. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolfe. Please, Wolfe. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolfe, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going, Archie. Please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Please, boss, can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning. Isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did. I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about our personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all our financial affairs. Went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rene was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company. Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
No. You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Your lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolfe.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company?
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie. Your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Nero Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolfe?
I don't get around much. Tell me about him.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolfe's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now, listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now, look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Morio, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Morio, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical works.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in a legit business. Things just don't jive. And she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rene out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfrew at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfrew. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mine? Why, Mr. Renfrew, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Hello, Miss Bennett. First name?
Jean. Do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolfe will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a
thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
Don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. You're so kind. Mr. Wolfe, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Renfro, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfro.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolfe. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfro. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Renee?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolfe.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfro. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolfe, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfro. By the way, was Miss Renee right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolfe. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you would excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfro, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I can be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes. It's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Left around here with a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolf knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
And this bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're talking.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand. So...
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point? Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you
still want to play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy, too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolfe, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morio's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolfe. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
Well, I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why, what? Nothing. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
For special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah?
Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolfe, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Breen, you're to pilot a wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orly Field, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolfe. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. If you'll excuse me, I have to get to the dip.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well,
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me the true forger is her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
No, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolfe?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much she had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Renee had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Miss Wolfe. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Stop it, Renfrew. What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes?
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured that by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop at the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
My boss.
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Bailey. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Just listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon MacRae. Plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah, and you're invited. And on Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday, you'll hear the comedy The Man in Possession, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. Don't forget, hear Ethel Merman on the big show Sunday on NBC.
Carter's Pills present Policewoman. Tonight, the case of the scheming bridegroom, based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant Mary Sullivan for 35 years on the New York City Police Force.
Lieutenant Sullivan?
Yes?
They told me to speak to you.
Oh, who are you?
Bianca Riazzo.
And what's on your mind?
Well, you see, I want to get married.
Oh, and, well, what you want is City Hall, young lady, not the police department.
No, I do not make myself clear.
Apparently not.
Well, you see, I want to get married, so I read the ad in the Lonely Hearts magazine. Oh, here, see this advertisement?
Oh, yes. Sounds like most of the others.
Oh, no, this one is different.
Then why don't you answer it?
I should like to, only I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
This man who looks for a wife. I think he's a murderer.
Before we continue with tonight's policewoman adventure, here is something we feel you should know about. If you're out driving and see a train coming, would you try to beat it to the crossing? Of course not. Then, friends, listen. Stop dosing your stomach with soda or alkalizers for indigestion if your trouble is irregularity. Instead, unblock your digestive tract for the real relief you want. For your real trouble is not in the stomach, but in the rest of the digestive tract, where 80% of your food is digested. And when the lower part gets blocked, food may fail to digest easily. Thus, for real relief, don't take soda or an alkalizer. You want something to unblock your lower digestive tract, something to clean it out gently but effectively, help nature get back on her feet. Get Carter's Pills right now, because taken as directed, Carter's Pills gently and effectively unblock your digestive tract. This permits all 5 of nature's own digestive juices to mix better with your food. You get genuine relief from indigestion so you can feel really good again. Buy Carter's Pills at any drugstore, and let Carter's Pills unblock your digestive tract for real relief from indigestion due to irregularity. Now back to Policewoman, the case of the scheming bridegroom.
Sergeant Clark.
Yes, Mary?
Earlier today, Bianca Riazzo came in to see me. It seems she works as a maid in an apartment on Fifth Avenue.
Oh?
Well, about 6 months ago, there was a cook in that house named Frida. Both girls began answering these lovelorn ads, you know, the ones that appear in certain magazines.
Oh, sure. Wife wanted, you mean, and so forth?
Yes. Well, Frida answered an ad and then left for California.
Yes, and I can guess the rest of it, Mary. The man who sent for her was a crook who wanted to cheat her out of her life savings.
Worse than that, Sergeant.
Oh? Murder?
Exactly. Now, Bianca gave me a full description, and I started calling the California police. I learned that a girl answering Frida's description was found dead in Newtown, California, about 6 months ago. Everything checks.
Did they catch the killer?
No. All they have are some fingerprints, which were left on Frida's handbag.
Well, how come Bianca came to see you today?
Well, last night she ran across another advertisement in this Lonely Hearts magazine. The ad was identical with the one that Frida answered.
Oh, he shifted his operations from California to New York.
Right.
Does Bianca know what Frida's intended look like?
Yes, Frida showed her a picture. That's all she knows.
Well, there's the matter of the fingerprint.
Yes, now, if I could get a sample...
Mary, don't tell me.
You're right, Sergeant. I need a husband desperate. So I'm answering that ad myself right away. Hello, Bianca. This is Lieutenant Mary Sullivan. Yes, I've received an answer. The man's name is Pete Milford. We have a date tonight at a bar at 2445 East 14th Street. You got that? Yes, at 8 o'clock. Now, I want you to come to that bar. If you recognize Milford, I want you to say, very hot tonight, isn't it? You get it? Very hot tonight, isn't it?
I tell you, Murray, you kind of surprised me. I never thought you'd be such a pretty one.
Oh, Pete, you're not so bad yourself.
Like I was telling my Uncle Shorty, don't mind if I get hitched now, and I don't mind if she's pretty.
Your Uncle Shorty. Who's he?
Oh, he's my uncle on my ma's side.
Oh.
Before you and I can take the final steps, I guess Uncle Shorty's going to have to prove.
Yeah, say, Pete, when we get if and when we get married, where are we going to live, huh?
Well, I'll tell you, Mary. I got a hunk of farmland out west. Soil's not so bad, but needs improvements.
Well, why haven't you made them?
Got no money, Mary.
Do you expect to get any?
Well, I thought maybe the gal that I married, she'd have the money.
Oh.
You mind if I ask you, Mary, you going to contribute something?
When we get, if and when we get hitched, huh? Why, yeah, sure I will.
Oh, I knew you were sweet, Mary. Hey, you know, I don't even have no picture of you.
Well, I got a little one here, Pete, if you'd like it.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll get an enlargement made, huh?
Swell.
Let me see. It's in my bag somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Oh, that's mighty pretty, Mary. Yeah, looks just like you.
Now give it back to me.
Okay, but don't forget I want that enlargement.
Sure. Oh, look, Pete, there's a friend of mine, a girlfriend. Hey, Bianca. Bianca, come here.
Oh, Mary, imagine meeting you here.
I want you should meet a friend of mine.
Sure.
In fact, you might say he's almost my fiancé.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Bianca, this here's Pete Milford.
Pete Milford. Glad to meet you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Can you sit down with us?
No, I must be going right away.
Oh, come on, sit a while, huh?
No, I can't. I'm not feeling too well. Very hot tonight, isn't it?
All right, Mary, give me the dope.
I've just got a few seconds now, Sergeant, so listen carefully.
Shoot.
That picture of myself on your desk.
Yeah?
It's got Pete Milford's fingerprints all over it. Now, I want you to develop the prints and wire the complete set to Commissioner Williams, Newtown, California. You got that?
Yeah.
Have him wire back a report.
Where'll you be in the meantime?
Well, I've got to meet Uncle Shorty.
Who?
Uncle Shorty. He lives out on Jamaica Bay.
Now, cut it out, Mary. I know everyone in your family. There's no...
I can't explain now, but after I see Uncle Shorty, I'll call you back.
Mighty likable gal there, Pete.
I told you I can pick him, Uncle Shorty.
Oh, now, will you two stop that man talk?
Well, I'm happy for both you, Pete. If you want my blessing, you have it.
Gee, thanks, Uncle Shorty.
Say, when you planning to tie up?
Oh, pretty soon. Maybe in a couple of days.
Well, then why wait? How about eloping tonight?
Yeah, never thought of that.
Listen, Pete, you're heading back to the farm after the wedding, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, then why don't you head out west tonight? I know Justice the Peace crossed the state line. He'd marry you in a minute. Then you go on the farm.
Oh, Pete, that sounds so romantic.
Yeah, I guess I like that idea. Only, how do we do our traveling?
I got a station wagon, ain't I? Look, Mary, you head back to your house and get ready. Then come out here to Jamaica Bay. Around 8 tonight, I'll get the car in condition, take you and Pete the parson.
Well, that sounds fine, only I think we'd better make it tomorrow night. You see, Pete here, he's going to need some money for his farm, and, well, I got the money for him, but except it's in the bank, and that's closed now.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, in the morning I'll draw the money out. What do you got to say to that, Pete?
Mary, all I gotta say is that things are working out mighty fine.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Mary Sullivan.
Where were you all day yesterday, Mary?
Well, just so happens I was out at Jamaica Bay, and, oh, by the way, I'm going back there tonight. You see, Pete Milford will be with me tonight, and, I expect the payoff.
What?
Yeah, now listen. The address is 47 Front Street. You got that?
Yeah.
It's way out in Brooklyn. It's a lonely spot, just the house and water. That is, in case you're interested.
Oh, sure, I'm interested. But listen, Mary, I've got news, too.
Oh, you have? Go ahead.
Got a report from California this morning.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
The fingerprints found on the dead girl are not Pete Milford's. Mary, you still there?
Yes. See, I'd kind of expected something else.
Yeah, I know you did. Still going to keep that date with Pete?
Yeah. Oh, this is a setback, I admit, but I can't drop Pete until I'm sure.
It's nice out here near the bay in the twilight, ain't it, Mary?
You know, I thought your Uncle Shorty was going to be waiting with his car.
Uncle Shorty went down the road for a while, pick up some tools.
Oh?
I'm, kind of glad we're alone.
Yeah?
Because we're going to be married. I think there's something you ought to know, Mary.
Oh, what's that, Pete?
Well, you see, I'm not much for book learning, Mary. In fact, I can hardly read and write.
Well, I wouldn't hold that against a man. Wait a minute. You say you can hardly read or write?
Yeah. I hope it makes no difference.
Then who put that ad in the magazine and answered my letter, huh?
Oh, well, that was my Uncle Shorty's doing.
Now, Pete, listen to me carefully. Did you ever advertise for a wife before?
Huh? No.
You didn't advertise 6 months ago, get an answer, and ask the girl to come to California?
No, not me. I ain't never been in California.
What?
Oh, you can trust me, Mary.
Well, now, Pete, I've got something to tell you. You see, I happen to be a policewoman.
What?
And I want to know the truth. Were you in California 6 months ago?
No, Mary, not me. My Uncle Shorty was, but not me.
You dope, don't you know enough to keep your trap shut?
Uncle...
Keep your hands up, policewoman. You know too much now.
Very smart scheme you cook up, Shorty. 6 months ago, you placed an ad in a magazine under your nephew's name. It was answered by a girl named Frida. She came out west, and you murdered her for her savings.
Save your breath, copper.
You knew the blame would point to Pete.
So what? I'll kill you both and blow this town.
We have other ideas, Shorty.
He's out cold, Sergeant.
Yeah. Lucky I didn't forget the address of this place. I was right outside. I saw and heard it off. Hey, is that the guy who's been courting her?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, Pete, looks like you lost a wife.
Yeah, but we caught a murderer.
In just a moment, Mary Sullivan in person will tell you more about tonight's policewoman case. In the meantime, does your underarm deodorant really protect you and your clothes from offending others, or are you half safe?
Or are you half safe?
Don't be half safe. Be Arid safe. Use Arid to be sure. No other deodorant tested. Only Arid stops your perspiration and deodorizes you so completely yet so safely. Only new wonderful Arid protects you these 3 ways. 1, Arid really protects you from offending. 2, Arid really protects your clothes from offending and from stains by stopping perspiration. 3, Creamy Arid is safe for your skin and clothes. Gentle, antiseptic. More nurses use Arid than any other deodorant. Don't be half safe.
Don't be half safe.
Be Arid safe. Use Arid to be sure.
To be sure.
To be sure. And now, here is Mary Sullivan.
Pete Milford was found to be the innocent dupe of his uncle and released. Uncle Shorty was executed for the vicious murder he committed. This is the last program of our current series, and I want to thank my many listeners from coast to coast for their kind letters of interest, and hope they've enjoyed the show as much as I have. Until we meet again on the air, this is Lieutenant Mary Sullivan saying au revoir.
Thank you, Mary Sullivan. This program, as well as all other programs of the series, was based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant Mary Sullivan for 35 years on the New York City Police Force. This is Dick Dunham speaking. In the dramatic portion of tonight's policewoman case, leading roles were played by Betty Gard and Walter Vaughan. Policewoman is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American...
Sunday is a big day on CBS. Jack Benny and Bergen and McCarthy, Rocky Jordan and our Miss Brooks, The Whistler and Red Skelton. Yes, for varied entertainment, Sunday is a big day on CBS. Now, Del Monte Foods brings you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
His name was Carl Kleist, K-L-E-I-S-T. For the past 3 years, I'd see him around Carl. I'd nod to him, he'd nod back. And that was the sum total of our relationship. 120 pounds of insignificant little guy. I thought. How wrong can you be? Carl Kleist turned out to be dynamite with a short fuse that figured to explode my face.
Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Yes, Del Monte, the best-liked brand of canned fruits and vegetables in the whole wide world, takes you now to the Café Tambourine in Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Mystery of Carl Kleist.
It started when the sound of the burglar alarm cut into the quiet night air. It wasn't my alarm. It came from down the street, the Bon Voyage tourist agency, run by the brothers Willie and Carl Kleist. You know how it is when you hear a burglar alarm go off. You listen, look, say, somebody's burglar alarm, let it go at that. I probably would have done the same, but as I looked down the street to where the sound was coming from, I heard another sound. Someone inside the tourist agency was throwing heavy objects through the front plate window. I figured I'd better get down and take a look. When I got there, a small crowd had already gathered.
Someone is inside. I was passing by. The window began to break. I heard someone calling.
All right, let's go in.
Oh, it's locked, sir. I have tight.
Then we go in through the window. And so we widen it. Oh, watch out, I'll use my foot. Yeah, that'll do it. Come on.
You go, sir. Oh, maybe stop the alarm.
Don't worry, I'll get it. Why, I'll do it.
It's Henry. Over here. I have found him. Look, sir.
Willie Kleist.
He has been knifed.
So I see. Willie, it's Jordan, the tambourine, down the street.
He's still alive. How is it possible for him to be alive with such a large knife in him?
Ah, shut up.
I'm truly amazed.
Tell Carl. Tell Carl they have come.
Who's come, Willie? Who knifed you?
They have come. They'll tell Carl to hide. Oh.
Zell.
What has happened, sir? Has she died?
Yeah.
I knew it would be so. He could not live with such a large knife in him.
You better stick around, Smiley. There are going to be some questions. I'll call the police.
Well, the cash box is still full. Obviously, robbery did not enter into the killing of Willie Kleist in the slightest.
Oh, I didn't think so, Sam. Not after what Willie said.
Yes, of course. Well, the killer was not seen by anyone, huh? Apparently, he left by the back door.
Leaving Willie for dead. But Willie was still alive and threw some ashtrays through the window to attract attention. You know what I think, Sam? I think whoever did Willie in didn't come for Willie. Or at least didn't come for Willie alone. He came for Carl, too.
Jordan, what do you know of his brother, Carl?
Oh, not much. They ran this tourist agency together. Moved in a few years ago. They're Austrian. Carl's a little guy, quiet, always got a book under his arm. Seems completely lost in thought.
Well, I will see if I can locate him. He undoubtedly will be able to shed a great deal of light on this affair.
If you can find him. If he's still alive, I'll bet he's in hiding.
From Zell?
From Zell.
Jordan, are you sure Willie Kleist gave you no description of this Zell? Nothing which would make my task of locating him easier?
Nothing, Sam.
Well, it does not seem I have much to go on.
Keep me informed, will you? I'm going to be interested in seeing how you work this out. Sabaya went to work, and I went back to the tambourine, putting the affair of the murder of Willie Kleist in the back of my mind. But I didn't stay there long. The next day, about 3 in the afternoon, I had a visitor. Tall and thin, in her early 30s. You could tell she was a traveler, not a tourist.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes,
I was wondering if I could speak to you for a moment.
you can.
My name is Ilse Altman. I travel for the Continental Hotel chain. I happen to be in Cairo on my way to Algiers, and I read in the paper this morning of the death of Willie Kleist.
I see.
The paper said that you are the one who discovered the... well, anyway, that is why I am here. This is the Willie Kleist who has a brother named Charles.
Yes,
Carl?
Miss Altman. Carl, that's the one.
I see. Well, Mr. Jordan, can you tell me where I might find this Carl?
I'm sorry, I don't know. The police are looking for him, too.
Captain Zabaya, the paper said. He is in charge?
Yes, you might go see him. If anyone would know where Carl Kleist is, if he isn't dead, Sabaya would.
Is there a possibility Carl, too, might be dead?
You should know anything's possible. Why are you so interested in Carl?
A personal matter.
It always is. You know him well?
I did know him well. At one time we were going to be married.
Oh, I see.
Now, our plans were changed, as plans like these often are. I would like to see him again, however.
Tell me something, Miss Altman. Did you ever hear Carl mention anyone named Zell? Z-E-L-L?
Anyone? No, I do not believe so.
Are you sure?
Well, it is hard to be sure. After all, I have not seen Carl in some time, and I do not remember everything he said to me.
You better go see Captain Sabaya. You can probably help each other. I'll phone him and tell him you're on your way. I gave her the address of Central Police Headquarters and walked her to the front door. She thanked me and was on her way, walking south from the tambourine. That's when I noticed the guy in the white linen suit. He was tailing Ilsa Altman, and it didn't look right. On the corner, she caught a cab, and Big Boy went for a cab of his own. I went for him and got there just as he was opening the back door. I stepped in close to keep him from moving into the cab. Hey, you got a match, mister?
What?
A match. I need a light.
Get out of the way.
It's not fair tailing Ilsa Altman. She may already have a boyfriend. Or do you work for Zell?
I said get out of the way.
His big hand reached up and grabbed me by the coat. I started to swing. I was pressed up close to the cab and couldn't get up much power. Besides, he was faster, and a hairy right caught me in the face. It had a lot of steam and shook me up. Before I could recover, he grabbed my shoulders and threw me to the sidewalk.
That's it. Follow that cab. Hurry.
By the time I picked myself up, Gorilla and his cab were off in a cloud of carbon monoxide in hot pursuit of Ilsa Altman. But I wasn't unhappy. I figured I'd slowed him up long enough for her to get away. When I get back to my office, the phone... Jordan speaking.
Jordan, this is Sam Ceballos.
Oh, I was just going to call you, Sam. That was a girl.
Jordan, I have called to issue you instructions.
Instruction?
You are to disengage yourself from any concern with the KLEIST affair.
What?
What I say is quite clear.
I don't get it. What's up?
Nothing you need know, Jordan. Just heed my word. You are to have nothing to do with the affair. As a matter of fact, you might do well to forget the murder of Willie KLEIST and even act as though you have never heard of a man named Carl KLEIST. That is all, Jordan. Goodbye.
Why, Sam? What's all this mystery about Carl
Jordan,
KLEIST?
it is impossible for me to answer that question because it is impossible for you to ask it. Remember, you have never even heard of a man named Carl KLEIST. Goodbye, Joe. Sam, Jordan, this is not what you think it is. Heed my warning or there shall be trouble.
Well, it had turned into something important. That was easy to see. I mulled it over for a while, thinking about Ilsa Altman, the big guy tagging her, but most of all about Zell and who he was. The next day, I fell a little deeper into the Carl KLEIST case. I was walking down the Sharia El Mumar on my way to the barber when I heard a voice.
Jordan B.
It was Yusuf, an Egyptian shoeshine boy who worked the streets around the tambourine. A little guy who seemed to know as much about people as the secret police.
I have seen him, Jordan B. I have seen him.
Who have you seen?
The man you are looking for.
Who, Zell?
No, the other one, Carl KLEIST. I know who he is. Come, Jordan B., come.
And with that, he turned and bolted down the street. I moved after him, jostled a lady carrying a load of vegetables, excused myself, and kept right on going after the scurrying Yusuf. He led me up a couple of back streets and stopped in front of an old rat-eaten rooming house run by a German named Brombacher. Inside, Yusuf took me down a dark, smelly hall to a door marked 6.
Inside, Jordan B. Inside. Carl KLEIST is inside.
I opened the door with caution, stepped into the room.
Who's there?
Cowering in the corner was 120 pounds of nervous man, Carl KLEIST, and he held a gun.
Go away. Go away.
Carl, it's me, Jordan.
Go away. Go away.
Carl, the police are looking for you. They'll give you protection. Now, come on with me.
Go away.
He started to empty the gun in my direction. Yusuf and I hit the floor. The bullets cut into the wall, and then I moved for Carl fast, but he was wild with fear. He threw the empty gun at me, then picked up a chair and began to whack me with it. Well, there was nothing for me to do but plant one right on his jaw. Just took an easy one to lay him out cold. And I stood over him to bring him to. I opened his shirt. The first thing I saw tattooed on his chest was a 4-letter word. Z-E-L-L. Zell. There it was again, and as big a mystery as ever.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Ask most men to name their favorite foods, and I think you'll find that corn, sweet, butter-tender, golden corn, rates right up there near the steak and potatoes. And if you want to give the men at your house corn just exactly the way they think it should be, give them Del Monte golden whole kernel corn for sure.
Yes, Larry, it makes a lot of difference which brand of corn you buy. It's a product you can really compare and tell the difference.
So many women are finding Del Monte corn outstanding on every count. It's wonderfully sweet, with a high natural sugar content that's grown right in. Yet it's rich in hearty summer flavor, too. Not only that, but it's remarkably tender. Those plump, milky Del Monte corn kernels are so very thin-skinned, they all but melt in your mouth. You'll agree you've hit a new high in corn enjoyment the day you try Del Monte corn.
I appreciate its dependable quality, too. But then I guess everybody knows you can't beat any Del Monte product for that.
Why not enjoy delicious Del Monte vacuum-packed golden whole kernel corn tomorrow? Remember, it's thrifty, too. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Mystery of Karl Kleist.
It had all started with the murder of Willie Kleist and the disappearance of his terror-stricken brother, Carl. Mixed in someplace were Carl's former fiancée, Ilse Altman, and a big guy in a white linen suit. Then a little shoeshine boy found Karl Kleist and led me to him. In the scuffle that followed, Carl got laid out, and when I opened his shirt, the tattooing on his chest said Zell, the same word Willie had uttered just before he died. Zell, whoever he was the crux to the entire mystery. Well, I sent Yusef to find a phone to call Sam and bent over Carl to bring him to. That's when Brombacher, the German who ran the rooming house, stepped into the room.
What is happening? I heard shooting. Oh, what is the matter with Carl?
Nothing some cold water won't fix. Here, help me get him on the bed, huh?
Yeah, sure.
On the bed now. I guess I tapped him a little harder than I realized. The water now, huh?
What is this on Carl's chest? Then?
Does it mean anything to you?
Huh. Peculiar anyone should tattoo such a thing on a chest? I guess there was another...
Hey, just a minute. Who is Zell?
Oh, Zell is not somebody. Zell is a place. Lake Zell. Zell is a lake in Austria. I've been there once or twice. Now I get the wasser.
So it wasn't a who, it was a what. Zell wasn't a person, but a place. Lake Zell. Even that didn't mean anything to me. Why should a place be so important? Why should its mention be feared? Why should it be one of the last words Willie Kleist uttered? While Brombacher poured some water and then proceeded to bring Carl to, these questions ran through my mind. Well, maybe Sophia would have the answer. He'd be there soon enough. But as it turned out, somebody beat him to it.
Well, Mr. Jordan, you were not able to help me before, but you certainly have helped me now.
Ilse Altman, and she held a .32. Standing alongside of her were two friends, a couple of muscular white-turbaned Bedouin tribesmen with knives in their belts.
Mr. Brombacher, I suggest you turn around and face the wall and remain that way until we leave. It will be safer for you.
Yeah, I do that.
Huma, you might do well to stand by Mr. Brombacher with the knife to the neck, so he does not call out.
As you wish, madame.
Looks like I made a mistake, Miss Altman. You're on the wrong side.
Yes, Mr. Jordan, you did. But don't feel too badly about it. We all make mistakes one time or another. Carl, are you all right?
Yes, I am all right.
Oh, that is fine, Carl. You appear to be somewhat shaken. Did Mr. Jordan injure you when he hit you?
I am all right.
Then, shall we go?
She said she was once your fiancée, Carl. You pick rough women.
No, she was not my fiancée.
Yeah? Well, if you'd have given me a little more time, Miss Altman, I'd have probably figured it out. I'd have remembered you didn't crack when I said the police and I thought Zell was a person. You've been around. You'd be sure to know it was a lake in Austria. What's it mean?
Mr. Jordan, why do you not realize that the less you know of this affair, the more secure your life is? Turn to the wall, too, like the good Mr. Brombacher, and in a moment, Karl Kleist and I will leave, and you need never let the thought of either of us cross your mind again.
Well, you won't get far. I sent a shoeshine boy out to phone Captain Sabaya some time ago. The police are probably outside now.
Not likely, Mr. Jordan. The boy did not reach a telephone. But do not worry, Mr. Jordan. He will not be injured. Neither will you or the nice, quiet Mr. Brombacher. All we want is Carl. Now come, Carl. We really must be going.
Jordan, I told you distinctly upon the telephone that you were to disengage yourself completely from the Kleist affair.
Sam, I'm telling you, I didn't have any choice.
When Joseph told you he knew where Karl Kleist was, you should not have gone with him. You should have come instead to me.
There wasn't time. Yusuf was off like a streak. I had all I could do to follow him, let alone get in touch with you.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose you had no other course. You will have to excuse my manner. It is that I am quite upset about the fact that Miss Altman now has Karl.
What's it all about, Sam? What's the big mystery? What's this Zell business?
The Zell business. Come with me into the other room, Jordan. There's someone there I think you might as well now meet.
Mr. White Linen Suit?
Yes, Mr. White Linen Suit. Jordan, this is Mr. Frank Sante of the American Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh. Looks like I got in the way of the wrong person.
Yes, I'm afraid you did, Mr. Jordan.
I guess it's my day for making mistakes. I'm sorry.
Well, that's nice, but it's not enough. You sure fouled the works. Because of you, Ilse Altman escaped me. She's a smart woman, Jordan, and a vicious one. She had Willie Kleist killed, and it's a good bet she'll do the same to Karl.
Why?
Why? Because of Lake Zell in Austria and what it means. Sit down, Jordan. You might as well know. Story goes like this. In early 1945, when Allied troops were surging into Germany, there was a group of German scientists and aeronautical engineers working in a hideaway in the Bavarian Alps. They were at work on a project called Incian, a highly secretive and a highly important project. Incian was a pilotless plane that could rise 40,000 feet a minute. It carried a 1,000-pound warhead, which exploded on contact. An extremely advanced type weapon.
Oh, I'm still listening.
20 such planes were constructed, but by then it was quite apparent to the Germans that the war was lost. And a special courier arrived at the Bavarian hideaway with orders from Hitler. The Incians were to be destroyed. All the blueprints of the project, plus all information of an advanced nature, were to be put into airtight steel cases and dropped into the waters of Lake Zell in Austria. And so the story goes, Jordan. If it is true, we must know the information of an advanced nature inside those cases.
And Karl Kleist can tell?
Yes. He was one of the high-ranking aeronautical engineers working on the projects. His identification was that tattoo on his chest.
Well, that clears up a lot of things. Ilse Altman's still fighting the last war.
Oh, the next one, Jordan. She and whoever she's working for. They don't want us to get Karl Kleist because of what he might tell. Now she has him. Can we get him back before he's killed, Jordan?
It sounded like an invitation to help, but whether it was or not didn't matter. They were going to get my help anyway. I'd played it like a first-class sucker. I didn't like the taste it left in my mouth. Sabaya got out a call, of course, and his men started looking for Ilse Altman and her Bedouins. I left headquarters and began to tap some sources of my own. Camel drivers who knew the desert trails and the desert hideaways. Had any of them seen an encampment of Bedouins with a European lady? Well, most of them hadn't. But a wizened old character named Sherlock had seen some Bedouins. Not one encampment, but 3. At any of these encampments had he seen the European woman? No. So Sherlock and I rented a jeep and went out to look over the 3 encampments. Number 1, 7 or 8 kilometers beyond the Bulak Bridge, turned out to be a dud. So did number 2, some old ruins of Ramesses II or III. Number 3 was a deserted oasis at the bottom of a valley.
We had better stop upon the rise here, Effendi, so we will not be seen.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There, below is the encampment.
1, 2, 3 horses. One of them must have 4 ply.
What, Effendi?
4 ply, Sherlock. Those are tire tracks down there going into that growth.
Yes, so they are, Effendi.
Well, this could be it. I'm going down and find out. Sherlock, there's a big date farm a couple of kilometers back. Drive down and phone Sabaya. Tell him where I am. And tell him I'd like to see him very much with a half a dozen or so of his best men. Just in case. Well, I moved carefully through the sand, keeping in the shadows of the dunes. It was slow going. Sand was loose, and I didn't want to start a slide for fear one of the Bedouins would see it and wonder about the movement. Slowly, I inched my way closer, the object being to get near enough to the encampment to get a look at the faces of the Bedouins sitting cross-legged outside of a tent. It was Humar's face, the face of Ilse Altman's number 1 boy I wanted to see. Then I'd know and would beat it back up the rise and wait for Sam.
Oh, and I saw it all right. He was one of the three men sitting there. But as I saw him, he saw me. He yelled at his men. I turned and ran up the rise, but it was rough going, my feet sinking ankle deep in the sand. They had it much easier. Humar and his men came after me on horses. I kept on going, but they got closer. In a moment, they were on me.
You are foolish, man.
Humar leaned down from the saddle, raised a heavy fist, and threw it with all his might into the back of my neck.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. If you'd like to make your salads, first courses, or desserts as bright and colorful as a May basket of spring flowers, you should get acquainted with Del Monte Fruit Cocktail. It's a regular bouquet of color and flavor in itself.
I should say so, Larry. Del Monte Fruit Cocktail adds so much glamour to a meal. And it's easy, too.
Yes, Del Monte Fruit Cocktail is good looking, good eating, and a real time and work saver besides. You get luscious peaches, mellow pears, and tart sweet tropical pineapple, ready cut and mixed with juicy seedless grapes and scarlet cherry halves. Just think, you don't have to select the fruits, pare them, cut them, or do any of the work yourself. And why should you, when you can get such a sparkling fruit combination ready prepared and perfectly balanced for flavor? You'll be proud to serve Del Monte Fruit Cocktail on any occasion.
Actually, that's one reason why I keep it handy all the time, so I'll always be prepared for last-minute company to dinner.
It's menu help you should have in your kitchen day in and day out. Stock up with Del Monte Fruit Cocktail next time you shop. Now, back to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
I woke up sometime later inside the tent with a large-size headache. Humar was there carrying a silly grin. Ilse Altman was there, too, with a gun in a holster. And so was Carl Kleist.
Mr. Jordan, why? Why do you insist upon placing me in a position where I must make difficult decisions?
I guess I'm just nasty that way.
Everything was so simple. Carl and I had a long talk, did we not, Carl?
Yeah, we had a long talk.
We discussed what was important to Carl. He did not wish to die insignificantly on the desert. He decided he would leave Egypt with me and return to our friends of long ago and continue in the field of aerodynamics to do important work for the future. Did you not decide so, Carl?
Yes, Elsa. You were most convincing in our talk.
There, Mr. Jordan. Carl and I were to leave Egypt quietly, with no further bloodshed. And now you have upset everything. You have come to disturb the tranquility. What must I do with you?
Oh, stop it. You're going to make me cry.
Oh, well, quick decision. Humar? Kill him.
Humar drew his knife and moved toward me. The silly look in his face grew larger and his eyes sparkled. He was in for some fun, he thought. 4 steps were all he took.
Carl!
The not-so-convinced Carl Kleist yanked Ilse's revolver out of her holster and turned it on Humar.
Carl! Give me that gun!
I will not go back!
Carl! Why did you do that? Why?
You had better take the gun, Mr. Jordan. Other 2 Bedouins may come in. More coffee, Jordan?
Oh, no thanks, Sam. I've had my fill.
Well, I will have a little more. Well, the affair of Carl Kleist is at last at its end. Mr. Santi will take him to the United States in the morning.
And Ilse and Humar made the morgue.
Killed in a moment of desperation by a man who too long kept secret knowledge he should have told. Jordan, something has just struck me.
What's that, Sam?
Do you realize that we do not know the real ending of the KLEIST affair? We do not know if the story of the steel cases at the bottom of Lake Zell is true or not.
I guess we don't. I guess we won't.
Well, I suppose we do not have to know everything. If the story is not true, if there's not information of an advanced nature of aeronautics at the bottom of Lake Zell, most of this has been for naught.
And if there is?
Then I'm quite sure your American government will be able to get it from Carl KLEIST. And all of this has not been for naught.
And you'd like to know which is true for sure.
Well, Jordan, you cannot blame me for being curious.
What do you got there?
A coin, Jordan. Observe. Head, it is true. Tails, it is false.
Heads or tails?
Well, what could a coin tell? More coffee, Jordan?
Heads or tails, Sam?
Neither. It fell in a crack and is standing on its side.
For superb flavor, for dependable quality always, enjoy Del Monte fruits and vegetables. Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arumps. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Horde of the Memlooks. Anytime you're thirsty, pour yourself a tall, sparkling glass of golden Del Monte pineapple juice. There's real refreshment for you, rich in the tropical tart-sweet flavor of full, ripe pineapples. Make yours Del Monte pineapple juice next time. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Ralph Single, Johnny. At MONOR Guarantee Insurance Company.
Oh, hi, Rip. How's Hollywood's most eligible bachelor?
Listen, do you know who Hildegard Ransom is?
Are you kidding? That gal's coming out party hit the society column of every newspaper in the country.
Yeah, I know. So, how'd you like to have a date with her?
Hey, wait a minute. Weren't you dating the luscious Hildy Ransom a while back?
Yeah, I was, but I threw her over.
Oh, Rip, you just don't appreciate the finer things of life.
Oh, no? Well, if you had to put up with some of her wild ideas or crazy antics...
So what? What difference does it make? All that beauty, all that money?
Look, I asked you. You want a date with her? At company expense.
Well, why not?
Then grab the first plane you can and fly on out here.
Okay, I'm on my... what's the catch, Rip?
I'll, meet you at the Los Angeles International Airport.
Yeah, fine, but suppose you give me some
Bye.
idea...
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the MONOR Guarantee Insurance Company, Los Angeles office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the delectable damsel matter. Expense account item 1, $107 even, Hartford to New York, and a DC 7 mainliner to Los Angeles. Single is a good name for Rip. He has a knack for meeting wealthy, important people, particularly women. Yeah, they practically swoon under his spell, and he sells them insurance. I'm not sure I approve his love 'em and leave 'em tactics, but it's no wonder he knew Hildy Ransom, heiress to a couple of $1 million.
Hi, Johnny.
But he hadn't told me why he wanted me to meet her, and I was sure it wasn't just for a date.
Daydreaming, Johnny? Huh? Hey, your baggage is right here on the rack. Come on. I'll help you put in the car and we'll take off.
Oh, hi, Rip. Sure, where's the car?
Over here in the parking lot. Hey, what were you dreaming about there at the luggage pickup?
Oh, Hildegard Ransom, who else? And I take it your little romance with her, the one that hit the headlines a while back, is all over, huh?
Oh, sure. But I got her insurance business. All of it. And, Johnny, if I had to, I could live off the premiums of that one account alone.
Then it must be pretty big. Because if I remember the way you live, fancy clothes, fancy apartment.
Well, you can't take it with you, boy. Besides, it's all good for my business. Here we are. Hey, you like this little old truck?
The little old truck was a brand new Eldorado Biarritz, special paint job, gold fittings instead of chrome. Every accessory you can think of, including a bar in the back seat. Yeah, Playboy, party boy, Rip Single hadn't changed a bit.
And if you make contacts, make them right where the money is, and if it's a pretty girl that has the money and you can charm her into your arms, baby, you made a say.
Okay. Now tell me, Rip.
Johnny, did you ever hear of the Cape Star?
What's that?
Well, it's an emerald. As big as a robin's egg in a 14-carat mounting loaded with diamonds and rubies. A brooch. Value, nearly 300,000 clams.
This Hildegard Ransom owns it?
Uh-huh. Or did.
How'd she lose it?
Well, all I know is that she called me and she said it was missing and that she wants me to go out and have a look.
Out where?
But I don't want that wacky dame to get her hands on me again. Now, you heard of some of her crazy escapades. Like the time she flooded half of the Bel Air estates.
The what?
Well, she didn't like the looks of a fire plug on her 5 acres up there, so she had the gardener plant some dynamite under it.
Oh, brother.
Well, I gotta do something for laughs, she said.
Oh, the old story of the idle rich with too much time on her hands, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that kind of stuff can lead to trouble sometimes. Where is she, Rip? Bel Air, did you say?
Well, when she's home, which isn't often. Right now, I think it...
What the Sam Hill?
Oh, sure. All the comforts of home. Here now. Hello?
Hurry, Jess 1121.
That's right, operator.
One moment, please. I have a call for you.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, brother, when I get rich enough to put a mobile phone in my car.
Oh, it doesn't cost much. As a matter of fact...
Rip Single, are you coming out here to see me or aren't you?
Oh, well, now, Hildy...
It's the 5th time I've called, and Rip, if you don't do something about my loss of the Cape Star, you call the police.
Well, sure, of course.
I might have known you would. So they'll tell the papers. More publicity for you in that lousy insurance business.
But, Hildy, I always notify the police
Well, you know what that means. It means reporters, photographers, cops, half the town falling all over themselves when I get in.
Look, Hildy,
So if you or somebody else, and I don't mean the cops, if you don't get out and try...
Darling,
You know what, I'll cancel every policy I have with you. My own, the houses, the cars, this old tub, everything.
Here, would you take this, Johnny?
Yeah, sure. Hello?
Hello, didn't you hear what I said?
Look, miss,
What? Who's that?
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny. So he got you. Well, now we'll have some action. Because you'll come out here right away, won't you?
Well, that depends.
But I don't know what to do. Cape Star Emerald gone, and Rip so busy he can't leave his office. Johnny, you have to come, please.
Well, look...
Oh, I knew you would, honey, and I'll be waiting for you. Rip can tell you how to get here. Bye.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled, Johnny. She really is that charming. When she wants to be.
Okay, Rip, take me to her.
Not quite.
Huh?
That old tub she mentioned is her 165-foot diesel yacht.
What?
And near as I can guess is about 70 miles offshore.
What, do you expect me to walk?
Oh, she also has a cruiser. A 58-footer parked down at Balboa. You can go in that.
Then you'd better swing around, brother. We're driving north.
Oh, there's a private airport up here off Sepulveda Boulevard where I keep my plane.
Your own plane?
Sure.
Holy smoke.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Reba? Reba, where are you?
In the kitchen, dear. I'm coming. Donald, what are you doing home so early? Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick. I came home early to get some work done, but you're going to have to help me.
Help you with what?
Well, you got me into this. You're going to have to help me get out.
Donald, you're not making sense. What did I get you into?
Well, it all started this morning. I walked into the lieutenant's office and I started bragging about how well my wife delivered her speech on safety at the PTA meeting.
Aw, that was sweet of you.
Yeah, sweet, but the lieutenant was quite impressed. In fact, he was so impressed he assigned me to give a talk on safety tomorrow at the enlisted men's meeting.
Well, good for you, Sergeant. You can do it.
Well, gee, I don't know, Reba. What'll I say?
Well, just say that, wait a minute. Here's some notes on traffic accidents. Just read these aloud.
Oh,
come on. Come on, just try them for size.
Well, okay. Men, what if a disaster wiped out every man, woman, and child in Springfield, Illinois? We'd be shocked, wouldn't we? So would the entire world. Yet, a total of 95,000 accidental deaths occurred 2 years ago in the United States. That's about 10,000 more than the population of Springfield, the capital of Illinois.
Attaboy, you're doing fine. Now, go on.
And don't think the men in uniform are exempt from accidents. In one branch of the service alone, 600 were killed and 5,000 injured in a 12-month period. On many, many days during the Korean conflict, more servicemen lost their lives on the highway than on the battlefield. Hey, wait a minute, Reba. These aren't notes. This is a full speech, all typed and ready.
That's right, dear. I wrote it for you this morning.
Well, how did you know?
Well, your lieutenant and his wife were at the PTA meeting, dear.
Put-up job. I see it all now. I only hope I can do this fine speech justice.
Oh, you will, darling.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the delectable Damsel matter.
During the ride from Los Angeles to Balboa in Rip Single's private plane, he admitted to me that he hadn't made all his money in the insurance business. Seems a rich uncle had conveniently died some years before. Lucky stiff. A riff, I mean.
Look, all I know, Johnny, is that Hildy took the Cape Star Emerald along with her on this yachting trip, and now it's gone.
Yeah, how much of a trip?
Oh, Lord knows where she's been. She said she might end up in China, the Philippines, most anywhere. You see, she has the money, she has the time, and she's done everything under the sun that normal people do, so now she keeps looking for the unusual. Anything for a thrill.
Yeah, well, when did she discover the stone was missing?
She radioed to me today.
From out on the high seas?
Yeah. She said she was certain she had it the day before because she'd worn it. And then when she went to look for it, it was gone.
Some member of the crew, do you suppose?
I don't know. Maybe she dropped it overboard.
You mean purposely? To collect the insurance?
Who knows?
Oh, but if she has so much money...
Well, who knows? Maybe she hasn't lost it at all. She just wants company. Oh, look, there's Newport and Balboa down below. I'll circle Hildy's little summer house before we land.
Hildy Ransom's little summer house turned out to be a mansion right on the waterfront. And tied up to the long dock was not only the cruiser, but a snappy little speedboat, a small sailboat, and a couple of outboards. All very nice. Not so the skipper of the cruiser.
No, my orders the last time I spoke to the Hilda Moral were to take you out to her, Mr. Single, nobody else.
Look, we just talked to Miss Ransom by radio, and she wants you to take Mr. Dollar out there.
And I tell you, my last orders...
Well, forget your last orders.
Hey, look. Hey, wait a minute, please. Skipper, have you got a radio on this cruiser?
Of course.
All right, then. Make contact with the Hilda Moral. Find out for yourself.
Okay, I'll do it.
At the same time, you can get her position, okay?
We'll see.
Well, give dear Hildy my love, or whatever else you can think of. Anything that'll keep her from switching her insurance to somebody else.
You are a louse, aren't you?
You don't like me, do you?
No. Were you ever really serious with her, Rip?
Yeah, sure, but I'm just not the marrying kind. So, Johnny, the field is clear for you.
Huh?
And if you want to latch onto a few $1,000,000, she's really mighty sweet, attractive gal. Well, let me know how you make out, Johnny. Oh, and please, find that emerald.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah?
We're ready to sail whenever the gentleman's ready.
Okay, Skipper, let's go. The cruiser turned out to be a dilly, luxury from stem to stern. And the trip out to the Hildemora took much longer than I'd expected. In spite of the powerful engines that sent us through the water at over 18 knots, it was well after dawn the next morning when we hove to alongside the Hildemora. And that 165-foot diesel yacht made the cruiser look like a broken-down rowboat. As for Hildy Ransom, 5'6" or 7", she was blonde and she was beautiful, with quick blue eyes that had fun and laughter sparkling in them, and a figure.
Well, come on, Johnny, come aboard. And Marty, you keep the cruiser around in case Mr. Dollar wants to go ashore again.
Bye, sir, Miss That.
Hi, Johnny. Welcome aboard the old tub.
You call this floating palace a tub?
Well, after the holes that got shot into it, no wonder we're still afloat.
You've been shot at?
Off Formosa, the China coast. We had a ball. For a while, I thought some of the red aircraft were going to strafe us one night.
Oh.
But it got too dark for them, and the captain, the old fuddy-duddy, turned off all our running lights, and we headed out to sea again.
What under the sun were you doing off the China coast, Miss Ransom?
No, it's Hildy. Oh, just finding out what goes on in the world. You know what I really wanted to do?
What?
Pay a visit to Joe Enlai.
The Red General?
Why not? But they wouldn't let us ashore long enough without a lot of fuss and bother, so... Now, let's go into my quarters and talk about the Cape Star.
Yeah, okay.
I could kill that Rip Single for not coming out here, but I'm so glad you could. You're even better looking than I'd heard.
Huh?
Are you as much of a wolf as Rip says you are?
Oh, well, now, wait a minute.
Okay. I'll find out for myself. It might be fun finding out. Johnny?
For a minute, I began to wonder. Maybe Rip wasn't the only one in this affair who turned on the charm to further his own ends. Hildy Ransom, let's face it, was a wealthy ne'er-do-well who'd do anything for a thrill. Couple her with a character like Rip Single. Yeah, I wondered. But then, walking along the deck with her, I saw something that suddenly changed my mind. One of the crew who ducked into a doorway when he spotted me. Who, I wasn't sure. But I had a sudden mental image of his eyes, somewhere in the past, looking at me over the sights of a gun.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Do you know who said, "That man is free who is protected from injury"? Those words came from Daniel Webster, one of the most eloquent orators in American history. Webster knew that a man could not be free unless he lived in a country which recognized his right to freedom and created laws to protect that freedom. A slave state may say that its citizens are free, but as long as a single citizen can be harmed by the whim of a country's rulers, true freedom does not exist. A man is free only if his rights to freedom are protected. Remember the words of Daniel Webster. They are part of your American heritage. The free man must be protected from injury.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the delectable Damsel matter.
I suppose I could have waited till we got in to report the loss of the emerald, but sit down, Johnny, and I'll have some drinks brought in.
Okay, thanks. Now listen.
Because of where we've been on this trip, we'll have to go through customs, and there'll be the police and the reporters and so on. And whoever took the Cape Star might have a chance to...
Oh, what's the matter?
That drawer where I kept it. I'm sure I left that closed after I'd hunted for it, and... Excuse me. Johnny.
Yeah.
Look. Look, it's here. The Cape Star, it's back.
You're sure?
Yes, of course. Here, look at it.
And you're sure it wasn't there before?
Of course I am. I turned this cabin upside down.
Hildy, this isn't some kind of a gag, is it?
What?
I mean, you're having me come all the way out here to find something that wasn't lost after all?
Johnny! Oh, Johnny, how can you say such a thing? Of course not. But
Now that you are here, and the star is safe and sound, I think we'll have fun together,
Hildy.
I've got so tired of the other guests I have on board. That stuffy old Professor Randolph and his boring wife, and Charlie Burton, and that girl he's always pawning over.
The Cape Star was actually missing?
I swear it, Johnny.
All right, then. I still have a job to do. I want to meet these guests of yours. Also, I want to talk to the crew.
Of course, Johnny. But later, I'll have some drinks brought in, and we can plan ourselves a ball between now and when we put into port. Oh, yes?
Miss Ransom.
Yes, Captain.
One of the men. One of the crew. Name's McCarty.
Yes?
It looked like appendicitis, ma'am, and I took the liberty of sending him ashore in the cruiser. It'll get there long before we can.
Of course, Captain. You've done exactly right.
Wait a minute. I'm not so sure of that.
Why, Johnny?
McCarty, huh? Short, dark, with a scar on his chin?
Yes, sir. They've already left.
What?
Yes, sir.
10 to 1 that McCarty is the man I want.
Johnny.
Hildy, we gotta stop. A radio call to the cruiser brought no response, and I had a sneaking suspicion the skipper of it had a gun in his back, a gun held by the supposedly sick McCarty. And the yacht, despite its size and power, could never catch up with that cruiser in 1,000 years.
If you're right, Mr. Dollar, we'll radio to the Coast Guard to intercept it.
But I couldn't be sure that I was right. And then I noticed the speedboat slung between davits on the yacht's afterdeck.
Of course, Johnny. And I'll go after them with you.
Oh, no, you won't.
Just the kids, huh? Please?
No. Then 6, 8, 10 minutes later, however long it took to get the speedboat overside, the first mate and I were tearing across the ocean in pursuit of the cruiser.
That cruiser will do an even 20 knots if the opens are wide, Mr. Dollar. But she's no match for this baby.
And pour it on. Come on, you see him yet?
Sure do, dead ahead.
Yeah, I see him too.
Oh, where's the skipper? McCarty's up in the bridge alone.
Hey, look out, that puff of smoke. He's shooting at us.
And hang on, I'm going to swerve around. But he'd never hit us at this range anyhow.
Stay down low. He might get lucky.
You got a gun to answer him?
No.
Well, there's a very pistol. Use it for shooting up the stress flares.
Where is it?
This cabinet under the dash. You see it?
Yeah, right. It's no match for a .38, but if you can swerve us in close enough, keep swerving.
Right. Hey, look. It's having to reload.
Then get us in there fast.
Here we go. Well, let him have it. Let him have it.
Yeah.
Hey, you got him. You got him.
Come on, give me another load.
Here, Dollar, right here.
Watch him, huh? He's changing course.
Hey, you're right.
Look out, he's turning into it. I kind of pieced things together after the yacht, the Hildemora, picked us up. By sheer luck, my shot with a flare gun had struck McCarty full on. He was badly burned. And after the smash-up, the mate had pulled me out of the drink. By then, the yacht caught up with us.
And do you know what he was doing, Johnny? That man who called himself McCarty?
Oh, hi, Hildy.
Smuggling. Narcotics that he picked up in China.
Yeah.
He knew we'd never get through customs when we came to port, so he stole the Cape Star. Just long enough to make sure the cruiser would come out to us. He knew I'd sent for somebody.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Then he played sick to go back on the cruiser. That way he'd avoid customs and the police.
Yes, honey.
Where is he now?
Below, locked up. And after the way you hit him with that flare, well, now he is sick. Darn it.
Darn it.
We didn't have to get him into a doctor. Gee, Johnny, you and I could cruise around and... Well, it will be 2 or 3 days before we get to port.
Three days. And what a 3 days. But, oh well. Expense account total, including transportation back to Hartford, $230 even. Remarks? It's funny, isn't it? You never know what you're going to get into when you take on even the most routine kind of case. Yours truly, Johnny Dog.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jet Stratton, Barney Phillips, Jack Moyles, and Frank Gerstl. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Nile Runs High.
Winter and summer come to Egypt like any other land, but there's only one other season of the year, and the most important of the three. It comes as the great river Nile rises to overflow its banks in late September, bringing new fertility and life to this strange land. The Nile season is a time for rejoicing and festivities, and I was out in the morning to watch the myriad white sailboats sporting on the river. I wandered alone away from the holiday crowds south past the Ismail Bridge. Finally, just as I decided it was time to get back to the Tambourine, a white-sailed scow caught my eye moving away from the other boats and seemingly out of hand. It heeled into the wind, then a breeze swung it directly toward shore, and it kept coming till it floundered aground. A voice moved me into action.
Help me! In the name of Allah! Help me!
I splashed out into the shallow water, in a few seconds climbed onto the listing deck. I ducked under the boom toward where a man lay helpless across the tiller. He wore the blue robes of the fellahin, and they were splotched with red.
Oh, my Effendi. My good Effendi.
Easy, fella. You're hurt bad. What's it all about?
I did my best. Tell my master that Shufa did his best.
Looks like a bullet wound. Who did it?
I do not know. They were in another boat.
All right, now we got to get help.
No, there is no time. Take it back now. quickly, Effendi.
Take what back? What do you mean?
There, below. Take it back.
Schufer was pointing frantically to the open hatch, so I hurried over and down to the small cabin. It was loaded with miniature bales of cotton. I touched one and found that it was wet. But what interested me was the man on deck, so I got back to him. But too late. Schufer had rolled over on the deck, face up. Dead now from the bullet wound in his chest. Well, it wasn't a pleasant way to start the day. I threw a piece of sail over the pathetic figure and dropped an anchor to secure the boat where it was. I scratched around a little, but found no papers to identify the boat. All I could find was its name painted on the side, the Water Nymph. After that, I waded ashore, and about 3 blocks up the hill, I found a phone booth outside a little market.
Police headquarters, Savaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. It's Rocky.
Jordan, why are you not out celebrating with the rest? The Nile runs high. This is not
Just listen, Sam. I got a report.
I do not like the sound of your voice, Jordan.
Neither do I. But here it is. There's a sail scow near the foot of Shauria Bendur, grounded a little offshore.
Indeed? And how should that interest me?
A couple of things, maybe. For one, a load of cotton.
Most uninteresting. What else?
You'll find a man lying on deck, shot to death.
So that is it. Jordan, why is it that always you are the one...
Hold the question, Sam. Give you all I know when I show up.
Very well, Jordan. You will wait for me there.
I opened the door to leave, and I got a lot of help. A powerful, brawny arm reached in and dragged me out where I got a real close-up of a black beard and red eyes. It was my move, but just then a very wiry little character closed in from behind.
We will talk, Inglesi.
You're with somebody else, Buster.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Jabba speaks wisely. To the alley now, swiftly.
They had to work for it, but they each held an arm, and pretty soon they dragged me halfway down the hill, around a corner, and pinned me up against a trash barrel. Again, the one called Shadrach was blowing his breath in my face.
We will talk here, Inglesi.
All right, start saying something.
You made the phone call. Who was it with?
I got the wrong number.
Shadrach is a man of impatience.
As Jabba says. You were seen to board the boat on the river. Tell us what you saw there.
A little cotton. Dead man. Maybe you killed.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Perhaps the knife will loosen your tongue.
Use it and see what you find out.
Speak now. What the dead man told you, and what you have told others.
If I don't?
Then, Inglesi, you will quickly join the unfortunate boatman.
Wait, Shadrach. Look who comes.
Then we saw them, all 5 of them, as they swept into the alley, their dirty white robes flapping in the wind. In the lead came a wild-eyed tribesman waving a sword with a doubled blade. Shadrach and his buddy froze for a split second, and just before they ran, they slammed me head first at the feet of the onrushing pack. Joe knocked the wind out of me, and somebody's boot behind my left ear did the rest. And that was all. When I opened my eyes, I saw bare sandstone walls and light coming in a high window. The rest I saw made me sure I was dreaming. But the soft hand stroking my cheeks was still there, so I looked again. The face bending over me was beautiful but expressionless. She was dark and not too slender. The only sign she was human was the throbbing at her temples, until she spoke.
You need not fear. We are both quite safe.
Oh, are we, lady? What happened to all the little men?
They do not matter now. They brought you here. Now we are alone.
Yeah, real cozy.
Oh, lie quietly. The pain will soon be gone.
Oh, that's not what bothers me.
My name is Farada.
And you'd like to know mine?
You are Rocky Jordan. You own a cafe called the Tambourine, and you are an American.
There's a card in my billfold says that.
When a woman meets a man, she wishes to know more of him, does she not?
Yeah, she sure does.
You do not look like one who brawls in the street. The 2 strong men were most violent with you. Would you not like to tell me why?
That makes you think I got anything to tell?
I see to your rescue, and yet you question.
Everybody's got an angle.
I do not understand.
Maybe yours is a boat down on the river, a load of wet cotton, and a dead man who might have said something that I told somebody else on the phone.
Very well. You need only tell me.
You got quite an assignment, getting information out of me in your own way. I think I like Shadrach's way better.
Why? Is it that you could resist his way, but not mine?
Give it up, lady. Won't work.
A man as wise as you should know that my way is best.
Where's the threat from? El Kahira?
Then you know of him.
Yeah, one of your boys shouted his name. Who is he?
El Kahira is a man of destiny,
The true, the exalted leader.
Well, I'm still asking who he is.
Very soon you and all Egypt will know. Only those who bend to his will shall be spared.
Yeah, maybe he'll spare me. He knows what I told other people.
Perhaps. You leave me then?
You got ways of stopping me?
I would not use them. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
Go anywhere but to the police. My men can return most quickly.
I went out and down some steps to what turned out to be one of Cairo's many old deserted towers. I knew I wouldn't find Farada there again. If any of my rescuers were around outside, they didn't show their faces, so I skipped Farada's advice and made it for police headquarters the quickest way. When I walked into Sabaya's office, he jumped up from behind his desk and came striding toward me.
Jordan, where have you been?
Hey, you been worried about me, Sam?
We will leave my personal feelings out of this, if that is possible.
Suit yourself. I don't feel so good either.
Listen to me, Jordan. Was it not you who phoned me 2 hours ago, most urgently?
In person.
And did you not say that you would join me at the foot of the Sharia Bendor where it meets the river?
Well, that was my plan.
And did you not say that a boat was anchored there, loaded with cotton, and with a dead man on its deck?
That's all straight. Did you get there, Sam?
I did.
Now have a look inside those cotton bales. Got a hunch you'll find something there.
Jordan.
Huh?
There is an old saying of my people. Perhaps you have heard it.
Take it again. You can take it again.
It is said a man who is bitten by a serpent will be frightened by the sight of a rope.
Where does that fit?
When you, an adventurer, have often seen violence in a moment of, shall we say, celebration. What you saw was not real.
Take a look at these bruises, Sam. They're real.
They prove nothing.
Just what are you driving at?
I will tell you. It so happens that when I got there was no cotton. Also, there was no dead man. In fact, Jordan, there was not even a boat.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Fresh tasting,
natural tasting,
and refreshing.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. There in just 6 words is the whole story of Del Monte tomato juice. Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. That's just what tomato juice should be. And that's just exactly what Del Monte tomato juice is. For the perfect appetizer at mealtimes, for a pick-me-up when you need it, just fill a glass with ice-cold Del Monte tomato juice, and with the first sip, you'll think,
say, this is good.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Then with the second sip, you'll add,
Really quenches my thirst.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
And you'll drink it down because...
Del Monte tomato juice is so refreshing.
Friends, next time you're shopping, buy Del Monte tomato juice. Look for it in the green can with the familiar red Del Monte shield. Keep several cans in the refrigerator. You'll find they come in mighty handy. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Nile runs high.
Sam Sabaya sat watching what he just told me sink in. The sailboat, its small cargo of cotton, and the lifeless man at the tiller were gone. All vanished. Or, as Sam put it, they were never there. I had to make him believe me. Sam, what I told you on the phone was all true.
Please, Jordan, do not try my patience.
Just get this, now all of it. Right after I hung up, a couple of bearded characters started working me over. They wanted to know what I might have found or heard on that boat.
And what might that be?
I don't know. The boatman tried to say something about the cotton.
Continue, Jordan.
Just as the 2 bearded men got rough, a gang of desert rats charged in. It was a free-for-all with me in the middle. I went out for the count and woke up in a deserted tower with a dame named Farada. She tried to dig some information, too.
You had quite a day.
Oh, listen, will you, Sam? The desert gang in Farada were taking orders from somebody they call El Kahira.
El Kahira? Is that quite everything, Jordan?
Well, up to now it is, but there'll be plenty more.
Let me suggest that you go back to your cafe and have a good sleep. I trust that you will not need an escort.
I wasn't sure how much of my story Sam believed. All I knew was he bit his tongue at the mention of El Kahira, and there must have been a reason. Outside, I hadn't gone 10 steps when I spotted Farada in a doorway across the street. A couple of more white-robed shadows planted a few doors down. I stepped it up, and when I saw they were following, I took cover in a bar half a block down.
It was an old friend seated alone near the door. Bill Harder, crack reporter of the Cairo Mail. I figured he could help me, so I joined him. He was a couple of drinks ahead of me.
Man, what happened to your face, Rocky? Somebody step on it?
Yeah, supposing I said somebody did.
It wouldn't surprise me. The scrapes you get into. Now, give me a scoop on the next one, will you?
Sure. Next time I mix with El Cahira, I'll let you know.
No, I wouldn't wish that on you. Hey, guys, take care of my boy here.
Short beers, off. By the way, El Cahira means something, doesn't it? The victorious?
Yeah, that's right. The original name of Cairo, named after the planet Cahir. It's the Egyptian name for Mars.
And this El Cahira appropriated the name for himself.
Yeah, talk about delusions of grandeur. He's got it. Hey, what brought him up?
You did.
I did? Maybe so. You know, I need somebody like him around. I've met a decent story in weeks. Oh, here, I'm paying.
Oh, thanks. What's this El Cahira like, Bill?
Oh, he's a screwballed Endemol, Rocky. Pretender to the throne of Egypt.
You got any reasons?
Oh, sure. Claims he's a direct descendant of the first king of Egypt. Way back 6,000 years. I think he really believes it.
Modern pharaoh, huh?
Oh, before even the pharaohs. You know, Rocky, there's an old legend among the nomadic tribes that they were the original inhabitants of Egypt. They were dispossessed and forced to wander the desert.
And El Cahira's going to lead them back, that is?
Yeah, there are always a few tribes around willing to make trouble, and Cahira seems to know how to stir them up.
You, any idea where he is now?
Who knows? He's been in and out of trouble for years, but he always seems to come back. He could be a dangerous man.
He and his queen.
Parada, yeah. She's as screwy as he is. Hey, you going already, Rocky?
Yeah. Go back to your desk, Bill. I may have a story for you.
How's that, Rocky? Hey, that's not the way to the door.
I want to speak to the cook. So long, Bill. I did say hello to the cook, but I had other reasons for going out the back way. Namely, Farada and her crew hanging around out front. I knew if I didn't want a lot of characters on my trail, from now on I'd have to clear things up fast. So I quick went to the Nile Boat Registry office for information.
In a minute, gent. I'm very busy.
Oh, we all are.
Left alone to make out all these reports.
I suppose we speed it up.
Everybody likes to be in a hurry.
There's a sail scow called the Water Nymph. Who's it belong to?
Hold your horse, gent. I'll look it up. Everybody in the office goes to the Nile but me. Just because I'm a Greek does not mean I do not like celebrations. What was that boat? What?
The Water Nymph, under W.
Water Nymph. That belongs to Malik Bey. Goodbye, gent.
All right, hold it. Who's Malik Bey?
Malik Cotton Growers, Heliopolis Road.
One more thing. Has the boat been reported missing?
Oh, no. Does that mean I have to make out another report?
Oh, skip it. Happy holiday, gent. It was a little after 4 when I went out onto the street. The crowds were swarming up from the waterfront. It was festive Cairo at its best. Limousines and camels, pashas and beggars, women in slacks and women with veils. I was just about to move on when I saw the flash in the sunlight. A knife stuck quivering inches deep in the doorpost by my head. And 2 fleeing figures vanished quickly into the milling crowd. I'd seen both of them before that day. It was Shadrach and his pal Java. Trying to follow, I wasted time, so I got to my car and honked my way out the Avenue de la Reine and onto the Heliopolis Road. And just before sunset, I pulled in under a big sign on the outskirts of town. Malik Cotton Growers, and up a driveway to the spacious home. There, I was directed to a rambling warehouse behind. At the warehouse door, I was met by a man sporting a pencil mustache and a red fez. I'm looking for Malik Bey.
I am Malik Bey. And you?
The name is Jordan.
Oh. What do you want?
I'm wondering if you had a man named Shufa working for you.
Oh, yes. What about him?
He sent you a message.
A message?
He wants you to know he did his best.
I do not understand. What are you talking about?
Didn't you know? Your man's dead. I found him shot and dying on your boat.
Well, that's most regrettable. I did not know, Mr. Jordan.
But maybe you know what it's about, huh?
No, these things happen. There has been discord among my workers. A personal matter, perhaps. Did Shufa say anything else, Mr. Jordan?
No, only he was concerned about the cargo. All I could see was some small bales of cotton in the cabin.
Well, perhaps it explains part of it. Stealing cotton is nothing new, but a small loss.
Well, you have some left, eh?
Oh, excellent humor, Mr. Jordan. Come inside the warehouse. You shall see. Now, observe, Mr. Jordan. Premium Egyptian cotton ready for the world's markets.
Yeah. You
You keep it here long?
No, it is already being moved. You see, the August harvest was over only 3 weeks ago, just ahead of the Nile season.
I'm just thinking.
Yes?
With so much cotton being moved and with boating events on the river, this would be a safe time to do a smuggling job inside the cotton bales.
Perhaps. I would not know.
Oh, by the way, have you been losing money in the cotton market?
That is a most personal question, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, forget it. Well, thanks for the deluxe tour, Malik Bey.
A pleasure. You were most gracious to bring me the sad news of Shufa's death.
He walked with me to my car and watched as I drove out to the main road. But I didn't go far. Just beyond the hill, I parked, took a heavy screwdriver from the car, got out and left the road, circling back. I'd noticed how Malik Bey kept steering me away from a certain padlocked door. I found an open entrance back of the warehouse, and it was just a few more steps to the door I wanted in. It isn't much of a trick to break a padlock if you know how. You just insert the screwdriver, give it a twist, and that's all. I was inside a large room. In the dim light, I could see some bats and all sorts of equipment that didn't mean anything. But stacked along the wall, I saw what I wanted. Small bales of cotton like those I'd seen on the boat. Only these were dry. I took one and broke it open. There was nothing inside. I tried some more, and they were the same. I was stumped. I'd been sure it was a smuggling job. Well, if there wasn't anything inside the bales, it had to be the cotton itself. I stood there rubbing my hand over it, and then I saw something. I rubbed again, harder. A phosphorescent glow followed in my hand's path, and all at once it clicked. It made sense now. Right away, I wanted more words with Malik Bey. I started back into the main room of the warehouse, but I didn't have to go far. Malik Bey was running wildly toward me, looking back over his shoulder. The 2 shots had found their mark. Malik Bey stumbled, fell forward to the floor, rolled over at my feet, face up. It didn't take a second look to see he was very dead. And there in the middle of the warehouse, flanked by her men from the desert, gun in hand, stood Farada.
Mr. Jordan, so still you do not forget.
I'm just beginning to learn some things.
I fear that now it will do you little good.
That mean you're using the gun again?
It is not mine to decide.
Oh, good girl, Farada. Still take orders from the big boy, huh?
All Egypt shall obey him soon.
Yeah, I'd like to meet His Majesty sometime.
El Kahira.
El Kahira comes.
El Kahira.
Farada, who is this who does not bow down before me?
It is the man Jordan, my master.
So, it is the foolhardy one who hesitates to tell what he knows.
I'm ready to tell it now, El Kahira.
Now it is too late.
I can figure your tie-up with Malik. He had the cotton, he needed money, so he just decided to expand operations. He moved in a lot of equipment, nitric acid and so on, into that big room. Began manufacturing a high explosive. It's called gun cotton. It's a lot safer to handle while it's wet.
Indeed, your tongue has been loosened.
It's all in there, including plenty of gun cotton. You made a good buyer for his stuff. Only what happened? Did Malik start backing down?
Suddenly he was in great fear of the authorities. Did he not know that I am the law?
You got an awful lot to prove.
The proof is in the doing. Soon, at my bidding, the legions of the desert will arise.
And I don't have to guess where the gun cotton comes in.
Consider, if you will, the effect of a few bombs strategically placed at certain dams far to the south. Dams which control the flow of the river.
You're making it sound pretty big.
Egypt is the Nile. The Nile is Egypt. The economy of the land will be disrupted. There will be chaos.
All you're doing, huh, El Kahira? That makes you king.
As you say. And after wandering the desert as outcast these many centuries, my people return to the land that is rightfully theirs.
And you're telling me because I don't get to see it, huh?
Most truly spoken. Farada, you have the gun.
At your command, my master.
Then you will raise it quickly.
El Kahira!
Who is without?
It is the Bey of the police.
El Kahira! You are surrounded. The law charges you with murder and revolution. Will you come out peaceably?
We will never yield.
But my master, we have no choice.
Enough. We will fight to the end. We are as naught before destiny. Should we fail, another will arise.
You have spoken, my master.
My subjects, to the windows. Fight to the death.
The desert men turned, and as Farada wavered, I saw my chance. I grabbed the gun from my hand and made for the open door. As I went out, it slammed behind me, and I kept running till I landed behind a watering trough where Sam Sabaya waited.
Down, Jordan, quickly.
Watch that man, Sam. He's wild.
El Kahira! This is your last chance!
There was no answer from inside. Sam motioned his men surrounding the building to stay covered. And that's how we waited in silence for what seemed like a long time. I had an idea what would happen, and all at once it came.
Even though he dies, El Kahira lives forever!
With the blast, a sheet of flame rose from the roof, and all at once the big warehouse caved into an inferno. Suddenly, they were all gone. El Kahira, the self-styled god of war, had died as fantastically as he had lived.
In a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. There's nothing like a good old backyard barbecue with juicy hamburgers sizzling on the open grill and Del Monte catsup close at hand. But let's join Mr. and Mrs. Connell out in the yard.
Now, take it easy, Bob. For a man who likes a medium well, you're in an awful big hurry.
Yeah, I know, but the smell of those onions, oh, I can hardly wait.
Okay. Grab that bun over there.
Uh-huh.
Now, all set?
No, one thing missing. Where's the catsup?
Why, you don't think I'd forget that, do you? Del Monte catsup? Here it is. Why, no hamburger would be complete without it.
That's right, Mrs. Connell. That final touch that makes a hamburger a super burger is Del Monte catsup. Yes, Del Monte catsup has a distinct flavor all its own. A lively, zesty, spiced tomato goodness that's a real flavor treat. So see what its wonderful, rich tomato flavor can do for all the main course foods you serve so often. We know you'll like it. And here's good news. Del Monte catsup actually costs less than many other quality brands. So remember, for flavor first, look for Del Monte catsup. Your grocer has it. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, the minute we got back to town, I called my reporter friend Bill Harder and gave him the scoop I'd promised him. Sam kept me with him as he went about Cairo checking El Kahira's venture. Finally, we stood at the foot of the Sharia Bendur, looking into the dark across the river.
Yes. It should not be too difficult to understand why the boatman was killed.
It all fits, Sam. Malik Bey had lost too much money in the cotton market. To recoup his fortune, he expanded operations making gun cotton, which is slightly illegal.
Slightly illegal, to say the least, Jordan.
He found a good buyer in El Kahira, but he found out too late what Kahira was up to, and that the police were closing in. So he decided to call it all off.
But in the meantime, Shufa was sailing with the first delivery. Obviously, Malik Bey sent his men here to the shore to signal Shufa to turn back.
Yeah, that's it. Trouble was, El Kahira had a boat following to make sure of delivery. When Shufa turned, they shot him and picked up the boat when I was phoning you, and both sides came after me.
Well, we will find the lost cargo in good time. Shall we go, Jordan?
Yeah, sure. El Kahira's no more problem.
No. He chose to end his life as fantastically as he lived it. Instead of fighting, he committed suicide.
And like Bill Harder said, he may have been screwy, but he was sure dangerous.
Are not all power-mad people dangerous, Jordan?
You're right, Sam. But I wonder about that legend that says the nomads once owned Egypt.
Unsubstantiated by any historical fact. A pure fabrication.
Like that boat I saw on the river, Sam?
Jordan, will you join me for coffee?
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
And remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cole and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Adventure with Adelaide. Want to brighten up a simple meal? Del Monte Fruit Cocktail has just the glamour that can do it. Just serve it as is for a sparkling first course or as a gay salad or a dessert. Yes, let the wonderful flavor of Del Monte Fruit Cocktail go to work for you. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Lady from Brazil.
Her name was Irene Santino. The lady from Brazil, the Lion called her. He figured it for an easy trace job. Something for missing persons, only when we do them, the Lion gets paid. Yeah, the program said it was simple. Except before we wound it up, there were a couple of added attractions. A doctor who didn't do any doctoring, a nurse with a built-in temperature, and a couple of blackouts that were meant to be permanent. And guess what? In that last part, I was supposed to be the star. Anyhow, it all began late last Monday. I was home. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, knocked on my door. And that's when I made my first mistake. I let him in.
Regan, I'm glad I found you in. I'm just on my way home from the office.
You could have kept on going. I'm out of Johnny Walker.
Oh, now, Regan, I didn't come by just for that. You got anything else?
No.
All right. As a matter of fact, I want your advice, Regan.
Cut out starches and get some exercise. What else?
What would you do if you traveled 10,000 miles just to see your sister and then couldn't find her?
I'd give up the search.
You would? Why?
I haven't got a sister.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. You'd go to missing persons, wouldn't you? Sure you would. But if you knew your family in a foreign country would become greatly alarmed at this sort of notoriety, you'd look for your sister in another way. You'd hire a good private detective. Now, isn't that right?
Come on, Fatso, put it on the road.
What do you mean? I'm just posing a simple problem.
And you've got an angle somewhere.
All right, we have a new client. Her name's Irene Santino. She's from Brazil, Rio. Fine family, Regan. Coffee. She's engaged international to locate her younger sister, Carmen.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Oh, now, I know you've been working hard lately, but, Regan, this is one of those occasions when I'm proud to be a part of our profession. We have an opportunity to help a young lady in desperate straits and at the same time secure goodwill from South America.
Ever hear of the State Department?
Of course I have, but they can't do it all alone. It's up to individual citizens to take responsibility, too.
And that's the only reason you want me to find a sister?
Absolutely. Now, Miss Santino is taking an apartment at this address. Here, go see her, comfort her, let her know International and the United States of America will do everything possible to locate her lost sister.
Yeah. That all?
That's enough.
What'd she pay you?
$200.
That's a lot of green to get in advance.
Well, she insisted. She's very anxious to find that girl.
Watch out her check doesn't bounce.
It won't. She paid cash.
That $200 was already making a lump in the Lion's coat, and I knew the next spot for it was his mattress. Well, maybe that's the reason he's a bachelor. I left him in my place and drove over to the address he'd given me. It was one of those Beverly Hills apartments with a long, glassy look, like a greyhound with a sore stomach. Irene Santino's apartment was on the second floor. She was a tall, brown-haired girl without a smile. She wore glasses, and when she talked, she sounded sad. Like a banjo player with a paper pick.
Thank you so much for coming over, Mr. Regan. I've been very upset all day. I just had to do something about Carmen.
Your sister?
Yes. She's the one I came to California to see.
I heard.
It's an awful vacant feeling. I thought she'd meet me at the airport, and then she wasn't there. And when I went to her address, we were very close.
She's from Rio, too?
Yes.
How's
yes.
her English?
Well, the same as mine. We were both educated in the United States.
You older than Carmen?
Yes, 2 years. She's 25 now. Carmen left home a year ago. She's always been very independent. And, I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home.
You came this way?
Yes.
No envelope?
Oh, I threw that away. She wrote her address there at the end, and I didn't see any need for keeping the envelope.
And she wasn't at this address?
There isn't any such address.
What does Carmen look like?
Well, I gave her a snapshot to Mr. Lyon. Didn't he give it to you?
He forgets things.
Well, no matter. I have another. Of course, it's old and not very good. I think it's right here in the suitcase. You'll pardon things strewn all over. I haven't had time. Oh, here it is. Here. There you are.
See. She's blonde?
A little lighter than mine. The same height, too. We used to wear each other's clothes. Oh, Mr. Regan, you will be able to find her, won't you?
I don't think you want me to.
Mr. Regan, are you trying to be funny?
You hand me a snapshot so old it could be anybody, and a letter that says nothing, and you want me to turn up a blonde.
But I thought those would be leads. She mentions the name of her doctor.
Is he the man?
Man?
She left home a year ago. She wasn't following the crops. There was a man in it. I've got to have it all, lady.
All right, all right. There was a man. His name was Frank Martin. Carmen met him once in Mexico City. She thought she was in love with him. He lives out on Laurel Avenue.
You talked to him?
No. But I asked questions around. I'm completely satisfied he knows nothing about it. Perhaps if you'd see the doctor my sister mentioned...
You want me to find your sister?
Yes.
But you don't want me to see this Frank Martin.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, lady. Okay. You'll get a report when I've got something. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
How long did you stop off on the way to shop in New York?
Well, what makes you think I'd do that?
When you leave your clothes strewn around the label show. There's no Saks Fifth Avenue in Rio. When I walked out, her mouth was wide open like she was trying to scream. Only nothing came out. I hung around outside the door for a minute to see if she'd use the phone, but nothing happened. I looked up Frank Martin in the city directory and drove over to Laurel. A 2-story apartment building, the color of a bride's blush. It was wrapped around a swimming pool. Too small for people and too big for birds. Martin's name wasn't on the mailbox, so I looked up the manager.
You don't know me, do you, Pilgrim?
Well, I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Oh, them were the days.
Write it up and sell it to the movies.
Them slobs. Central Casting called me in 4 years.
Got a card?
Afros, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play French horn. None of them call me. I figure it's television. No union yet.
I'm looking for a man named Frank Martin.
Now, look, if you got trouble, stay away from Frank. He bruises easy.
And you're just a mother to
He's a nice laddie. Now, remember what I tell you.
Sure,
huh?
sure.
All right. Come on. I'll show you.
Thanks.
That's him. Up there.
He stays in one key.
All the time. A low one.
You said that once.
Well, here we are. You know, I kind of like you. You get around. Ever run into Mervyn Leroy?
Not yet.
If you do, mention my name, will you?
Sure. What is it?
Just say that Trixie Finnegan was asking for him. He'll remember old Trixie.
How could he forget?
You're not a whooping, you know.
Come on in, it's unlocked.
Your name Frank Martin?
Yeah, who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with the International Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer, Gumshoe. I don't need one.
I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was? Regan?
Yeah.
R-E-G-A-N? Regan. Regan. Just wrote that one. Pretty cute, eh?
I'm looking for a friend of yours, Carmen Santino.
Oh. How is Carmen these days?
I don't know.
But you said you were a detective.
I did.
You sound like an amateur to me.
You sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
You sound like a lot of things. You're trying to get tough, baby.
It figures out when your name isn't on the mailbox.
Yeah?
Nobody'd ever write you.
I'll just skip that, Regan. Well, who hired you to do what?
Her sister's in town. She's looking for Carmen.
I know Carmen had a sister. What else?
You're the boyfriend.
Boyfriend. It's real good. Let me tell you what she's like, Regan. Eyes just right. Hair just right. Everything just right. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. That's something, brother.
She isn't wearing one in this picture.
Let's see. No, it's a bad picture, Regan. Hardly looks like her, like she is. Ever met him like that? Well, we're going to be married, Regan. Only she decided all of a sudden she didn't want him. Just like that. It was her idea. Haven't seen her since.
You try?
Once. She moved, no forwarding address. That's all.
Makes a good story.
Yeah, but you don't believe it. Let me tell you the reason we broke up. It's a dilly.
My hearing's good.
Well, you've heard about the happy couple. The guy keeps getting loaded, can't lay off. Well, this is different. This is the big switch.
Carmen.
Yeah, Carmen.
And why she was seeing a doctor?
Carmen, seeing a doctor? Look, why don't you get out of here? We don't like each other.
My sister thinks something might have happened to Carmen. She's scared.
Yeah, some of us are scared part of the time. When somebody makes a lot of noise looking for somebody, then everybody gets scared. You scared, Regan?
Yeah.
What about?
Carmen Santino. I might be looking too late. Well, what he gave me filled in the cast, but the plot wasn't getting any clearer. So I looked up the doctor Carmen had mentioned in her letter. His name was Kingston, and the only address was a place out in Encino. It was a ranch house spilled all over the top of the hill like whipped cream. Figured he was getting oversealing for his pills. I parked my car by the gate, followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. And then a blonde girl wearing a red dress that must have been riveted on opened the door about the middle of the second chorus.
I like blue serge. Has an effect on me.
It's the only thing in the closet.
You fill it out nice. But you don't look sick.
I want to see the doctor anyway.
Come on in. We'll talk about it. You are tall, Mr.
Regan.
Regan.
Who are you, Florence Nightingale?
I hold the doctor's stethoscope. My name's Vivian Lytell.
Mind telling him I'm here?
He's busy. He just opened another bottle.
Well, I'm right on time.
Oh, Rex isn't sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
Easy, Angel. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man who can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doctor?
Keeps his in a bottle. Hasn't used them for a long time now.
He's done all right.
This? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
Don't you like his money?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just that the girl has feelings, too.
Yeah, they show.
I'm glad I met you. We're going to have some nice afternoons.
I thought you worked for a living.
Got lots of free time. Besides, I should have at least one outside interest.
Keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
I only came to see Kingston.
Well, there's always the phone. Call and make an appointment. Now, get out.
Oh, Vivian, about... Oh, I didn't know you had company. I'll talk to you another time.
Just a minute, Doctor. This is Mr. Regan.
Huh?
He's your company, but he doesn't have a business card.
Oh. Well, look, Mr. Regan. I'm no longer in practice, just doing research on my own. I have all the medical equipment I can use. I turned all my patients over to another doctor.
I know one you forgot.
Well, tell me who.
Carmen Santino.
Carmen...
Go ahead, Vivian. I'll speak to Mr. Regan.
Watch yourself, Rex. He doesn't know how to be nice.
Will it take a minute?
I'll crack some ice. You'll need a drink.
She's a very fine nurse.
Yeah. It's a nice uniform.
Well, working on my own, very casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen... What was it?
Carmen Santino.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Regan. Who told you that?
Well, I read about you in a letter.
That must have been another Kingston.
There's only one with a license.
You're a relative of the girl's?
Friend.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah. Want to show me your files someday?
Why not today? This way, I keep them right here in my lab. Help yourself, Mr. Regan. Oh, you want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
Your house.
Didn't find anything?
Not under Santino. She could have used another name.
No, that's possible. When was I supposed to have treated her?
Well, about a year ago, according to this letter. Here, this is a picture.
No. Oh. I've never treated anyone who looks like that.
Sure.
Positive. What was her illness?
Might have had something to do with that stuff you're drinking. They die from it sometimes.
I see. You can't see it from this window. But just over the hill, my wife is buried. I had special permission from the county, of course, bury her on my property. She was a great comfort to me. We were very close. I haven't been the same since she passed away. And that is why I am no longer in practice.
I didn't ask for that.
Oh, but you did, with your eyes. You're a strange man. Do you enjoy making a living this way, prying into other people's lives, searching for what is best left alone?
Is he still here, Rex?
Yes, Vivi. He's just leaving. You didn't find your way?
Yeah.
Bye, Blue Surge. You're a real disappointment.
Don't give up. I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. The doctor will be out.
The whole thing looked phony, like a fan dancer in long underwear. But when I left the two of them, I was beginning to get an idea, just beginning. I walked over the side of the hill to look at that grave. It was there all right, like he said. Irene Kingston, 1922, 1948. Well, maybe that explained it. Maybe it didn't. I was remembering those New York labels I'd seen on my clients' clothes. I called up a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it and told me nobody named Santino had come in from Rio on any flight in the last week. And the immigration people didn't have a passport or visa record on her either. I was home thinking about all this when my phone began ringing. It was Irene Santino, and she did all the talking.
I tried to get you at your office, Mr. Regan, but no one answered. I had to speak to you.
What about?
I found Carmen.
Say that again?
I found Carmen. Or rather, Carmen found me. I feel foolish now, calling you people in and all that. She came right to my apartment. Can you imagine she's been looking for me? Please thank Mr. Lyon for his kindness. And, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
It's all confidential. I wouldn't want any of this to get to the wrong people.
You know some of the wrong kind?
Doesn't everyone? Well, goodbye.
Oh, Regan. Regan, you run any expenses on this Santino thing?
No.
Good. It's all over.
Well, how do you know? She just phoned me.
Just came from missing persons. There's a cop there named Perini. Got an eye like an eagle. Had that other picture of the Santino dame with me. He took one look at it and opened up a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
The county buried her. Carmen Santino's been dead a year.
This is CBS, and you are listening to The Story of the Lady from Brazil, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, it figured somebody was having nightmares. I didn't say anything to the Lion and went down to the Hall of Records. There was a little guy sitting at the desk in vital statistics. His fingernails were dirty, and that wasn't a Harry Drucker haircut he was wearing. He was reading a dictionary, and he must have been at a good part, because he looked mad when I nudged him.
No, we're not in a bus, buddy, so just quit shoving.
I want some information.
Public servant, that's what I'm here for. What kind of information
Death
do you want?
files.
You're such a morbid guy. We got lots of stuff on births and marriages. Why don't you ask me something about them?
Girl named Carmen Santino died about a year ago. Tell me what from.
Okay, take it easy. How do you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Santino, huh? Yeah, Santino. Well, Sabatini, Sailor, Sanaki, Sanford. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around lately.
Get the Santino.
Oh, yeah, Santino, yeah. Yes. Santino. Date of death, 15 October 1948. Cause of death?
Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah, that's right. How'd you get it?
Never mind. Who signed the certificate?
Rex J. Kingston, M.D.
Okay. Now, here's one more for you. Look up Irene Kingston.
The doc's wife?
Look it up.
Okay, yes. Let's see. Kingsley. Oh, yeah. Kingston, Irene, 13 October 1948.
Cause of death?
You guessed it again. The same. Alcoholic poisoning. Hey, this guy couldn't keep a patient.
Well, that filled it in. I could see the plot, but I wasn't sure of the ending. So I didn't waste any time getting over to Irene Santino's place. But I wasn't fast enough. The door was halfway open when I got there. All the company had left, but Irene was still around. She was sitting there looking at the phone like it was all she had to think about.
Miss Reed.
What's so funny?
Excuse me for not getting up, but I didn't expect you. I told you I found my sister, didn't I?
You told me, but you didn't tell me she was dead.
I didn't even tell you that I haven't got a sister. Did I?
Come on, lady, give it to me. What are you talking about?
This little red spot on my arm. It doesn't look like much, does it? But you just wait, Mr. Regan. You just wait. You just wait.
I found a doctor on the floor below. He grabbed his black bag and went to work on her. She quieted down to a slow, inside giggle. Then went out all the way. The doctor got a hold of an ambulance and carted her off to a hospital. They just wheeled her out the door when the lion showed up.
Regan, did I see an ambulance out in front?
That's right. Your client was in it.
Huh?
Somebody stuffed her full of something and made her giggle.
I don't understand all this at all. I stopped by home to change to my dark suit so I could come by and bring Miss Santino the news of her sister's death. And what do I walk
You can
into?
save your tears, Fatso. She didn't come from Brazil and she wasn't rich.
That woman gave me $200 cash. There was nothing unreliable about her. We had a contract.
Well, New Year's coming up. You can use it for confetti.
Now, see here, Regan.
Look at this picture.
Irene Santino. I have one just like it.
All right, draw some glasses on it. Add about 6 or 7 years.
I don't understand you, Regan. We're talking business, and all at once we're playing games.
Look, when I came to see her tonight, she wasn't wearing her glasses. She looked a lot like the dame in this picture.
Well, of course she did, naturally. That's her own sister.
She never had a sister.
Never had a sister? Then who did the county bury?
That's what I'm going to find out from a certain Dr. Kingston.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
We'll think of something else. I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Well, let me take care of you. I have a way with men.
Didn't we do all this once before?
Well, it's night now. I'm better with the lights low. You can ask me some questions. I know some swell answers.
I'll bet.
How do you like it?
Your way.
That's better. Now let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me.
That why you wore that?
You like it?
You got talent, lady.
You'll discover me. There's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed.
Come on, you haven't touched your drink.
I want to see him.
Oh, all right. We could have had such a nice evening. Rex.
What is it?
Mr. Regan's here again.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Regan. Didn't I tell you I'd be out?
You told me that, but you didn't tell me what I wanted to know. Had to go to Vital Statistics to get it.
What?
You don't have anything in your files about Carmen Santino, but you signed her death certificate.
Now, you get this, Regan. I don't have to talk to anyone who comes here without a warrant, and you haven't got one.
When I tell the city attorney's office what I've got, they'll have somebody out here to open that grave on the hill.
What do you mean, Regan?
Irene Kingston died 2 days before Carmen Santino, of the same thing. Dr. Kingston signed both certificates, and he collects on his wife's insurance. Only I don't think his wife really died. I think that extra grave on the hill is wounded dressing.
My wife didn't die, Regan. Where is she now?
I don't know. But she could be around town using the name of Irene Santino. It was a shot in the dark, but it brought results. Kingston swung a lamp base around that connected on the side of my head. When I came to, I was in a white room in the back of the house. Nothing worked.
Irene,
So I
will
just
you
lay
please
there.
bring a bottle?
Vivian was standing there with Kingston. He looked sick, like an ostrich with a
Will you
sore throat.
Please, Irene.
He had a needle in his hand.
I got the shakes.
You can do it all right, Rex. Go ahead.
It's the same treatment you two tried to give Irene.
You should have stayed out, Regan.
I wanted one more look at you,
I
baby.
hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll be all over in a minute. All right, Rex.
Give me a drink, Vivian. I gotta have a drink.
It won't help. I found Irene in time. She's in a hospital.
What?
She's gonna live. She's gonna talk.
Go ahead,
Irene's
Rex.
still alive?
Rex, give it to him, and then we'll clear out.
I didn't kill her. I didn't kill
You'll
her.
do better this time.
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, I won't.
I said go ahead. I'll shoot you, Rex. I'll shoot you if you don't.
No, you won't. It's all over, Vivian. It's
Vivian
all
had begun,
over.
but Kingston was too much for her. All of a sudden, it began going off. Vivian started to look pale. Then she went down, slow.
Oh, she deserved that.
That what you're going to tell the state?
Regan, is Irene really gonna live?
That's what the doctor says.
Oh, good. Regan, look, no, don't try to move. I gave you a shot of preparatory solution. You won't be able to move for another hour. I suppose I ought to run.
You won't get far.
I know. Listen to me. Irene is my wife. She's innocent of all this. When you tell the police the real story,
I haven't got it all. I know it started with Carmen Santino.
Oh, she stumbled in one night, dropped dead before I could do anything for her.
Alcohol.
Yeah. Before she died, she kept talking about a man named Martin.
Lives over on Laurel.
But I didn't get in touch with him. I had a better idea. She looked a great deal like my wife, Irene. It was really quite remarkable.
The insurance.
Yeah. Irene didn't want to do it, but she loved me, so she finally agreed to hide out in New York. I used one body for 2 death certificates, buried an empty box up on the hill. I was supposed to join Irene later. We were going to start a new life together.
Vivian.
Yeah. Vivian came along. I was drinking one night. She found out the truth. I was trapped. Would have stayed that way if Irene hadn't hired you.
Well, it figures she made up that story about a sister from Brazil just to scare you into getting rid of Vivian.
It worked, too. I'm scared stiff.
Yeah, like that guy Martin said. Somebody gets scared, and then you... Everybody.
Regan? Regan, can you hear me?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Stuff's making me sleep.
Yeah, that'll wear off. I'm going now, Regan. See that Irene gets a fair shake.
I'll try. He picked up a bottle and started out the door. He didn't even look down at Vivian's body on the floor. I tried to move, but like he said, nothing worked. It was more than 2 hours before I could get to the phone and call homicide. And it was more than 2 days before I talked to the line.
Jeffrey, my boy, how you feeling? Better?
Well, the fog's gone out of my head, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, I feel lousy.
Oh, don't take it so hard, my boy. All in a day's work. Besides, there's the brighter side. Yes, indeed.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, they got that Dr. Kingston. He only got as far as Las Vegas. Crime doesn't pay, Jeffrey. Crime just does not pay.
Doesn't, huh? What's this?
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Give me that.
Application, consolidated insurance.
It's nothing, I tell you.
You mean to tell me you're going to try to collect a reward?
Well, we did expose an insurance fraud, and there's nothing in the world that stinks like a fraud.
I'll say.
Hey, wait a minute, Regan. Where are you going?
Out to buy an Airwick.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by E. Jack Newman, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. Most treasure hunts are paper chases, but I once went on a hunt with a real treasure at its end. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, doesn't have to look for trouble. But once I actually accepted an invitation to danger. It came in the morning mail. There was no signature below the stiff, formal printing, and ordinarily I'd have handled it like any anonymous letter, flung it in the wastebasket. But this invitation was different. It was written in rhyme and started off, "Calling all detectives and literary sleuths. You are hereby invited to demonstrate that truths are stranger than fiction." Then it went on to say that in honor of the memory of Edgar Allan Poe, the originator of detective fiction, there would be an exciting treasure hunt, starting at 8 p.m. in Willow Lawn Cemetery on Friday the 13th. I went for it, but I wasn't the only one. On the night of Friday the 13th, there must have been about 25 cars and at least 40 people in front of the towering gates of Willow Lawn Cemetery. I recognized Dr. Thayer, professor of literature at nearby Dunham College, Agnes Cranston and Harvey Cowper, both top-flight mystery fiction writers, and a sprinkling of the town's bigger brains. I wandered over to talk to Dr. Thayer.
"Well, Mr. Browning, joining this sortie into mystery, glad to see you."
I'd always admired that scholarly man. I asked him if he was going back to England soon, but he said no, he was here for keeps. Then as we watched still more people assemble, I asked him if he knew who was behind the clambake. Thayer shook his head.
"I haven't an inkling, but that merely adds to the excitement."
Just then the cemetery gates slowly opened, and from them walked a masked man whose entire body was wrapped in a long black cloak. I found out later that he was the harmless old caretaker who'd been paid plenty for the masquerade, but at the moment he looked impressive. He handed each person an envelope labeled Poeser, Poser number 1. I opened mine and read, "Here starts the chase, and to find the clue, go to the street that murderers rue." Oh, that was easy. The reference was, of course, to Poe's story, The Murders in the Rue Morgue. And naturally, everyone headed for Wheeler Street, where the city morgue is located. It was a good try, but not good enough. I got there along with the rest of the pack, but what we found was absolutely nothing. If I intended to find that treasure, what I needed was a hot new lead on an ice-cold trail. When I accepted a clever, rhymed invitation to a treasure hunt, I found out that it was going to be a difficult chase. A new idea suddenly struck several of the crowd. There was another kind of morgue in town, in the newspaper offices of the Daily Clarion. The morning edition was coming off the presses, and add to that the thunder of our feet tramping upstairs. You can imagine that morgue was a plenty noisy place. The envelopes labeled Poser number 2 were stacked and waiting for us. This poser read, "Congratulations, you're on to the plan. Now seek and find the exclusive Dupin." This time, everybody seemed to go off in different directions. I headed for a phone book. There were 2 Dupins listed, HENRI and J.W. I wasted no time on them. I played around with the French and English pronunciation and came up with D-O-O-P, Dupe, followed by the name Anne, a hairdresser. Her shop was on the ground floor of the Kenton Hotel. By now, the chase had narrowed to only 5 participants. Besides myself, Harvey Cowper, Dr. Thayer, and 2 people I didn't know were still in the running. I saw them all come up as I drove away with my envelope and poser number 3. This verse read, "It keeps time, time, time with an on-the-hour chime. So look where the pit and the pendulum blend. There in the cavern you'll find treasure's end." I found the clock, the big old-fashioned number with a pendulum, in the tower atop the Board of Trade building, which, of course, housed the pit, the floor of the grain exchange, the place where the traders operate. I walked into the deserted building, looked up, and out of the blackness above, something white floated down to me. It was the 4th and final poser. It's number 12, but not by lift when footsteps are much better. Just walk inside and please recall pose purloined letter. The 12th floor housed the shop of Curran and Lorgan, one of the country's biggest dealers in rare books and manuscripts. I used a skeleton key to unlock the bookshop door. The shelves were lined with rare books, but I knew exactly what I was looking for, a volume by Edgar Allan Poe. There was only one such book. I opened it and found that it was really a box, and inside the box there was some manuscript paper. The writing on it began, "Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary." Wow! Talk about treasure. I was holding the original handwritten manuscript of Poe's great poem, The Raven. I figured it was worth thousands, and now I understood the treasure hunt. What a publicity stunt. I put the manuscript in my pocket, locked the door, and went on downstairs, got into my car. I reached out my hand to turn on the ignition, and as I did... Oh, I never knew what hit me. When I came to, the manuscript was gone. So was my assailant, and 2 husky cops were holding me. The next morning, the treasure hunt hoax was spread all over the papers, made idiots of the writers, the professor, the lawyer, and the society folk who'd been taken in by the ruse. But mostly the laugh was on me. Jerry Browning, unwitting aid to theft. What's more, Curran and Lorgan, who'd been robbed of their most valuable item, were going to sue me for every dollar I had. I went down to their offices. "Mr. Curran, Mr. Lorgan, I've been a fool. But apologies won't help now. What will help is that I can recover that stolen Poe manuscript." The 3 of us waited until the buzzer sounded. Then we marched into the classroom of Professor Thayer. The look on his face was a dead giveaway. And in his briefcase, we found the manuscript. Figuring it out that it was Thayer wasn't much harder than solving the posers. First, there was his greeting to me just before the hunt began. He talked in rhyme about a sortie into mystery. Tiny lead, but it did point to him as a guy who thought in rhyme. A possible author of the invitation and the posers. But the big thing was the wording of the final poser. It's number 12, but not by lift. That's the English word for elevator. And Thayer was English. Funny thing, Thayer didn't want the manuscript for the money he could realize on it. He was just a scholar who let his love for rare books go to his head. Like I said, it may sound clever to commit crime in rhyme, but remember that criminal is now doing time, which is my idea of poetic justice. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, did you ever hear of anyone who was afraid of an angel? Now, I'd always heard they were pretty nice people with wings and harps and stuff. But not so with Lefty's gal Friday. She had this angel as figured packing 45s, all aimed at her. Now, instead of getting panicky and chewing her nails until she resembled Venus de Milo, she should have looked up George Valentine. His motto is let George do it, and he isn't afraid of 45s or even 46s. I must say, however, she had a reason to be scared. You see, she played a big part in building this angel. And just in case you've never seen an angel being manufactured, listen, and you'll get it firsthand.
Extra, get your paper. Lefty Lumpert killed an auto crash. Law couldn't get him, but wet pavement did. Here you are, Lefty Lumpert. Big shot
You say your name's Emerson.
You heard me, Mr. Valentine. Frank J. Emerson.
Oh, but you're the president of...
That's right, young lady. Emerson and City Bank. And I'm a very busy man. I only want to know if you've read about Lefty Lumpert's death in that auto accident.
Sure, who hasn't?
Naturally.
When the biggest crook in town dies, it's news.
Young lady, but I know what sort of reputation Mr. Lumpert was supposed to have.
Well, just because they could never nail anything on him, not even the income tax board.
Of course, yes, I know. But I must remind you that Mr. Lumpert owned a perfectly respectable small investment office.
Invest in a dog track or a 5-foot shelf of bookies.
Perfectly respectable, I said. Regardless of whatever criminal connections or power Mr. Lumpert may or may not have had, that front, that business of his, was proven many times to be perfectly...
Yeah, perfectly respectable. I heard you the first time. Okay. Lumpert was real smart. He worked alone. He never told anybody anything. His ostensible occupation was strictly legal. There. That reassure you?
Well, yes. I just wanted to make sure...
Only, what's it to you? Why so insistent? And why should a banker like yourself be concerned with a guy...
Mr. Valentine, my bank has done business with Lefty Lumpert many times.
Oh?
And never mind that tone of voice either. A dollar is a dollar. Our money was only used in legitimate purposes. It's not up to us to refuse business to a man merely because he's supposed to be engaged in other outside activities, is it? No, really, let's not be naive.
Oh, no, let's not be naive.
All right, Mr. Valentine. It's embarrassing. Of course it is. Business is business, and I've nothing to be ashamed of. But, well, I've never liked it very much.
Then why are you here? Why does Lumpert's death mean...
Oh, no. Don't get the wrong idea, please. There's nothing I'm really worried about. But you see, he had a secretary, Myrtle Dane. And through the years, I've got to know her pretty well.
Myrtle Dane? The one who was in the accident with him?
That's right. Probably as close to him as anyone could ever be. At least anyone from the legitimate end. She's quite a person, Myrtle. She's rationalized working for him much better than I have. A very realistic person. A very good secretary. If she knows anything about Lefty's more private life, she's certainly never let on.
Wait just a minute. The newspaper said that Miss Dane was hurt. She was driving, they were going to an appointment and in a hurry, but the steering wheel saved her.
Banged up and shaken a good deal, yes, but not badly enough to make her behave irrationally.
What do you mean?
I've just been to see her at the hospital. Normal, friendly act, that's all. But she refused to see me. I forced my way in, but it didn't do any good. For some reason, Mr. Valentine, the girl is terrified. She's even afraid of me.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want me to do about it?
If there is any scandal or kickbacks or new discoveries about Lumpert's activities now that he's dead, I'll admit I want to protect my own name and the name of the bank. But also, Mr. Valentine, I think it's my duty as a citizen to wonder, why is she afraid?
You know, I think that's a pretty silly question. Now, if you'd taken part in bumping off the town's leading gangster, how would you feel? Now, don't start looking for the nearest cave, because I want you to hear this. Now, let's see how George is doing with Myrtle. Nope. She's still standing her ground.
No, I don't want to see anyone. I told you.
They brought you some candy, dear, and the doctor...
Please, nurse, how many times do I
Myrtle,
have to...
how are you feeling?
What?
Will you excuse us a minute, nurse?
Yes, Mr.
No, come back here. I told you.
Sorry, but she's a friend of Miss Brooks here.
Hello.
Who are you? What do you want?
Nothing. Brought you some candy.
Take it away. Get it out of here.
Hey, take it easy.
Myrtle, look. It is just candy, that's
Won't
all.
blow up or anything. A little nervous, aren't you?
I'm sorry. The nurse called you Mr. Valentine, didn't she? You're George Valentine. I know you're all right.
There's a hall full of flowers and fruit and candy out there. Lots of people have been pestering you, huh?
Suddenly I'm popular. At my age and with my face, can you imagine? Who sent you?
Emerson?
Oh, the banker. Well, you can tell Mr. Emerson that I am not just another working girl out of a job. I have been very well paid. I don't want another job. That I am taking a year off to take a trip around the world and will probably never come back to this town or ever talk about the time I've spent here.
Hold on, will you? I don't believe you.
What? Mr. Valentine, the doctor says I can leave this hospital in about 10 minutes, and I tell you I'm going straight to the airport.
I know, sure. You're running away fast. But to work for a guy like Lefty Lumpert, you must be a very sharp and cold-blooded girl. Certainly smart enough to know that people will raise their eyebrows and say, oh, she only worked in his legitimate enterprises, huh? Running away, huh? Keeping her mouth shut.
You wouldn't believe me one way or another. Any more than anyone else would when I tell him I know nothing about Lefty's criminal connections.
No, you're wrong again. I do believe you.
Thank you. $1's $1, you know. But it takes some rationalizing to work at a job like mine for so many years and ignore the other kind of remark.
Whose remarks? What makes you so bitter, Myrtle?
Oh, no, you don't. My personal life is still private.
Big shot dies unexpectedly. Faithful, tough private secretary is suddenly scared to death. Why? Well, that's the only reason I'll believe you didn't really know anything about Lefty. Because now you don't even seem to know whom you should be afraid of.
Mr. Valentine, there's an assistant district attorney by the name of Bill McCoy. Do you know him?
No, but I can certainly find
Find him and meet me at Lefty's office. Give me an hour to get dressed and checked out of here.
Why?
Because the two of you are like cold water in the face. Oh, no, I'm not afraid of Bill. Maybe you've just reminded me of my debt to society, that's all.
Is he the one? Bill?
What one? I'm not very good at double talk.
Yes, you are.
Because I'm doing it right now, of course I am. He's the only person who hasn't come to see me. Bill McCoy. All right, so I'll go see him. And we'll all try to solve the riddle of Lefty together, shall we, Mr. Valentine?
Well, that's the general idea.
I'm scared, Mr. Valentine, but you're wrong. It's not because I don't know whom to be afraid of. No. And it's not any mysterious partner of Lefty's either. It's an angel. I'm scared to death of Lefty's angel.
An angel, George?
Protector, Brooksy. That's what she was talking about. She means a guy like Lefty couldn't get along without someone to protect him from higher up.
Oh, someone respectable. Maybe that's why the police could never get anything far enough.
Hey, hold it.
Huh?
Hey, you. That's not the way you get into a hospital, is it? Through the fire entrance?
You make up the rules or something?
Oh, but I got friends on this floor.
That brightens my whole day. Now get out of the way.
Hey, look, that's an operating room. You want to visit that?
Huh?
Only a couple of private rooms up here. Hey, maybe you're mixed up. At least my friend doesn't want to see anybody. Come on now. I'll show you the reception desk.
I got business to attend to. Now get out
no,
of
you
the...
don't.
I'm going to see you and you can't stop
That's what
me.
you think.
All right. Cut it out. Mistake, see? That's all. On the wrong floor, I guess.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here, you.
See you again sometime.
George, what on earth was that?
Stop being tough when I bumped his chest when I noticed he carried a gun.
Oh. She afraid of an angel or a devil, George?
Hey, look, get to the police and give them a description of that guy, will you? And check the reception desk on everybody else who's tried to see Myrtle. I got a hunch this case is going to go off like a string of firecrackers. Did we keep you waiting, Myrtle? Found your friend here in the barber shop.
Hello, Myrtle.
Hello, Bill.
Well, that's a friendly greeting.
Why did you want to see me here at Lefty's office, Myrtle?
I thought the big investigator might enjoy a chance to search through Lefty's private papers.
Well, McCoy, it seems like the place to start if we're going to try to find out who his angel was.
No, I just thought it would be a good idea.
Hmm?
We're too late. Somebody beat us to it. Look.
Holy smoke.
Yeah. Looks like a typhoon went through here.
It was like that when I got here a few minutes ago. Filing cabinets open, papers all over the floor.
Yeah, and any incriminating papers just plain aren't here anymore. Check.
I've never told this to Bill, Mr. Valentine. But Lefty always said the law would never get him. He had an angel watching over his shoulder.
Yeah, an angel who just tore this place apart.
Yes, that's the point. Lefty was no fool. If there was such a person, then somewhere he must have kept a file on him to protect himself. Only where is it?
Oh, cut it out, both of you. He didn't keep it here.
Huh? How do you know? If his own secretary...
I was more delicate, but I ransacked the place myself 2 nights ago.
You what?
And there wasn't anything here then, Valentine.
2 nights ago? The same night you took me to the movies?
Oh, now take it easy, Myrtle.
And you said you had to go home early to get some sleep? Mr. Valentine, do you know how many years this waste basket from the district attorney's office has been trying to get something on my boss? Do you know how many laws he's broken himself?
Cut it out, will you? A job is a job.
Yes, isn't it, though? Like taking me out.
Okay, never mind. You're on opposite sides of the fence. You don't like each other.
Myrtle, he's dead now. Please,
won't skip it, will you? Hey, Myrtle, did Lefty have a safe deposit box?
Yes, I know where the key is.
You know what's in that box?
No. I suppose you won't believe that either, Bill.
Oh, for the love of... Look, Myrtle, the thing I've been trying to do ever since he died is to round up that musclehead of his, Murphy.
I don't know anything about him either. I've only seen him once or twice.
Hold it, will you please? What's all this? Who's Murphy?
The other side of Lefty's life, bodyguard, errand boy. Myrtle's right, he never hung around the legitimate end. Murphy is a big, ugly guy with one cauliflower ear, which is probably the only ear that's ever heard Lefty in private with whoever he dealt with.
Wait a minute, I'll get that. Hello?
George, I'm down at the police station, and I gave them a description of that man in the hospital.
Oh, Brooksy, yeah. I already know who he is.
You do?
Just caught on this minute. His name was Murphy. He's the link with the angel. Maybe Lefty's only link with his angel.
Hey, what's this? Who are you talking to?
Mr. Valentine, you mean you've seen Murphy?
Wait a minute, Brooksy, listen.
No, George, you listen. You wait a minute. Do you know that they found Murphy 10 minutes ago in an alley? Do you know that Murphy's dead, that he's been murdered?
Say, this angel really gets around, doesn't he? Or is it Lefty's angel? Could be that eager beaver from the DA's office. I wouldn't know. I only know a good thing when I hear it, just like you're going to right now.
And now, Lefty Lumpert, the big shot no one could ever nail, least of all Bill McCoy, the DA's man who's always handled the case, is finally dead from an automobile accident. But what's to become of Lefty's mysterious underworld empire? Well, the secretary who handled Lefty's legitimate business says that Lefty had an angel, a protector, but she doesn't know who it is, of course. A faithful bodyguard named Murphy might know, but he's just been shot to death. So if your name is George Valentine, you know that now it'll take some fast flying to catch up with an angel.
But Brooksy, where was
That's all I know so far, George. The police are down there now. It was in the alley, just a block from the hospital.
So it must have happened just after we chased him away from Myrtle. Okay, Brooksy, stay there at headquarters. I'll meet you later. Hey, Myrtle, you said you know where Lefty kept his safe deposit key.
Yes, of course.
All right with you, McCoy?
Sure, if Lefty had a file on the angel
Okay,
somewhere.
then let's go. Sometimes files have teeth.
One of the bigger sized boxes. At least he had plenty of room for this stuff.
Miss Dane, Mr. Valentine.
Hold it. Well, hello, Mr. Emmers.
And McCoy. I noticed you people come into the bank. I hurried over as fast as I could.
Thanks, but I don't think we need you.
Lefty's safe deposit box. That's what you're after?
Any objections?
Well, no, not at all, as far as I'm concerned.
I've got the authority. I'll take the responsibility for approving it with a court order.
Well, my signature's on file as Lefty's secretary, if you'd rather we handle it that way.
No. Go right ahead.
Yeah, you just wanted to watch, huh? Okay, here goes.
Plenty of stuff.
Well, these are just income tax things.
How about this?
Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the same. And these are audits from the investment office, see?
Bonds. Brother, look at this.
I know he had a lot of money invested in buildings.
There's $1 million worth here, or I'll eat it.
Lefty never talked much about his money.
Say, look, let's not be naive, Emerson. Lefty couldn't have made that kind of dough with his legitimate business.
Of course not. Not a tenth of it.
So you prove he had other enterprises. So what? We already know that. Now, come on, this is no good. We're wasting up. Hey.
Yeah. Dusty little envelope down at the bottom. Acme Rental Service.
Here, let me have that.
All right, take it easy.
A key. Nothing in it but a key.
Looks like a house key.
We can trace it, all right. There's a date on the envelope. Acme will have a record.
Sometimes I've called Lefty at his house and there wasn't any answer. I mean, lots of times when he was supposed to be home.
And his own home is pure as driven snow.
So maybe he had another house. A place nobody knew about. The guy playing it safe would keep a duplicate key in the bank.
Okay. I'll see you later.
What?
I'm running over to Acme. Valentine, you worry about the murder. Running down Lefty's other life is my worry.
Well, well. After all this time of getting nowhere, the heroic DA's man steps in.
Sure, I'm after a headline. So what? Skip it, and I'll call you back in an hour.
So you want to know about Murphy's record, eh, Valentine? A guy like Lefty can be a smart lone wolf, but not his strong man. Sure, that's the idea, isn't it? So you ask me about the weak link strong
Johnson,
man.
what's eating you anyway?
Oh, nothing. Murphy was just as smart as his boss. Never been locked up, never had friends, never hung around bars and shot his mouth off.
So he's dead and we might as well forget about him.
You want to know something? I bet he didn't even know anything about any angel. Just Lefty's big, faithful muscle.
And what's all this stuff on your desk here?
Angels. I'm starting a list of angels. And do you know how many there might be?
What do you mean?
The DA's office always thought Lefty played it alone, like a genius. So now we get into it, because there's murder. So what do we find?
Well, Emerson at the bank has dealt with him for a long
We
time.
find a corporation executive who played cards every Friday with Lefty for years. A real estate king, a fire chief. My friend, I'm telling you, there could be an angel behind every cloud.
Okay, Johnson, I get it. Now, which one is it?
His lawyers, that's the best bet. Big, respectable outfit. Ask them to call back. Hello?
Oh, who is this?
Here, give me that phone.
Take the extension. What is this, a date bureau?
Hello, Myrtle.
Mr. Valentine, did he call you?
Who?
Bill McCoy. He was going to. He was going to call me, and it's nearly 2 hours.
No, he hasn't, Myrtle. Say, where are you?
I called his office, but they haven't heard from him, and I stopped by his apartment, but nobody answered.
Listen to that. Everybody's getting into the act.
Wait a minute. Myrtle, I'll ask the police
I checked the Acme place, and they gave me the address he went to. It's a houseboat.
What?
But I still can't find Bill.
Amateur detectives. Listen, lady.
Mr. Valentine, come out here fast, will you? That's where I am. Lefty's hideout. The houseboat.
Pretty fancy place.
Yes.
Rigged strictly for business, though.
It's where he must have handled his contacts and things.
Well, there's certainly nobody here.
Say, was the door open like that when you came here?
Yes, I haven't touched anything.
I don't care about that. I was just thinking about keys.
What do you mean?
Well, if a guy's careful enough to keep one in the bank, chances are there's only one other. Lefty's own key.
Well, that was in his pocket in the wreck, George. Lieutenant Johnson checked the number of it for me.
So the only key loose is the one McCoy has. So he must be the one who left the door open.
But why? Unless he was in such a hurry.
Take it easy, will you?
He means quite a lot to you, doesn't he? And vice versa.
No, I hate him. Always following me around.
Hey, wait a minute. You noticed the wall safe?
What?
Here, behind the table.
George, it's been left open, too.
Uh-huh. By somebody who knew the combination. Johnson can tear this place apart now, but I'll bet he won't find anything.
Whatever there was is gone.
Bill, I don't care about that. What's happened to Bill?
George, yes. Whoever opened it had to know the combination, so it couldn't have just been Mr. McCoy that was here.
He could have found it that way. Or he could have found somebody else here and taken the stuff out of it and headed for the DA's office.
Oh, no, you know that's not true.
George, if the angel was here,
Stop
too...
jumping to conclusions, both of you. Come on.
You heard me? No. Hasn't shown up at his office. Hasn't phoned anybody.
Look, Johnson, what about asking the traffic
They
department?
can't find him either. They're checking taxis now, but no luck so far. Hey, where you going?
McCoy's apartment. Try to get some more leads on him.
George, look.
McCoy? Hey, McCoy.
Bill?
Oh, you're wasting your time. Look at the bureau and the closet door.
I'll say. Somebody sure went through here fast.
No neckties on the rack. Drawers left open.
Uh-huh. No razor blade, no toothbrush.
George!
Yeah. No suitcase in the closet either.
Somebody else must have been here, don't you think? I mean, it seems to me most likely...
Hey, what are you doing at that fireplace?
Mr.
Get away from
Valentine,
that.
No.
Yeah. Ashes. Papers. So you try to step on them and put...
They're all burned, whatever they are.
Hey, Brooksy, shut the door. Get rid of that draft in here. Maybe I can still make out this... Yeah, that's what they are, all right. All right, Myrtle, look. Whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
A second ago, I thought you were scared because you thought McCoy might be dead. Now, come on, whose papers are these?
I don't know. They're burned so badly I can't
Okay, you won't tell me, but I know somebody who can.
Naturally, I've seen Mr. Lumpert's writing many times.
I doubt at the lab will get much out of them, Valentine. But that's what the papers were, all right. Records of payoffs, dealing with gamblers, the whole works. Whole underworld empire.
Lefty Lumpert. His records. Except for one page concerning his angel.
Mr. Valentine, no. It can't be true. He wouldn't
His
have.
angel by the name of Bill McCoy.
Well, it's happened before.
No one in a better position to protect him. The investigator who somehow could never find anything.
Until today. And then he destroyed it as fast as he could and ran.
Well, that does it. I got all the evidence we need.
Uh-huh. All over but chasing down McCoy. And Myrtle, you'll feel different when we find him. And if we hurry, I know how to do it.
Once you said I was tough, Mr. Valentine. Well, now you know why.
Take it easy, take it easy.
You rationalize yourself into taking a job like mine with Lefty. You deal with phonies.
And the first nice guy who pays you a lot of attention.
Turns out to be a phony, too. It's that kind of a world.
I know.
You said you knew where to find him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I phoned the River Patrol to meet us.
Who?
Lefty Lumpert's underworld business is still really intact. Those ashes won't tip off any names or places. And it's a good business, worth continuing.
You mean you think Bill is planning?
Suppose Bill wasn't the angel.
He was really a partner of Lefty?
Suppose there wasn't any angel. After all, you're the only person who ever said there was one.
What?
Just like you made a big show of being frightened. To prove there was one, I guess.
But Lefty so often
If Lefty
told me
wasn't a lone wolf, the way everybody else figured, then the only possible associate was you.
Mr. Valentine,
You're
I really
tough,
don't know
all
what
right, sister. Suppose that's what Murphy knew. Suppose that's what he wanted to see you about. You, the new boss. What? Suppose that's why you shot him in the alley near the hospital where he waited for you to come out. Shot him to quiet the only person who knew your real position.
This is the most ridiculous accusation.
Oh, wait a minute. Except Bill McCoy, of course, sure. The man who was breathing close to the truth. And that's where we're going now. To drag the river real fast before the mud and silt keep us from finding his body forever.
His body?
Sure.
But he was the angel. You saw Lefty's own
Private
file
secretary for years. That forgery would be a cinch for you. Just like you had time to murder McCoy there at the houseboat. Then tear over and fix up his apartment to look like he'd run away. Burn those papers, but leave just enough so we think...
Stop it, I won't listen
If
to
we
you.
find his body where you dumped it, then there's no other way it could work, is there?
Yes. Yes, there is. Like, you could keep on driving right across the bridge, right out of town.
Put that gun away, sister.
And never mind attracting any attention to speeding. You see, there's no reason for me to do all those things. Why would I? Lefty was my... Where did he come from? What are you trying to pull?
Right behind us, sister. Head of the traffic department. I asked her to pick me up.
What, you?
Oh, no. Careful with that thing, sister. I'm going to ask the department to reinvestigate that accident of Lefty's. The one with you driving. Because that'd explain everything, wouldn't it? If this case really had 3 murders... Well, Myrtle, those policemen are getting out of their car. You've only got about 2 seconds to make up your mind what you're going to say.
You know what I'd say if I was in Myrtle's shoes? Bye. Of course, you couldn't count on it working. Not to the extent, anyway, that you can always count on this.
Mr. Valentine, you don't count very well, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. 3 murders. Because everything that's happened would make plenty of sense. If you maybe happened to give Lefty the extra blow after that accident that supposedly killed him. Or you could have rigged the accident by...
I said you don't count very well.
Now, give me that. Oh, yeah, I can still count. So can you. 3 murders, I said. Not 4.
First Lefty, then Murphy, then McCoy.
Real tough woman, Brooksy. But she wanted to take over Lefty's empire. Simple as that.
Well, at least one thing tonight, George. I noticed this case made you stop calling me Angel.
Yeah.
You have just heard another adventure with George Valentine. Robert Bailey starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Lee Harkins, Continental Insurance and Trust Company.
Lee, my old fishing pal. You still holding down the Ohio branch of the company there in Columbus?
Yes, John, I am, but now look here.
Well, brother, I never will forget the great fishing you and I had over on Darby Creek a couple of years back.
Look, John...
And along about this time every year, the urge really gets to me. Hey, have the streams cleared up yet from the spring rains?
No, quite the contrary. As a matter of fact...
How about Little Raccoon Creek down near Jackson? Boy, remember those big channel cats and the bass?
Johnny, will you listen to me?
Huh? Oh, sure, I'm all ears.
The big river has gone on a rampage again. Spring floods.
You mean the Ohio?
Yes, and every other river of any size. The rains are still coming down.
I see.
Whole towns are being washed away by the floodwaters. Death and destruction all over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lee. I didn't mean to sound so... Well, you know, mention fishing and I lose my head.
Look, Johnny, I need you out here. Can you come right away?
Well, sure.
You see, any fishing we do may be for the bodies of people.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Columbus, Ohio office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Wayward River matter. Expense account item 1, $43.50, transportation to New York on a flagship to Columbus, Ohio. It was 5:30 p.m. and raining hard when the big 4-engine plane set down gently at Port Columbus Airport, some 7 miles out of town. My plan was to go into the Fort Hayes Hotel and call Lee Harkins from there. So after picking up my luggage, I headed for the door in a taxi stand. But Lee, it seems, had other ideas.
Here, let me help you with your bag.
Ah, it's all right, son. I'm just looking for a taxi to... Lee!
My car's right out here, Johnny. The sooner we get started, the better. Here now, right through this door.
Yeah, well, wait. The sooner we get started, where? Where are we going?
To the town of Carteret, about 100 miles or so south. Now, come on, if you want to get sold.
Oh, hey!
Come on!
Whatever... Oh, whatever you say.
Come on now, I'll hop in.
Oh, brother. Shoot, why didn't you tell me to bring a rake?
Well, why don't you read the papers?
Been raining like this for long?
Off and on for 3 or 4 weeks. We may have a mean ride ahead of us.
Well, what's it all about, Lee?
Well, the floods along the Ohio have been pretty severe this year, Johnny. They've been somewhat later than usual.
Yeah, that much I did read about.
Half a dozen of the big cities have been taking a real beating, in spite of all their preparations for the big runoff.
I know. It's been true all over the country.
Though what you don't read about in the headlines, though, is the little places, like Carteret. It's my old hometown, Johnny. I've sold a lot of policies there, particularly to the local shopkeepers, you know, on their stocks and merchandise.
So there's been a lot of flood damage, and your company's having to pay up a lot of claims.
No, not yet. So far, the town's been lucky. Most of the recent bad storms have been across the state line, up in Pennsylvania or over in West Virginia. Same was true last year and the year before.
So?
So the people down around Carteret Farmers, mostly, haven't gone ahead with their flood control project the way they should have.
Is Carteret right on the Ohio?
No, it's in a valley, a few miles north. It's on the Crooked River. And parts of the town are actually below the riverbank. Now, you see what that means.
Yeah, I sure can.
Most of the year, it's a quiet, lazy stream about 50 or 60 feet wide. But when the feeder streams up in the hills start, pouring water down.
And if it overflows?
Half the town will go with it. Be swept right down into the Ohio.
Don't they know enough to prepare for this sort of thing?
Johnny, like I say, they've been lucky so far. This present storm has been bigger and longer than anything they've ever had.
Well, what about the State Flood Control Commission, or whatever it's called? Can't they do anything?
Look, let's face it. What's a little burg like Carteret when there are 100 bigger and more important towns in the same fix?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Before the lines went down, I got a call from Fred Norlock, one of my big accounts down there. Big hardware firm. Unless the river goes down, he's going to lose the whole place. That means over a $100,000 insurance claim.
But what can I possibly do, Lee?
I don't know, Johnny. I just don't know.
We were heading south on Route 23, and by the time we reached Chillicothe, the rain had led up to a drizzle. By the time we reached Jackson, where we left the main highway, it had let up entirely. But I noticed that every little stream we passed was overflowing its banks. Finally, it must have been after midnight, we pulled up on a low hill overlooking the town of Carteret. And it started to rain again, to rain hard. Below us, the Crooked River was a terrible, terrifying thing to watch. Power lines were out, but maybe hundreds of kerosene and gasoline lanterns, flashlights, and lights from cars showed only too plainly the perils of the brown, rushing, raging torrent that threatened the town. Men stripped to the waist, the banker and the ditch digger side by side, the farmer and the merchant, toiled frantically to reinforce the levee with bags of sand, stone, cement, anything they could find, while the river lapped hungrily at their feet, trying to undermine the embankment as quickly as it was built up. Back of them were others, filling the sandbags, bulldozing additional strength to the levee, hauling truckloads of sand and rock and gravel, digging, shoveling, filling, anything they could do. I'd never seen a more dedicated group of people, men, women, children, all working in a common cause, not just for themselves, but for the survival of their neighbors, their town. And the ugly river was like a thing alive, clawing at them, seeking to destroy them. Huge floating masses of debris flew by at express train speed, whirling now and then to strike out at the embankment, fighting to break it down. Thousands of tons of wreckage, parts of houses, chicken coops, trees, and brush, anything that would float. I stood there appalled and almost overwhelmed by a feeling of utter helplessness.
Can't they see? If they were up here on this hill, they could see that they're losing ground, Johnny. The river's rising faster than they can build up the levee.
Yeah, Lee, yeah, it looks that way.
What's the matter with you guys? Can't you see they need help down there? Anybody doesn't help, I'll be shot.
He's right, Johnny. We ought to go down there and help for whatever it's worth.
Wait. That one section where they're all working.
It's right above the cut into Perry Street. If the levee goes there, it'll sweep the whole section down the valley into the Ohio River.
But look, Lee. Look, back there, behind us. The reason why the water's piling up, don't you see? That old railroad bridge. The trees, the mud, the ruffle that's piled up against it. That railroad trestle has become a regular dam.
Hey, you're right.
The more of that debris piling up there, the stronger it gets.
And the higher it gets, too. With the water mounting up behind it that way, the levee over Perry Street will go in a matter of minutes.
Right. But break that dam somehow, and the water will get through. Down the Crooked River into the Ohio.
Yeah. Break that dam and it'll save the town.
Yes.
Oh, but how, Johnny? How?
Yeah, how?
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Reba, when are you going to serve dinner?
Oh, in a few minutes, dear.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, Donald. I want you to hear my speech.
You mean the safety speech for the PTA meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. Do I have to?
You want dinner?
You blackmailer. Okay, where do you want me to sit? On the sofa?
No, in the dining room.
No.
I've got to practice projecting my voice.
You're projecting your voice. Are you kidding? Wait a minute. How's this?
Oh, that's fine. Okay, now, after the president introduces me, I'll say, Madam Chairlady, parent, visitors. According to the National Safety Council, last year in the United States, 4,450 youngsters under 15 years were killed in traffic accidents.
How many?
Oh, please, Donald, don't interrupt. 4,450.
Oh, that's an awful lot.
Yes, dear, it is. Well, then I go on to say, ladies and gentlemen, how can we help prevent traffic accidents from killing and maiming our youngsters? We must remember that children will act like children. Therefore, when we drive by schools, playgrounds, and the neighborhoods where children are playing, we must act like mature adults and be on the sharp lookout for that sudden ball bouncing across the street with a little child running after.
That's very good, honey.
As soon as children are old enough to understand, it is up to us, the parents, to instill in their minds the dangers of playing near traffic. Children must be taught to obey all safety rules and safety patrols, to board and alight from the school bus without horseplay. And, above all, we adults should obey all safety rules, because children mimic their parents.
Well, honey, you act and talk just like a professional figure.
Well, thanks.
You know, you're really good. I'm proud of you.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Wayward River Matter.
From our vantage point on the hill above the little town of Carteret, we could see why the Crooked River was rising so fast, threatening to engulf the town.
You're right, Johnny. The debris against the old railroad trestle has made a dam.
And somehow we've got to break that dam. But how? Lee.
Yeah?
Any stores down there, any of them carry dynamite?
Yeah, down there on Ferry Street. Norlock Supply Company.
And come on.
On Norlock, one of my biggest clients. If the levee breaks, his place will take the brunt of the flood. Yeah, you see down there? He has men putting sandbags around it.
They won't mean a thing if the levee goes. Why doesn't he send those men back on up to the river's edge where they could do some good?
Johnny, he's the only man in town looking after his personal property. The only one selfish enough to... Say, listen, he's also the man who's always opposed doing something about this river.
Save your breath, Lee. We've got to get down there and get some dynamite. The groups we passed is still vainly trying to chink up holes in the levee, all but spat on us as we passed. Because we weren't working with them, trying to save their town from the raging Crooked River, or so they thought. Finally, we slogged our way to the Norlock Supply Company on Berry Street.
More sand. Sasser! Till those bags didn't get around my plate. The levee goes, it'll all come down here. More sandbags, more!
You're crazy, Mr. Norlock. You're wasting your time.
What? Mr. Harkins.
Why, if that levee goes, nothing will save this place of yours.
He's right, Norlock. Get your men on up to the levee where they'll do some good.
Sure, but then you'll pay the insurance of my place is swept away.
It won't be if we save the town. We need dynamite.
Who are you?
Oh, this is Johnny Dollar.
Insurance investigator? What are you doing here?
Look, there's no time to stand around and talk. We need dynamite, a lot of it.
What for?
Well, the wreckage from up the river. It's jammed against the old railroad trestle south of town. And it's made a regular dam. That's what's backing up the water.
I know, I've seen. You gonna blow that up?
That's right. Now, where's the dynamite?
Anybody go out on that trestle with the pressure of the river against it, he's crazy. Any part of that goes, he'll go with it, he'll be killed. He's right, mister. Be suicide to go up there.
Come on, let's have the dynamite. And you men, get up above where you can help.
Now you wait.
Load that truck with all the bags you can, but get up there fast.
It's not my place here. What about my store?
Norlock, where's that dynamite?
I won't give it to you.
Oh, listen, Mr. Norlock.
I refuse. It'd be suicide if you go out on that railroad trestle.
But if we don't, the whole town will go.
And I tell you, Mr. Dollar, are you threatening to shoot me? Put that away.
Oh, Johnny, wait.
Let me handle this, Lee.
You're crazy, Dollar. Put that gun away.
All right, Norlock, it's up to you.
What do you mean?
Unless you give us the dynamite, I'll blast the lock off this place of yours and get it myself. Well?
All right. All right. In here. But I tell you, you're mad.
Oh, was Norlock mad? A victim of the panic that all too often seizes a man when the going gets tough. But he did give us the dynamite. Then, with two of his workmen, Lee Harkins and I trudged through the mud and the night loaded with cases of dynamite, back to the old railroad trestle. And when we got there, I wondered if maybe Norlock wasn't right after all, if it wouldn't be suicide to go out on it. The pileup of debris against it was huge. Back of it, the deadly brown waters swirled and eddied, throwing telegraph poles, railroad ties, huge trees pounding against it, battering at the old framework of the trestle. If only they'd strike hard enough to break it down, break the dam. Perhaps they would. By that time, the town of Carteret would be lost. Yes, somebody had to do this job, and it looked like I'd elected myself. I'm not quite clear on what happened during that next 20 or 30 minutes. They seemed like 30 years of nightmare. But I edged my way out on that rickety framework, a fused case of dynamite under my arm. It was dark, and I had to feel my way along over planks and boards and trees that the force of the water had thrown up on the trestle. The wires leading back to the plunger that would set off the charge would catch and drag. But I knew I had to reach the first long span to make the explosive do its work. And all the while, the old bridge creaked and groaned and shook from the impact of the wreckage being thrown against it by the angry water. But then, finally, the job was done, and I felt my way back to the bank.
Hurry, Johnny! Hurry!
Yeah, I'm coming.
Everything ready here.
Don't you see? The levee above. It's starting to go. Back over the town, there's a gap. The water's rushing.
Okay, Lee, the plunger.
Yes, All ready.
All right, then line out. Quick, get out. Here she goes.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Do you know who said, "My political ideal is democracy. Everyone should be respected as an individual, but no one idolized. I am convinced that degeneracy follows every autocratic system of violence, for violence inevitably attracts moral inferiors. Time has proved that illustrious tyrants are succeeded by scoundrels." Those words were written by the great scientist Albert Einstein. Einstein saw the weaknesses of a government in which too much power was centered in too few people, a government based upon violence. Einstein saw the danger of elevating a person to so high a level that he might seize power to which he was not entitled. Such a situation is not in the American tradition. Remember the words of Albert Einstein. They are part of your American heritage. Degeneracy follows every autocratic system of violence.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Wayward River Matter.
The charge of dynamite on the old railroad bridge had broken the dam that the angry river had thrown up against it, had released the little town from the threat of being washed down the valley into the Ohio River. The men and women and children, spent from having struggled against the raging water throughout the night and all the day before, went quietly back to their homes and farms to rest and sleep. And nature, defeated, gave up. The rain stopped and the skies cleared. Even the charging yellow waters of the crooked river seemed to diminish in a sort of frustration. What damage had been done to the town could wait now until the people were rested, refreshed. As Lee Harkins and I plodded wearily over to the village inn, I noticed the streets were deserted. Yeah, even as the long gray fingers of dawn reached up into the sky, the town, exhausted, slept, unmindful of the rooster in someone's backyard who sought to rouse it. Nor did we rouse the innkeeper, but picked a couple of rooms and settled down to rest our weary blow. But I couldn't sleep. Somewhere in the back of my brain, a little worry began to form, to peck away at me. In all of Carteret the night before, there'd been one man and one man only who'd ignored the common good to look after his own selfish interests. I went into Lee's room and awakened him.
Oh, no, Johnny Lee. I'm so dead I can hardly go back to sleep.
No, come on, just a couple of questions, Lee. Listen to me.
Oh, why don't you let me sleep?
Over 100,000 insurance, you said.
Yeah, 100 and... Oh, I don't know.
Well, if you ask me, that's too much for a business of any kind in a town this size. Much too much.
So maybe I gave him a break on his valuation.
Yeah.
You know, to help sign up some of the other merchants.
But 100,000 of insurance money would give him enough to live on the rest of his life.
Oh, now, look, why don't you go back to bed, Johnny?
Lee, he knew about that dam at the railroad trestle. And so far as I could see, he was the only one who did.
Well, everybody else was so busy at the levee.
But did he try to do anything about it? No. Instead, he went through the motions of trying to protect his property. But he knew that if that levee broke, nothing would save it.
All right. Chalk it up to panic.
Panic, huh? He fought to keep us from getting that dynamite, the one thing that could save the town. He kept those workmen away from where they might have done some good, at the levee. He alone wanted that levee to break.
But good heavens, Johnny, you're right. You must be.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm going out and look for Mr. Fred Norlock.
Yeah, but there isn't a soul out there. Everybody's...
Maybe. That's what I want to find out. I found Fred Norlock, alone, up on the inner bank, the riverside of the levee, where anyone down below couldn't see him. And he was working with a shovel, a crowbar. Beside him was a pile of dynamite. I'd given him that idea. All right, Norlock, lay down that shovel.
Call it.
The river didn't do it the way you planned last night, did it?
Maybe not. Because of you, but you're not going to stop me now.
Oh, now put that thing down.
I'll kill you, Dollar, if you come any closer. And nobody'll know because there's nobody around. I'll throw your body in the river. Nobody'll ever know.
Sure. Set up a small charge, enough to breach the levee.
That's right. It's already in. You can't stop it.
And the river will crash through, destroy that failing business of yours down there.
Yeah.
Take with it the homes in the valley, the livestock, maybe even the people.
Keep your hand away from that pocket.
So it's you or me, huh? And if I go, the town goes too.
Yes.
But if I can outdraw
This
you...
pistol is aimed at your chest. Now you walk straight ahead to the edge of the river. What? Now! Now! Oh, yes!
Norlock's body was never recovered. He'd lived alone. He died alone. A crooked man in the crooked river. Nor was he mourned in the little town he'd tried to destroy. Expense account total, including transportation back to Hartford, $100 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Chet Stratton, Frank Gerstle, Bob Bruce, and Parley Bear. Special sound patterns by Tom Henley and Bill James. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mm-hmm.